Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this narration of the new web series, The Survivor Becomes a Dungeon, a dungeon core story. If you liked Dungeon Life, you might like this as well. There is a link to the story down below. Share some love with the author. There will also be a playlist with all the chapters in it. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 0. I did it. I got away. They have to be safe. My skin already feels cold. Back! Can't even move my arm anymore. This was supposed to be a routine run. Who knew there was a fecking hole just lying in wait in a warehouse in bumfeck nowhere? Sparing a glance over at the door, bits already cracking and giving way to the blows of the moving corpses on the other side. Huffing heavily, I used my good arm to grab the wall, pushing myself up to my feet. Back me! If I go out sitting on my ass. Come on, get me, you rotten pieces of crap. I can't help but shout. If I'm going out today, I'm taking as many of these bastards as I can. The door shatters at my taunt, my pistol trembling in my good hand as I level it at the swarm. Just blasting shot after shot, but it is useless. One of the creeps lunging halfway into the air, its rotten maw outstretched and finding purchase of my shoulder. I couldn't even scream. More and more of the undead poured into the room. And that's it. I'm dead. Right? Candidate located. Begin transfer. What? Measuring karmic influence. Karmic what? Lives extended by your actions. 237. That's, well... that's a lot of people. Lives you've ended, 86. Wow. I didn't realize there was that many. Feck them. Most of them deserved it. Undead exterminated, 3,752. Feck. Just a drop in the bloody bucket at the end of the day. I wonder what all this is for. What's happening now? Titles gained. Tactician, leader, warrior, defender, healer, shepherd, scout, thief, assassin, judge, executioner, arsonist, purifier, builder, farmer, chemist, acrobat, mentor, and survivor. That's a lot of fancy words to describe me, I guess. Never seen it laid out like this. Karma measured, granting permission. Oh. Now, what's happening? Aspect of life and death, what do you mean by aspect? Territory assigned. Now, what are you talking about? Transfer complete. Core developed. Good luck, candidate. What is a core? Wait. What are you doing? Where am I going? Where am I? The next thing I know, I'm in some cave. I can see the entrance not too far out, but I can't make out much more detail beyond that. The cave itself is relatively shallow, as far as I can tell, and it's daytime, if I can guess based on the light. I have one real question for anyone that's listening out there. Why the feck am I a little green rock now? End of chapter. Chapter 1. I look pretty insignificant, don't I? Just looking at myself, I look like one of those cheap knockoff gem beads those nature lover folks would wear. I wonder if I'm an emerald, or maybe a jade, or some other kind of green crystal. It's been over a day since I found myself here, a shard of green lying in the dirt, neglected and abandoned. Honestly, I feel my self-esteem drop every time I stare at myself for too long. There's, nothing to do around here, and I'm getting stir-crazy. Looking around is also an odd sensation. It's like all my senses are in overdrive, yet I'm entirely relaxed. I can see everything in my little bubble if I sort of zone out, or I can hyperfixate on this one specific pebble with 3 different distinct colorations on it, despite being the size of a pea. That's another thing. I can shift my perspective wherever and however I want, but the moment I try to look behind my bubble, it's like looking through clouded glass. I can maybe make out vague shapes and colors, but nothing else despite pressing my metaphorical face against the barrier. The cave itself looks long abandoned, musty, yet dank and stagnant. Don't even get me started on the air. It feels gross. But with that in mind, how can I tell the air is terrible? It's not like I have lungs. I'm just a glorified pebble. Can I breathe? Do I need to breathe? Maybe. Maybe I should try breathing exercises. Focus and relax instead of stressing about my uselessness. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Hey, I think it's doing something. The air feels like it's shifting. Doesn't feel this gross anymore. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. I can keep breathing in. It's not like I have lungs. Right? After a moment of consideration, I decided to do just that. Breathe in. Keep breathing in. Say, what is that? I feel better. More energetic even. Looking around, I can see that the haze making me feel gross is starting to dissipate. From the outside, some breeze is being sucked in. It feels so refreshing. I keep breathing it in, and it keeps filling me up. Honestly, I hadn't felt this good even when I was alive. I stopped focusing on my breathing, but even then, the gentle breeze continued to flow into my cave. The air doesn't feel gross or oppressive anymore. If anything, it feels pretty nice. Whatever I did, the air is coming in steadily now, and I don't mind it. 2 days later. So I finish finding and counting the pea-sized pebbles in my little corner of the cave. Out of them, 120 are single color, 73 have 2 colors, and 36 have 3 colors. What a great use of my time. In other news, I think my pebble got slightly bigger. It's certainly not as dull looking as it was at first, and sometimes I think I see a glimmer or something. Now that I mention it, my bubble also got a little bigger, and there are pebbles I don't recognize near the edge. So I guess that's, good news? I wonder how long it'll take till I get to see the outside of the cave. I'm about to start counting the cracks in the left wall when some clattering catches my attention. Turning my gaze around, I spot movement at the mouth of the cave. For a few moments, I can feel the sense of panic traveling up my proverbial spine. This is the first sign of life since I got here. What's about to come into my bubble? Is that a cat? It looks more like one of those big game cats, but that's a cat of some kind. Gosh, the poor thing is both fat and emaciated. It's pregnant. 1 hour later. So, it looks like my new guests aren't doing so well. Mama Cat looks remarkably like a puma, and if I'm not in Kansas anymore, that's bound to be some coincidence, at least. And yeah, I said guests. Mama Cat was pregnant, but not anymore. There are now 4 remarkably adorable cubs. However, one doesn't seem to be doing as well as the others. They aren't nursing yet, and are incredibly sluggish. It's, worrying me. I remember one of my friends would gently rub the back of a young animal and blow on their faces to help stimulate them. As I don't have hands, I can't exactly do much. But maybe I can just get some fresh air for the cub. I start taking slow, deep breaths, blowing gently on the cub. It takes a few minutes, and I don't feel my best after whatever it was I just did. But it seems actually to be doing something. The cub finally lets out some mews and scoots closer to his mother, and begins to nurse like his siblings. Say, is she, looking right at me? She is, isn't she? I wonder what caught her attention. I'm barely a pebble right now, after all. Did she see me glimmer? Regardless, she lays down her head and takes another deep breath before exhaling, and, she doesn't breathe again. Suddenly, I'm feeling even warmer. A rush of energy is coming over me, and am I absorbing something from her? No way! You can't go yet. I'm not ready to be a father. With a rush of panic and focus, I try pushing the warm feeling away. Sure, I feel great, but if it's from her, she can have it back. It's rather draining, and I'm feeling even worse than moments earlier. But the mama cat suddenly takes another breath. Oh, what a relief. Oh, she's looking right at me again. I feel a sense of gratitude. Is she communicating with me? End of chapter. Chapter 2. So, I can talk to animals now. At the very least, this mama cat. That's cool. Well, it isn't exactly talking, but more of an understanding. Whatever I did brought her back to life and connected her to me. I even feel the budding sensations of thought coming from the runt of the litter, who is seemingly more energetic than the rest of his siblings. I wonder, is it really air that I've been breathing? I know the term breath of life, but it felt more like my very strength was being sapped when I helped the mama cat and the cub. I breathed a little more, purposely taking a bunch of big gulps. I actually feel like a little lightheaded, somehow, and that is a truly odd sensation with no head. Though before I can feel anything else, I begin blowing, giving the special air to the other cubs and even more to the mama cat. Now, instead of a lightheaded, I feel drained and sluggish for a while more, which again was a glorified pebble. Really feels sort of strange. Looking at the cubs, they're all mewing with life, which is an overall improvement from earlier. I'd say their coats were all fuller and even slightly glossy. The mama cat was the real turnaround. Even as I watched her, she had begun to fill out and looked as if she had always been her healthy big cat, rather than a pitiful emaciated thing that came earlier. Sometime later, mama cat gets up, leaving the now sleeping and full kittens to rest. Surprisingly, she pans over to my pebble, leaning in and sniffling at me before touching me with her forehead, rubbing against the ground and flopping to the ground with a huff. She seems really happy and appreciative. After a few more moments, she gets up and starts heading out of the cave. As far as I can tell, she's going off to get something to eat, which is fine by me, of course. Now, I'm all alone, alone with 4 sleeping cubs. Really, they're somehow even more adorable now that they're healthy, happy, and stuffed. Here's where I'm starting to realize that I may not be home anymore. While mama cat's fur had a deep ebony black luster, these kittens all have different colored coats. The runt is slate gray, maybe a shade of black, and the other boy cub is a distinct reddish orange. Of the 2 girl cubs, one is almost cloud white, while the other is quite literally a sky blue. I'm not sure how else to put it. I'll be the first to admit I'm not all too familiar with animals, but natural genetics don't work like that, right? What is even more confusing is that all 4 have a distinct ring around their right ears, almost the exact shade of my gem, and I can't help but wonder what that means. 3 hours later. The sun is going down outside, when suddenly I'm hit with a wave of warmth and energy. At first, I'm worried that one of the cubs died somehow. But then images flash before my metaphorical eyes of mama cat running down and killing a white-furred speckled deer of some kind. So yeah, that was surreal for sure. Looking around, I can see my bubble has grown just a little bit more, whereas my pebble is now more along the lines of a chunky marble. So, that's also good news. The cubs are up and about, surprisingly enough. Their eyes are already open, which doesn't seem right, but who am I to question a cub when they can or can't open their eyes? They're not very fast, but watching them saunter and amble around just makes my imaginary heart flutter. They're so adorable. The group of them explore the small section of cave, and eventually they make their way around to me. I admittedly am a little nervous. Outside of mama cat, my gem hasn't been interacted with before. It isn't long until they've set upon me, and I really had no reason to worry as they gently bat me around. The cubs amble slowly, but are surprisingly mobile for having been born mere hours ago. What I do notice, however, is that my bubble moves with me, and it looks like I remain in the center of it, no matter where I go. The cubs tucker themselves up before long, forming a pile of fluff over my marble that just makes me wish I still had hands to ruffle them up. I was just watching over the cubs some more when I sensed something entering my bubble. That's a big fecking snake. What do you think you're doing here? Get the feck out. You don't belong here. Hey, stop getting closer. I see you eyeing these cubs. Back the feck off. Hey, it's not stopping. The big fecking tongue's flicking in the air as I know it's already tasting the cubs. No, you don't. Mama cat, get back here. Quick, your cubs are in danger. The snake isn't stopping. Why is it here now? Get away! Don't! The thanking snake is already rising up, and a low hiss emanating from it as it gets ready to snap. No! Suddenly, there's a flash of movement, and I am feeling drained before a huge amount of warmth and energy begins flooding my system. I force myself to focus on what's happening when I see the spears made out of stone from the cave walls and floor sprung out, skewering the serpent right through its open maw and along the length of its body. Did I do that? End of chapter. Chapter number 3. These cubs have no idea how close they came to being snake food, still blissfully dozing in a fur pile. This is the stark contrast to the 9-foot-long silvery white serpent that's been skewered through the mouth and body, its head slowly sliding down the length of the spear with a sickening but quite squelching sound as the weight of its head brings it to the floor. That's another thing. I made those spears, didn't I? To think I'm able to do stuff without a body. I wonder what else I could do. I don't get a hold onto these thoughts for long as Mama Cat storms in. Her steps are silent despite the apparent speed and power she's exuding. She doesn't even look tired as she steps beside her cubs and me, and I feel anxiety just oozing from her as she looks over the situation. However, she relaxes soon enough, nosing her cubs and my gem with her myrrh. That's right, Mama Cat. Sorry for worrying you. It seems I was more useful than I thought. She looks things over a little more with a huff before deciding to head back out. Apparently, she intended on bringing her kill back to the cave so that she could eat in peace. Fine by me. Don't take too long. All right, so that warmth and energy I've been getting are essentially the same as the air I've been breathing, as far as I can tell, just from the different source and concentration. Can energy be used to strengthen animals, heal them, or even bring them back to life? With that thought crossing my mind, I look back at the giant fucking serpent still skewered in my cave. I'm still angry with it. But then again, it is just an animal, and I shouldn't blame it for its nature. The more I watch the snake, the more I get the odd feeling about what I'm about to do, words forming in my mind with the intent for it. Staring down at the face of the dead snake, I begin to focus some more as I direct part of my energy I got from it back to them, but only a fraction of it. Ururu, my now golf ball-sized gem, convulses with a burst of light, and despite me trying to restrict how much energy was going into the serpent, it took a little more than after I named it. What comes next is an odd sight, to be sure. The serpent corpse starts to sag and deflates in a way as if its insides are hollowed out. After a few minutes, there is movement around the head of the serpent before Ururu bursts out of what now looked like a shed skin. What was once a 9-foot serpent is now a 3-foot snake. Instead of the silvery scales he had before, he now has an intricate array of nearly pearlescent white scales and scales that look obsidian black. On Ururu's head scales was a pattern of emerald green diamond. His eyes were originally as silver as his scales, and while one eye still is, the other adopted the same emerald green as my gem for whatever reason. Looking at him now, he seems rather charming compared to earlier. His tongue flicks as he rests in a coil. Thankfully, he has no hard feelings about how brutally he went out earlier, but seems grateful for his newfound awareness and intelligence. Now, almost politely, he excuses himself to find something to eat as he slithers out of the cave. Well, that was a surreal experience and a half. What else can I do? My intention wanders around my bubble of influence, which was practically doubled, at least from where I am. I can see near the cave entrance and the back of the shallow cave itself. My curiosity is piqued, and I take in my surroundings again before going up to the wall and reaching out as I try to picture what I want to do. Gradually, I feel energy leaving me, but at the same time it's being replaced by ambient energy in the air I'm already absorbing. Before me, a neat rectangle is carved out of the wall, the stone vanishing into thin air. Yet it feels like I'm carrying it even now. Maintaining my focus, I pull several more bricks from the wall, the material vanishing to wherever I'm keeping it. Now with the materials in hand, I go over to another part of the cave and begin setting out the stone. Still, Instead of laying them out as bricks, I try shaping the material, the rocks being formed like clay in my metaphorical hands as I build myself a crude-looking spear of the size of a basketball, the surface rough and unpolished. Experimentally, I strike at it with my energy. The stone cracks into multiple pieces as it crumbles into a heap. Ha! That took more power than outright pulling than shaping the stone. As I'm muddling over these new things I've learnt, Mama Cat returns, dragging the corpse of the white-furred deer animal she hunted earlier, settling between where the cubs were and the mouth of the cave, seemingly standing at guard while she digs in. I should probably name you as well, now that I think about it. I name you Basti, my right hand and second in command. As my first real ally in this world, I put my trust in you. My gem convulsed with a shimmer of light again, and I could feel myself being drained again as another portion of energy poured into Basti. She develops further to the point where I can confidently say she's probably an ideal specimen of her species. She's now longer in her build, yet sleeker to balance her speed and strength. She stops eating, noticing what's happened to her as her tail swishes. Basti is now looking at me with a new awareness and intelligence. Strangely enough, one of her slate-grey eyes is also emerald green. Her gaze now has a feeling of some reverence as she bows her head slightly before going back to her meal. For now, the nights go on as I begin to practice manipulating my surroundings. Random bursts of energy come over me as Ururu hunts throughout the night. End of chapter. Chapter 4. 5 days later. So, now that I'm not just a useless rock, I've been managing to keep busy. First things first, I did a bit of remodeling. And when I say a bit, I mean I did a lot of remodeling. The once dusty and abandoned-looking cave has now become a dome-shaped room that's 30 feet wide and 8 feet tall. The holes poked through the dome roof once my bubbles surpassed the original dome I carved out to let some more light in. The entrance has been filled in, but also carved up to appear like a distinct triangle, with a 4-foot base that is narrowed to a point at about 5.5 feet up. Carefully shaped bricks making up the aesthetic. There's also a lot more space in the cave, so I blew a considerable chunk of energy to get it all done at once. But now the cave that I am is being carved out as half a dome. The walls smoothed out and the floors cleaned up of rock and pebbles, only to be replaced with a finely crushed powder from said rocks, easy on the paws and scaly bodies. As for the layout of the dome chamber, I built an intricate locking but straight brick walkway from the entrance through to the soft rock of sand, which leads up to a 4-foot pedestal I've made for myself. Now I'm no longer just a pebble on the floor, but a lovely gem on display. I'm reminded only vaguely of Indiana Jones and the one temple with the giant rolling boulder after it was all set up. At the very least, without the dangerous path filled with traps. What I did find out, however, is that I can't precisely move. I can move things around me to make me roll around, but not myself. So, to get me on the pedestal, I had Ururu pick me up with his mouth, and then had Basti sit at the pedestal for Ururu to slither up her back and set me down on it. My gem has grown nicely to that of a billiard ball from the mix of ambient energies I've absorbed and from Basti and Ururu's hunting. I've also made some living arrangements for Basti and her kids, and Ururu whenever he's not out hunting. With some help from the two, I've got a generous stack of dry grass from beyond my scope of view. I made a large bedding area for Basti and her cubs, and even carved some rocks and alcoves, as well as a bunch of odd-looking shelves and rectangles for the cubs to mess around on and parkour off of. Ururu, however, was much easier to build for, as he wanted a hollowed-out rock with a hole to slither into, which allowed him to coil up comfortably on the bedding inside. Though with all that done, I still had a ton of materials in my storage. A giant snakeskin, bones and horns and skin of a few white-furred deers, little feathers and bones of what kind of looked like a wildly colorful turkey, a ton of dirt and rocks. Hell, I think I've even got a bunch of iron ore and even copper ores, if I'm looking at them correctly. I wonder what I should do with all of that, since it's not like I need to make equipment for myself. Right? In other news, I'm finally able to see outside, and it's still all blurry. but I can make out some details. First off, I know I'm on a mountain for sure, a relatively high up one, not close to the peak, but nowhere near the bottom at all. Beyond that, I can see a reasonably large sea of green, so I'm most likely in a mountain that borders a forest. It makes me wonder if one day I'll have to bubble over all of it. After all, that voice said this territory was being assigned to me for whatever reason. Regardless, I'm now passing my time drawing on walls, or instead, I'm carving murals of Basti and her cubs as well as Ururu. They're not quite complete yet, so I'm hesitant even to describe them so far. The cubs are also growing up quite nicely. I've been giving them small doses of energy in the last several days, and it affects them. Honestly, if I didn't know any better, I would say that they were several weeks old already. The biggest boy cub is the red-furred one, and he is as fiery and rowdy as a vibrant fur would suggest. The runty grey-black-furred boy cub is quieter and reserved, preferring to watch his siblings from the shadows of the parkour boxes along the wall. The blue-furred girl cub is friendly and active, and seems to maintain a healthy rivalry with the red-furred boy cub, pushing each other around the parkour boxes and wrestling more than the other cubs. Finally, the white-furred girl cub is the sweetest one around, gentle with all her siblings, and even outgoing enough to interact with Ururu whenever he's about. She often basks in the sunbeams that pour in from the holes in the ceiling, though when she's not doing that, she's cuddling with her black-furred brother, sitting right at the edge of the shadows as he does the same for her. Basti has been more personable ever since I've given her a name. She's lounging on the steps up to my pedestal whenever she's not out hunting or doting on the cubs. She seems to regard me with a great care and almost reverence, sometimes even polishing me with her tail. When I first saw her, I compared her features to that of a puma, but now that I'm looking at her, she's more of a lioness. Her build and stature cut a much more impressive figure than that emaciated scrap of fur that stumbled into my cave over a week ago. Ururu, on the other hand, is surprisingly charismatic for a snake, his scaly face being able to pull all sorts of expressions as he interacts with the cubs, often an unwilling but cooperative playmate to them when Basti is out and about. It's almost like he wasn't planning to swallow them up when he first showed up. Ururu also rests on the steps up to my pedestal when Basti isn't around, sitting in a loose coil while keeping his vigil. Sometimes he holds the end of his tail in his mouth whenever he's deep in thought. I wonder if it's a nervous tick of his, since it's not like he does it all the time. Today, I've been tending to my murals when I get the feeling from Basti. While she was out on the hunt, it seems that she wants me to see something that's happening out there. I'm not sure how to respond to that. Does she want me to get Ururu to bring my gem out to her or something? Before I can ask her to clarify, I suddenly feel our bond getting stronger, almost as if she's reaching out to me from wherever she is. Intrigued by the sensation, I do my best to reach out and meet her halfway, when I suddenly feel my consciousness ripped from my bubble. I can see. The best way I can describe it is that my bubble has moved to Basti. I can see as if her eyes were my eyes, which feels more limited than what I've gotten used to. But with some more effort, I can expand my awareness beyond her. Now, it's more like a third-person over-the-shoulder view. Her forward-facing angles is clear and distinct, while the rest of the 360 views around her are opaque visually, though I can sense it in other ways via sound and smell. Before I let my mind start running with the possibilities, Basti demands my focus, which I eagerly give her. Looking at where she is looking, I saw why she wanted my attention. There were people. Wait, never mind. Those aren't people. Those are bandits, and I know an ambush when I see it. Well, crap. A bandit is always a bandit, even in another world. Now then, what should I do about this? End of chapter. Chapter 5. Bandits. Bandits are the scum of the world, the absolute worst of the worst, and the crap-stained underside of the bottom of the barrel. Beautiful communities with fantastic people have fallen to trash like this, which always infuriates me whenever I think about it for too long. These bandits before me aren't the same scum of my world, but they don't have to be. These are the beasts in the shape of people. But even then, some of them don't even look human. and I don't mean that just in a derogatory way. There are folks with green skin and tusks, others that look human but with pointy ears. Some have pure black, almost purplish skin, some bird person, and what I can only be described as a bull with muscles that can stand on its hind legs. With Basti prowling around, I count a total of 10 bandits. Through Basti, I can smell smoke and the musk of filth. It doesn't take long, but I find the camp that the bandits have seemingly set up is currently empty, with the dying embers of fire from the morning having been improperly put out. There's little to see regarding personal effects. Some scrap of bread and dried meats over by a wagon covered in filth, though Basti can pick up the stench of dried blood. One tent looked nicer than the others. Having Basti step inside, there was a proper cot with a feathered pillow and a blue cotton sheets. Across from the cot was a desk, which had some red silk covering. Having Basti peer over the edge, there are a few books and a couple of scrolls of some kind, along with an ink and a quill. Between the desk and the bed, along one of the walls of the large tent, was a chest, like one of those simple latchkey chests. It's not like Basti can open it, so I don't bother asking her to. After a few moments, I decided to try and take these items, like how I can pull in stuff from the cave. It takes more energy than it would compared to trying to do it within the confines of my bubble, but we clear out the only tent with anything worthwhile. Stalking out, Basti makes her way back to where the bandits seem to set up. There's a fairly wide dirt road, and I would say an F-250.5 could drive down this with little to no issue. The bullman and the green-skinned woman seem to be chopping down a decent tree by the road, performing one of the most simplistic and overused gambits common enough to transcend worlds. Basti, wipe out this filth from my territory. Let none escape. I don't need to guide her. After replying with a confirmation, she steps forward and nods into the shadows. I wasn't expecting that. She starts from the outside of the group, her presence sliding up to the purple-skinned woman and a human-looking man who is shooting the crap. In a flash of darkness, Basti lunges out, claws outstretched and slashing the man's throat, pushing off the still-standing corpse and pouncing on the woman. Her head soon found itself in an open maw of Basti, her ferocious fangs clamping down and crushing the skull with a sharp, twisting motion that leaves the head dangling. Some strands of flesh are the only things keeping the head attached as a shower of blood sprays up of the neck of the woman. Basti is gone in a flash, the corpses barely landing with a dull thumps into the dirt and grass by the time she's dived back into the shadows, whereas I've received vast amounts of energy, images, and memories that aren't my own, flashing through my mind's eye. I learned some things, but honestly, I give 2 craps about that. There are more scum to exterminate. Basti circles the group, finding a loner, who seems to be off starting a golden river. Basti didn't even give him the courtesy of using her claws, lunging up and out of the shadows as he slammed her paws into the back of his head, smashing his brain case into the tree in front of him. The corpse remains there for a few moments before falling back, grey viscera sticking to the clumps against the tree as he crumpled into a heap. I receive another wave of energy, the feeling almost addictive, as I seem to grow more powerful with each kill. Finally, a good use for bandits. And it's not only me. While Basti receives only a fraction of the energy I might be getting, it is a considerable amount. She moves faster, yet proceeding with even more care as she stalks her prey, silently, without relying on shadows. Basti soon comes across a well-dressed, pointed-ear woman in purple robes and some silver trimming adorning her body and leaning on her ornate staff. She looks almost bored, watching the bandits work on setting up. She doesn't look like a bandit, but she's by no means a prisoner or here against her will. So she may as well be complicit. That means she's got to go. Basti accepts the go-ahead and is rushed forward towards the woman. However, it seems she was more aware than she previously appeared. Her gaze snapped over towards Basti at the last second and moved to dodge, receiving a deep gash along her plump thigh as she spills to the ground with a scream. Basti skids to a stop as she comes around for a second pass. Though the ambush site is soon buzzing with activity, sounds of movement rushing towards the screaming woman, Basti ducked under the whizzing arrow she sensed before I even reacted. The pointed-ear woman is shouting words I can vaguely understand, though I know for sure it isn't any language I know. Suddenly, a wave of ice launched from the end of her staff at Basti. The big cat tanked the hit with her teeth and clamped down on the woman's throat, ripping and tearing with a smooth twist as she continued to run, diving into the next shadow. Next is an even more grisly and brutal scene as 4 of the remaining bandits are screaming and calling out for their allies, striking blades into shadows and loosing arrows at the slightest movement. There was one grim humor for me as Basti pounced back on the black-skinned man, the notched arrow from his bow being loosed as he ended up nailing the green-tusked woman right in the eye. All that was left is the bullman, who was nearly 7 to 8 feet tall and wielding a massive warhammer. He was bellowing a challenge call to Basti, who accepted it as she stepped out from behind a large tree, her ebony maw glistening with the brutally fresh red blood of his comrades. She rushes the bull, who takes a step back due to the pure intimidation he feels facing Basti, who slides between his legs, slashing at his inner thigh with the claws and sending him to one knee. He freaks out, gripping the hammer and wildly swinging it into the air. Basti closes back on the bull, ducking and weaving past the swings as she hops onto his back, claws digging into the thick back flesh while she bites into those ribs under his shoulder. He's still alive as she pounces off of him, the force of her legs sending him sprawling as his horns rip into the dirt and grass. Basti ducks into the shadow before erupting out beside the bull, landing on his chest as he looks up at her, the sun blinding him as she sinks her teeth into his throat, ripping it free from his body and ending him. Well, Basti, it looks like you've been holding out on me. I didn't know that you could do all that. Honestly, I was expecting this to be a little harder and somewhat unfair to you. My rage against bandits has gotten the better of me. However, I am proud of you for being able to step up to the plate and excel. Good work, Basti. Now, go ahead and help me collect the bodies and gear. It looks like I have some studying to do. End of chapter. Chapter 6. So, a lot has happened very quickly. First, my gem, which I now know is called a core, is a grapefruit size. Also, where I would only see faint glimmers of light, now I see a ring of light has formed inside of it, swirling like someone put a coin in a bottle and began spinning. What that means, I do not know. I also learned that magic is a universal norm here. No, not the sleight of hand magic, but real stuff. Supernatural abilities like flight, telekinesis, telepathy, pyrokinesis, super strength and speed, and all sorts of other things that I could probably only imagine. If you've got the power and the know-how, you can do it. It's fascinating, really, the implications of it all. I'm also starting to understand the applications for it when it comes to my energy, which is called mana. Also, when you see the guts of 1,000 corpses, you've seen them all. Examining the dead bandits from my storage space, I can peer through their skins and insides without tearing them open. Surprisingly enough, in another world, it all sees the same stuff for the most part. Some people had lighter bones, denser bones, bigger lungs, extra flexibility, and other such things when it came to non-humans. They also have different word for humans here, which translates to a word I don't know. The memories I absorb from all of the bandits come to me in fragments. I don't know their entire lives, but I know the essential things and general knowledge. Thankfully, their memories don't override my own. It's like watching a dream. I know it's a dream and can differentiate their memories from mine rather distinctly. I know several new languages, even the languages they use for magic, which isn't all that important to me since I apparently can freely guide mana to do basically whatever I want. There was also something else. Looking over the scrolls I found in the pointy-eared woman's tent, who I now know is an elf, I found a set of orders to set up this ambush to prevent the smuggling of supplies from one kingdom to another. The orders came from an empire further north that bordered the other 2 territories. The other scroll was a local map. It doesn't show much detail, just the borders of the 2 kingdoms, along with what I assume is my mountain range to the south of the route the supply caravan was supposed to take. Oh, I have a river that comes down from the mountain. That'll be fun to find. From what I can gather of the memories, I have about a day before the caravan arrives, which is fine. I do want to see what all the fuss was about in the end. With all the energy I absorbed, my bubble tripled. While it's mainly encompassing a large amount of open air, I can now access more of the mountain around and below me, which has been engaging in itself. However, I haven't explored much of the outside of carving out the room to experiment with the corpses. I conjure a ball of light, which sustains itself in a solid and mostly enclosed room. Laying out one of the bandits, a human in particular, I pour a small amount of energy into him, going increment by increment until the body begins to twitch and move. Oddly fascinating how familiar the convulsions look as the corpse begins to rise. A shuddering groan emanates from his throat as he slowly shuffles about. The only thoughts I sense are hunger. I wonder what I can use him for, and it's not like I have a use for a zombie-powered generator. Maybe a mole? Even then, I have no grain nor need for grain. He also is not very fast or intimidating yet. I continue pouring in more energy into him, the image of the undead from my own home in my mind as I watch him undergo weeks of mutation in a few minutes. He looks indistinguishable from the monsters that plague my world, and briefly, I'm horrified by what I've done, but only briefly. After all, it's under my control, and it can't spread a viral infection because an infection didn't make it. He's just undead because of magic. I put him to sleep and drag him into my storage, which seems to work surprisingly. I get to work doing the same for the 7 other bandits with exciting results. However, I set aside the elf magic user and the bullman, having something in mind for them. For now, it's time to focus on the living. Basti casually strolled back into the chamber with my core, finally returning home after her trip with the bandits. With my newfound awareness and understanding, I can see that she's brimming with potential, mana just pulsing around her heart, which is where it is for most beings. Basti, in the short time we've known each other, you've already served me well and exceeded every expectation I had about you. I grant you the title of Executioner. Use your magics and skill to cut down my enemies and the scum that dare to even exist. But know this, you are my blade. You strike when I tell you to strike, for I have no use for a blade that lashes out on its own. I hope you continue to serve me well. She watches me, my core, with reverence before bowing her head lowly in submission, accepting the title and her new responsibilities. I watch as the mana around her heart solidifies and her mere potential has direction and purpose. I feel another fraction of energy being pulled from me and into her while she suddenly looks tired, walking over to her bed and with the cubs, which was now padded with the feathers from the pillow we got at the camp. I focus on Ururu, who's dutifully maintaining his vigil over my core. Yes, my little friend, we had a rocky start, but I do appreciate you too. Have some mana, and I want you stronger now that I know there are potential threats beyond wild animals. Hey, you'll have your time, but for now, continue the defense of the home front. Ururu looks up at my core, having been anxiously gnawing on the tip of his tail now, and seems relieved, flashing a scaly smile as he nods before watching the cave entrance from his place on my steps. Shifting my focus into the depths of the cavern, I begin conjuring small orbs of light around a natural circular cavern. Just create a spooky ambience before gathering the green sphere of light in the middle of the room. With the mood set, I pull the elf magic user out of my storage and pour my mana into her. Her body begins to heal, though, as she convulses, I begin to feel some form of resistance. Almost like a person's soul was worth more than the soul of an animal. It isn't much longer, however, when I feel the change and succeed in my efforts. With a start, she sits up, panting heavily with what I can only assume is fear. I can see a ring of green forming around her neck, which, so far, is a mark that shows my influence. She looks around the chamber uneasily, studying the orbs with light and looking at the green ball and squinting. She absently touches her throat, feeling the dried blood and checking her thigh. Her robes are still torn from where Basti had ripped into her. What the? Where am I? Her lovely, almost husky voice sounds out. Is this the afterlife? No, not really. I paid a large price to get you back. I have use for you if you are willing to submit. She jumps, hearing my voice in the depths of her mind, and looks around. I can feel her anxiety and fear pulsing out of her, though she acts calmly. And, who are you exactly? Well, I am, my name is, what? What was my name again? That's troublesome. I know I had a name. Everyone has a name after all. As I consider it, words begin forming in my mind that seems to be good enough name for me. My name is Ch0-Ch62, and I am the core of this region. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Raegar Alderstant Elf Mage Point of View. A dungeon core? One intelligent enough to carry a conversation, has a name, and can even resurrect the dead. Just, what have I stumbled across? Raegar was just out here to cripple the efforts of those damned fools. How she'd ended up crossing an unknown dungeon. Ch0-Ch62, huh? Well, I'd say it's a pleasure to meet you, but, considering the circumstances, I can't say that I mean it. Her gaze followed the green orb of light, assuming it presents the core for now, while glancing around the almost wholly natural cavern she finds herself in. Well, what do you want with me? She asks the ball of light, pushing up to her feet to stand with dignity. The core is silent for a good while before she hears the voice echoing in her skull. She's not usually one to be presumptuous,
but it sounds masculine. I want to learn.
I need information about this world if I'm going to survive it from now on. This world? Survive? That is such odd phrasing, she thinks, slowly gathering her composure as Ch0-Ch62 continues. You're no bandit, and neither is the bullman, Rionem, if your memories serve me right. I could not discern your motives beyond the scrolls I found. So tell me, why were you with them? She massages her temples. The dungeon doesn't seem to know volume control yet, and it's giving her a bit of a headache. Wait, you're commanding that elemental prowler, the Black Cat? She asked with a growing understanding. This dungeon must have had experience with bandits before to attack so viciously on sight. She could feel the dungeon's impatience, but it decided to answer her anyway. You mean Basti, so that's what she's called, yeah. She's my right hand. She shudders as she remembers how quickly that prowler managed to dispatch her. No wonder a named mana beast like that would give anyone a run for their money, especially under the guidance of an intelligent core. All right, I'm no bandit, neither is Rionem. We are here on orders from His Majesty, Emperor Ferodius. There is a pregnant pause, and she can feel that the core isn't satisfied with just that much info. With a sigh, she runs her fingers through her hair and continues. His Majesty offered these criminals a pardon if they could serve the Empire in disrupting the chain of supply between the Gaian theocracy and the hegemony of the Blue Sun. They are the two remaining political powers that stand in His Majesty's path of unification of this continent. There is another long pause. Her head started to ache as a vague notion of history unfamiliar to her, throbbing in her skull before the core speaks up. What justification does your Emperor have to seek unification? Well, it looks like Ch0-Ch62 isn't unreasonable. Perhaps I'll be able to walk away if I can convince him. There is a movement across the ocean on the other continents. A superpower over there is likely gearing up to engage in a path of domination. The Emperor Ferodius seeks to prevent that from happening to us by unifying the land and protecting our borders. There is more silence before Ch0-Ch62 echoes in her skull again. Tell me about the theocracy and the hegemony. She sighs with some relief, just happy Ch0-Ch62 is so willing to engage in dialogue, rather than outright killing her or something. Before she continues, though, she feels movement behind her and notices that her chair is suddenly there. Guess he did go to my tent. She looked at the green ball of light and nodded with a vague appreciation as she settled in. The theocracy is a bunch of zealous bastards that believe the supreme power of light magic users. While most are unaware of this belief and practice, the archbishops and those in power hold disdain and disgust towards people with animalistic features, seeing them as subhuman beings. It is a public secret that beast folk will occasionally disappear, but no one questions it. lest they face the attention of the religious police. She pauses, listening for a response. When she doesn't hear one, she continues. The hegemony is a collective of extremely wealthy merchants and traders, with an elected figurehead to run international contacts and business. Their capital is a major port city, with ships launching into the rest of the world. They publicly have an active slave trade and get most of their beastkin slaves from the theocracy. However, officially their publicly known trade deals with the theocracy are in luxury goods, food, and alchemical ingredients for potions. For now, we three nations are publicly in peacetime, but we've seen an escalation of trade which points towards a secret alliance. She can feel the mind of Vidmore slowly processing everything she's told him. Unease creeps along the back of her skull the longer she has to wait. She almost lets out a sigh of relief when her headaches form the core response to her. You certainly believe everything you've told me, and I don't feel you have any reason to lie to me. She nods slowly. So, what does that mean for me? More silence, but then Vidmore responds, much to the ache of her head. I will help you ambush the caravan. If what you say corroborates what I see, we will discuss things further. She let out the faintest glimmer of a smile creep into her face. Cooperating with the dungeon isn't the worst possible outcome in this exchange. I can live with that. Speaking of which, I want my friend back too. Rionum. Are you able to do that? Like you did for me? She asks, pleading with Vidmore. She's known the younger Minotaur for much of his life and doesn't want to lose him so soon. Vidmore is silent for a while, though she soon hears a soft thump. Turning to look, she sees the corpse of a dear friend, Rionum, and rushes over to him. A lump forms in her throat as she looks over the brutal nature of his injuries until she notices them start to fade. Rubbing her eyes clear, she adjusts her sight and looks to see the massive amount of mana being poured into him. She follows the path of the mana to somewhere above them before seeing Rionum twitch and convulse when suddenly his mana heart is reignited. And she's scooting back as he sits up with a start, a ring of emerald forming around the right shoulder. Where am I? What happened? Easy, friend. It's going to be okay. You're fine now, she says soothingly, rubbing the guy's upper back before stepping away, tears of relief forming in her eyes until she wipes them away, noticing a path forming of light orbs leading them away from this place. Come, we have a lot to discuss. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Zassiter, Lizard Man, point of view. His body is battered, bruised, and overall just beaten. The religious police couldn't let him off with abducting and selling him, could they? They just had to kick his scales in. The old lizard wheezes, as much as he could heal himself. His body wasn't meant to deal with such abuse at his age. The wagon shudders and skips over whatever is out there, a grunt escaping from his bound snout. He was right in the end. He knew something was wrong. Children from the orphanages going missing, ill, beastkin, never returning from temple clinics. Long-term jobs where families lose all contact with those who took the jobs. Though, when he started rocking the boat and kicking up a fuss, they came for him. He probably should have kept his mouth shut. But screw it. He'd do it again if it meant that he could help even one more person. The sound of grumbling stomach pricks his ears. His gaze softens as he turns to look at one of the several orphans on this particular carriage of the caravan with him. He shifts in place before jerking suddenly, as a snap is heard behind him. While his arms were bound, the kids were shackled by their necks. Barely an effort was made to restrain them. With some more squirming, he rolled about a foot of his now severed tail over to the kids.
Eat! Sorry, there's nothing else,
he murmured apologetically. The kids are tearful, sniffling and whimpering, but doing their best not to anger the guards outside with their noises. They take up the gamey tail and begin digging into their first meal in several days. He can only pray that the others and the other cots are faring well. Another bump in the road causes him to hiss, shuddering from his now constant dull throb aching through his body. Unwilling to shut his eyes, getting some desperately needed rest before an unholy cacophony of howls shatters his senses. Sound of panic starts clamoring about as he ships more, pressing his head up against the cart and peering out through the hole in the canvas over it, only to see a blur soar through the air, sending an acolyte crashing into the cart he was in, sending a spray of blood up and even stained the cart canvas. But Maury, point of view, I can taste it. Flesh and blood on my imaginary tongue. It's so satisfying, in such a sickening way. My perspective shifts over to Ururu, who is currently hung loosely around Basti's neck. Ururu has grown to 4 feet now after that last burst of energy I'd given him. Basti, in turn, has grown even more, becoming more akin to a tigress than a lioness. Her build is bristly with the power of her muscles, yet she moves as silently as before, dashing up to one of the cart drivers and ripping him from his seat brutally. Ururu hopped off Basti while she lunged, plopping softly onto the canvas atop the cart, before slithering speedily over to the other side, dropping down on an elf in chainmail. The snake coiled around their throat and himself while the man tried grasping at Ururu to free himself. However, Ururu suddenly bit down on his tail, becoming immovable, much to the elf's misfortune. What I do notice is that the elf is rapidly losing strength, faster than what I would have expected from being choked out. Looking closer, I sense Ururu outright drains the man's vitality. The greedy snake isn't even sharing. Shifting my focus, I watch as the human woman in a half-plate sidesteps the orc zombie mutant, redirecting the tackle with her shield as she shouts out. Her shield glimmers brightly with energy that flashes the zombie. I don't know what it's supposed to do, but the orc zombie is unaffected as she rushes the armored woman. The armored woman backed up in surprise, only to be tackled from behind by the pure black-skinned elf zombie. The two sink their teeth into her as she's put down. Rionum, point of view. By the gods, they're not even affected by turn undead, he said breathlessly, looking over to Raegar for confirmation. Have you heard of an undead like that? I thought they only shambled around and smelt terrible. The elf shakes her head, looking back at the carnage before her as she gulps a bit. Sure, there are fast undead, powerful undead too. But what doesn't make sense is how he could have turned ordinary criminals into monsters like that in less than a day. She shook her head once more as she noticed something happening. There are runners, remember? We're supposed to make sure nobody escapes. She reminded Rionum as she stepped forward, leveling her staff as she began her silent incantation. Heavy bolts of ice form and sail in the air as they impaled 2 fleeing caravan guards. Rionum bellowed out a war cry and charged, wielding his massive hammer in one hand, as he came up behind the Holy Knight in full plate, currently fending off a bird-beast-kin zombie and another human zombie. The Holy Knight is dealing damage as they cleave the bird's head off in a devastating swing before bisecting the human zombie. That is, until Rionum brings down his skullcracker, caving in the knight's helmet, killing him instantly. Long before the remaining scattered guards and coachmen are run down by the dungeon's mysterious undead and prowler. The ambush had only taken a few minutes now that it was all over. There were more guards than we anticipated. This would be a hard-fought battle if not for the dungeon, he admitted, eyeing the undead warily as they blankly stood around now that the fighting was done. Their bodies are bloody and covered with gore, not even their own. Despite their power, only 3 of the original 8 zombies remained. Be all right. Who would have thought that theocracy would be so brazen as to have holy knights accompanying a smuggling escort? Raegar shook her head, exhaustion hitting her as she looked into the carts. Her sigh was stifling by surprise as she called out for Rionum and maybe Vitmori, if he was watching. We've got slaves here, she said. Seeing the terrible reality in her face struck a chord with her as she looked them over. Remain calm. You are being rescued. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Raegar, Eldestant, POV. That snake around Basti's neck. That's a juvenile titan poa, isn't it? The scale colorations are unique, but the shape of its head and the style of its tail are, it's unmistakable, she says to Riordan, who gives an uncertain shrug, not nearly as worldly as the 2.5-century-old elf woman. She glances around, noting the 3 undead taking up their group's rear. They're so calm and behaved, it's unnerving, especially with the blood and gore dripping from their maw and bodies. She shook her head, just trying to ignore her nerves, though she can't help but consider that if this dungeon were any more malevolent, she and Riordan would probably be among their ranks. She then glanced over at the battered lizard man among the enslaved people. Despite his condition, the young elder kept pace as they ascended the mountainside. "How much further are we going?" she asked Basti, the boss prowler. Basti glances back but, of course, doesn't speak as she turns her head once more. It wasn't much longer until they passed the cave that she and Riordan exited, but they were going higher still. Zassita, POV. What was he getting himself into? The mage and the minotaur were a big help in aiding the other beastskin slaves to escape from slavery, but now they were following a prowler and an undead escort up a mountain. It's obvious the monster and the undead are under the influence of a higher power, but he didn't realize he would have to climb a mountain. How? What was he going to do now? It's not like he can go back home. He's been declared dead. Not to mention that he would get snatched up again, wouldn't he? What about the other people? The orphans. That's right. Now he remembers what spurred him on to follow these people. He needed to either secure passage to the Empire or somewhere to keep his people safe. And the best chance for that was by following these people. With renewed determination, he pressed forward, much to the protest of his old knees. Suddenly, after reaching a certain height, a staircase began forming before their very eyes, making the ascent much more manageable, even as the stairs zigzagged along the mountainside to counter the steepness. Raegar, Alderstedt, POV. They were high up now, the steps making the latter half of the trek almost manageable. Before long, they came across a sculpted entryway. Briefly, she worried that Riordan would be made to wait outside, though the triangular entrance parted further, allowing the young minotaur to duck inside as they entered. Before them was an ornate dome-shaped atrium. Her attention was grabbed by the core in the center of the chamber, the emerald gem glimmering with 3 rings of light inside of it. Considering the 15 people taken down by its monsters, half of them were acolytes and holy knights, she couldn't be surprised by the amount of energy coursing through that core, despite the young-looking size. She was so focused on the core for a moment that she almost didn't notice the 4 prowler cubs watching her off to the right, Basti strolling through the sand of the room until she plopped down into the sleeping area. Not to mention how the undead walked past the core, standing in the sand on the other side of the chamber, before being engulfed by the ground and disappearing. She swallowed, wondering how many monsters were in the sand around her. Her head began to throb, and she could see the others holding their heads when the dungeon spoke. Now that the caravan has been dealt with and the slaves saved, we should discuss how we should be moving forward. Raegar nods, stepping forward to address the core. I agree, and first of all, I thank you, Vidmori, for honoring us with the privilege of standing in your core chamber. When we first spoke, you asked that I teach you, yes? I'd be willing to do so to secure further cooperation. She offered, hoping to secure a good deal for her emperor. The core was silent. The green gem before her pulsed with mana and power, though soon it continued. The strain on her head lessened compared to earlier. Perhaps he's learning to manage his voice. I hold no feelings towards the raiders, slavers even more so. I will continue to attack caravans from both kingdoms once I confirm that they are, in fact, enslaved people in their cargo. In exchange, I want good relations with the empire of yours. As a gift of goodwill, I offer these diamonds to you. He explains as she hears a quiet thumps, turning to see many gems falling from the air into the sand. Her eyes widened as she looked them over from where she stood. The gems in question were varied in size. Some were as small as grapes, while others were as big as strawberries, and even one that could be compared to a plum. They were beautifully cut and pristine, but also multicolored. "Are those the diamonds? Truly?" she asked, not believing her eyes. There were many colors. A lot were blue, and others were white, purple, yellow, green, and even black. She'd never seen diamonds with such variations and hues. But Maury spoke up, and she could sense mirth in his voice. "They look good, no? I'm sorry I could not make them purer or bigger. They were just a rush job in the end." Raegar gulped a bit, trying to consider the implications of that statement before clearing her throat. "We appreciate your generosity, Maury, and I promise to do my best in securing good relations between you and the Empire," she gushed. Rhiannon was not getting what was happening, but going to collect the array of gems as he procured a pouch from his stuff and began plucking them out of the sand. Before she could continue, though, the dungeon spoke up again. "I shall grant you 2 names. I like you, and it seems naming bestows a measure of power to those named." Raegar blanched at that. She was about to get pure, processed mana straight from a dungeon core. Would this be the tipping point to settle another ring around her mana heart? But Maury continues, his voice no longer even a pulse in her head. "Raegar Elderstent, I grant you the name of Wintry. From now on, your name shall be known as Raegar Wintry Elderstent for your elemental ability. However, I also have some knowledge for you to consider in improving your magic," he explained suddenly. The headache returns as her skull throbs. Concepts flash through her head about gas that can be pulled from the air to form ice that can be even colder than water-based ice. Letting out a huff from the stress, she spluttered with vital warmth. It was almost overwhelming as she had to clench her staff and shut her eyes, focusing on the mana entering her as she guided it around her body and into her heart. The 3 rings of concentrated mana she'd spent the last couple 100 years slowly forming with shuddering. However, despite the dungeon's apparent inexperience in handling mana, she managed to use the mana given to her effectively and wrangled the gift of mana to form a 4th ring. This advanced her power level 100 years earlier than she could have managed, without a doubt. But Maury, I thank you for this most generous of gifts," she exclaimed, her eyes bursting open and dropping to a knee and bowing to the core as she felt exhilarated after what just happened. She didn't even realize one of her blue eyes was now an emerald green. Rhiannon point of view. Rhiannon watched with odd fascination before looking at the core on his turn. "Rhiannon, I grant you the last name of Cretan. You may be known as Rhiannon Cretan and grow to be a fine warrior. Do not let your losses stunt your growth. Move forward and learn through them." The bull staggers under the weight of the mana coursing through him, but he soon recovers, one of his brown eyes turning emerald green. He could feel his mana heart pound and throb with vigor. His vitality outright felt like he could topple a mountain if he tried, but probably not really. He goes down to one knee, bowing his head. "I thank you for all this gift, Maury. I'll do my best to serve once we return." He goes to stand, grinning at an equally ecstatic Raegar, who smiles up at him when he hears the cough and clearing throat of the lizard man who'd been patiently waiting for his turn. Zassita POV. The battered old lizard steps forward, clawed feet clattering against the stone as the mage and warrior step aside. "Oh, great and powerful Maury, hear my plea. We, Beaskin, who the Gaian theocracy has cast out, have no home to return to. And while I'm sure these kind Empire folk would be willing to bring us with them, there will no doubt be more Beaskin coming through your territory as enslaved people. If it is your will, allow us to settle in your land, to build a haven for ourselves under the shadow of your protection," he begged with silent desperation, getting down to his knees and prostrating himself. The core was silent for a good while again before speaking up in their minds. "Yeah, sure, I don't mind." End of chapter. Chapter 10. Zassita POV. His body suddenly relaxed, but Maury had been nonchalant, but by accepting his people, Zassiter couldn't help but feel his anxieties washing away, though he suddenly felt anxious again as he felt the Call's voice echoing in his mind. However, I need something from you. You may stay on my land, but setting up any supply and structures will no doubt take time and resources. If you're anything to go by regarding the state of your people, that'll be hard to get going. Zassiter's mind raced, wondering what Vidmore could want with an old man like him. His gaze went over to the mages and warriors as they merely shrugged. If it means my people will be safer sooner, then I will do anything. Vidmore was silent for a couple of moments before his voice came through. It almost sounded like he was smiling. Good. That's a praiseworthy mindset. I need 2 things from you. First, hunt a flying bird for me and offer it before me. Your second task will be presented after you're done. You don't need to hunt the bird yourself, but the sooner you present it to me, the sooner we move forward. In the meantime, there are about 8 tents in the woods with bare scraps for food. You may use all the supplies from the caravan you came in on to get your people settled in. Zassiter was vaguely surprised but nodded as he bowed his head lower, scraping the floor. Hey, bird, yes, I shall bring you the finest bird I can find. Oh, great Vidmore. Oh, and here, I have no real use for these weapons yet, so, hopefully, they'll serve you well. Vidmore explained as 2 bows, 2 quivers, and a total of 40 arrows, an axe, and a short sword, and a long sword appeared at the bottom of the steps to the pedestal. Zassiter raised his head in acknowledgement, wondering where it all came from as he stood and began to collect everything. His arms were laden with weapons as Rionim decided to pitch in and at least help carry everything down. Raegar turned to acknowledge Vidmore once more. We shall take Zassiter back to his people and help them collect themselves. From there, we shall make our way to the Empire to report to His Majesty. Vidmore was quiet for a bit, though he responded, All right, then, safe travels. He sounded relatively cheerful as Raegar bowed her head and left with Rionim and the lizard man. The doorway grew once more as it passed before going back to normal. Vidmore point of view. Well, I somehow got myself tangled into international politics. I was never one for politics myself. I was more suited to sticking a knife between someone's ribs or infiltrating a place to spy while remaining out of sight. Nonetheless, I now have representatives in this new world, which should help me in the long run. Looking over Basti, I can't see her changing much physically anymore, though I notice some movement around her manor heart. She's got one of those rings now, which seems fascinating to watch. Though I shouldn't let myself get too distracted as I let my right hand enjoy her catnap. I dole out some more mana to the cubs, the set of 4 getting a burst of energy like the kids in caffeine as they play around in that parkour nook. The grey-black boy cub even joining in this time for the mewling and roughhousing. I look around for Ururu for a few moments since he's uncharacteristically not holding his post on my pedestal steps. It doesn't take long to find him, since he's currently coiled up in a house rock. It seems the poor fellow is also tired after such a busy day. Upon closer inspection, though, it looks like he's got layers of skin slowly peeling off of him. Huh. I wonder if that's how snakes usually shed skin. It's not like I've ever watched the process before. At this point, I turn my attention to myself, looking over my core after those intense waves of energy I got today. I had 3 rings earlier, but now after naming Rionim and Raegar, as well as finishing up with the thing with the diamonds, there are only 2 rings left. I also grew bigger again. Not by much, mind you, but it is noticeable. I'm still essentially grapefruit size, but with a couple more inches added to my overall diameter. In other news, it seems once my mana zombies get killed, I'm unable to bring them back once more. It's a shame, but I'm glad I don't have any useless corpses cluttering my inventory. On the other hand, the 3 that survived the last attack seem to have undergone some more mutations. The green orc seems to have bulked up. Her shoulders are now broader, and her fingers and fingernails look denser and sharper. The black-skinned elf looks more slender, yet upon further inspection, I can tell his leg muscles have been defined far more for leaping and jumping, increasing his mobility. Finally, the last human zombie. The lower jaw has clubbed off and his arms were severed. Even with all that, I can see that his throat has already developed specific mutations, along with his stomach and bile. Fascinating. Outside of those guys, I now have 15 new corpses to experiment with. Aside from most of them being more physically developed, a lot of them also have the makings of magic users, which I'm fascinated to see play out. Not to mention all their weapons and armor I can study and try to reverse engineer. If I can learn more about the armor of this world, I can probably start adapting it with some modern twists, which should only improve things for those in my care. I have a lot of work and probably enough time to do it. I hope that the lizard guy comes back with a bird soon. Those kids aren't in the best of shape, despite the requirements I set for the guy. I'd rather help them sooner than later. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Zacitor Point of View. I suppose I ought to thank the gods that Vidmore is a benevolent being. However, I wonder what he wants a bird for, of all things. Zacitor went and wandered the woods near the camp the others were starting to set up, deciding to get a start on Vidmore's request. After a head count, the now freed slaves were made up of 15 beastskin, 8 of which were children, a pair of dwarves, a mother and a daughter, a half-elf boy, and 3 human youths, as well as himself. At the end of the day, it wasn't a lot of people when it came to the grand scale of the theocracy, but he cursed himself for not noticing this disgusting practice sooner. Looking around, he was also cursing himself at how inefficient he was at being a hunter. He spotted several large birds of prey, glorious eagles and falcons, just soaring out of reach. The few that he was managed to sneak up on, he'd missed terribly. His old and battered arms are unable to properly handle the bow and arrows that were gifted to him by Vidmore. And the times that he can get off a shot, these eyes fail him as he's either way off or just barely missing. He keeps trying though, burning himself well into the night until a teenage rat beastskin comes to find him.
Elder, there you are. We were getting worried when you hadn't come back to the camp. Come, we've got some dinner going. A stew made with some of the mushrooms, herbs, and tubers, accompanied by dry meats, he enthused, gently taking the older man by his arm. However, he was watching the elder with worried eyes.
Sorry. I must have not noticed the day escaping me, Zacitor replied tiredly, letting out a heavy sigh.
What's the matter, Elder? You haven't explained why you've been out hunting. I understand that our food situation may be a bit precarious, however, that doesn't mean that you need to be the one going out to hunt, the rat beastskin asked, attempting to guess the reason himself. Zacitor looked over the teen rat beastskin and spoke. Your name is Remy, right? Remy nodded in confirmation. Just happy the elder remembered his name after just hearing it once. Well, Remy, the master of this land, Vidmore, has tasked me with hunting a bird for him. As soon as I can, he should provide us with the materials so that we can build ourselves a haven, sooner rather than later. Remy looked surprised. His rodent ears twitched in thought as his pink rat tail curled and flicked behind him. So that's why you've been out in the woods all afternoon and night. Why didn't you tell any of us? Zacitor looked abashed as he averted his gaze. Vidmore tasked me with this, and there was plenty of work to be done at the camp. You didn't need an old lizard like me getting in the way. Remy could see where the elder was coming from, but shook his head. You need your rest to recover from your wounds like the rest of us, Elder. We were concerned, he explained, leading him to the camp. A good-sized bonfire was going, a wolf woman stirring a pot that was still bubbling with stew as the group welcomed the duo back. Remy makes his way over to the pot and serves up a bowl of stew and brings it over to the elder with some bread, meat, and some wine from the wagons. The younger dog girl setting out some blankets for the elder to rest on. Zacitor can feel the exhaustion coursing through his body now that he's finally off his feet. He feels even more feeble than before, and figures he probably would have collapsed in the woods had Remy not tracked him down. He eats quietly, the warm soup feeling like a luxury after the last few days. Suddenly, there's a shift in the atmosphere of the camp
the adults and teens getting to their feet. A few of them collect the weapons they got, while others wield clubs from the thick tree branches. "Prowler, and it's a huge one," said one of the teen humans, wielding the short sword. Zassiter turns to look before forcing himself to stand as he gets between the group and the prowler. "Calm yourselves, please. This is Basti, one of W.R.E.'s beasts. If she meant us harm, we would not have even seen her." At that, the camp was still somewhat anxious, but they lowered their weapons. Basti, for her part, was relaxed the whole time, as if these people didn't even register as a threat. Once they were relaxed, she settled down at the edge of the flame light and watched over the camp for the night. The group was reasonably anxious, but they slowly got over it as they returned to enjoy their dinner before going their separate ways, dividing themselves into the array of about 20 tents. Having taken the camping supplies from the caravan to make sure everyone had something between themselves and the elements. The following day came and went, and soon it was afternoon and Zassiter began to wake. He could feel his whole body ache and strain against his will to move. Remy was right. He definitely shouldn't have pushed himself to hunt for so long, especially after climbing a mountain. It is a blessing, though, that his natural constitution has already healed most of his superficial wounds. He could see his tail growing, the faintest of nubs, where he had ripped it off the day before. Finally, with some more effort, he got to his feet and left his tent, and was greeted by afternoon sun. The camp was abuzz with activity. Lunch being served as Remy and the wolf woman cooked up some venison from a deer and one of the other beastskin hunted. "Good morning, Elder," Remy called out cheerfully upon seeing him, a few other camp members doing the same as he approached. "Or rather, should I say, good afternoon," he mused kindly as he offered a plate with a fire-grilled seasoned meat, then steamed tubers. Zassiter took it gravely once more, lowering his head slightly in thanks. "It seems that I was more exhausted than I realized. Thank you, Remy, for coming to get me last night." The rat teen smiled cheerfully, his rodent ear twitching with delight. "It's no problem, Elder. We're just glad to see that you're looking better." With that, Zassiter settled down under the shade of a nearby tree to eat more. The food filled his desperate stomach, and he savored every morsel. Other members of the camp greeted Zassiter as they passed, but one of the human team stopped by and offered a small cloth-wrapped bundle. "Remy told me you needed a bird for W.R.E. I'm sorry if this is not good enough, but I managed to strike it out of the air with my sling," she explained, unfurling a bundle to reveal a sparrow with a bloodied torso. It would have been a difficult shot indeed. Zassiter couldn't help but let out a big toothy smile. "It's perfect! Thank you for your help," he enthused softly, taking the bundle in his clawed hands ever so gently. The human teen smiled as she stood. "You're welcome, Elder. Have a good day now," she'd said gently as she walked off. With the meal done and the bird in hand, he made his way towards the mountain and sighed, beginning to ascend. However, he was approached by Basti, who seemed to have been waiting for him. She laid down and pricked her ears, seemingly still waiting. Do you wish for me to ride you?" he asked in a massive prowler with some anxiety. Surprisingly, she gave him a nod. At that, he made his way over and climbed on, and as soon as he was settled in, she began to move and climb with considerable speed and care. Before he knew it, he was climbing off Basti, standing before the sculpted entrance of W.R.E.'s chamber. Almost hesitantly, he stepped inside, claws clattering noisily against the brick. The call's voice echoed in his mind. "Ah, welcome back. I see you were successful in your task. Good, good." Zassiter got to his knees as he approached the pedestal, with the core of W.R.E. before him. "Yes, oh mighty W.R.E., I offer you the sparrow. Forgive me for not offering you a finer bird, as I had promised." "Don't worry about it, and the bird is perfect. Now then, for your second task," W.R.E. started to say, kind of trading off into Zassiter's mind. Zassiter looked eager, though, as he looked up to the call. "Yes, W.R.E., what is it? For my people, I will do anything." W.R.E. was still hesitant, as it took a few moments for him to speak up again. Good, that's a good mindset. But Maury, what is the second task that you have for me? Zassiter asks, confused by Vitmori's hesitancy. Well, that's the thing. For the second task, I need you to, die, he finally said. Zassiter was silent for a moment or two, looking surprised, before quietly whispering, "Oh." End of story. Zassiter point of view. The old lizard trembles, his anxiety bubbling over, yet he doesn't speak up until a few more moments. Well, Great One, if this one old man's life is a sacrifice that you need to protect everyone else, then you may take it. What? Sacrifice? No. It's merely the process that binds you to me. That way, I may actively work where you are and staying without having to send Bassie or Uluru. At least, as far as I can tell. It's how I've been bound to everyone so far, but Maury did his best to explain. Zassiter looked more confused now than anything, sitting up on his knees as he gazed into the swirling glow of the core before him. You mean you intend on making me a vassal of yours? A representative? He asked curiously, then tilting his head a little bit. Yes, that. Glad you found the words for it since you threw me off with the whole sacrifice talk. But Maury sounds almost relieved now that the situation has been clarified. With the general mood seemingly de-escalated, Zassiter relaxed more, sitting cross-legged before the pedestal. I see. Well, if it's no trouble, could we perhaps try doing this without me, dying? There was a bit of a pregnant pause before Maury spoke up. I don't see why not. I'll be honest with you. I've never done all of this without someone dying first, so I apologize for any discomfort you're about to go through. Zassiter nodded in understanding, grateful that he wouldn't be outright sacrificed. Well, anything is preferable to death, but Maury, he enthused with a small, warm smile. Of course. Now then, perhaps you should lay in the sand. I want you to be as relaxed as you can be when I do this, but Maury explains. The images of the mage and the warrior straining and buckling under the weight of the mana flashed in Zassiter's mind, though it wasn't from his perspective. The elder bowed his head in understanding as he stood, making his way over to the sand of the chamber just off the brick path, the eyes of the prowler cubs watching him from the shelf-looking area. Slowly getting down onto his stomach, laying his head on his arms as if to go to sleep. The next thing he knew, it was like he was being smashed into a tidal wave. He was being swept away by the sheer amount of mana poured into him. He could feel his body shifting and twisting under the weight of it all as he pants and groaned out. But Maury point of view. Gosh, this old lizard is a mess, lots to do and lots to fix. It's strange. Why doesn't he have a mana heart? I wonder if that's the norm. It's not like I've worked on anything that didn't have one. There are faint glimmers around his heart, but nothing of substance. I grant thee the title Shepherd. May your efforts in my service work to free more of your people from slavery. With that, a considerable chunk of energy began pouring into the guy, though I'm not really satisfied with that. So I go ahead and commit one of the rings in mana that is swirling around my core into the sky. Peering closer within, I guide the mana around. They were easing aches and pains, closing internal injuries, and wiping away old scars and breaks. His scales become a more vibrant bronze instead of a dull brown that they were earlier, a diamond of green forming on the lizard's forehead. I also decided to beef him up a little bit, stimulating the natural muscle growth now that his joints aren't an issue anymore. I'm able to regrow his tail in short order as well, but just by stimulating his natural heating factor. Even his reptilian hair regains its color, going from white to an earthy brown. Before I know it, the elder has become a man in his prime. If I had to guess, I just shaved 30 to 50 years of wear off of him and turned him into a well-developed physical specimen of his race. His mana heart also seems to have developed, pounding with vigor. One of his now vibrant copper-brown eyes turned emerald green. Zassiter point of view. It's over. The mana finally stops, and his whole body feels heavy. He could feel his heart thumping in his chest. Wait. He can feel his heart thumping. He opened his eyes slowly, taking in a deep breath before exhaling with an ease he hadn't felt in decades. Sitting up, he looks over to Whitmore's core with such a distinct clarity. I feel so young. My eyes haven't been this good in years. Even as he sat up, he felt much more limber, testing himself as he launched up with a push. Hopping onto his feet as he lets out a stupefied chuckle before laughing almost hysterically as he looked himself over. By the gods, I'm sexy, he enthused, sort of spinning in place as he looked over his pristine scales, running his clawed fingers through his hair before looking over his hands and arms. His raggedy clothes barely fit him now, as his body was more filled out with nowhere near as decrepit as it used to be. He was panting with exhilaration, the smile plastered on his face before he remembered where he was and turned to look at Whitmore's core, approaching and getting to both knees as he bowed as deeply as he could manage. Oh, Great One, I thank you for this blessing, for this new lease on life you've granted me. I swear I will be a loyal servant forevermore. With that, he hopped back up to his feet, intensely appreciating the novel sensation as he flexed his legs and toes, chuckling with delight at the sight of the mobility. But Maury's voice echoed in his mind, and he sounded surprised, but full of mirth. I'm happy for you, Zester. I'm just glad it turned out so well. Now then, it's time for you to go back to the camp. We have some work to do. Zaster smiled, looking back over to Whitmore's core and bowing his head. Of course, Great One. I'll make my way down as soon as possible. With that, he turned towards the chamber entrance and stepped out into the daylight, holding his hand towards the sun as his eyes adjusted to the light. With a slow, deep breath, he grins and starts heading down the mountain with a skip in his step. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Whitmore point of view. Well then, while Zassiter is off down the mountain, gather around Ururu, Basti, and Cubs, it's time to welcome a new member to our team. I'd look upon the small bird with intrigue, taking the time to examine it. Zassiter called it a sparrow, and it does look remarkably like one. Convergent evolution, perhaps. Odd, regardless. It's time to bring it back. I decided to ensure that it was on par with the other animals on my team and committed the other ring of mana to him. Wake up and serve me. I name you Jack, and you shall be my scout, survey my territory, and be my eyes. With that, chunks of mana begin to pour into the bird while I commit the rest of the dense ring to him. Jack's wounds heal, and his body grows and develops until he's about the size of a raven. His mana heart ignites before a single ring spirals and forms around the little thing. Suddenly, he stirs, flapping his wings and flipping around onto his feet as he looks around curiously. One of his brown eyes becomes emerald green, while a ring of the same color forms against his body under the left wing. Welcome back to the land of living, Jack. As I've said, you shall serve as my scout for my territory. Fly around and keep an eye on things, get my attention for things you need me to see, and do as you see fit for anything else. Oh, and do be mindful. There is a community of people here in my care. Observe and protect them while you're at it. Jack looks up at my core and flaps his wings once before saluting with the right wing. Aye, aye, he says before fluttering away. He just spoke, didn't he? Cinco, Rabbitkin, Huntsman point of view. The elder has been up on that mountain for a long time. I hope things are all right. The brown and black-furred rabbitkin man considered internally, setting up snares and traps that were marked with scraps of blue cloth and sticks to prevent accidents. His gaze frequently turned towards the largest mountain in the range that borders the forest. He stands tall, dusting off his dirt-coated palms on his legs. With a stretch, his cotton ball tail flicks, and his fluffy rabbit ears wiggle a moment before he relaxes. Taking a moment to collect his bow and quiver, he slung them securely onto his back and started heading for camp. However, he looked up once again and spotted movement, and flashed a bit of a smile. Ah, the elder must be on his way down. Making his way over, his confusion begins to mount as he watches a copper-scaled lizardkin approach on the way down from the mountain. Wait a minute, who are you? They looked familiar, but it couldn't possibly be him. Zassiter grins, flashing a complete set of shiny white teeth. Good afternoon, Cinco, it's me, Zassiter. Surprised, right? But Maury has appointed me as one of his vassals, and I am now the shepherd Zassiter. And all this, he starts to say while gesturing at his well-developed body, is the work of Maury. I feel as good as I did in my 30s, and even then, I was never this well-built. I'm proud to say that I probably have a long life ahead of me now. He enthused proudly, patting the confused rabbitkin's shoulder. Surprised is an understatement, Elder. Shepherd? He corrected himself. If that was his new title, and this was the result of being dubbed as such, he wasn't about to get it wrong. Isuk point of view, human teen, god apprentice. Should I stay, or should I go? It's not like I can go back to the theocracy, and the Empire is so far away. Besides, it's not like I'm going to leave Miriam behind, and she doesn't seem to be thinking about leaving at all. I guess I'll make the best of things here for the time being. Isuk was deep in thought, honing the edge of his new short sword with a strip of leather after having sharpened it earlier. He was so deep in thought that he didn't realize the Lizardkin Elder had returned from visiting with Maury, that dungeon core whose territory this happens to be. It wasn't until he felt the ground shudder that he looked up, seeing the built and copper-scaled Lizardkin in ill-fitting rags holding his hands out as trees vanished while forming a good-sized clearing. He stood and made his way over curiously, sheathing his blade as he stood off to the side, watching the forming crowd more than anything. He spots Vertissa, the grey-scaled Lizardkin herbalist with purple eyes, and Xanatul, the blue-scaled Lizardkin guardswoman with yellow eyes, watching the copper-scaled lizard man with some kind of intent. More movement catches his attention as the ground seemingly levels out and flattens before them. The dirt and foliage almost melt away before the frame of a large, practically oval-shaped building is formed. The copper scale now looks tired as he flashes a big grin. This is the beginning of what Maury calls the Longhouse. Over the next few days he'll be building this for us, though things will go a lot more easier if we cut more trees for him and bring them over here to the site. It will be a communal building for us to get out of the elements. From here, we can safely begin our work to build up the rest of the haven, with assistance if we need it, the copper scale explained. Excuse me, I have a question, if you don't mind, Woody spoke up, a beaverkin man accompanied by his son Twig. He had raised his hand to get everyone's attention. Who are you? He asked, addressing the copper scale, who only smiled. Though before he could speak up, Cinco spoke up to answer. This is Elder Zassiter, he started to say, much to the surprise of the rest of the community, who murmured amongst each other when Cinco continued. I watched him descend to the mountain myself, without a doubt. This is Zassiter. Zassiter grins as he looks over the group, his young eyes vibrant as his bronze and emerald gaze meets everyone else's, much to the excited but quiet murmurs between Xanatul and Vertissa. But Maury has selected me as his representative here and titled me a shepherd. He hopes that together we can work to free others condemned to slavery as they pass through with future caravans. But to do that, we must first take care of ourselves. So let's get to work, people. Zassiter clapped his now powerful hands together, which gave off a strong sound. Suitably motivated, they break and go back to what they were doing. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Jack point of view. The wind, the air, the sky, everything has had a fresh new taste and feeling ever since he woke up in the service of Maury. He darted around trees and branches with even more speed and control than he ever could as an ordinary bird, and he already knew the first thing he would do. His heart pulsed with His wings reverberated with power as each flap sent him forward. Escaping the tree line with a growing velocity, he manipulates the wind around him as he soars higher and higher into the sky before bringing his wings in tight. He shut his eyes, feeling the weightlessness take hold as he stopped rising and began falling. The air whooshed through his feathers and against his body before opening his wings at the second-to-last moment, propelling himself forward mere inches away from the ground. With another flap, he slows to a stop, steadying himself to touch down on a mossy log of a long fallen tree. But as he lands, one of his clawed feet breaks through the hole hidden under the moss. Now he's tumbling forward, flapping his wings wildly before landing in the grass and dirt with an oof. Now on his back, he looks up at the cloudy sky above him, letting out a low whistle before chuckling to himself in delight. I'm so big now, but I know that the world is a bigger place. He shifts around, flapping his wings before hopping on his feet as he looks around and examines himself in the sunlight. With a body like this, I could fly for days. Amazing! He lets out another tweeting whistle, pacing around as he gets the feel for his somewhat longer and stronger legs. The forest is under my protection from B-Robbo, and it's under the protection of me, Jack the Sparrow. He whistles with approval, enjoying the sound of his voice. He looked around, hopping and swaying a little from side to side. Even though I'm a big bird now, I won't be able to protect everything myself. But what I need is a team, a crew of other scouts who can work for me while I work for B-Robbo. Yes, that's what I can do, yes. His gaze darkens as he looks to the ground, his left wing flapping in an unconscious twitching reflex as his thoughts zip around his now much larger brain. But once I have a crew, I'll go after the defilers who took the Everfree from the rest of us. Gosh, how could I have forgotten that? He looks to the sky, a newly rediscovered resolve having been found thanks to the improvements by B-Robbo. Your days are numbered, you greedy bastards. With a flap of his wings, he again took to the skies. The next morning, August, young dwarf girl, point of view. Breakfast was berries and other fruits with some tasty bird meat and herbs. Young Aug wished for some sweet pancakes with honey or syrup, but she was a good girl who knew not to complain and be thankful for what she got. Mama was making new clothes with Miriam for the group using the canvas of the extra tents and the wagons, and while Aug would usually be a good little assistant, today Mama wanted to have some quiet time while she worked. Today Aug was meeting up with some other kids. Apparently Woody and Vertisa were organizing a group to head out to the river one of the huntsmen found yesterday. Woody was going to teach them how to make fish traps, while Vertisa was going to show them some veggies that grow by the water, as well as herbs for medicine and cooking. Aug, for one, was really excited to get out into the camp for a trip. After getting permission from her mama, she went to join the group. She smiled at Twig, who smiled back at the young girl. Soon enough, Isak also joined the group as a sort of guard. He was friendly too. He made lots of angry faces, but was quick to smile when approached. The walk through the woods was uneventful. The birdies were singing, and the sun was shining. On days like these, it was also great to go for a walk. One of the Beastkin girls began singing a walking song, and soon most of the other kids were singing too. Aug wasn't very good at singing, though, and didn't talk much anyway. But that doesn't mean that she didn't have fun listening and skipping along. Just before Aug's feet could start to hurt from all the walking, since it was a little harder for her to keep up due to her stubby legs, they had finally reached the riverside. It was so big, too, far bigger than she could ever jump. The kids started to scatter a bit, but soon they were divided into two groups. The kids who wanted to learn to make fishing traps with Woody, and the kids who wanted to know about herbs with Vertisa. Aug went over with Woody, being good with her hands as they folded and tied sticks together with grasses to make a simple trap. It was a pretty fun for Org. It almost reminded her of making baskets or even knitting in a way. Twig had even complimented her on her trap, which got her all bashful, since she didn't feel that it was nearly as good as Woody's. Now they go over to the water and begin to install some of the traps, though Woody gets distracted when he finds something called water cucumbers. He was really excited about a bunch of cattails he saw too, saying something about making bread with it, which Org was excited about. After her trap was installed and Woody was installing the traps the other kids had made, Org couldn't help but go to the water. Smiling cheerfully, splashing around by herself, she didn't even realize the mud was crumbling away under her feet. And suddenly, she slipped further into the water with a nearly quiet yelp. "Help me!" is all she can think as she washed away by the deceptively strong current. Chapter 15. Org Point of View.
It hurts. I can't see. Help!
Org can't swim all too well, but even if she could, the undercurrent of the water is much too strong. Things were starting to go fuzzy, but just as her eyes began to close, she saw a shape enter the water above her, but it all went blank before she could see more. Jack Point of View. It had been a quiet, busy night, finding and meeting his crew throughout the night, but he's confident he's cast a wide net. He already knew most of the birds from his life as a regular bird, but now he had a purpose for them and himself. With the manner given to him by Vidmore, he imbued the Cure's influence into about 20 birds. While they weren't too different from ordinary birds, they were more intelligent and stronger than the average bird. Though, in giving them mana, Jack became more powerful as their captain. From what he observed from the kills his crew managed to score, the individuals got a portion of the vital mana from the kill. From there, he gets a share of the energy, and the rest gets sent to Vidmore. So after getting his crew established, Jack managed to get all the mana he expended to recruit them back, thanks to their efforts. This morning, he was enjoying some fresh tea nuts he managed to crack all on his own, enjoying the fruits of his labor within the hard shell, when he suddenly was interrupted by a harsh landing of one of his crew birds. "Captain, trouble over by the river," squawked the Gib, a scruffy and plump-looking owl who was already rather intelligent before being imbued with Jack's mana. Jack let out a low whistling sigh as he peered over the edge of the branch to look at his nut, which had now fallen into the tall grass and leaves at the base of the tree. Shaking his head, he looked over to Ghibli and tilted his head a bit. "Is it Ghibli? Speak up." Ghibli, however, was panting and out of breath as he tried to get his message across. "Trouble, river, small two-legged thing fell in. It hasn't come up again. Swan is there, but the thing is too heavy." He finally managed to squawk out. Jack didn't bother with the response, flapping his wings with such force thanks to manipulating the wind around him, that the trees shook, knocking down every more nuts as Ghibli took off after Jack at a slower pace, already planting with each flap. This was precisely what Vidmore told him to keep an eye out for, and he wasn't about to fail on his first day. Within seconds he arrived at the river, not seeing Swan right away. He sped up along the current of the water. Soon enough, he heard the sound of his crewbird Swan calling out to him. "Captain, down here. It isn't moving anymore." Swan yonked up at him. "Hi!" Jack calls down in confirmation as he pivots in the air before diving into the water, swimming through it with practiced ease while he manipulates the currents to close the distance when he spots the little girl. His claws grab the collar of her tunic, extending his wings with the air current spiraling around him before launching out of the water. He quickly manages to get to the riverside before continuing to use his wind manipulate to pull the girl out of the water. Swan coming over and pitching in as she contributes both her mana and her bigger physical form. Once the girl is out of the water, Jack hopped onto her chest, looking her over before leaning and placing his head against her chest. "She's not breathing. She must have water in her." "What can you do about it?" honked Swan, looking from the thing with 2 legs to Jack with concern. Thinking quickly, he reaches out with his mana to pull the water out of the girl. Surprisingly, he finds that she's mostly made of water, though he does find 2 places where air and water were mixed and decides to grab that. With a ruffle of his feathers, he manipulates the river water as it comes out of her throat and mouth. When most of it is out of her, Org suddenly began coughing, taking huge and desperate breaths, startling Jack and Swan as Jack flitted off the girl and was touched back down beside her. Org soon began to cry from the pain of coughing and the frightening experience, though she would be fine now. She wasn't even aware of Jack and Swan yet, just lying pathetically on his side, says she just breathed. "Will it be fine now?" Swan yonks softly to Jack, her web feet shuffling in an anxious pitter-patter. "Yeah, I should be fine now," Jack replied, watching the girl before looking at Swan. "Well, you can go now. Good work, Swan." "Ah, thank you, Captain. See you later," she yonked, cheerfully enough before flapping her wings and flying back to upriver. Turning his focus back on the girl, he tweets and whistles at her to get her attention. "Hey, girlie, how are you doing? Are you hurt anywhere?" Org, for her part, managed to steady her breathing, but she was still whimpering with distress when Jack spoke to her. She looked around for a source of the voice, but when she didn't see a person, she only looked more confused and distressed. "Down here, Jack the Sparrow at your service," he said with a cheery whistle, lowering his head to the girl with the wing to his chest and another wing outstretched. Standing upright again with a flutter of his wings, he continues to speak. "Took a little spill in the drink there. Are you okay?" he asked, speaking in a more gentle tone. Org was genuinely spooked when she saw Jack talking to her, but calmed down more now that she was sufficiently distracted from the trauma that she just went through. Thinking about what he said, she nods, feeling pretty okay now. She was shivering considerably, though, while she got to her feet. "Poor thing, let's get you dry," Jack offers, picking up on the fact that she is cold as he uses a combination of water and wind magic to pull the excess from her clothes and hair before blow-drying her. Org was surprised and almost enthusiastic as magic rippled around her, letting out a cheerful giggle. "Thank you, birdie," she says in an incredibly soft and gentle voice. Jack flutters his wings happily before hopping up onto her shoulder. "You're welcome, kiddo. But my name is Jack. I'm sure you'll hear a lot about me going forward," he enthused charmingly with a whistle. She smiled warmly at the bird before speaking again. "Jackie." Jack let out a low whistling sigh before smiling. "Fine, you can call me Jackie. Let's get you home," he said as he flapped his wings and began guiding her while reaching out to W.R.E. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Unknown Point of View. I wake up at the start, my head now aching from the sudden impact against the wooden beam above me. "Back!" I managed to say quietly, massaging my forehead with a soft sigh. I had forgotten I crawled into a narrow attic of a garage to sleep the night away. Taking a few seconds to collect myself, I reach into my pack, taking a sip from my trusty canteen. I also take a moment to scarf down some dried meat before gathering my things. With my intentionally few things gathered, I scoot over to the hole that had led up into the garage attic and peeked down. From what I can tell, the sun is starting to rise, and the garage is pretty much empty. However, I do notice a stain coming from outside, like something crawled under the cracked open garage shutters and moved further to the house. With a sigh, I grabbed a wrench I had snagged the night before and hucked it down against the concrete floor, which caused it to clatter noisily. Ducking back away from the hole in the roof, I hear a snarling and clattering coming from within the house. The thumps of running feet sound out as one of the brainless come to track down the offending noise. Soon, it's in the garage, slowing down and taking measured steps. Its wheezing breath struggles to fill its lungs as its teeth chatter, snarl. Leaving my pack behind, I crawl forward into a kneading bowl by the hole down into the garage. With careful movements, I grab the edge of the hole and begin crawling out, moving slowly, as I rely on my upper body strength to lower myself down before dropping the rest of the way to the ground, almost silently. The zombie hasn't taken notice, still snarling as it slowly creeps forward, hunting for me in all the wrong places. Reaching down to my right thigh, I silently draw my trench knife, my fingers sliding into the knuckle guards with practiced ease as I close the distance of the zombie in a low, crouched stance. My body is nearly a blur as I lunge forward another 3 steps and swing up, plunging the blade in the back of the skull before twisting it and drawing back as the body crumpled in a heap. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding and sighed softly, looking around and using a filthy rag to wipe the gore off the blade before sheathing it. Going back over to the hole of the garage roof, I get a short running start before hopping up and grabbing the hole, but I only reach in and grab my pack before dropping down. I don't put it on just yet. Walking over to the garage shutters, I drop my pack as I kick it past them and step back. After a good seconds of nothing reacting, I drop to my stomach and crawl forward from under the shutters, now being greeted by the orange glow of the horizon. I take a deep breath of the crisp morning air before taking up my pack. Looking around to get my bearings, I spotted a set of smokestacks on the horizon, in the same area I spotted them yesterday. Hopefully, these folks are willing to cooperate. I say to nobody in particular. It's a bad habit that developed after so many scouting trips alone, but it helps me keep track of my thoughts. So screw it. Just like yesterday, I sling my pack back on and move forward, 1 foot after the other. But Maury, point of view.
Yeah, hey boss, can you hear me?
Huh? Oh jeez, I must have spaced out. Yeah, I can hear you, Jack. What's up? Honestly, it was a bit of a trip to think that one of my animals could talk. I can't help but wonder if the others can as well. If they can, why haven't they? And if they can't, why not?
Sorry if I'm interrupting something, boss, but my crew and I just fished a little girl out of the river. While she's handling it well, she went really far away from the others, and she's got stubby legs, so, what I mean to say is, we're not making much progress.
A little girl? Oh, shit. Good work, Jack. I don't know how you managed it, but you did great. I'll send Basti your way to help you get her back to the others. Well, what do you know? The very bird they offered to me turned around and saved one of theirs in return. I looked down at Basti, who lounged on the steps to my pedestal, while Ururu was out and about hunting and stretching his new muscles. Basti, I need you to go and meet up with Jack. He's currently escorting a little girl who apparently fell into the river. Make sure she gets home safe. Basti's ears perk at the mention of a little girl, feeling a sense of motherly concern as she doesn't even bother stretching before making her way through the door to my chamber. With her heading out, I decide to check on the cubs, as they seem to be napping as well. Huh. Where's the little black-furred cub? Org point of view. Org had a bit of a scary day, though thankfully she has Jackie with her. He's a magic birdie that saved her from the water and now has helping her home. But right now, her feet are starting to hurt, so she's going to sit for a bit. Finding a lovely tree, she goes and sits at the base of it, enjoying the shade as she looks up to the clouds while imagining the shapes that they're making.
So, girlie, you're tired? I would be too if I had to walk everywhere.
Jack commiserates with her, letting out a chirp of understanding as he flips off her shoulder and lands on the dirt. Orc smiles at Jackie as she reaches out and pats his head gently.
Hey now, girlie, watch the feathers. They're going to mess them up.
He complains with mock annoyance, but doesn't move.
You might be hungry and even thirsty now that I consider it.
Looking around, he lets out a high-pitched whistle. And soon there's a rush of activity as the nearest 6 crewbirds rush to answer the call. Even Ghibli responds as he clumsily lands on a branch. It seems he hasn't quite recovered from earlier.
Captain reporting in.
The cacophony of chirps, tweets, and squawks sound out as they look attentively down at Jack.
All right, you lot. Time for you to do something for someone else. Bring me some juicy fruits for the girlie here, and be sure nothing poisonous.
He ordered, and he looked among them.
Aye, Captain.
The bird sounded out before flitting off in different directions. Giving a satisfied nod, he looks back towards Org and tweets cheerfully.
Here we go. Don't worry, girlie. You'll be just fine.
Org nods, reaching out and patting Jackie's head feathers, eliciting another whistle sigh from him. but he just lets it happen. Before long, the birds return with all sorts of fruits that Org recognizes, and doesn't. She begins to eat, enjoying the treats as she quietly hums to herself. Soon after finishing up, her face and hands are all messy now as Jack expends a little more mana to manipulate some water magic carefully, letting her drink from the sphere. He manipulates before her and then washing her face and hands. "There you go, girlie. All better now?" Jack asks as he casually tosses the sphere of water away, letting it smack against a tree as it dissipates like a water balloon. Org nods eagerly, giving a confident smile as she gets to her feet. Jack flitted up onto her shoulder as she begins to walk again. Though she doesn't get far when she comes face to face with a giant cat. Looking at a deep ebony beast, she offers a smile as she reaches up and pats her head. "Cat," she says simply enough, before giggling cheerfully. Basti, for one, is taken back by the girl's reaction, but isn't unhappy about it as she gently headbutts the girl to show her affection. Though that's when Org squeals with delight as she spots the little black-furred cat leaving the big cat's shadow. He was in awe at all the new colors and smells, looking up and around before immediately blinding himself with the sun as he hissed to himself. However, he jumps when he hears a squeal and is suddenly scooped up, too stunned to even think about lashing out. "Kitty!" she gushed, picking up the cub that was about half her size with apparent ease. Jack looks over at Basti, who seems surprised by her tag-along, and chuckles at her expense. "Looks like your cub got a drop on you," he teased mischievously, flitting away from Basti's half-hearted attempt to swipe at him before lying down. Looking over at Org, Jack speaks up. "All right, girlie, get on Basti here, and let's get you home." Org, for her part, was still hugging the stupefied cub, who had never been handled this way. Looking over at Jack, she grins cheerfully. "Okay, Jackie," she gushed, climbing up while still holding the cub, using one hand to grab Basti's back while the big cat stands and adjusts to having a rider. Though Basti couldn't help but smirk down at Jack upon hearing his nickname and chuffs in amusement. "Hey, I told her my name. It's not my fault she keeps getting it wrong," he chirped defensively as he flapped his wings to take flight. All the while, Basti followed after him at a careful pace. End of chapter. Zassita point of view. "These clothes you have crafted feel excellent. Wonderful work, you two," Zassita enthused charmingly, admiring his new canvas shirt and pants as he praised Sylvia, the dwarf armorer who dabbles in tailoring, and Miriam, the human teen. She apprenticed as a tailor before ending up in this situation. He was twisting side to side and flexing his defiant arms to test how maneuverable the stitching allowed him to be. Sylvia even went so far as to prepare him a leather vest made of the skin of the white-furred deer that had been hunted yesterday. He was undoubtedly cutting a dignified look now that he was out of those ill-fitting rags. Sylvia chuckled softly as she watched the now younger man test her handiwork. "I'm glad you like it, Shepherd. Since yours turned out well, I think we can start handing out the rest of the clothes that we have already finished before continuing on to the next batch." Miriam smiles as she nods along, rolling her wrist as she contemplates the upcoming work. "Honestly, I'm just glad most of our little community are beastkin. We don't have to make as many pairs of shoes or boots, thanks to that." Zassita chuckled heartily at that, lifting his clawed foot and rolling it around the new flexibility at an ankle and knee. "I suppose it is one of the many blessings that we can be thankful for, despite our circumstances," he mused as he set his foot down. However, he soon adopts a faraway look and kind of glances over at the mountain where Vitmori resides. Sylvia had already settled down on a log that had been fashioned as sort of a bench before glancing up at Zassita. "Is something the matter, Shepherd?" she asked curiously, before glancing back down at the shirt that she was working on, for Org in particular. Miriam watched the lizardkin curiously as she settled down beside Sylvia to start on a pair of pants for Isak. Zassita was silent for a few more moments before shaking his head as he settled down and sat cross-legged and extinguished the fire pit. "It's nothing, I think," he said, his brow furrowed before deciding to speak up. "I am connected to Vitmori, and I hear his voice and thoughts within my mind, even from this distance. It is an odd sensation.
even different from when you stand before his core and get spoken into directly," he tries to explain, taking his time to find the words. Miriam listens with rapt attention, sufficiently distracted from her work. Sylvia, on the other hand, can continue her work easily enough while listening intently, as she occasionally glances over at Zassiter while he speaks. Zassiter takes a moment to consider his words, his tongue trailing over his pristine white teeth before continuing. "It's truly an odd sensation to know that your mind is no longer solely your own, yet comforting to know that in your most desperate moments you can reach out with a mere thought and find support of another." He considered with a soft smile, before tossing another glance up to the mountain. "Though this connection certainly works both ways. In the last couple of days since Whitmore titled me a shepherd, I can occasionally gotten flashes of moments of memories of not my own. Thankfully, they come to me as waking dreams, so distinct from my memories that they're here and gone within moments of arriving and only leave lingering impressions." At this, Zassiter pauses as he runs his fingers through his earthly brown hair, which is now so much healthier and thicker compared to a week ago. Now, even Sylvia is sufficiently intrigued to stop her work, fully listening to Zassiter's words. In fact, a few of the others decided to come by and sit around the shepherd to hear him speak. "In these flashes, I see through the eyes of a man in a world not our own, one that has ended, dying and decay with the rot of the undead. The man carries a burden of guilt, disgust, and despair in himself, and for his future. He leaves countless corpses in his wake, mostly that of the undead, sometimes that of beasts in the shape of people, and far too often the bodies of friends and loved ones who merely couldn't follow him in the path he forges for himself." Zassiter sighs softly as he shakes his head, shuddering as the intense emotions in those glimpses of memory surface vividly for him. "I think that Maury is a benevolent being, though he carries burdens and damages the likes of which we probably won't fully understand." At this, the members of the community discuss amongst themselves, though Sylvia decides to speak up. "Can we trust Vidmori? If he's as damaged as you say, what if he snaps and decides just to kill us all?" The others in the group murmur some more at that notion. Zassiter nods in understanding at that, casting a glance back up at the mountain before looking to the others once more. "I know this is little consolation, but I do trust Vidmori. He had no real reason to take us in, and if he wanted us all dead, I'm sure that we would have done so while we were still in back of the cards. If for nothing else, please trust me when I say that we can trust Vidmori." Sylvia was suitably mollified by this, giving a simple nod as she returned to her needlework. The others were appeased by Zassiter's words as well, as they nodded and gave their pieces on stating how they trusted Zassiter's judgment. Just then, the group that went to the river had returned to the camp, chatting animatedly, while their arms were laden with many supplies they could forage from the woods, along with some fresh fish from the river itself. The group of kids began to scatter. Those with parents went up to greet them. In contrast, the few orphans went to the remaining adults who decided to become their guardians, and they too were welcomed with equal enthusiasm as the children were blood-related parents. Sylvia was still somewhat distracted with finishing Org's new shirt that she hadn't realized her daughter hadn't come to join her just yet. Setting the shirt down in her lap, she begins to actively scan around before looking to Isak, her gaze narrowing as Miriam measures his waist again. "Isak, where's Org?" Isak, for his part, was surprised that Sylvia was talking to him suddenly, and quirked a brow. "Huh? What do you mean?" Looking at the dwarven woman, before looking around to scan the camp himself, while Miriam stepped away, having gotten the measurements she needed. Starting to get understandably freaked out, she stood and marched right up to Isak, grabbing him by the chest of his shirt and dragging him down to eye level. "I said, where is my daughter? You, Woody, and Verista were supposed to be watching her." She raised her voice, shaking the startled teen as she quickly lost the little composure she was holding on to. Before Zassiter could step forward and try to break this up, he suddenly felt Vidmori's voice echoing in his mind. "Hey, Zassiter, just letting you know that one of my guys found a little girl. Apparently she got washed away by the current of the river. Don't worry, she's fine and currently on her way. It'll just be a bit, since she was kind of went far out. Zasada sighs softly to himself, in relief, before thinking back to Vidmori. Your timing is impeccable, O Great One. Many thanks for your vigilance over our precious young. It takes a moment for Vidmori to respond, but he speaks up soon enough. Yeah, no worries. I said you all would be in my care, and I intend to commit to that. With that, Zasada could feel the connection wane as Vidmori's attention went elsewhere. Moving forward, he grabs Sylvia by the shoulder to get her to release the poor teen, though she lashes out, her fists striking like clubs against the copper scales. It hurts, but he tanks the hit as he gets her attention. Sylvia, it's okay. Org is fine. Vidmori told me she's with one of his vassals and currently on their way. Sylvia, for her part, looks remorseful for having actually hit Zasada, speaking in a softer tone. Oh, okay, thank you. Zasada merely smiled kindly as he pulled away before looking at Isak and then to Woody and Xanatal as they approached during the commotion. It seems that she fell in the river and was washed away, and it probably happened too quickly for anyone to have seen her go. However, you must reflect on your failures today and be more vigilant over those in your care. Zasada instructed with the firm understanding and compassion of a man his age would have cultivated over the years. Isak taking it especially hard since he failed to even notice the girl missing. Not that Xanatal or Woody didn't look equally abashed by Zasada's words. Now, let's get back to work. There's still plenty to do to make this place livable, Zasada instructed the group, nodding in understanding as they broke apart and went their own ways. Sylvia and Miriam got back to making clothes, though Sylvia's hand is unsteady, anxiety plain on her usually calm expression. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Vidmori Point of View. In the mountain below my chamber, my focus comes over the more imposing of the armored holy knights escorting the caravan. Likely the only reason he went down the way he did was due to the sheer fact that he was overwhelmed by the bulk of the remaining zombies after the rest of his 14 buddies were cut down by my zombies Basti, Ururu, Rionum, and Revire. Now, I don't have to bring him back to life like the others, nor do I have the mana to try and drag his soul back into his corpse. However, I do want to test something out. As far as I've seen, naming and titling someone dramatically affects the physical form of being targeted by my intent. Yet, this has happened only after I brought the soul back into the body, with the one current exception to my studies being Zasada, who never died in the first place. Yet, as I watch this armored corpse, I feel compelled to do something different than before. Instead of just mutating the corpse into a mana zombie like the others, I want to try and give this one intelligence. Rather, the word that comes to mind is ego. I'm not exactly flush with mana right now, though, especially after laying out the stone foundations for the longhouse with Zasada earlier. But looking over my core, I notice a considerable amount of glimmering within the green gem, which is most likely the byproduct of the vital energy coming thanks to the hunting of Jack's screwbirds. But this much I can probably grant a name, but not do much else. Turning my gaze to the armored corpse, I'm still unsure what I expect to happen, but I commit anyway. Rise up, my knight! In life, you were scum who lashed out at innocence and rounded our people to sell due to sick and twisted values and morals. In death, you shall serve and save and protect those who you once scorned. Whereas now you shall tear down and destroy those who would trample upon the lives of others for the mere sake of profit or twisted religious dogma. I name you Dread. Stand and present yourself. With my speech done and the name bestowed, I feel the mana pour out of my core until I'm left with a faint twinkling within me. However, the knight before me begins to shudder and convulse. Yet, when he stops, he begins to stand slowly with intent, standing tall with a rigidly disciplined posture. He looks ahead and then around before looking up to where my core currently rests. His eyes, which should have been completely hidden within the room's darkness, and the cover of his helmet now glow with a faint yet distinct green hue. Dread Point of View. I exist. As if a switch had been flipped, where once I was nothing, I am now here. The knight takes a moment to consider his surroundings. It's dark,
empty and lifeless, yet energy seems to permeate through the air. After a few moments, his gaze wanders before looking at the source of this energy, and at that moment, he knows it to be his creator. Dropping down to one knee, he lowers his head with reverence. "Creator!" His voice rumbles out with a rough yet alluring cadence. "I give my thanks to you for willing me into existence. I know I am not alive, yet I am not dead either. Even though I now exist in this limbo, I swear to serve in your name." Even though his creator has not spoken to him yet, he feels the name imprinted on his very being. "Vitmori, this dread shall be your blade." With that, he looks back to where he can sense his creator and gazes intensity. Vitmori point of view. Well then, I'm not sure what I expected, but it wasn't that. From what I can feel coming off of Dread, the knight that once inhabited that body is not the being that is currently in that body. I wonder how I knew to do this, or how I even knew this would work. Whatever this is, anyway. Looking closer, I check for his mana heart, yet it does not glow or pulse. Instead, besides his mana heart is a ball of energy. It is not precisely mana anymore, but it feels like vital energy. The same kind of energy that I absorb when my animals and zombies kill others. The light is frankly weak and not very impressive, but considering how little energy I poured into him, I shouldn't have expected much. Speaking up, I pull the sword and shield I got from this particular night and set them down before Dread. I appreciate that vow that you gave him to my service. However, you should know this. Currently, you are the least of my servants. For now, until I can give you more power. I want you to get used to your body. The form you currently inhabit is known as a knight, a battle master who wields both magic and blade with equal might. Train and discover the muscle memory within the body until you are comfortable with the sword and shield before you. Find the stances he knew. Familiarize yourself with the swings and blocks he trained with, and master your new body. Phew, that sounds like a beginner step for him to focus on, until I can flesh him out more. Dread eagerly takes up the sword and shield, sheathing the blade while holding the shield in his offhand. He then clangs his right hand against his chest in the form of a salute. "As you will, Creator Vitmori. I shall strive to master myself as you ordered." With that, he drew the blade and slowly got into stance, before beginning with a simple vertical slice. Jack, point of view. "Hey! Looks like we're coming up on the camp now," he called back to Basti, who rumbled a low meow in response. Along the way, it seems the stress of the ordeal had gotten to Org, and she had since fallen asleep against Basti's back. She was dozing soundly while clutching the black-furred cub close, much to its dismay, though it was better in the girl's embrace rather than facing its mother after the stunt he pulled today. So in the end, he allowed it to happen, despite his discomfort. Jack fluttered down beside the cub and let out a chirping snicker as he watched him, now sitting on Basti's back during the last stretch of the track. "So, Kitty, how's the world outside the cave?" he teased mischievously. The cub mews a bit and huffs, his discomfort under the weight of the surprisingly dense little girl getting to him. "Still, it was pretty ballsy of you to sneak out in Basti's shadow. Though I suppose you are mature enough to make it out here on your own. Then it might be time to let the other cubs come out to play," Jack mused, looking over the back of Basti's head as she padded along. Basti, for her part, just chuffs with pride. Despite being upset about the cub's recklessness, she couldn't help but be impressed with her little runt. However, she still was unsure about bringing all of her cubs away from the safety of Vitmori's chamber, rumbling out a soft chatter of consideration. Jack merely shrugs his wings before winking at the cub, now hopping forward on along Basti's back to perch on her head, much to her annoyance. She has to let it happen, lest she knocks the sleeping girl off her back. Now, Basti, you can't keep your cubs cooped up forever. The sooner you expose them to the world, the sooner they'll grow and find their places in it." He puffs up with the feathers for a moment and settles down. "I mean, look at me. My mum kicked me out the moment I could fly, and I turned out all right," he mused confidently. Both mother and cub agreed as they murmured with uncertainty at Jack's statement. "Oi! I take offence to that," Jack said indignantly, as he packed at some fur on the ear before flitting away when she twitched in response. Before long, they were in view of the camp. One of the members spotted Basti and nearly shat themselves before remembering who and what she was. That's when they spotted Org on Basti's back, and they hurried off. "Sylvia, it's Org! She's back!" Org stirred at the shouting, rubbing her eyes and sitting up. The cub takes the opportunity to wriggle away and hop down off Basti's back before ducking away in her shadow. Basti slows to a stop once she's in the camp proper. Sylvia runs up fast as her short legs can take her. "Org!" she cries out, as her building anxiety finally bubbles over as relief. Now fully awake, Org sees her mother, and instantly a downpour of tears starts streaming down her eyes. "Mama!" she cries out, much to the surprise of the rest of the camp, who knows her to be a notably silent girl. Org pushes off Basti and falls onto her mother's arms as the two embrace, tears running down their eyes while Org wails against her, sobbing miserably as the stress of what happened to her comes spilling out. The two ladies are left to each other's company as Zassiter approaches with Maury's vassals. Despite being informed of the event that transpired, he couldn't help but be surprised by the sight of what was once a very dead sparrow before him, alive, bigger, and clearly more powerful than before. "Thank you, both of you, for bringing Org back," Zassiter said respectfully and lowered his head. Basti simply murmured in response, whereas Jack spoke up. "It was no problem. We were merely doing as Maury told us," he said, downplaying the whole thing. Zassiter merely smiles at the bird. "No, really now. And here I was told that a brave and powerful bird single-handedly saved this little girl. I believe his name was Jack." Jack sort of poofs up his feathers, his ego being sufficiently scratched. That's Captain Jack Sparrow, at your service," he said as he lowered his head, holding one wing out while the other wing was out before standing up properly once more. At this, Sylvia looks over at Jack, her eyes red and puffy with tears. "Thank you, Captain Jack, for saving my precious little girl." At that, Jack looks a bit more bashful. "It was no problem, seriously. Girlie was a good kid. She was obviously raised right," he chirped out with the flatter of his wings. But before he could continue deflecting, Org spoke up through her whimpering as she looked at Jackie. "Thank you, Jackie." With that, she calms some more and clings to Sylvia as the woman scoops her up and walks off. Jack could feel the warmth pounding in his chest as he looked away. Yeah, you're welcome, kiddo," he murmured softly under his breath. And with that, he dismissed himself and flew into the tree line once more. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Trisha, teen human blacksmith point of view. "Hey, thanks for escorting me. I know I said I could handle this on my own, but I appreciate the company." The young woman glanced back at Isak and flashed a smile. It looked like Isak needed to get out of the camp after what happened a few hours ago. Luckily, nobody blames him outright for losing the little dwarf girl, but it is bothering him. Isak offered a half smile as he stretched the back of his head. "No problem. Besides, the shepherd warned us that non-combatants shouldn't be traveling alone in the woods, despite it being Maury's territory. We're still visitors and trespassers here. It's better not to be alone, lest we come across some line," he explained simply enough, as his hand rested on the grip of his short sword. It's not like she wasn't there when the group meeting, but she wasn't exactly paying attention. She was just being honest. Right now, they were heading towards the mountain. She didn't intend to climb it, but she wanted to see if there was an opening near the base that they could get into. "Remind me why you wanted to come here again?" Isak asked, mainly wanting to fill the silence as he looked around the tree line, spotting a deer that spotted them before it made a beeline away. Trisha shook her head at having to remind him and happily re-explained the situation. "Well, I'm feeling a bit restless around the camp, and outside of carving wooden clubs and stone-tipped arrows, spears, and wooden shields, I'm eager to get a forge going. I'm missing the heat, and we'll need a bunch of tools and supplies that we can't just trade or buy, considering our circumstances. All that to say that I want to check out the mountain caves to see if there are any ores that we can mine sometime soon." she explained in a somewhat long-winded way. Isaac just nodding along at this point, having been listening for the mere relief of there being some dialogue to combat the silence. "And what are we going to do about the light source?" he asked, only just now realizing that going into a cave probably meant little to no light, and he forgot to pack a torch. Trisha couldn't help but snort with amusement at his apparent realization before gesturing to her hip. Hanging off of it was a torch with a strap, as well as a club with a strap of cloth binding around the grip. "I've got us covered, Mr. Guard," she teased lightly as they reached the mountain base. Glancing from side to side, she began to walk along until she hopefully found the entrance that she was looking for. "I'm surprised you're not carrying one. Aren't guardsmen trained to carry a torch with them for the sheer utility of it?" she asked with a genuine curiosity. Isaac huffed with a mild annoyance before shrugged a bit, and it's not like he even had any armor to speak of. "Well, I didn't realize we were going to be cave diving. Torches were meant to be used by night guards, which wasn't a duty I was assigned to too often due to still being a trainee," he mentioned, as the mainly just followed her trail, still surveying their surroundings, as if by being hyper-vigilant now, he can make up for this morning. "Fair enough. Would you like to hold it?" she offered with a bit of a grin, having untied it from her belt and held it out to him. He rolled his eyes but took it, though even as he strapped it to his sword belt, he realized he didn't have the means to light it. After deciding against inviting further teasing, he opted not to say anything about it. "So, how'd you end up in the back of the cart?" Trisha asked, sounding rather sheepish as the grass and gravel crunched beneath her feet. Isaac was pretty surprised that she brought that up and averted his gaze as he decided to gather his thoughts. I picked up a shift of another guard. I was trying to earn some extra coin. You know, I wanted to buy a bit of a gift for Miriam. That part of the story doesn't matter," he said, shaking his head a bit before looking forward again. "Well, the other guard and I had similar builds, and the helmets covered our entire face for the most part. That is to say, the guard whose patrol I picked up got tapped to report in for a raid of some kind. I was all gung-ho and eager for it too. Finally, I thought, a chance to prove myself as a trainee, and show my worth." He sighed, his shoulders sagging as he rubbed the back of his head again. "To say it didn't go like I expected is putting it extremely lightly. The next thing I knew, a team of 6 of our scars was in the middle of the slums, approaching a peacekin quarter right in the middle of the evening. The team leader bashed the brittle door down so easily, and that's when I saw Miriam. She was just there preparing for a coming-of-age dress for one of the girls in that household. The next thing I knew, she was being slammed down into the ground along with the Donkin family. Hoods were thrown over their heads and chains slapped to their wrists as the others began dragging them off. I tried to stop it, of course. I asked what they did wrong or what the charges were, but the others just looked at me oddly. Even with the helmets, I could tell that they were confused by my reaction. That's when the team leader approached and ripped off my helmet, and upon meeting my gaze, he seemed to understand what may have happened." At this point, Trisha stopped walking, having spotted what looked like a cave entrance not too far ahead. However, she wanted to hear his story without interruptions. Isaac had also stopped walking and adopted a faraway look as he remembered what had happened so vividly. "The team leader tossed the helmet over to someone else, and when I went to look to see who caught it, I received what I think was a metal elbow to my jaw. When I woke up, I was in underclothes and chained up with you and everyone else in the holding cells." Trisha nods in understanding. The end of the story was somewhat similar to everyone else's at the camp. I see," was all she could manage as they walked up to the cave entrance and peered inside. He looked inside the cave before he offered the torch back to her with a vague embarrassment. I can't light it." At that, despite the heavy mood that came over between them, she couldn't help but chuckle at his expense. "Don't worry, I've got it," she said gently, holding her hand out at the end of the torch. After a moment of focus, she spoke out the words of power for focusing her magic. "Candlelight," she declares with a gentle familiarity. The end of the torch caught light as she pulled away, still holding the tiny flame in her palm. "Now we've got 2 light sources," she mused, smiling some more at Isaac's pleasantly surprised expression. Continuing forward with the light, she began looking around the cave entrance before stepping further in. "Looks like this isn't just some shallow cave. It opens up further ahead. Isak nodded intently, but before she got too far ahead, he moved forward and outpaced her when he glanced back and offered a half smile. At least let me do my job and escort you in here. I'll walk in front. With that, he continued along ahead of her, though, as they walked, he glanced back to her again. How'd you end up in all of this? She should have figured that he would have asked her in return after she pried into his business. Well, I'm sorry to say that my story isn't nearly as dramatic or interesting as yours, she said bashfully before clearing her throat. Well, it'll be something to fill the silence at least, he countered with a smirk, glancing back at her before focusing on the natural cave tunnel before them. Well, she started to say before sighing a bit. Just over a year ago, my father died of an illness, despite us spending most all the coin we had. Whatever malady had grabbed a hold of him would not be cured by any of the medicines the church could offer. So, when he passed, I inherited the forge, she explains with a small amount of emotional detachment. She had already grieved and processed this. She also knew her father would probably give her a hard time if he knew she grieved for as long as she did. Well, with his passing, the notoriety of his name could only carry me so far, and soon enough, the only ones who would visit the forge would be the local butchers and chefs needing their blades sharpened or their cookware reshaped. To say it wasn't enough was an understatement. I stubbornly clung onto my father's forge, even going so far as to take several loans to keep up the food supplies and taxes, she says in a distant voice as she recalls her stresses and troubles. Stopping and holding the flame in palm closer to the stone wall, she scratches a fingernail against it for a moment and frowned, unsatisfied with what she saw. She kept walking. As anyone would have guessed, some tax collectors came. Eventually, after stopping them at the door a few times, they broke into the smithy in the dead of night and carried me off before I could properly resist. And soon enough, I found myself in the same holding cells as you. Isak nodded solemnly at that. I'm sorry for your loss, he offered, unsure what else to say to all that in the end. Trisha offers just a simple hum of acknowledgement as she traces her fingers along the natural ridges of the stone. Isak was now about to say something else when he heard the clattering of stone further ahead in a much more open cavern along the trail of the cave path. Hold up. Did you hear that? End of chapter. Chapter 20. Isak point of view. The hairs against the back of my neck begin to rise. Something in the air was warning him that the situation was about to turn nasty. Holding up the torch, he tried to illuminate the rest of the dark cavern before him. The orange flame was dancing against the walls when he caught movement from the corner of his eye, along with another clattering sound. Wheeling around to turn the torch to the source of the sound, he was met by the reflective gaze of a rat who sniffed at his general direction before scampering off. So, Mr. Guard, the amused-sounded voice of Trisha sounded out from behind him as she stepped closer and peered over his shoulder. Are you going to defend us from the mighty-looking rat? She could help but chuckle softly as she patted his shoulder before stepping past him and holding up the tiny flame in her palm to light the path forward. Isak couldn't help but sigh and roll his eyes. Hey, we have no idea what's down here. Not to mention, this mountain is the home of a dungeon core. Who knows what's lurking within here? He warned warily, now wishing that he had at least had some form of armor. Also, please stand behind me. If anything does happen, I'll probably be better equipped to handle it. Trisha just shrugged in response, looking around the open area of the space in the cave, before finding a path off to the right and gesturing to it. All right then, lead us down that way, she suggested. Turning to look, he hummed in consideration before simply nodding. Sure, all right. He agreed as he overtook her again and made his way forward, peering through the passageway. It seemed just wide enough for them to walk through if they walked side by side, though he didn't seem to notice that the floors were more often flat-looking and occasionally smooth as they proceeded further and deeper into the cave. Seems a little empty to be considered a dungeon, Trisha murmured aloud. Casting a glance back at her, Isak couldn't help but agree. But for whatever reason, that made a sinking feeling in his gut grow even more. Yeah, no kidding. Maybe he just doesn't see the need to attack us. Isak offered a reason, seemingly trying to convince himself more than anything, as he heard another clatter of stones. Geez, must be another rat, he considered, just focusing on the path before him as they took a right turn. Say, have you even found any mining spots? He remembered to ask as he glanced back at Trisha. Trisha, in turn, was running her hand along another wall as she squinted at some of the cracks.
Actually, yeah, there are a few spots around here,
she mentioned as she turned and looked at Isak, who looked back at her, almost annoyed. He sighed softly. His nerves seemed to get the better of him. If you found what you were looking for, why didn't you say anything? At that, Trisha just responded with a shrug.
Well, I wanted to find more. I wanted to know if maybe there was anything worthwhile.
Forcing himself to remain in the moment, he ran his fingers through his hair and shook his head a little. I'm getting a bad feeling about all this. Let's acknowledge the ones you've found and come back later with more people. I don't want to be this far from camp when it gets dark, especially considering the sun was in the latter half of the sky when we left. Trisha couldn't find an argument against that as she relented.
Fair enough. Not to mention, we should probably fashion a lot more torches to try and illuminate some of the paths and chambers,
she considered, noting how much carving she's got in the near future. Nodding with some vague sense of relief, Isak stepped past her again and started heading down the path they walked. Taking a left, he suddenly stops as he is facing with the skeleton. Whoa! Oh shit! He stepped back, resting his hand on top of the grip of his blade.
Oh, cool, a skeleton,
Trisha enthused as she peeked around the corner to see what had freaked Isak out.
Maybe it's one of the Vitmoris. Doesn't he use a mix of undead and beasts?
She offered from what Shepard had told them. At that, Isak started to relax. Yeah, maybe he's just checking to see what we're doing down here, he reasoned as he watched Trisha approach the skeleton with a smile.
Sorry if we're troubling you, Vitmori. We're just looking for some ores and minerals to use back at the Haven,
she explained apologetically. At this, the creaking skeleton tilts its head, the purple gleam in its eyes staring at Trisha before it grabs her shoulders.
Well, hey now, aren't you being a little too forward?
She joked, but suddenly felt anxious as its grip tightened.
Hey, stop that, it hurts,
she cried out as she started to try and squirm away. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Isak rushed forward, pulling his blade from his hip, but not drawing it as quickly, and struck the pommel against the skeleton's skull, shattering the brain case as the skeleton crumpled in a heap of bones. Isak glanced back at Trisha, who was holding her left shoulder with a strained expression on her face. We should get out of here, he said firmly, as he kicked away some of the bones.
Yeah, okay,
Trisha said softly, as she watched the bones with a deserved wariness before stepping forward after Isak, as he retook the lead. As they returned to the last open cavern they were just in, he heard an unmistakable creaking of even more skeletons as he swung his torch around, trying to light up more of his field of view. To his horror, there were more of them, and not just humanoid shapes. The amalgamation of corpses and bodies seemingly pieced together randomly, as they began clattering and crawling towards him and Trisha. Run! He cried out, grabbing Trisha's wrist as he pulled her hard and started running back the way they came. There were more and more skeletons, but littered among them were old and desiccated undead groaning out as they shuffled forward. Two, in particular, were already blocking the way to the following path, which would lead them to the first cavern they entered. Gritting his teeth, Isak bellowed out a war cry as he shoulder-charged the first undead, pushing Trisha past the other before drawing his blade with his now free hand. The undead that wasn't hit was now reeling back to strike, its movement easy to read and telegraphed as Isak sidestepped before slashing out with the downward swing of his sword, the thoroughly sharpened blade cleaving through the undead's rotten shoulder and chest, cutting the undead down with ease. Now turning on the heel and rushing down the path again as Trisha stayed as close as possible. Soon enough, they reached the first open cavern and were able to run through it with no opposition. Then came the main path, all the way out of the mouth of the cave as they finally reached the surface. The cool evening air rushed to greet them as the duo panted hotly while trying to catch their breath. Isak eyed the mouth of the cave warily before glancing back over to Trisha. We need to warn the shepherd, but Mori almost killed us. Trisha was shivering with fear, her shoulder aching as she tried to not consider how close they were to dying.
Yeah, let's go,
she said softly, swallowing hard, and the two of them moved to get some distance between them and that cave. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Zassiter, point of view. I'm serious, Shepard. He tried to get us, sent a whole swarm of skeletons and undead once we passed the first 2 rooms. He's murderous, and is just waiting for us to let our guards down. Isak was frantic. The scene of the swarm of skeletons growing and trying to catch him and Trisha was still very fresh and vivid in his mind. Zassiter, however, was wholly unsure if it was all as he looked at the mountain and back at Isak. They were speaking somewhat privately in a secluded spot in the camp, while Trisha's bruised shoulder was getting a poultice to reduce the swelling, thanks to Vertissa. You don't understand, Isaac. I don't feel any murderous intent towards us from B-Robbo. Are you certain it was him? Zassiter pressed, gazing down into the teen's eyes. What else can you remember? Isak looked back up to the shepherd with a frown, but nodded. His brow furrowed as he looked down as he held his chin thoughtfully. Oh, there was intelligence behind these skeletons. We were able to pass through at first without interruptions, but the moment we turned around is when we encountered resistance. He sighed a bit, remembering how close things were. If he were any slower, neither he nor Trisha would have made it out. He thought about what had happened some more, trying to think of anything before suddenly remembering something. Looking back at the shepherd who was watching him patiently, Isak gazed into their eyes and noted the coloration of the diamond pattern on the shepherd's forehead. The eyes! The skeleton had glowing purple eyes! Does that mean it wasn't B-Robbo? He already had a sinking feeling growing in his gut at the realization, since he had already riled up the entire camp when he first brought Trisha back. Zassiter merely smiles as he gently pats the young guard's shoulder with one hand. It's okay, Isaac. You were scared and nearly died. Anyone could assume the worst after such an encounter. Zassiter personally was relieved once they got things cleared up. Go rest up, Isaac. I'm sure that we've got a busy day ahead of us tomorrow, he said softly as he pulled his hand away and stepped aside. Isak lowered his head in response. Yes, thank you, Shepherd, for helping me clear things up. With that, he stepped away and walked off, going to check on Trisha. Zassiter sighs a bit as he watches Isak go before heading off to his tent. He had an early dinner today anyway, and he wanted to rest before climbing the mountain again. B-Robbo point of view. So some of my experiments failed today, which I'm somewhat okay with. I'm not just disappointed in the range of my abilities. Using a bit of my unprocessed iron ore, I applied some of the heat to some of it, melting it down and purifying it with my storage space. After shaping some of the melted ore into several palm-sized tiles, I decided to experiment with 2 of the tiles. At first, I tried to make a dagger with the remaining materials, but even after 3 attempts with the mantle, all that came out was a low-grade thin blades that looked like they were cast into shapes rather than hammered and sharpened into form. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I realize that I do feel frustrated. I was able to make something better out of scrapped lawnmower blade and a table leg, yet I can't put together a little dagger with the power of magic. Anyways, what I ended up doing was making a small chainmail sheet by increasing my focus and reducing the scale of my perception. I began pulling off little wedges of the dagger I melted back into a tile. Afterwards, I started bending these into a shape and chaining them along. With a small number of materials I had committed to this project, I only created a square foot of piece of chainmail. Maybe I'll have the potential of putting out armor. In other news, since the black-furred cub returned to his little escapade with Basti, the cubs have taken to sitting at the entrance of the core room, now actively observing and watching the outside with anticipation and wonder. Perhaps I can have them visit the haven of people down there. It'd be good for them to socialize with others, especially considering that this cave is all they've known. However, looking at Basti, even as she pretends to be asleep, she's worriedly watching the cubs from her sleeping area, with one eye open and her tail occasionally lashes out with anxiety. I don't think she's going to be open to this idea as me. Checking in on Ururu, his growth rate has been the more visibly impressive thing to witness. After scoring a few kills on a knight and a couple of the acolytes a few days ago, as well as his own hunting, he is nearly doubled in size. He's now coiling comfortably before my pedestal, with his now 7-foot-long body. No longer the little 3 to 4 foot noodle of a snake. He was pretty close to his original size, though he certainly feels more impressive than the snake he was before coming into my service. The big guy still likes to chew on his tail, though. so I guess he finds comfort in the act. Meanwhile, Captain Jack the Sparrow, my chattering scout-bird, has been quite busy, little sparrow. In the 2 days, he's built up a network of 20 other birds to protect the territory I trusted to him. I can't help but wonder if that is a unique trait due to him being a bird or something, the ability to recruit and influence other animals. I can't help but wonder, while I can communicate directly with Jack, he can communicate back and share his senses. I can't seem to outright influence these birds outside of sensing where they are. I can't complain though. They've been brought me a healthy stream of mana outside of what I'm pulling in from the air. That in turn has kept me busy with my experiments, so I don't get too bored just waiting around. Still, I can't help but wonder if Basti and Ururu can also recruit animals into my service. If they can't, then fair enough. But if they can, do they not feel the need to, perhaps? Maybe I'll bring it up in the morning. Watching the cubs for a while longer, they in turn sat up for a bit more at the entrance, just watching the sunset. I can't help but have the smile on my metaphorical face as they dozed off in a small pile at the door, Basti getting up at that point to bring them to bed. The next morning. Oh, it looks like I've got a visitor. Zassita seems to have made the trek up the mountain first thing in the morning and is now patiently waiting outside by the entrance to the atrium. Come in, Zassita. What brings you to me this morning? The copper-scaled lizardkin ducks down through the entryway, standing tall once inside before sitting on his knees before my pedestal. Whitmore, I bring grave tidings. There seems to be an infestation of undead beneath your mountain. Where they came from, we do not know, but they were actively malicious and tried to kill 2 of our people when they were in the mine for ore. Well then, that's a hell of a good morning for you. What sort of undead are we talking about? Are they like my zombies? Zassita had to think about that for a moment before shaking his head. No, Whitmore, if I'm being honest, your undead are almost entirely unique compared to what we know. These undead are composed of ancient corpses and giant mishmash collection of skeletons. Skeletons? A moving skeleton sounds much more an odd concept. I mean, yeah, I guess Halloween had the right idea regarding spooky monsters. I see, well, I'll have one of my beasts check it out. Thank you for letting me know. You can go now. Zassita nods in understanding and is about to leave, but then he stops as he gets down on one knee this time. Whitmore, please forgive my greed, but can I ask something of you? Sure, what's up? I ask and send my attention out somewhere else. Good thing I noticed he wasn't leaving yet. Zassita hesitated, his tongue passing over his teeth thoughtfully. You granted me this powerful and perfect body, yet I can do nothing with it. If you will forgive me, I know from glimpses of memories that you have unintentionally shared with me that you were a formidable and great warrior from the world you came from. Can you teach me to be a fighter like yourself? Huh. I didn't even realize I shared stuff with him. Yikes. I hope I haven't been giving him nightmares. I suppose I can help. Sure, I'll help you. Head down the mountain and I'll guide you to a cave part of the way down. I have someone for you to meet. At that, Zassita couldn't help but grin as he hopped up. Thank you, Great One. I am honored by your generosity. At that, he hurried out. Shit, instead of having skeletons in my closet, now I've got a ton in my basement. End of chapter. Unknown point of view. Me in! What do you think you're doing sitting on your ass? Get up and try again. Byron was telling me off again. Where did Dad find this guy? He's been beating me up with a punching bag for the last few hours, and it's getting annoying. Mal, excuse me. You're not the one getting smashed into by a punching bag launched on a motorized track. I snapped with frustration, pushing myself up on shaky knees and scraped up hands and arms. No excuses, you little turd. Your pops asked me to make sure you fix up that sloppy-ass crap excuse of a stance you got there. Byron retorted with a booming voice, though a smirk on his face. Oh ha ha, he's having fun at my expense. I can't help but sigh as I dust off my pants before picking up the staff, which is serving as my weapon in this exercise. I'm a kid, what do you expect? I can't stop this thing if that's 2 times heavier than me. Byron laughed, like a full-out Betty laughed, as he shook his head.
Then you're going to be here all day, kid. Now then, deal with the problem.
With that, he pushed a button, and suddenly the punching bag was launched. I dug in my heels and held up my staff to block it once more, but I couldn't help but wince as it quickly approached. In the next moment, I'm sprawled on the ground, my face just throbbing as I'm pretty sure I've heard something crack a moment ago.
"Ow! I think my nose is broken,"
I say with a resigned annoyance. It's not like it's my first time, but it always sucked when it did happen. Byron doesn't approach to help me or deal with my injury, and I don't expect him to, as I grit my teeth and snap my nose back into place using both hands. That sucked.
"How long are you planning on lying there? This ain't no time for a break, boyo."
Myron barked out, which meant that was enough slacking for me as I pushed myself to my feet.
"McGee!"
he called out, barely leaving me with enough time to blow some blood out of my nose when I took my place once more. I huffed and retook my stance, holding out my staff as I dug in. With a push of a button, Byron launched a bag at me again. But you know what? I'm done with this. At the last second, I defiantly dodged the bag and swung my staff so hard at it that the staff snapped upon impact, and my already scraped-up hands were now shaky and numb on top of the pain I was in. Turning to look, I see Byron stomping over to me, his black tactical boots kicking up dirt with each step, while I hold my ground and stare up at him. He had a stern expression on his face, his built figure towering over me and casting a shadow. Though, after a moment, he flashed his pearly whites and clapped my shoulder, nearly knocking me off my already unsteady feet.
"Finally! You're getting the right idea. You got stupid orders from a stupid person with instructions that would have screwed you over had you followed them. You would have never stopped that bag. Hell, even I have a hard time with it. But look at you! It may have taken a few dozen times of getting your ass kicked, but you learned the lesson on your own."
I was confused, and the expression on my little face certainly said it all as Byron chuckled again and continued.
"Learn to think for yourself, kiddo, and find solutions to issues that you can do. Don't blindly follow orders. But most importantly, always get back up again. If you're still moving, you can make a difference."
He patted my shoulder again and stepped back.
"Now go on, get those wounds patched up. Your mom wants you to finish your homework before dinner."
He teased as he walked off to start putting away his equipment. I was a bit dazed by the lesson I was supposed to be learning, but I couldn't help but smile at the fact that I'd managed to earn his approval at the end. Zassiter point of view.
"To think that I could learn how to be a warrior of all things at my age. These days are odd indeed."
Zassiter couldn't help but smile. The chance to learn a skill like this had not been available to him all his life. Yet here he was, getting to learn from a mighty being from another world. Descending the steps from the core chamber, Zassiter was guided by Vitmori to a simple-looking cave entrance. Ducking inside, he was surprised to find the interior was made of a taller than the entrance itself. As he walked further inside, small little orbs glimmered like starlight, formed a path above him, and illuminated the way. As his claws clacked against the stone, he could hear the whoosh and swish of a blade swing cut through the air.
"That's right. I'm supposed to meet someone here,"
he remembered all too suddenly, as he wondered who he could be meeting here. Finally, Zassiter stepped into an open rectangular room with neatly smoothed and carved walls, floor, and ceiling. 3 orbs of faintly glimmering light formed along the top, illuminating the room. Inside was an ashen-skinned man wearing what looked to be simple leather armor. However, for whatever reason, he had tiles of stone strapped to specific points around his arms, legs, chest, and shoulders. "Zassiter, meet Dread. Dread, this is Zassiter," Vitmori's voice echoed out in their minds. Dread finished following through with a simple vertical strike, followed by a horizontal slash when he slowed to a stop. Correcting his posture, he stood and sheathed his blade before looking over and flashing a surprisingly warm smile.
"You must be the shepherd Zassiter, yes? Vitmori has told me about you."
He was excited to meet someone new. Since he first came to existence not so long ago, the experience of meeting new people was relatively novel. his voice still carrying a pleasing cadence and smoothness. Zassiter, for one, was taken back. He couldn't be sure, but this man before him had to be some kind of undead. The signs were there, especially with those glowing eyes. Yet Dread was intelligent and very coordinated. Not only that, he was sweating and displaying the bodily functions of a living person. It took a couple moments before Zaster remembered where he was and responded with a smile.
"Ah, yes. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dread. Do you happen to know why I'm meeting with you?"
he asked curiously. Before Dread could think of an answer, Vidmori called out into their minds. "Zaster, I want you first to start training with Dread here. He's still learning the muscle memory of this body, but he's already got the fundamentals down. Since my style is rather unorthodox, I want you to learn what your body can do first and get a firm foundation in your skills before learning anything special." Zassiter felt just a little disappointed. However, he was by no means a fighter, and he's old enough to appreciate wisdom when handed it. But Mori continued, speaking to Dread even though the two of them could hear him at once. "Dread, it is said that by teaching others, you can reinforce your skills and knowledge. So teach Zassiter when he comes around, and further establish the foundation of your skills." Dread knelt on one knee, lowering his head before looking where the call would be.
"It will be done. Creator Vidmori, I shall do my best."
Zassiter also knelt to one knee and showed his thanks, something that Dread had noticed, which brought a smile to his face. At that point they heard a clattering of weapons. Turning to look, there was a small assortment by the room's wall. There was another longsword and shield, 2 maces and a spear, though even as the two of them looked over the weapons, a weapon rack of sorts seemed to grow out of the stone wall when Vidmori echoed in their minds once again. "I want the both of you to familiarize yourself with these weapons. Start with the sword, then the sword and shield, mace and mace with shield, and then the spear and the spear with a shield. Find what best suits your body and your style. I'll leave you two to it." With that, they could feel the connection wane. Dread grinned eagerly as he stood upright and began properly hanging and storing the equipment on the new weapons rack before looking at Zassiter as he had passed over a sheathed sword.
"All right, let's see what you've got."
Basti, point of view.
"There is danger below my home, to my cubs to Vidmori, and to the people in the camp Vidmori took in. How could she not have noticed? As the right hand of Vidmori, how could she let an oversight like this escape her notice?"
Basti growls to nobody in particular, the rumbling in her throat audible to any who cared to listen. Before long she stood before the cave entrance, where the danger was hiding. She went deeper inside, her eyes adjusted to the darkness, shadows. It was a comforting sensation to be enveloped in them. It feels like a soothing blanket, yet it was as familiar to her as a sickened skin. She cleared through this first passageway and cavern with no issues, though the moment she stepped into the second passageway, she could feel the shift in the air. It was like being in Vidmori's bubble, as he called it. However, the sensation was alien as it could be despite the familiarity. She could feel the presence watching her, and even as she crossed the passageway, she could hear the clattering in the distance. The presence knew that she was there, so there was no point in hiding. With that thought, a barrier blocking something in her mind was released. Her mana heart and ring start to pulse and shuddering. She can't see it, but she can feel her body begin to shift and grow. The shadows around her are seemingly being pulled around her like a shroud as she steps forth, her paws landing on the heavy thuds as she becomes something more than she was before. As the clattering grew louder, she couldn't help but call back in response as she bellowed out a roar of challenge. At that, she sprinted forward, her paws impacted heavily with every step as she flew into the next open cavern, only to be greeted by a sea of off-white and rotted flesh as she crashes into it. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Basti, point of view.
"Weak. They're all so damn weak. Will nobody stand in my way?"
She bellowed a roar as she slashed at the air, a wave of shadows darker than darkness itself cutting through the air as it shattered another wave of bone. The danger was overstated. though the horde of skeletons soon became an indistinguishable mass of bones, the creaking, clattering cacophony of calcium crashing around the caverns filled Basti's ears. But it didn't matter to her. The bones bounced harmlessly against the cowl of the shadows that oozed off of her with her stride. While she was not getting tired, she was getting annoyed. Smashing everything was not working fast enough. She also wasn't getting any more mana after destroying a few undead, despite how many skulls of the skeletons that had been crushed beneath her formidable paws and claws. Basti slowed to a stop, standing in the center of the cavernous room. She took a moment to examine the situation, though as she stood there, all the scattered bones began clattering and shifting, the sea of off-white being swept away and tossed into the air, the world's worst army of thundering xylophones violating her ears as she got into a defensive stance. In moments, she found herself in the eye of a maelstrom of calcium. Her eyes darted side to side as she tried to find an opening. Suddenly, she noticed a gleam of purple in all the white, and she knew that she had found what she was looking for. "You're mine," she roared out over the deafening rattling echoing in her ears. She crouched low, body shifting and morphing back down to her previous, smaller, sleeker build. However, the vicious shadows did not leave her yet as they trailed up her back and shoulders, unfurling into a pair of ebony wings that dipped with contempt as she charged forward. Taking up into the air, she hopped, lunged, and pounced over the storm of bones with ease she's never known. In the next instant, she snatched the skull out of the storm, its gleaming purple eyes staring blankly ahead as Basti cracked it with her teeth. But it still did not shatter. The bones stopped dead in the air after rattling the final notes of their chorus as they crashed down to the ground in defeat. With a flap of her wings of shadow, she descends with a natural grace, touching down with a slow walk as she holds the skull with one controlling its room. With a deep breath, her wings melted into nothingness as she processed her share of the mana it let off. And in doing so, she absorbed a flash of its memories, getting to reflect on its final moments, though she couldn't help but feel confused. In its final moments, all she could tell was that it was grateful to her. But Mori point of view. Those memories I got from the skull were so odd, in that they were only two notable things in recent memory. First was seeing the teens Isak and Trisha, and then next was the fight with Basti. But for as anything beyond that, nothing. Nothing but the empty darkness of waiting for the stimulus of or a stretch of time I couldn't quite comprehend. Regardless, the second room has been cleared for the moment, and after removing all the bones, the chamber was totally empty. For now, we'll keep an eye on things. If the room repopulates, I'll have to devise some countermeasures. If they don't, I'll be sending in a scouting team further inside to probe the other dangers within. In other news, Basti has some new tricks. I couldn't watch the fight myself once she passed some kind of threshold, but I caught the lasting impressions from the memories of the skull that commanded the room. I'm consistently blown away by her growth and in awe of how she rises to every challenge I put before her. It's moments like this that I am thankful she wandered into my worthless Pebble's life. For her accomplishment, I decided that she could freely determine what should be done with the mana she gathered today. Even as Basti sat reverently before my core, she couldn't help but cast an anxious glance back at her cubs, who were once again watching the outside with eagerness. In the end, she respectfully requests the mana be divided amongst her cubs so that they be more able to defend themselves in case anything were to happen. I couldn't fault her concern. After all, it kept me alive through the worst situations in my old life. I called the cubs over, the four bumbling over each other with eagerness. They're so adorable, as they do their very best to mimic their mother while sitting at attention. However, the red-furred and blue-furred cubs, in particular, couldn't sit still to save their lives as they fidgeted in anticipation. Now, boys and girls, your mama has worked hard to keep us safe. Now, it's time for you to start on your path of development. With this gift of mana, you'll be able to start heading outside, so make sure that you're all on your best behavior. Despite my warning, I can't help but let my amusement and adoration for these feline munchkins show in my voice. The cubs, in response, are all now fidgeting and murring with enthusiasm as the anticipation of finally getting to go out just hit them like a bolt of lightning. Even Basti couldn't help but chuff with approval and amusement at their energy. The mana I gotten from that one skull gave me a ring of mana swirling around within my core. Now, I managed to portion it out amongst the cubs, slowly filling their bodies with mana as I watched it fill them and course through their veins like blood. Soon enough, it gathered and ignited their mana hearts, taking the faint glimmers that were there before and giving them each a vibrant little flame that glowed with the energy of their youth. Now, what was once an energetic bundle of cubs became a sleepy cuddle pile, as their bodies worked hard to adjust to the influx of mana. Basti came over to affectionately nose each of them before carrying them off to sleeping area and lying with them as they got ready to grow up. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Unknown Point of View. I awake to the sounds of screams, disoriented and confused. I'm not sure if what I'm hearing is my imagination or reality, as those tend to blur in my weakest moments. It was in the next moment, before I could consider sitting up, that a spray of lead tore through the sheet metal wall above me, and the next moment I rolled off the bunk in the sleeping area I was allowed to borrow from the contractors. Heck! I knew I should have stayed dressed last night. I reach up and grab my sidearm and knife from under my pillow. I'm only wearing a decently hand-stitched pair of black cotton pajama pants, and I'm still cursing myself for it. The screams and cries of battle still sound out, and I have to shake my head to clear the distractions. Now's not the time to whine. Get off your ass! Crawling forward, I push onto my knees and peek out the shack's window. This farming community I've been staying in for the last couple of weeks is burning. A truck has reversed hard into the fortified gates, driving a wedge between us and the outside. From here, I can only see 3 aggressors, but more's fighting elsewhere. My breathing quickens, and I mash my fist against my chest to trick an adrenaline rush. Feeling awake enough and wired to put my life on the line, I rush outside into the crisp evening air. Molotovs usually scorched against the mostly metal structures, though a greenhouse is already lost. My bare feet kick up dirt, and I step over a person who was proudly showing off carrots to me 3 days ago. Ducking around a corner and running up to the edge of the wall, my back is flush against the cold, corrugated metal of a storehouse. The fighting is still going, the other survivors doing their best to hold back and drive off the bandits. I hear the chuckling and rummaging in the storehouse. These bastards aren't even waiting to start their looting. My knuckles go white as I clench the grip of my blade. Crouching lower, I launch forward and slip through the careless, toss-open doorway. I don't even take time to look out over the beast before me. My foot met the back of his knee as he crumples with a yelp. However, I don't allow him to fall to the ground, following up as I plunge my blade hard into the side of his neck. He's not dead yet, though, as I use the blade as a point of leverage, my gun arm hooked around his forehead before quickly twisting and releasing him at the declaration of a sickening crunch. His glazed eyes look up at me, while the rest of him lays flat on his stomach. My body is coated with a fresh splash of warmth, though I know it won't stay that way for long as I head out to the fray again. I vault over some crates and make a beeline towards where I hear most of the combat. Nearly tripping over someone's son, I just finished giving him advice on his rifle last week. Foolishly, I let my focus tunnel as I crash into another bandit. We fall to the ground, wrestling with one another before I roll them into a pin as I twist their arm behind their back. However, this one I recognized, and I hear the blood pounding in my ears as I remember her face. You bitch! What are you doing here? Her eyes widened in terror. She had seen what I could do. After all, I saved her ass. along with 2 of her friends, from a small swarm. It is now that I realize this attack was my fault. They knew we were here because I let the guy I was escorting allow them to tag along to stock up on supplies. She immediately starts sputtering, panicking, and she shakes her head. It's not my fault. They made me do it. I didn't want to come back here. I swear. I narrow my gaze at her, though the moment I'm distracted by the continuous fighting around, her free arm shoots out to grab my fallen gun. I wrench her shoulder out of its socket as she screams out, "Don't bother! Your words are meaningless." I don't waste time on her, pushing her away, as I scoop up my pistol, even as she tries to crawl away. I fire off a single round and finish her, barely sparing a glance to make sure my aim is on point. I scoop up my blade and keep moving forward, finally finding them near the front of the gate as I come up behind the aggressors. They've got the other survivors pinned inside the mess hall, and thankfully, they seem to have managed to get a scrap of metal tables barricaded up against the main entrance. The bandits are unwilling to get closer, mainly because they don't have the straightforward way to get inside. They are taking potshots from behind the cover of a tractor and some empty crates meant to be used as delivery for vegetables next week. Bodies are scattered between where I stand and the mess hall. Luckily, I don't recognize most of them as I close in on the remaining 4 bandits. A shot rings out, and there are just 3 left. Moving forward with a brutal efficiency, I step out and start strafing from right to the next piece of cover as I bury a round at a woman's back before following up with a shot to the back of her head before she can realize that she was already dead. I quickly dive into some tall grass, the sturdy plants scratching against my bare skin. The man next to her panics at how she suddenly went out, recoiling as she crumpled into a heap, and taking a step out from cover as one of the other survivors took advantage, the report of a rifle dooming the bastard. The last guy seems to realize he is alone, and he looks at me as I rush out of the grass. Dropping his shotgun, he attempts to hold up his hands, blubbering for surrender. However, I didn't hear his words, as I spotted an older woman who had such innovative ideas and taught me a new recipe for napalm. I ended his blubbering and wasted 2 more rounds because I needed it. The silence was deafening as I could feel my heart pounding in my ears. Absently, I tried to wipe the blood off my face, only smearing it some more as I whistle out of the all clear. Come on, guys. Everyone, we got fires to put out, and we need to get ready for the roamers who doubtlessly heard the shit. Jack's point of view the next day.
Oh, I sees it's a field trip day,
Jack called out in amusement as he flitted down to land on Basty's back. Basty huffs in a vague annoyance at Jack's arrival and half-heartedly swipes at him with her tail. Jack barely takes a half a step to avoid the tail as he whistles a laugh. The cubs are no longer cubs, they're adolescent elemental prowlers, or teens, as it were. The 4 look around with more attention and awareness, flashing feline smiles as they seem to murr and chatter to each other. Jack snickers as he eavesdrops on them. Yeah, milk and honey just fall straight out of the sky. Crazy, I know, he teased mischievously. The blue-furred teen cat looked very much like she believed what Jack just told her, but the black-furred teen cat just nudged her and shook his head, much to Jack's delight. Jack continued as he fluttered his wings for no apparent reason. You'll get to see what trees look like from the bottom soon enough. And you know what? I'll even get some fruits for you all to try out, that you'll all get to eat some real food. He enthused, being kinder now that he's had some fun. At that, the red-furred teen cat did excited little tappy-taps with her paws while they walked, seeming especially eager about the idea of food out of everyone here. The white-furred teen cat chopped in response to his eagerness. The black-furred teen cat hung near the back of the group. He's still eager to be out with this new, more mature and grown-up mental capacity. But to better appreciate the taste of what he got to see before all the others, he decided to take his time and walk mostly at his own pace. Jack spoke up once again as they descended the mountain. So, where are you going first? Basti hummed in thought before letting out a low roll in response. That's so boring. take them to haven of people. You need them to interact with the people, or they're going to be unsociable weirdos to the people they're meant to protect.
Jack chastised with uncharacteristic seriousness, pecking at Basti's ear to admonish her first choice. Basti was somewhat stunned by Jack's sensibility, merely flicked her ear instead of trying to swipe at him for what he did. After another moment, she gave a meow of consideration before relenting to what Jack suggested. Zassiter, point of view. Zassiter was enjoying his breakfast. Today was some forest fruits, along with some new fruits that Og had told the foragers about. The fruits, in general, had been gently roasted over the fire and served on some boiled wild grains. He scooped up some of the meal out of the bowl with a hand-carved wooden spoon, just savoring the filling meal quietly, until Cinco sat beside him with his bowl.
"Morning, shepherd,"
Cinco said pleasantly, tucking into his meal.
"If you don't mind me asking, I've been noticing that you head up the mountain a couple of days in a row now. Is there something happening?"
he asked, being unabashedly inquisitive. Zassiter tilted his head a bit before flashing his pearly white teeth with a smile.
"I've had the honor to train with one of W.R.E's warriors. So far I've used a sword and a shield and a mace. We're supposed to return the sword again before trying out spears,"
he explained animatedly, clearly excited about what he's been up to. Cinco, while initially concerned, now seemed relieved and even delighted by how cheerful the shepherd was.
"I see. That sounds like quite an experience,"
the rabbitkin said pleasantly, with a nod. Zassiter was about to go on and talk about dread, but was interrupted by a hand on his shoulder as he looked over to see Xanatl. The lizardkin guardswoman flashed her fangs in a smile.
"You've been carrying yourself more confidently, shepherd. If you're interested, perhaps we could spar together and see how you're coming along,"
she offered, her hand still on his shoulder. Now, Zassiter was undoubtedly a very old man. Looking up at Xanatl, he seemed to realize just how beautiful she is, and he also became very aware of his own practically perfect body as he could feel his heart thumping in his chest.
Yes, I think I'd quite like that. Thank you."
Xanatar smiled a little wider, gently rubbing Zassiter's shoulder once before patting it as she pulled away. Her tail swayed more noticeably with each step as she got her food and went elsewhere in the camp. Cinco smirked like a fool as he watched the range of expressions flash across Zassiter's face. Almost moments after Xanatar was out of sight, Vertisa walked up, clutching her pack in her chest as a form of support, and spoke up.
"Hi, shepherd. So sorry to bother you, but I was wondering if
But she didn't get to finish stammering through her request when a young shriek pierced the morning calm of the camp. The fighters got to their feet in response, looking around for the danger. They then see little Org running as fast as the little legs can take her from the eating area as she shrieks out again, "Kitties!" End of chapter. Chapter 25. Jack, point of view. The expressions on the people's faces were just priceless for Jack, and it was all thanks to Gurley. He was perched in a tree nearby as Basti and her cubs strolled into the camp. Basti, for one, greeted Org as the girl approached, the little girl coming up and hugging the adult prowler's neck before approaching the cubs. The black-furred cub was more privy to the situation as he slinked off around the other side of Basti, whereas the little girl just stupefied the other three cubs. The three continuously looked over at Basti worriedly as they were handled in a way they'd never been before. After a bit, the rest of the group started meandering over, mainly to watch the situation. However, the kids of the group approached, thanks to Org, diffusing any tension that might have been there. Zassiter stood, pushing up from the seated position, with his hands on his knees before glancing at Vertisa. "Let's talk later," he offered, wanting to make sure that she wasn't ignored before walking over to Basti with a smile on his face. "Good morning, Executioner Beast. Thank you for visiting us.
What brings you here? He asked, curiously.
Basti chattered and murred in response, carrying a conversation in her untranslated tongue. Zassiter nodded in response as if they were perfectly understood, throwing a few side words in confirmation of, "Oh, really?" and things like that before looking at the others.
She's come to socialize her kids and is seeking permission to allow them to wander our camp and interact with us.
The rest of the group looked at each other curiously, unsure what to make of the situation. However, that's when Jack decided to speak up.
Come on then, they're just kids. Let them get to know you. They'll be the ones guarding you on the days go on.
The members of the camp closest to the tree he was perched on had certainly jumped with surprise. However, they looked the cubs over with a new appreciation. It wasn't long until murmurs turned into sounds of agreement as they began dispersing. Zassiter turned to look at Basti with a smile as he nodded.
Our home is open to you and your family, Basti. Feel free to come and go as you like.
Basti in turn murs with a nod as she looked to her kids, which were in the form of bliss as they were pet and doted on in the way that they'd never experienced. The black-furred cub was admittedly standoffish about it and slinked into his mother's shadow for the time being. However, the white-furred cub was into it, being the most socially adept and managing to wrangle the most throat scratches from the kids. Even some of the adults came over, watching the cubs and Basti with understanding that these were potentially powerful beasts. But even they couldn't resist how cute they were. Though even as Jack watched over the situation from his perch, he got the feeling that someone was watching him. Looking around, he spotted the dwarf woman anxiously shifting side to side, not exactly sure of herself. With his attention sufficiently grabbed, he flitted over and landed on the ground before her.
Yes? Do you need something?
Sylvia smiled a bit as she nodded.
I realized I did not properly thank you for saving my daughter. I meant it, thank you. I understand you've only been what you are for less than a week, yet you already have more compassion than most people.
Jack's feathers floofed up, certainly not accustomed to such praise and attention as he averted his gaze.
Yeah, well, there was a kid in trouble. What kind of bastard would ignore that?
Sylvia smiled as she got down on her knees and gently patted Jack's head. Currently, he was too flustered to be annoyed. At this, he could also feel the ground tremble slightly beneath his claws, twisting slightly, just in time to see Org rush up to him.
Jackie!
She cried out in enthusiasm as she scooped up the bird, much to his surprise, and Sylvia chuckled at the view. Jack was uncomfortable, but he didn't fight it. His wings unfurled in the imitation of a hug as he flapped his left wing to mimic patting her shoulder.
All right, girlie. That's enough. Set me down now.
Thankfully, Org didn't insist on hugging him for too long. Jack flitted away onto the ground again and ruffled his feathers.
We have something for you,
Sylvia said a little nervously, her hands fiddling together in an uncharacteristic amount of shyness for a usually confident and stalwart woman. Though it seems Org was happy to pick up the slack.
We made you a banana,
she gushed, Sylvia smiling some more as she watched her daughter open up more. The usually shy little girl was spoken more in the past several days than in the rest of her life so far. Jack was confused, looking to Sylvia for clarification, which she was happy to offer.
It's a simple thing, really, but Org really helped out in making it. It's a bandana,
she explained as she pulled out a piece of canvas that had been dyed red.
We didn't have much to make it unique, but we did manage to find some natural dye. The red comes from beetroot,
she explained as she smiled a little more.
We figured you might like it more than if it smelled like the forest. Oh, we heard from Zassiter that vassals like yourself have a potential to grow even more, so we made sure that it was big enough and just folded a little extra material into a neat hem,
she explained as she offered the bandana to Jack to see.
He was speechless. He never received a gift before. Leaning in, he smelled the bandana curiously. It smelled sweet and earthly, and something else mixed in there too. He let out a low whistle of approval and added, I love it, thank you, he said softly as he stepped closer, Sylvia carefully tying it around his neck with a strong knot. It felt weighty, but also comforting in a way.
Jackie looks so cool,
Org chirped as she walked around Jack, appraising him from every angle. Jack was getting incredibly flustered at this rate as he fluttered his wings. Well, it was nice seeing ya. Good that you're looking better, kiddo, he commented with a nod. He was fidgeting some more before deciding to give his wings a flap. I should go. I've got my duties. After all, I was just making sure these cats got here all right, he explained, giving himself an out as Sylvia smiled at him. All right, Captain Jack, see you around, she said gently as she stood back up onto her feet.
Bye, Jackie.
She waved enthusiastically as she went back to her mob's side. With his way out sufficiently established, he flitted off as fast as he could to try and collect himself after all that attention. End of chapter. Chapter 26. With Maury point of view. It looks like things are going smoothly for Basti and her kids. From what I can see, Org and the kids have managed to set up a giant game of hide-and-seek around the camp, though some of the adults had to join in to make sure none of the kids went too far out. In the meantime, Zassita and Basti worked together to contribute their excess mana to my work as I finally managed to finish up the longhouse. It didn't take too much since I was just finishing up the roofing and the flooring, though I continued to work on the interior, really dedicating all the extra stone and wood I had left to the details. Inside the longhouse was quite a simple but effective setup. A third of the floor space was dedicated to communal sleeping quarters, with a simple barrack-style design for men and women on opposing sides of the longhouse. Next to the dedicated area for cooking, I had gone ahead and built an interior stone fire pit. I was using some of my stores of purified iron to make a spit rack, which could also hang a stew pot over an open flame. I also prepared a raised iron skillet, which could be slotted into the fire pit brick to allow a variety of cooking. Finally, I prepared a brick oven, the chimney going smoothly up and out of the longhouse. With all this, I hope they'll be able to expand the variety of meals that they can prepare and improve overall morale with a rising quality. Finally, was the communal dining area. It was a simple arrangement of the tables and long benches on the long sides of each table. By the end, Zassita looked somewhat winded, and Basti was slinking off to have a nap somewhere. Zassita, how do you feel? Think you're up for some more planning? I asked, reaching out to him somewhat softer to not bother him too much. I'm feeling all right, Maury. I'm thankful to you for looking out for me. Zassita thought back as he curiously looked around the longhouse, admiring the strange style of architecture and the facilities themselves. Good to hear. Zassita, since we still have plenty more to discuss, you'll probably need to discuss with the others what you all need, I explained, my mind swirling with ideas of defense, fortified walls, watchtowers, and facilities like a workshop. They probably don't need the exercise area, considering how lacking they are in surplus. Any electrical wiring and lighting is not required yet either. I'm still not too sure about the average technology level for the typical person, and I'd rather not paint a target on their back with something too eye-catching. No need for a garage either, since they use carriages. It's also limiting to what I consider worthwhile. Hence, my need the perspective of someone from here. Zassita, who already looked worn out, was now looking strained as he held his head in both hands, grunting under the weight of some of the concepts coming from me. Oh, great one. I appreciate the concern, but could you think a little slower? You started to lose me after you started to think about lightning magics being used to make light. Oh, crap. I'm hurting him somehow. My bad. Sorry about that, I say apologetically, as I do my best to wrangle my runaway ideas. Zassiter smiles to himself as he checks out the interior fire pit. It's fine, V.R.E. I appreciate the amount of forethought you've put into this. I couldn't help but be impressed with how patiently Zassiter carries himself, a small smile forming on my non-existent face. Of course, a lot goes into a haven, and you all get an advantage of having someone like me to even move all the supplies. Just know this, I'm letting you decide what you need next. Should we build the fortified stone walls around what we plan to be the rest of Haven, or should we build up some more independent and private housing? We could also set up something like an apartment building so everyone can have a form of privacy. Or do we build up some other facilities, like a forge or a workshop, things like that? Zassiter massaged the sides of his head a little more at the influx of info and nodded a bit. I see. Well, I'll certainly bring this up with the others around the dinner tonight, and we should have an answer for you tomorrow. Even as Zassiter spoke, the others began meandering into the longhouse, admiring their new, if not temporary, home. The kids seem to run inside excitedly as they look around, soon followed by the cubs, who seem to appreciate how much of my manner is in the structure and the air. The one that seems the most impressed were Remy and Luna Moon, the Wolfkin woman. Tears were in her eyes, her fur notably damp along her cheeks as she shook Remy's shoulder.
Look at that! Over there! Is that an oven?
She gushed, her tail swishing actively as she wandered back and forth between the fire pit and the brick oven. Remy couldn't help but smile at the woman's enthusiasm. He was rather excited to have proper facilities now. The limitations of a fire pit and a pot were getting to him. He heard clawing feet clacking up from behind him and glanced over to see the shepherd.
Good day, shepherd. The longhouse looks amazing,
he expressed cheerfully. Zassiter nodded sagely as he patted Remy's shoulder before looking at Luna as well. I am glad you like it. V.R.E. has expressed to me that you two are the most important people in Haven, as food will be vital to keep our spirits and bodies strong, he explained as he pulled his hand away. At that revelation, Remy and Luna glanced at each other, standing a little bit taller and bowing their heads slightly.
We understand, shepherd. We'll continue to do our best.
With that, they stepped away to start preparing lunch, gathering the already collected logs of firewood to bring inside. A Ruru point of view.
Another day, another set of worries.
A Ruru slithers out of the newly dug-out burrow within V.R.E.'s main chamber. The fine stone sand was always pleasant against his scales, though, soon enough, he found his place before V.R.E.'s pedestal. Coiling comfortably before V.R.E., he looked out to the triangular entryway as the sunlight flowed inside, adding a warm glow to the generally green-lit chamber.
Now it's time to focus. I need to find an answer before I can bring this to V.R.E.
He knows V.R.E. hasn't given him much attention, though it's not like he needs it. Just grateful to no longer be lost to the simple drive of hunger and mindless starvation. But now he's got too much on his mind. He thinks too much and too hard, and it worries him. Coiling tighter into himself, he brings his tail up to his mouth and bites down, the pain driving a sense of focus into his worried mind. With it now calm, he begins to swirl his mana around the length of his body, starting from his heart down to the tip of his tail. But then he guides the mana into his mouth and back down to his heart again, turning himself into one big mana ring as he closes his eyes and looks beyond himself. From within the safety of V.R.E.'s chamber, he can freely look around far faster than he could ever slither. His eyes wander as he checks in on the spider trees today. It was still there, writhing and squirming and slowly expanding as its web encompasses more trees. However, they're still far from the people or the mountain, so he looked elsewhere. He then looked over the putrid bog. It was an odd place that he could remember, even in the haze of hunger. A strange thing to be in a forest, but the more he looks at it, the murky, bubbling water looks unnatural, and it worries him. But it isn't doing much yet, so he turns his attention away. Finally, he looks down the mountain, where he failed to see trouble. It was so quiet there before, and he couldn't see the danger until it started calling attention to itself. He tried hard to look in again, Yet he was being blocked. There was a wall between him and the danger, and he hated it. The more he poked and prodded, the more he could feel whatever was behind it working to hold him back. Good! Waste your mana on me. I'll learn your secrets soon enough. That's when he felt eyes looking back at him, though he only hissed in contempt. That's right. I've got my eyes on you. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Basti point of view. It was almost foolish to worry as much as she had. Her cubs are taking to the people well, and seemed to be finding their niches already. Her runt was the only one, in particular, worrying her since he wouldn't socialize much with the others. What he did, however, was pretty impressive. As Basti strolled around the haven, she occasionally spotted movement out of the corner of her eyes. If she couldn't sense where he was, and if she wasn't familiar with shadow magic, Basti probably wouldn't have spotted him. The runt was putting his newly developed body through its paces, zipping from shadow to shadow. He was swiping down flies and mosquitoes, recognizing them to be annoyances and threats. Occasionally, he even found a spider, starting his little web, and struck down a mouse he discovered with furious prejudice. Basti couldn't help but chuff with amusement as she watched from out of sight. Her runt may be a natural in stealth, but he had a long way to go. Checking in on her blue fur cub, she seemed to be intently pacing after the anxious lizard woman herbalist. Basti could agree that the woman had been an alluring scent, not tasty, but the smell of herbs and nature was pleasing compared to everyone else. Bertissa point of view. Bertissa was certainly anxious right now, especially since the blue prowler had been following her for a little while now, as she went around checking on the few folks with open wounds and other sorts of scrapes and injuries. The prowler would come close and frequently sniff her herb pouch, even gently pawing at it, which constantly startled Bertissa while she was grinding up poultice. The look of the blue prowler's eyes was what confused her. It almost looked like her true intelligence, how she would sniff each herb, swath of moss and mushroom, how the prowler's eyes would follow her hands as she plucked each ingredient to make a specific treatment for a different type of wound. It unnerved her, but she wasn't sure why. However, she will admit that it was pleasant spending time with someone, even if it was a young beast who could quickly kill her. Basti point of view. Leaving her blue fur club to her new friend, she strolls back around the longhouse and spots the red-furred cub hanging around the cooking area now. This was the most still she's ever seen her largest cub be. It was almost transfixed watching the work of Remy and Luna as they got into prep. Remy point of view. Look at that, Remy. Kitty is keeping an eye on us. Luna mused as she carried over the skinned deer that Cinco bagged this morning. She took up the freshly sharpened cleaver and began the butchering. Remy chuckled softly in response as he worked off the stone cutting board they fashioned a couple of days ago and glanced over to the red prowler. Remy's ear twitched with realization as he noticed the red prowler was now watching him mince some mushrooms and roots. What was more interesting was that the right paw had been moving up and down in the same rhythm as Remy's knife hand. "Hey, what do you think you're doing there?" he mused to the prowler with a smile as he went back to chopping. He did other prep work, not noticing the red prowler scooting closer and cutting board and sniffing the ingredients acquisitively. The teen snatched up a tiny piece of mushroom and tuber, doing more little sniffs and tasting them. The red prowler quickly scoots back as Remy returns with some cuts of venison, a mixed herb paste, and a pouch of black salt, which was technically an alchemical ingredient, but that served no purpose here outside of cooking. Remy was soon struggling a bit as he got to work on starting the fire, since the other camp members accidentally snuffed out the old fire pit before either he or Luna could save the coals and embers for this fire. Though, as he worked on getting some friction sparks, he was suddenly surprised by the red prowler as they suddenly blew a hot bolt of flame into the fire pit, the wood catching a lot faster than Remy was ready for as he jumped back. The red prowler's ears suddenly reared back as he was surprised at Remy's sudden reaction, but Remy offered a smile as he held his hands up placatingly. "Oh, there, hey there. It's fine, I'm fine. I appreciate your help, little buddy." The Red Prowler hesitantly relaxed as he focused back on what Remy was doing. Basti, point of view. Basti couldn't help but smile as she stepped away, looking around for her final cub as she strolled around the haven, watching as most people and families were disassembling their camping areas. They were turning most of the tent material over to Sylvia and Miriam to do what they saw fit, and bringing the bedding, pillows, and blankets into the longhouse to start picking spaces to sleep tonight. After a while, she came across a group of children sitting in a half circle under the shade of a tree. A dog-kin mother tells the kids some stories and even sings songs that they sing along with. Among the kids, she notices a white-furred daughter sitting with the children as she meows and yowls along with the songs. Basti was rather impressed by the second sing-along. The cub was almost making the sound of words and emphasizing the cadence of the notes and music. Watching her daughter for a little longer, she turned away and found a place for herself in the shade of another tree, and finally took a nap that she had been putting off. But Maury, point of view. I think I can stop worrying about the people in Haven for a bit. I've finally gotten them out of the elements. With a roof and walls between them and the outside, they should be able to sleep more cozily at night. I probably shouldn't have to worry about too many defenses so early on. While this world is perhaps dangerous, even I can tell that this is not a ruined wasteland like my home world. But that also doesn't mean I can relax. But at the same time, I also don't need to be over-vigilant. If the memories I've absorbed are correct, I've also got to start planning for winter, since that's just entered this world's equivalent of a fall season. While I don't have the world map anywhere, I know that the Empire's territory is supposed to be warmer than the rest of the continent in the winter time. This probably means that we're on the southern hemisphere of this planet, and if I'm right, we're looking forward to a brutal winter. Jack, come to me, I call out to him, needing his help with some of my plans. It isn't long before he flits in before my pedestal. It's only now that I noticed Ururu sitting there, just staring into the middle distance with all his tail in his mouth. Poor thing, I should show him some more attention. Look at how out of it he is. Maury, what do you have for me? Jack asked as he settled down on the stones across from Ururu and looked up. Ah, there you are, yeah. I needed a... What are you wearing? I noticed the bandana around his neck, curious as to where he got it. Oh, this thing. It's nothing special, Maury. Just something the dwarf lady made because I saved her kid. Don't mind it, he expressed dismissively with a flustered flutter of his wings. I could feel the thoughts racing in a flustered frenzy in his feathery head, and chuckled to myself. I couldn't help but smile to myself in response. It looks good. Make sure to take care of it, I enthused to him warmly. Jack merely averted his gaze as his feathers puffed up a little. Anyways, I need you to go and take 5 of your birds to head east of us and see if you can find a village or a settlement. If you do, try to find a field for crops and steal as many plants and seeds as you can and bring them to me to see what this world has to offer in fall goods. Jack looks confused, and I can feel the gears whirring in his mind as he lets out a slow nod. Oh, I see. All right, Maury. We'll be back as soon as possible, Jack said resolutely as he bowed with one wing extended and the other in his chest before taking off. All right, now to hear back from Zassita tonight. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Unknown Point of View. It's a peaceful day. Well, relatively peaceful nowadays. Within this massive community are almost all the people I've guided across America, all the way from Seattle since day 0, and everyone we've picked up along the way since we got here. This is the bouquet, my home, and the safe haven my family established before the crap went down. It's been a couple of years since the start of it all, and this humble place has become a bustling trade town. Of course, there's always more work, but today is my day off. I found myself on a semi-private rooftop in the middle of a bustling town, sitting in the shade of an AC unit as I catch up on some light reading. I'm enjoying solitude before being interrupted by a familiar voice. How'd I know I'd find you here? She says with a smile evident in her voice as she climbs the final few rungs of the rooftop and pulls herself over with a grunt. I let out an exaggerated sigh of exasperation before glancing over at the intruder. It was, by now, a familiar young woman by the name of Skylar, her red eyes glinting from under the shade of a hoodie as she strolled over and sat down beside me. Though she flashed a mischievous smile, her gloved hand set down a satchel of books and snacks at our feet. You know, for the mysterious and aloof son of the leader of the bouquet group, you're rather boring on your off time, she teased mischievously as she offered me a strip of dried meat from a cloth pouch that she'd pulled from her bag. I mean, look at that. What are you even reading? Machining for Dummies? She asked, her lips pursed in an attempt to hold back a laugh as she poked my cheek with another strip of meat. I couldn't help but chuckle softly and shrugged as I looked at the book cover and glanced back at her. You never know when the skills and information may be useful. Besides, a day you don't learn is a day wasted. I quoted my mother to her, who was probably quoting someone else. She couldn't help but smile as she leaned back against the AC unit, fiddling with her sleeves before slowly leaning into me as she pulled some more manga from her bag. So, how many of those skill books are in your collection? She asked knowingly, but I guess she wanted to hear the answer from me. Rolling my eyes, I'd take a mental inventory before shrugging. Well, I found a few more on my last trip, so this one probably makes number 45. She snickered softly as she flipped to a seemingly random page in her book, just shaking her head at the idea of that number. All that useless information is just banging around in your head. I'd eat my left shoe if you actually got the chance to put it to good use. Ha! At least it's more useful than those comics of yours, I retorted, gently elbowing her arm as I settled in with her weight against me. Though that seemingly struck a nerve as she jutted her finger out at me, poking the tip of my nose. Hey, it's called manga, and there's a difference. Uncultured normies like you wouldn't get it, she exclaimed, with a faux haughtiness and huffed in mocked exaggeration. Oh, really? What is it? A time zone? I joked in response, provoking a smile from her as she shared a quiet laugh and settled in to enjoy the peaceful moment. She snorted softly. I just flipped on to the next page. I'm not even going to acknowledge that, you absolute pleb, she mused, shooting a glance over to me, at which I returned and offered a smile before returning to our books. Fitmori point of view, later in the evening. Are you sure about this? I asked Zassiter as he gives me a simple nod. Yes, oh mighty Fitmori. I've spoken with the people of Haven, and we've decided that you've done more than enough for us. Your generosity certainly touched the men and women in our community. But now that you've given us a roof over our heads, we'd like to do more for ourselves so that we don't burden you, he explained while sitting on both knees before my pedestal as he spoke. I wasn't sure about this, but at the same time it made perfect sense. That threat in the cave below my mountain should be my primary focus. I suppose this whole loghouse project has been a considerable sinkhole in my mana gain now that I think about it. The more I think about it, the more I can't help but give a metaphorical sign response. I see. Well, don't hesitate to ask for help. I don't mind it all too much, and will be happy to help if I can. After all, you asked me to protect you, so it's the least I can do. Zassiter smiled sagely as he lowered his head before getting to his clawed feet again. Of course, Fitmori, and when we need your help, we shall ask. All right, I won't press the situation any further, I relent. It makes sense in the end. As much as I could do to take care of these people, they are people in the end, and they'll want to be able to rely on themselves to be satisfied with themselves at the end of the day. Zassiter chuckled softly. Now then, I wish you a good day. I should be returning to Haven. He excused himself before turning to leave as he ducked out the entryway to my chamber. Well then, now I guess I have some time on my hands. Uru, hey buddy, are you feeling all right? You've been sitting still for an awfully long while. Uru, I called out to him, but no response. Is he in that deep of thought? End of chapter. Chapter 29. Vidmori point of view. Uru! Hey there, little buddy. What's going on? I'm getting a little worried, and it's been like half an hour since I noticed he just had been sitting there in a daze. However, when I look closer at him, I'm fascinated by what I see. He's circulating the mana throughout his body in a way that a warrior would, but taking advantage of his unique shape. The mana is instead acting like a mana ring. He's efficiently using what he has with little waste. But what is he using it for? Almost subtly, Uru stares, shaking his head and blinking a few times, as if collecting himself. It's only then that I realize that he was more here than he was moments ago. Finally! Hey there, buddy, what's up? Everything all right? I ask him with the proper concern. Upon hearing my voice in his mind, I watch him jump with surprise. I almost feel a little bad, but he makes such an amusing-looking confused expression with the end of his tail hanging limply in his mouth. He then looked up at me, surprisingly not at my core, but directly at where my perspective was on him. Oh, can you see me then? Neat. Now, how about you tell me what you've been burning your mana for? I asked, a small smile on my imaginary face as I watched him patiently. Uru gazed intently at me with his serpentine eyes. I could feel the thoughts swirling around in an anxious tangle as he watched me. I shifted my perspective back around my core as I looked down at him again. Uru, in turn, followed me as he moved around before settling in a loose coil and flicking his tongue in contemplation. After a few more moments, he closed his eyes and lowered his head, and in moments I saw impressions of memories and images flickering around my imaginary mind. For a homebody who prefers to stay around my chamber rather than out and about, you've sure been busy. Spiders, bogs, and monsters in the basement. Don't threaten me with a good time. So there are more things to worry about than just my mountain and the haven. It seems the list is just growing day by day, and it hasn't even been a month yet. I'm still not exactly sure what I'm doing here, but I think I'm doing good enough for just figuring things out. You'd think that there would be some kind of tutorial. Ping, 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 ping. Almost suddenly, it feels like my senses are overwhelmed as numbers and screens and panels and notifications flood my field of view. No matter where I look, there is something to look at. It's almost like turning on your phone after being spammed with texts. Yet, much more invasive since I can't turn it off for some reason. Welcome, congrats, vassal up to territory and stat, vassal up to mold, halfster, aspect of, souls to, gem, metillit, animanip, soulmanip, core live, soul to, aspect. Before I could start reading all the stuff as it appeared before me, it all suddenly disappeared. I can't help but take the metaphorical step back after the overload and then the sudden absence of information as I look around again. In the next moment, a single screen appears before me as text rolls out on it. Good work so far, candidate. You've excelled beyond predicted expectations. I can hear a familiar voice echoing within my mind, speaking as the text appears. It's certainly been a while since I've heard you, I responded. Not exactly sure what is happening right now. The screen goes blank as more words come down. A system would only serve as shackles for someone as intuitive as you. Keep growing, keep learning, and keep surviving. Oh, well, thanks, I guess. The screen blanks again before continuing. For your efforts, I'll grant you some information. All right, I certainly won't say no to that. The screen refreshes once more as the voice echoes within me. You are the only one from your world here, but you are not the only candidate. I see. Okay, but that doesn't really affect me right now. What else? Yet again, the screen clears and more text slides on in. There are only 4 years until the first calamity. Make sure that you are ready for it. Well, crap. That's annoyingly vague, but I appreciate the warning. The screen vanishes, and I think it's almost over before I hear the voice resound within me, and it feels decidedly more feminine than earlier. I'll keep checking in on you. In the end, you will never be alone here. They say that, but I do feel strange emptiness that wasn't noticeable before once our connection was severed. Though, in the next moment, I hear a concerned hissing sound, and I realize I must have been totally zoned out with all that weird stuff that just happened. Ah! Sorry about that, Ururu. My mind was suddenly elsewhere for a while there. Now then, What did you want to do about all of this? I asked as I looked down at him. He was still watching me curiously, and his head tilted ever so slightly at a perfect 45-degree angle, while his tongue flicked a couple of times. Oh, don't give me that. You were zoned out for over an hour over there, and you're telling me I can't do it for a few minutes, I retort with some vague amusement. Despite lacking shoulders, Ururu just gave me a shrug as he watched, though I could feel his mind whirling with ideas and thoughts as he gazed intently at me. I see. So you encountered resistance with the sight of yours, and you want to go kick its ass. Fine. You have my permission. Go for it, little buddy. If you wants to step up to the plate, I have no problem with it. Ururu flicks his tongue once more before offering a scaly smile of thanks as he slips away. He seemingly hesitates at the entrance to my chamber before slithering forward with a hardened resolve. Ururu point of view. He made his way down the mountain like he's done many times before, but instead of hunting for a meal, he's out here slithering for a fight. Though he was already regretting telling Vitmori he wanted to go by himself to deal with the issue, and he also knew that he couldn't just turn around after the declaration like that. Through all of his internal fretting, Ururu didn't even realize that he was already in front of the cave entrance, towards where the threat was. It looked bigger when he was right in front of it. Even if he was a whole 7 feet of scales and muscle, he really only lifted his head a couple of feet off the ground. Taking a deep breath, he lets it out slow, hissing a sigh before slithering forward again. He had someone to take down, and he wasn't about to let Basti take the spotlight again. The caverns were eerily silent, devoid of even natural life. It was almost as if the last ounce of mana and vital energy was drained from this place. Ururu flicked his tongue into the air, tasting only stale as he approached the threshold Basti had crossed before. He felt anxious for one. To his eyes, there was a physical barrier that dripped with noxious purple fumes. With another flick of his tongue, Ururu could taste that this place was where death came to be forgotten. With a shiver, he pushed forward and crossed the threshold. A chill was sent down the length of his body as he made his way through. It wasn't until the very tip of his tail crossed that he felt a sinking feeling within his very soul. His connection with Vitmori being cut off as he felt utterly alone. But only for a moment. All too suddenly, the air was suffocating to his senses. The total weight of the presence stopping his sight from peering into here earlier was now watching his every move. Ururu pushed on, and the more the presence watched him, the more Ururu could tell that it wasn't the source of the stale mana that hung in the air. Crossing the room with the skeleton storm Basti battled, he could see that there were no change or even attempt to restore this room to what it once was. The room, like the rest of this place, was just dead. It wasn't long until he slithering through the next passageway. This way was longer and even winding as he begins to descend deeper below the earth for where he entered. The pathway was littered with traps, dangers, and snarls, yet there was no danger. At some point, Ururu even went out of his way to trigger and set off these traps, yet all he could sense were the wisps of their intent, dull clicks of mechanisms, and the final wither of the cords of snares as they failed to perform their only duty. Finally, he entered into a new chamber, the stench and filth and decay ravaging his tongue and nose as he flinched after slithering fully into the room. The moment he entered, the room shifted, and he could feel hundreds of presences writhe in response. In the next instant, hundreds of eyes turned to look at him. Their gleams of purplish reflective eyes looked him over, and he recognizes the distinct feeling behind each of them. They hunger. After eternity passes, in a moment, a mound of flesh rises in the far side of the room. It pushes up standing on its hind legs as Ururu looks it over. The words to describe it suddenly form in his mind. The wretched brood mother. A throaty rumble echoes from the massive figure, and a voice that has not been heard by anyone now calls out, "Feed us!" With the humble request, the rats move forward in a single wave of pestilent flesh and swarm over the round Ururu, dozens of teeth becoming hardened as they tear each other apart to consume him. the scent of his own flesh and blood intermingling with the rot of the rats as his body burns through his mana to recover and rebuild himself. His senses are drowned under the overwhelming desperation of the rodents. Their hunger invades his mind and leaves no other room for thought. He knows this feeling. It was one that was haunted him since the birth. The only reason he has forgotten it. Yet here he was, being consumed by it once again, though from the outside instead of from within. That's right. He's Ururu, the serpent with the hunger to consume the world. In that instant of realization, he lashes out, snatching at the first rat and devouring it while it destroys him. Then it was the next rat, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. He'll take their hunger as his own, and he won't feed them anymore. They shall feed him. Hours go by as the cycle repeats again and again. Consume, be consumed, consume some more, and be stripped down to the bone before devouring the next. Consume until the only hunger that could be felt was his own. Now there was nothing left of the serpent that came in here. Ururu is a whole new being, fresh, new, and reborn in devouring the hunger of others. He rises high and tall, the length of his body now just over 15 feet. He looks down at the broodmother, who has now been dwarfed by being hunger before her. She doesn't retaliate, and she doesn't even flinch. Instead, she looks up at Ururu before lowering her head in utter gratitude. Slowly, taking a raspy breath, she speaks out for a final time. "Thank you for the meal," she says, ever so softly, before being met by Ururu's maw, as he also takes on her hunger. End of story. Chapter 30. But Mori, point of view. While Ururu hasn't come back yet, the amount of mana he sent my way is impressive. Looking at my core, a full 3 rings are swirling around strongly within me, while many lights glimmer deeper within the center of the core. The foes my beasts encounter don't make sense. Sure, they retaliate, but why are they so thankful? I can't say that I am really entirely unfamiliar with the idea of facing someone who can be content with their own death. But I certainly didn't expect to find beings like that in a world that hasn't ended like my own. But now that I think about it, their world has ended. The world of things being below my mountain has come to a stagnant halt for possibly hundreds of years, utterly devoid of any stimulation. Will that eventually happen to me? I haven't really considered, but I am by no means a human being anymore. I can't age, I can't bleed, and I can't taste or even feel. Then again, I've died already. I shouldn't have expected that I would be the same person I was before all of this, let alone be even considered a person at all. I look around my chamber, and as of right now, I'm entirely alone. Basti and her clubs are down in the haven, and they plan to spend the night, while Jack is still out on his scouting trip for seeds and crops. My 3 zombie mutants are in the form of stasis in my storage, and Dread appears to be doing some meditation in his training room. As for Ururu, he hasn't moved after clearing the room with the rats, and I'm not entirely sure what he's up to. But what I do know is that I can at least sense where he is now. Whatever that threshold was seems to be fading away from all around the territory of the being below the mountain. While I'm not entirely sure what the rat was doing, what I am sure about is that I wanted to do that for me, since it should only help. While I don't have any rat corpses in my storage, I do know where I can find some rats. Hopefully, Ururu doesn't mind. But I go ahead and I pluck the giant rat from his stomach and set it about before my pedestal. At this point, I am glad that I can't actually taste or smell, since the thing before me is utterly rancid. However, I can't let myself get too distracted, as I decided to commit some of my mana to this rat. First things first, this rat is about the size of a mastiff. I mean, this thing is genuinely a rodent of unusual size. I go ahead and condense this down to the size of a small muskrat, trimming away the rot, pestilence, and decay from her flesh, and just tossing it into my burn pile within my storage. Next, while I work on optimizing her as I had with Zassita, using minute amounts of my mana to rebuild her from her whiskers to her tail. The finished product appears to be a particularly large fancy rat that could be found in pet stores if it wasn't for her considerable size. She looks like she was sleeping, lying peacefully on the stone with almost silky smooth and glossy looking chestnut brown fur. I'm about to name her, but hold off as I pour enough mana to restore her original soul of the rat into her refurbished body. I watch as her body shudders before taking in a deep breath. Rat point of view. I am not dead. She slowly opens her eyes and looks around. Her violet gaze glances around before she notices the core before her. It was a young, vibrant, and just radiated warmth. She was entranced, rising to her haunches as she stepped forward with her hind legs. Her hand reaches out as if to touch the young core before realizing how small she is. Snapping out of her trance, she looks herself over, flexing her hands and rolling her shoulders. That's when she also noticed the band of green fur wrapping around her right upper arm. She went to touch the ring, running her fingers through the fur, which felt so much softer and more luxurious than she could ever remember. Looking at herself over the next couple minutes, she noticed that everything about her was different, yet she could feel that this was also her original body. She was still herself. Are you done admiring yourself? A voice speaks from within her head, making her squeak with surprise as she looks up at the core, recognizing it to be the source. He sounds amused, maybe even pleased.
So sorry about that. I wasn't sure if this was a real or just a fantasy of death,
she murmured sheepishly, her feet pitter-pattering in place under the focus of the core before her. Oh, you can talk. Great. That'll make this all so much smoother, he responded, once more sounding rather pleased by the situation.
Make what easier?
She asks almost worriedly. Asking this next question, he clarified for her as she looked up at the core curiously. Do you want to live? Her ear twitched in surprise as she rested on her haunches. Does she want to live? She's lived for so long, but can she really call that living?
Well, why do you ask?
She finally decided to say as she clasps her hands together anxiously. The call seems to take its time to think it over, and she can't help but allow herself to sort of relax under the comforting green glow it gives off. After a time, he finally speaks up within her. I'm giving you a choice, mainly because you are the oldest living thing I've ever met so far. You were content with your death, and for the end of suffering of your brood. If you wish to return to your eternal rest, I'll send you back as painlessly as I can manage. She was taken aback. This call was so, considerate. She can tell how much mana was used to make her this way, and she can feel all the little fine details of work that was put into her. Yet he was willing to throw away all of this effort and mana based on whether or not she wanted to live. She looked at her hands again, flexing her ratty fingers, and then looking back at the comforting glow of the core before her. If it was someone like him, she could see herself truly living another day.
I want to live if you'll have me,
she said softly as she brought her hands down to her sides and clenched them with her resolve. She could feel the joy radiate from him as he spoke within her once more. Fantastic! I hope you'll be happy here with my team. I suppose I ought to grant you a name now, The joy she could feel was surprising, and she knew now that she had made the right choice to follow his call. All right, I'll name you Frisbee. I hope you're able to live well and be happy in my service. With that dedication of a name, she felt a wave of mana wash over her and fill her from within. With Mori point of view. There we go. Her mana heart is ignited, and with just a bit more mana, I develop a ring around her heart while I'm at it. It's a good thing her body was so willing to react to my mana, though I ended up breaking one of the 3 rings I have enough after everything I did to build her up again. I watch as Frisbee shoulders under the weight of my mana, but then relaxes as one purple eye turns emerald green like my core. It was at that point that Ururu had finally returned, and upon entering my chamber, I was finally able to appreciate how much he's grown. My goodness, Ururu, you've become huge. If I thought that you were big before, you've really become my big guy now. I'm going to have to make you and Braro bigger again. Ururu, despite his size, actually appeared bashful under all my attention, flicking his tongue as he lowered his head in thanks. He moves to sit in the stone sand when he notices Frisbee is just sitting there before my pedestal. He slithers closer, seemingly recognizing her presence, and fixed his tongue in her general direction. "Ah, yes, sorry to take food from your mouth, but I thought that it would be wasteful for this rat to end up just as lunch. Meet Frisbee, our newest recruit," I say, metaphorically gesturing to her. I expect her to say something, at least, but when I look at her, she's standing totally still, save for the twitch in her ear. "Frisbee, are you in there?" But it's no use. She had her hands clasped together and seemed to be admiring Ururu, apparently smitten, if what I was sensing was right. End of story. Chapter 31. Ferodius' point of view. "Yes, please pay attention. You're the one who asked me to read you this month's summary," Regan admonished, light-heartedly, flashing a smirk at the man as he tapped the stack of papers in his other hand. Ferodius sighed a bit, his ash-grey feline ears twitching with annoyance, before yawning loudly and leaning back into his seat. I know, Regan. I just can't help it. All of this paperwork is soul-draining. I'm half tempted to knock it off the desk," he mused mischievously as he glanced over to his right hand and friend. Regan shares Ferodius's mischievous mood for a moment before shaking his head and sitting on the edge of the desk. "In any case, the new fertilizer and farming techniques we implemented earlier this year have more than tripled our yields compared to previous years. Our stores are full, and the abundance has driven a healthy jolt into the average populace." Ferodius flashes a fanged half-smile and glances over at Regan. Who knew just adding some extra stuff to the dirt and changing how we plant them would do so much? The answer was simple, and I wonder how he missed it. Regan nodded intently at that. With that in mind, reports show that with less of a need to work for sustenance, we have seen higher attendance to the school that was implemented last year. Outside of that, we're also seeing more people showing up to the public training yards, increasing our combat effectiveness of the average commoner and raising the overall quality of the mercenaries and guards that join or are recruited into their respective guilds and barracks. Ferodius listened intently, his left ear twitching thoughtfully before glancing at Regan. "But are they happy?" he asked, with a surprising amount of somberness. Regan quirked a brow curiously, glancing back at Ferodius before standing up off his desk and turning to face him. "Yes, my lord, they're happy." He offered Ferodius a half-smile before flipping through the pages of the report until he found something. "With what I mentioned earlier in mind, the average commoner is more confident in themselves and more willing to try new things, like schooling or other forms of education, to better themselves. Crimes of desperation are curtailed by the abundance which keeps even the remaining few slums contently fed. Neighborhood watches have been formed by commoners and have served to prevent and stop active crime, often before the gods show up to intervene. All in all, national pride is high, as people are happy to call this empire their home," Regan explained with a grin, though he realized something and continued. "As for the recently annexed lands, I will admit there is tension. But between beneficial policies and the previously mentioned abundance, things are going remarkably smoother than predicted." Ferodius nodded intently, his tail distinctly lashing behind him through the hole in his comfortably padded work chair. "All right, that's enough for the summary. I'll look it over later tonight after dinner," he said, waving a hand dismissively as he massaged his temples with his other hand. Regan nodded intently, a pointed ear seemingly twitching randomly, though he glanced at the door moments before a knock sounded. Looking at Ferodius for a moment, he looks back at the door again. "Enter." In stepped one of the Imperial messengers, the harpy man taking a knee and lowering his head before offering an envelope in one hand out before him. "Pardon the intrusion, your highness. I bring a letter from Mage Revire." Once Regan took up the letter, the messenger stood, bowed, and hurried out as professionally as possible to get back to work. Looking over the letter, he held it out to Ferodius, who took it up, seemingly forgetting about the headache for a moment. "Well, she's not dead. That's good news," Regan mused lightly. "Oh, stop." Ferodius snickered, a toothy grin, as he cut the letter open and the claw before looking it over. "Huh." Regan had been reviewing the summary for himself when he glanced over at Ferodius, curiously. "Something the matter?" Ferodius was silent for a bit as he considered the letter's contents before holding it out for Regan to read as well, which he did. "A new dungeon core, young but powerful with sentient intelligence." Regan studied the letter intently before speaking up again. "Brutal, but benevolent. He seems willing and open to cooperate with us against the theocracy and the hegemony." Regan stroked his chin as he looked over the letter once more before setting it down at his desk. "What are you thinking?" Ferodius's tail went still in contemplation before letting out a heavy sigh as he shook his head. "I'm still thinking. For now, let's just wait for Revire to return to us." Regan nodded sagely at Ferodius's words. Just then, both of their ears twitched as they heard a familiar set of steps approach. Ferodius flashed a bit of a smile in anticipation. A gentle knock sounded out from the door as Ferodius spoke up, this time with a smile evident in his voice. "Come in, darling." A good-looking young woman stepped inside, carrying a tray with a steaming mug and some sort of treat. "Good afternoon, my lord," she enthused cheerfully, being all formal for only the moment before dropping the act before closing the door as she came over to Ferodius' side, setting the tray down as the feline emperor took a deep breath of the scent and what his beloved had brought. Regan flashed a grin as he looked between the two and saw a chance to leave them alone. "If you'll excuse me, Empress Historietta, my lord, I have other matters to tend to." With that, he lowered his head before making his exit. Ferodius grinned as he nodded at Regan while he made his exit. He then looked over at Historietta and chuckled a bit. "You're never going to stop going into the kitchen, You're going to give Alina even more grey hairs," he mused mischievously to her. She snickered softly as she leaned in and kissed his forehead before looking down into his eyes with a chestnut gaze. "She can try and stop me all she wants. As long as the other maids keep coming to me for treats, I'll always have a way in," she mused affectionately while sitting on the arm of his chair. Ferodius's ears twitched with delight as the kiss before, as he looked down at the tray she brought. "Now, what have you made for me? Is this that matcha you've been talking about?" She beamed enthusiastically. "Yes, I finally found a good blend of green tea and made a satisfying matcha," she mentioned while sitting on the mug before him. "And these are some dark chocolate brownies made by crumbled bacon pieces. I know sweets aren't your thing, but I do believe you'll enjoy the bitter, savory taste of this treat," she explained, setting down a small plate before him as she used the other hand to run her fingers through his head fur gently and massage one of his ears. He shuddered under her touch and glanced up at her. "It smells fantastic." He gingerly takes up the mug, slowly taking a sip of the warm drink as it traveled through his body. He then takes a bite of the treat. The bitter edge complemented the savory surprise of the bacon, which was then complemented by the follow-up swig of tea. His tail curling as he enjoys the treat. "Another perfect delight, Tori," he practically purred to her as he busied himself with what was in front of him. She beamed some more as she savored her cooking. "By the way, green tea also works wonders for hair. A special blend with some oils can enrich your fur, making it even glossier and healthier. It's also good for skin. So all in all, it's good cosmetic treatment for men and women of many races," she explained while continuing to toy with his head fur. Her eyes wandered as she spotted a distinct letter amongst all the paperwork. His ears twitched under her touch, and he chewed up another bite of the brownie. "I see. Well, if you say so, I'll give it a try," he enthused warmly, though he glanced at her, having noticed that she was now murmuring under her breath, "What's the matter, my darling?" She blinked a few times as she was shaking something away before smiling a little at him and gesturing at the letter. Does that word mean anything to you?" Ferodius looked up at her curiously before licking his lips and looking at the letter again. "What word?" "But Maury, it's just the name of a newly discovered core," he answered as he looked up at her again. She hummed thoughtfully for a moment before deciding to confess. "Well, the reason I asked is because that sounds rather similar to some words in a dead language I'm aware of," she explained as Ferodius listened intently. "Essentially, the two words that make up that name are life and death," she said as Ferodius nodded slowly, sipping at the mug before looking over at the letter with a new appreciation. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Unknown Point of View. Day 0. It was just another day, like any other. We drove up to Seattle earlier this week, stopping in at Washington branch of Rose Private Security to meet up with a big client. My folks are off meeting with a client on the other side of town, whereas I've got the day off. As lovely as our hotel is, I decided to stretch my feet and walk around the downtown area before ending up in a small little cafe. Ducking inside, I'm greeted by a refreshing warmth that is in great contrast to the damned northern cold. The cafe is relatively quiet, and with a healthy blend of people, business people, students, the elderly, and tourists like myself. It wasn't long before I was sipping some Seattle blend black tea, which was surprisingly good. Almost absently, I was scrolling through the various and nearly random articles in my smartphone, going through my specialized newsfeed. I had, of course, seen half of these articles before, but what was concerning was that more and more similar stories with reports of brutal killings all across the country, people having to get their skulls caved in to stop their rampages, and their bodies seemingly halfway rotted within hours despite how recent and often the events happened. Skeptics claimed that it was some sort of crazy hybrid of rabies and some necrosis. But true conspiracists could see the writing on the wall, and it was only a matter of time till something happened that pushed everything over the edge. Unfortunately, it was at that moment when almost everyone's phone started going off, the emergency broadcast program blaring out before the automated voice began to play out. This is a notice from the CDC in collaboration with the National Guard. Martial law is now in effect. Reported mandatory shelter in place for residents in Seattle due to hazardous materials release. Take self-protective actions immediately. 1. Go inside immediately and stay inside your house or building. 2. Bring pets indoors only if you can do so quickly. 3. Close all windows and doors. 4. Turn off air conditioners and heating system blowers. 5. Close fireplaces, dampeners. 6. Gather radios, flashlights, food, water, and medicines. 7. Call 911 only if you have a true emergency. You will be advised. The cafe had been deathly quiet as the message blared out. However, the uncertainty of this was all real suddenly shattered as gunfire sounded out in the streets, followed by screams and the sound of destruction that everyone only now realized had been going on for the last few minutes. Cars slammed into each other with a sickening crunching before erupting into billowing smoke and flames, the sounds muted by the thick glass between us and the outside. People were running in all directions when a figure lunged out from the back of the man that ran across in front of the window, tackling him into the ground with an inhuman growl. A spray of blood erupted from out of view as it spattered against the glass. In the disaster situation, when people are faced with matters of life and death, only 10% of people are able to react appropriately and be able to affect the situation positively. 20% of people panic and make decisions that only turn things for the worse, whereas the remaining 70% freeze in place of tragedy and are unable to move from the shock. All it took was for one person in the cafe to shove another, throwing them to the ground as they made for the door to try and leave. It was a large guy, maybe in his early 20s, barreling through the door, which launched the rest of the patrons into a frenzy. A brawl breaks out between a businessman and a construction worker as they trip over themselves, while the barista watches helplessly. I can already see that crap is hitting the fan, and it's only going to get worse if I stick around here. I reach for my knife and sidearm, only to realize that I had left them back at the hotel like a moron. Instead of pushing for the main entrance, I decide to slip out the back, stepping past the barista and heading into the back of the cafe. I spotted a giant wooden spoon stained from coffee and snatched it up, making my way out the back door. I looked left and right, trying to figure out which way I should go to make my way back to the hotel safely. I pressed my back against the brick of the wall before sliding my phone out of my pocket as I quickly fire off a text to my folks. We had a contingency to meet outside the town if anything were to happen, and to not meet up under any circumstances if we started in separate places. This way, we could focus on our survival without compromising each other. Still alive, on way to hotel. I rapidly texted before jumping with surprise, hearing the disguised crunch of metal against brick as the way to the left is blocked off. My decision was made for me. Turning to look at the crumpled vehicle, the driver had been still alive, though not anymore, as 3 of those things had swarmed the car, ripping the broken metal apart and rending the poor bastard to pieces. Not waiting to hear back from my parents, I slipped my phone back into my pocket and broke into a sprint as I made my way to the end of the alley. Stopping short, 2 of those monsters sprinted past, lunging into an already growing cluster of those non-people. It only took an instant, but I could recognize the shoes of that big dude who ran first, as well as a few of the other patrons from the cafe. Taking a moment to look right and left on the road, I psyched myself up before booking it across the street, needing to heap up a few more blocks to reach the nearby hotel. Everything was a blur. I heard gunfire all too distinctly. Cries and inhuman howling overloaded my senses. Bursting through the revolving doors, the lobby was sparse and relatively empty. It was hard to miss the mess of blood spattering against the couple of panes of the revolving doors. I could also hear a sick crunching and chewing coming behind the blood-splattered receptionist's desk. But I didn't dare to check it out. Instead, I rushed past the elevator and took the service stairs, rushing up as each and every step reported back to me in a resounding echo. Reaching the 7th floor and carelessly going for the door, I am met by a howling face of one of those freaks as it looks up at me when I trespassed on its meal. What used to be a man was now sprawled on the floor in a bloodied heap. I think I saw him twitch, but the gore-covered thing in front of me demanded my attention as it rushed towards me. I didn't have nearly as much room as I would have wanted to maneuver around, though I managed to bring up that wooden spoon I grabbed, wedging it between that bastard's teeth as they failed to make contact with me. Its limitless strength, the dead hunger in its eyes, and the ferocity was almost overwhelming. I could feel the strain in my arms, and my legs threatened to buckle, but as my back was pressed against the railing, I was struck with an inspiration as I twisted desperately and sent the fecker over the edge. Panting heavily, I clung to the railing as I watched the freak fall forever in the next few seconds and land with a splattering crunch. Taking a moment to ensure it didn't get back up, I did my best to shake off the moment. I steadied myself before pushing through the door and looking down the hallway. It was quiet and empty, as if the world wasn't ending. If only there wasn't a fresh, still bleeding corpse to shatter the illusion as I rushed down the hall. My footsteps were dull and thudding against the carpet when I finally reached my hotel room door. My hands were so damn jittery while I fumbled for my wallet and retrieved my keycard, unlocking the door, slipping inside, and shutting the door behind myself with a heavy click. Panting hotly and heavily, my legs gave out beneath me. All that training and preparation, yet I could only run away. My back was against the door as I leaned into it and looked down at my trembling hands and legs. Come on, you bastard! Get up! You've got things to do! But Maury point of view. I finished sorting through the corpses of the slaver caravan and stripped them of all their equipment and armor, leaving on the bare minimum of clothes for the sake of decency. Of the 14 corpses, I've decided to turn half of them into mana zombies. They were mostly all of the basic caravan guards and the drivers, but 2 were acolytes with bodies meant for using magic and mana. The results were mostly as expected, but the 2 acolyte zombies seemed to have a frighteningly advanced primal instinct already as they meandered through the rest of the mana zombies and used simple healing magic to erase the wounds which littered the moving corpses. By the end of it, they all looked just like sickly people with the posture problems and tendencies to grow. Of the remaining 7, 3 of them were holy knights, and the rest of them were acolytes. I know these corpses. I know their lives, histories, dreams, and passions. I suppose it is a drawback of absorbing their memories, but in understanding who they were, I know who I want them to be instead. These were the holy people, the pinnacle of what they claimed to be the best of their souls. Yet here they were, escorting people they condemned into slavery for being the wrong race. In my eyes, these people were the worst kinds of sinners. And you know what? That's how I'll use them. And these will be my 7 deadly sinners. Laying them out side by side, I look among the men and women and call out the bodies as I pour into them a bare minimum of mana I can to make the change. Rise, my sinners, wake and serve me. I name you pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth. Stand and strike down the fouler evils of this world in my name. Even if I intended to use the bare minimum of mana to wake them, as I did with Dread, the sheer number of them ended up breaking one of my 2 condensed mana rings, but I still had 1 ring left, with many glittering in the center. My sinners all began to wake up, standing, one after the others, as their eyes glimmer with a faint green glow similar to Dread's eyes when he first woke. It was an odd sensation. I could feel their minds were fresh, new, and unique. None of the original souls were here now, and these beings were new to the world. After a few moments, they seemed to realize I'm watching and looked up to the ceiling in the direction of where my core would be before they all drop to their knees, as Pride is the first to speak.
Creator W.R.E, we thank you for bringing us into this life. We exist to serve.
I can feel pride swelling up in my symbolic heart. The overwhelming sense of unparalleled dedication towards me and effectively distracted me for more than a few moments until I managed to gather myself. You are all weak now in your current forms. Head down to my mountain and find your commander, who goes by the name Dread, and study your bodies and find the muscle memory within you until you can master yourselves. The 7 sinners rise and salute by slamming their fists into their chest as Pride speaks for them once more. As you will, Creator, we shall obey. With that, they file up and head out into the chill night air to begin their training. End of chapter. Chapter 33. Vitmori Point of View. Nights last forever, though I am thankful that I'm able to keep myself busy, even if I don't feel the same urges I did when I was alive. Boredom still creeps into my mind. Overnight, I could be carving an array of interconnected chambers into my mountain, going as low as my influence will allow me, which is still around the middle of the mountain. In the end, I managed to find a pace and rhythm that allowed me to use and recover mana with a zero sum. The rooms themselves are rough and barely developed, but details can be left for later once I decide how to use them. My sphere of influence also grows overnight with all the excess mana I had coursing in my core. It wasn't too much in the grand scale of things, but it's another 20 feet all around. With this, I've actually managed to crest the top of the mountain, which I genuinely considered a feat in itself. I can't help but wonder if I'll keep going up and up into the sky. It just feels so wasteful. Not to mention the untapped potential of my mountain. There is so much I don't have access to, and it's frustrating not to even know what's in my basement. As for my core chamber and the core itself, I've made some changes since I was essentially home alone for the first time since Basti came into my life. Sure, Ururu was here with me, but he's off resting in his newly expanded burrow. Speaking of which, Frisbee has moved in with him. After the initial surprise of her being smitten with him, Ururu seemed to accept her feelings for him at least. As for what they are between the two of them, I don't know, and I didn't pry all too much. I know that Frisbee is at least respecting Ururu's personal space and was content with me carving out her own little room within Ururu's burrow, essentially making them burrow mates. Back to the topic at hand. My core room has had a few more changes. I've gotten rid of the parkour cubbies for now, since the cubs have gotten too big for them as they were. Instead, I've expanded their sleeping areas. Each cub has gotten their own bed, but I made sure each one was big enough for at least 2 cubs, on the off chance that they don't seem to want to sleep alone just yet. For Basti's bed, I've doubled the original size and added the skins from the white-furred deer that she's hunted these last couple of weeks, laying them over the dry grass bedding, fur side up, for the added comfort. All in all, she can sleep there by herself, and any or all of her cubs can join her if they feel the need to do so. I briefly considered making a sleeping area for Jack while I'm at it, but he's more of a free spirit from what I've seen so far, preferring to sleep out in the woods for the time being. Instead, I made him a perch from one of the trees I had left over from building the longhouse. I cut out one of the thicker branches and tried to use minute amounts of mana to try and shape it, since the wood itself was still fresh and living. Surprisingly enough, the adjustments take, the branch twisting around into a bend at the end, forming a perch while I buried the branch's end down into the stone. The branch seemed to find its place, roots growing from the end where I'd buried it as the branch anchored itself rather securely. With the sun starting to rise, I finished up the last of my little tasks I'd set for myself, which was creating some more training weapons for the Dread, Zassita, and my sinners. Once again, using one of the leftover tree wood, I essentially print out some more weapons. I'm not sure how else to phrase it, but for something as simple as crude as these weapons, I didn't have to focus nearly as hard when preparing these things. I made 10 simple staves, 5 wooden daggers, and 10 swords, 5 wooden greatswords, 5 wooden axes, 5 wooden shields, and 5 wooden warhammers. Atop of all of that, I made a bunch of stone armor weights in a similar design that Dread had improvised for himself. I would prepare more, but for now, I just want them to develop their foundations before branching off into their own styles. At that point, I'll custom tailor their equipment and pass all the stuff down to the people of Haven to standardize their training to ensure everyone knows some kind of self-defense. But that won't be anytime soon. Finally, I quietly transport all of the stuff down into the training room, drawing out more racks and equipment storage from the very stone itself and quietly setting everything up. At the same time, Dread and the Sinners finish out their meditation for the night. Overall, I feel tonight was a productive use of my focus and mana. I sense that Jack and his team are starting to fly back home. However, I still can't tell how far he's out. Hopefully, he'll bring me some good stuff. Though, now that I think about it, I should bring in some local goods from the forest and see what I can do with it as well. Not to mention, I've got a quarry's worth of stone, dirt, and all sorts of ores and minerals to work with. If I'm not wrong, I think I've even found limestone, gypsum, silver, and gold, amongst other metals and ores I don't recognize. Now, I'm not entirely sure if I'm supposed to be finding all these materials in one place, but I'm not about to question it when I'm a strange living rock that also came from this mountain. I've got lots to experiment with, and that's considering what possible applications magic can do with all the stuff as well. For now, it's time to greet this new day and see what it brings. Zacida's point of view. The community was abuzz with activity before the sun was even up. Remy and Luna were hard at work with meal prep, managing to prep some simple flatbreads with a blend of wild grains served alongside meats from some rabbits and wild birds. Zacida was quietly getting worried. He could sense the change in the air, and he knew winter would be here in only a few months. They had so much to prepare, and a lot needed to be done sooner rather than later before the southern snow buried them. Winter in the theocracy was rough as it is, even for people from the capital like his group. Now, here they were, outside the safety and relative security of the theocracy, despite everything else that was happening there. Reviewing the list that he, Woody, Sylvia, and Luna had put together, the most important thing they needed to secure was tools. From there, they could split their attention between a couple of things. For one, they definitely needed storage space for materials and especially their foodstuffs to keep it safe and organized. Woody and Luna devised an excellent idea for a smokehouse to preserve their meats, especially considering their lack of salt and other traditional preservatives. The only thing about that is that the smoke would undoubtedly call some kind of attention to them, but they would need to trust V.R.E. to protect them as he had promised. All in all, they had a plan now, and they just needed to act on it, though Zacida couldn't help but be worried that they asked V.R.E. to step back too soon. However, what he said was ultimately the voice of his people. They needed to rely on themselves now if they were to ever thrive in this untouched land between two nations. End of chapter. V.R.E. point of view. Well, with Jack on his way back to us, I ought to focus on my main project. Essentially, I want to create a greenhouse for myself up in my mountain, though I'll be honest when I say that I've never personally managed one. I only know what I do know thanks to books and listening to farmers who wanted to talk about their crops. Admittedly, I'm actually anxious about this project since it's not something I can just build, kill, or otherwise destroy. Even with magic, something like a plant will take time and care. First, I picked 2 of the rooms I carved out and poured more energy into smoothing the walls, floors, and ceiling. Once the rooms were neat and cleaned up, I carved out a rectangle that was somewhat smaller than the overall floor space, and then dug down 1.5 feet and even more stone to make the room for the soil. I looked over the 2 greenhouse rooms as I considered the next steps. Next, I go ahead and mulch the scrap wood and the leftover tree that I had from making the training equipment earlier, along with a whole tree from my personal collection. It was pretty fun imagining as I put the tree through a wood chipper, though
what I did to achieve the effect wasn't as complicated as I thought. Still, it did cost a bit of mana. I went ahead and spread the mulched trees along the bottom of the stone garden beds, providing a layer for future nutrients that should feed whatever crops grow here. Afterward, I began filling the stone holes with soil I pulled from outside when I was building the longhouse, and to my surprise, I noticed that some kinds of worms, grubs, and other insects managed to survive within my storage and are still writhing around in the freshly poured out soil. If what I remember is correct, these critters should be mainly beneficial to what needs to be done to the soil. Finally, I take a look at the gypsum I harvested, which, while it is an excellent source of sulfur and calcium that will no doubt be extremely useful for more destructive projects, it is the very same sulfur and calcium that I want for my crops that will definitely nourish and develop them even further. After crushing some of the gypsum I have into fine sandy grains, I mix it into the middle layer of the soil before looking around in what is still a very dark room. I'll need light that also emitted warmth. Luckily, I had already figured that little trick out. Well, I could settle for a plain yellow ball of light. Some reading, I remember, explained that the best shade of light was a sort of pinkish purple. The exact reasons are lost on me, however. It's one of those trivia details that stick due to the oddities of the information that makes me commit to this color as I conjure up lighting that wouldn't feel out of place in some kind of love hotel. All in all, I feel like my greenhouses are ready. What I need now is a secure source of water. While I could probably conjure it out of mana, I would prefer to use water from a natural source. As it stands, I currently don't have or haven't reached a natural spring in my mountain, and I could probably pull water from the river into my storage using Jack or any of the others. While I may have been concerned about chemical contamination out of free-flowing and unfiltered water, I have a good reason to feel that the level of pollution is nowhere near that of my world, which should make the water significantly safer to use with less filtering for crop use in particular. I am considering what else I could do when I sent Jack flitting into my core room with some of his crew birds. So I shift my attention around to see him setting down a red bundle filled with chunks of vegetables, fruits, and leafy crops. I can't exactly say that they're leafy greens, since there are a lot of odd colors that scientifically don't make sense to me. The other 5 crew birds present chunks of smaller fruits, and one even shows off something that looks like some kind of red wheat grains. All right, good work, Jack. Thank you very much for your efforts. I enthuse focusing on him before these otherworldly crops entirely consume my focus. Jack beams, fluttering his wings with pride as he looks up to my core. It was my pleasure, W.R.E. Send me on more jobs like these. It was quite fun sneaking about like that. He raved as he bowed in his particular way, with one wing out and another in his chest, as he then used the wind magic to pull his bandana back to himself and carefully tie it up again. If you are successful already, I definitely have to consider it, I expressed cheerfully to him. In the meantime, you are dismissed. Feel free to rest before returning to your duties. With that, he flits off with his crew birds as I summon Frisbee over. The rodent scurried over from the burrow and up before my core, curiously, before noticing the fruits, grains, and vegetables with wide eyes. All right, Frisbee, I need you to taste all of this and tell me about them, I instructed, as she looked over to me with a curious flick of an ear. Taste? Are you sure? Such a grand feast is too much for a humble servant like myself, she said deferentially. I could practically see her salivate at the sight, but she was already backing off almost anxiously as the little feet pitter-patter on the stone. I can't help but mentally smile at how reserved she was. It was kind of cute, in a way, though I made sure to sound as encouraging as possible as I spoke to her again. No, it's fine. I need your help to taste all of these. You have the best sense of taste out of all my beasts, and you're one of the few who can eat plants and vegetables without trouble and be able to judge them properly. I explained as best as I could so that she could be appropriately motivated. Her hesitancy was still apparent, but her ears twitched adorably while I explained the logic behind my decision and how useful and needed she was in this situation. Still somewhat anxious,
She stepped forward and sniffed at what looked like a chunk of some kind of blue pumpkin. I watched as she seemed to sample everything, savoring and enjoying every morsel she portioned out for herself, as if it may have been her last. It almost made me wish I still had a mouth after watching her move from one crop to the next. Afterward, she sat back on her haunches, cleaning her whiskers, before patting her plump belly. "So, how did they taste?" I asked her curiously. Frisbee looked up at me, her ratty smile on her face, as she squeaked out gently, "Delicious! It was all delicious," she gushed happily. I sat there a bit, waiting for her to expand on that little more. When she fails to do so, I probe a little more. Do you have anything else to say, like, how did it taste? Is it anything bitter, sweet, sour, maybe even savory?" She hesitates, again, rubbing her whiskers anxiously as she looks over at my core before looking at the ground again. "I was supposed to be tasting for all of that, then," she said softly, almost as if talking to herself. I sighed to myself, but couldn't help but mentally shrug. "It looks like we had a disconnect somewhere, but don't worry. You did just fine, Frisbee," I expressed kindly, as she nodded somewhat anxiously still. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Unknown Point of View, Day 0 continued. It's been 2 hours, and the sun is high in the sky. Not that it matters with how grey and cold the Seattle area generally seems to be. The streets were still in chaos, but as far as I could tell, the brunt of the insanity had moved towards the coastline. My folks were holed up in a relatively secure building with the client, and as the last update, they had yet to decide on how to get out of town. From what they told me, there is a lot of back and forth on how to get out of town and whether or not they can spare the time and resources to go and rescue the friends and family of a client and our local operatives. All I knew was that I was glad to be alone, if only to avoid such conflicts. First things first, I needed to gather all my belongings. From there, I unpacked everything and laid them out on the bed so that I could get a fresh idea of what I had with me. For now, I need to gather more supplies and scout around the hotel to plan my initial steps out of this area. I've since changed out of my casual clothes, and I'm now wearing a pair of running shoes, a black pair of cargo khakis, and a grey long-sleeved turtleneck. Considering how, if things go to crap, even more than it already has, I may need to fight these things up close and personal. Thinking back on how that last creep attacked me, I decided to improvise some light armor. Looking around the hotel room, I gathered a yellow phone book and the hotel towels, and tied the towels around my shoulders and upper arms to get some padding between my shoulders and arms. With the phone book, I tore it in half along the spine before wrapping them over my forearms for extra protection. I did have a relatively well-made, durable brown leather bomber jacket, but I felt that it would reduce my overall range of movements in the situation, so I opted to not wear it. I also had a few different sets of gloves and opted for fingerless bike gloves for a good grip and to allow my hands to be free enough for any necessary fine movements while offering the bulk of my hand protection from teeth and bites. Reviewing the rest of my equipment, I took up my sidearm, a Glock G19, reliable and trusty with a custom grip, glow sights, and a magazine that carries 15 rounds. I also go ahead and pocket an extra 2 magazines into my cargo pants thigh pocket, before loading a magazine in the sidearm and chambering around. Next, I collected my blade with iron knuckle hilt from my duffel bag, where I had stupidly left it. Afterward, I just dumped out the duffel bag outright, emptying it. I collect a set of lockpicks and my pocket first aid kit from my go bag, stashing the picks in another pocket and strapping the first aid kit to the left side of my hip. With all of that, I decided it was time to face the music, and made my way to my room's door. Taking a deep breath, I unlocked it before peering outside. The first thing I noticed was that the corpse in the hallway was now missing, a blood trail leading away and disappearing around the corner further into the hotel hallway. Swallowing hard, I step out and shut the door behind me, the door clicking almost unbearably loud for my taste. I made my way back over to the door to the stairs as I had before, peeking inside and listening intently. Satisfied that I couldn't see or hear anyone or anything within, I slipped inside and shut the door behind me again. Peering over the edge of the railings, I spotted a crumpled form of the now still body of what used to be a person. I spared a glance up almost absently, There were only 2 floors above me, so for now, I just needed to work my way down. I couldn't help but slow to a stop as I came up to the corpse I had thrown over the edge. It was a brutal mess, the poor bastard having landed head first. It appeared that it may have been reflexively tried to catch itself, but based on how the bones in its forearm were jutting out and its mashed-up brain case, it couldn't help itself in the end. Try, as I might, to glean any more prevalent information off the body, it was too heavily damaged from the fall, and I knew next to nothing about whatever science or medicine that may be applicable here. To need to know how to deduce what happened to it between being normal and healthy and their current entirely dead state. Having been down on one knee anyways, I offered the bastard a brief, silent prayer before standing tall and making my way over to the lobby again. Vitmori, point of view. Frisbee's looking more than a little apologetic about a little screw-up, it seems. I'd rather not have her stew on it for too long, so I opted to give her some work to distract her. Frisbee, as I said, it's fine, but you know what? If you want to make it up to me, I could use some help with my current project, I explained gently as I looked down at her. She looked rather anxious despite my efforts to convince her that it was okay, her little hands nervously wringing her rodent tail. However, when presented with the option to do something to make up for a mistake, her ears seemed to perk and even wiggle a little before nodding energetically. "Yes, Vitmori, I'll get it done," she expressed enthusiastically, though her eyes widened with surprise as she watched the remaining fruits and veggies disappear. "All right, Frisbee, head down and find the pink lights. Make sure to space out the seeds and bury them several inches below the surface. Aside from that, all you need to ensure is that half the seeds get planted in one room while the other half get planted in the other," I explained as simply as I could while I watched her nod intently before she hurried off. I took a moment to drop off the seeds of the crop scraps between the 2 greenhouse rooms before turning my attention elsewhere. Trisha, point of view. "Just what do they expect me to do with this stuff? I'm a blacksmith, not a miracle worker," she huffed with frustration, having just cracked another stone axe as she had spent the last hour working on. The stones she managed to collect just weren't good enough to make any practical tools for cutting down trees or any of the other things they asked her to build. The only things of note she's managed to make are a stone chisel and a weighty oval stone she tied to a stick to make a hammer. She didn't want to let her group down, but she knew her limits. The fact that they couldn't commit the resources to make her a furnace or a workshop of any kind, but they needed tools for the more critical projects which they asked her to make. The stress of this assignment was starting to get to her, and she knew herself well enough that it would only make her perform worse if she kept trying to force herself. She set her tools aside, leaving them at the base of the tree that she'd been working under, and getting to her feet. After taking a moment to dust herself off, she takes a walk to cool her head. She'd been walking a good 15 minutes or so, perfectly alone as she sighed to herself, just enjoying nature before settling down on a large rock as she huffed to herself and looked up at the clouds through the dense tree line. After a while, she closes her eyes, taking a slow, deep breath before exhaling as she looks at her hands. In the next moment, she conjures a ball of fire, deciding to take her mind off the stresses of the day with a bit of magic practice. It wasn't anything special since she didn't get to learn all too much attending her lessons before her father suddenly passed, and she couldn't afford to keep going. The ball of fire was only barely bigger than her palm, but she focused on the flame and used what she knew of a forge flame to make it grow and shrink, slowly passing the flame around her right hand to her left hand before moving it back around again some more. It's only after some time passes that she feels her hair prickling along the back of her neck. Looking around curiously, she soon spots the red cub watching her from the edge of the clearing. The young cat must have thought that he was hidden or something, but only half of him was hidden, and his vibrant red fur was somewhat distinct from the still green grass. She couldn't help but smile as she spotted the red cub and waved at him. "Hey there, little Red, out for a walk?" she asked, the stress from today mainly having gone away as she beckoned the red cub over to her. The red cub looked a little nervous, but after about 2 seconds of hesitation, he scampered out of the cover and over to her. In moments, he was beside her on the rock as his tail swished slowly while he watched her ball of fire. "Oh, enjoying the show?" she asked with a grin as she brought over the ball of fire, slowly swirling it around in her palm as the cub watched. His whole head moved from side to side as he followed the flames. Though, to her surprise, the red cub looked away and blew a little spurt of flames before looking back at her excitedly, his front paw excitedly tapping the stone as he watched her some more. Her brows raised with curiosity, and she couldn't help but smile some more as she looked at her little ball of fire curiously. "What? You want me to copy you? Sure, why not?" She enthused before bringing the flame to her face, studying it for a moment before taking a slow, deep breath and blowing out hard. The fire suddenly spewed out in a similar fashion to the cub, much to her satisfaction, as she could have helped but chuckle softly. "Well, what do you know? Thanks, cutie. Looks like you taught me something." She enthused warmly as she dispelled the ball of fire and reached out, gently running her fingers through his fur and doting on the cub. Suddenly, she heard a branch snap and looked around curiously again, her hand still resting on the little cub's head, when she spotted a Ch0-Steed, one of the beasts of the burden that pulled the carriages that she had come in with the others. The last she saw of them, the others had released the beasts into the wild, but now it looked truly feral already. Its curled horns now thicker and jagged, the once maintained decently short brown coat now looking rough and rugged as its hooves dug harshly into the grass and dirt. "Whoa! Hey there," she said softly, carefully picking up the cub, who looked surprised by the movement but remained somewhat still. The young woman efficiently handled his weight thanks to her developed musculature. The Ch0-Steed, in turn, seemed to have a wild look in its eyes. The square pupils glimmered as it started walking with a wide half circle, snorting and huffing with aggression, while Tricia did her best to prevent it from having a clear shot at her and the cub. It wasn't enough, though. The Ch0-Steed bleating aggressively as it started charging her in a deceptively fast charge. Tricia barely had a moment to dodge, tripping and tumbling into the grass as the red cub yelped with distress from being dropped during a fall. She scrambled on the grass, starting to hyperventilate as she only barely rolled out of the way of another charge. The Ch0-Steed, a powerful hooves, was kicking up the dirt and grass. "Little Red, run!" she cried out to the cub, pushing herself to her feet and desperately ducking behind a tree as the beast slammed into another tree, ripping the chunk of trunk from the sheer force of the impact as it reared up on its hooves to go for another pass. But it was too late. It was already looking right at her and is brayed out with fury. She freezes. This is it. She's going to get killed out here, and nobody would know where she went. She shut her eyes as it charged her, but then she felt a flash of heat and opened her eyes to see the little red blasting a fire breath at the Ch0-Steed. The feral beast rears again to avoid the flame before ripping the dirt apart with its hooves as it turns its attention to the cub now. "No, leave him alone," she cried out in response, conjuring her own ball of fire and performing her breath of fire. The Ch0-Steed couldn't avoid getting singed this time as it brayed out and backed off, snorting and ripping up the grass as it huffed, eyeing the cub and Tricia as it seemed to get ready to attack again. She stepped out of cover and stood by the cub. She wasn't about to let it get hurt, especially after it came to her defense, her own hands trembling anxiously as the Ch0-Steed began charging once more. In the next moment, several powerful gusts of wind blasted down from above, and 3 birds swooped in, clawing and pecking at the Ch0-Steed as it brayed with rage before rushing off and fleeing while the birds gave chase. "I'm still alive. It's gone." She didn't even realize her legs gave out as she trembled. The danger had overwhelmed her as she had panted softly, though she was pulled back to the now as she heard the mews from Little Red. The cub looked at her worriedly and pawed her face. She couldn't help but smile at him as she reached out to pet his head. "Thanks, Little Red. We make a pretty good team, eh?" End of chapter. Chapter 36. Tricia's point of view. Her limbs felt shaky and loose after facing another life-and-death situation so soon after that incident with the skeletons. Thankfully, Little Red seemed more than happy to show her some care and attention, sprawled out on her legs and nuzzling her stomach with comforting purrs. The red cat seemed to radiate a soothing warmth. It was a kind and gentle feeling that grounded her back in the moment. With a heavy sigh, she opened her eyes as she looked up at the shade of the tree supporting her, before looking down at Little Red and smiling as she began gently scratching the space between his ears. "Thank you, Little Red. We probably should head back to the others. We've been out on our own for too long." She lost her smile at the thought and sighed a bit more. "Not to mention all that work I've got ahead of me." At that, The red cup morelled and reached up, using his soft pads to bat her cheek before stepping off of her and curling his tail, seemingly signaling Trisha to follow him. Trisha watched Little Red curiously, tilting her head before flashing a smile as she pushed up off the tree to get to her feet. "So you don't want to go back yet, huh? Sure, Little Red. Let's go where you want," she said, accepting any excuse to not head back right away. Vidmore point of view. The sinners have taken to their training quite well, under Dread's guidance. The 7 of them have found their niches within the day of their births. First of the group is Pride, of course. She was made from a human woman who seemed to speak for the group readily, but the others have not found their voices for some reason. Of course, they were just born today, so I shouldn't rush them when they're not ready to speak. As it is, Pride prefers wearing as many stones as she can, just trying to keep up with her mentor Dread, mimicking heavy armor. Her preferred equipment was one-handed warhammer and a shield. After Pride is Greed. Despite their tanned skin, they appear to be ashen-skinned like all the others. He seemed to be a mischievous kind of man, a human that's perhaps in his 20s. He prefers a cloak and dagger style of combat from what I've seen so far, moving on light feet and quick swings and jabs of a small blade, while also taking practice throws with the wooden daggers at the impromptu targets made from a shield. Another of my sins is Envy, a younger-looking elf-man whose body came from one of the acolytes. He's slight and not particularly impressive-looking, but he has a strong potential for magic, as far as I can tell. He prefers using a staff, not wearing armor in particular, and has spent most of his time meditating after some light sparring. I've caught him staring at the others, watching their every movement and seemingly studying their development techniques. I wonder if it's an exaggeration to say his eyes seem to be the greenest out of the others. Next is Gluttony, a dwarven woman who seems to find her style with a pair of hand axes. She wears a moderate amount of stones for her build. She's probably trying to emulate a medium grade of armor, not too light or heavy. Her strikes are heavy with a confident follow-through. Her swings aiming high as it seems to anticipate fighting opponents larger than her. On the other end of the room is Lust, an admittedly handsome-looking green-skinned orc that has a well-maintained beard and sleek brown hair which was tied back in a ponytail. He wasn't overly built up regarding his musculature, but found a good balance in using a stone greatsword with the stone plates that would be weighed to a medium armor. Despite not saying much, he smiled the kindest and seemed to get along with all the others. Sitting beside Envy is Sloth. They seem to have moved the least when considering everyone else. There's a sleepy-looking elf woman with a pure black skin and silvery hair. She admittedly is plump for being on par with the other acolytes and knights, but from what I can tell, her build certainly doesn't matter when I consider that she's the first amongst the sinners to develop their mana hearts from simple meditation. Finally, there's Wrath. She seems to be a kind of half-orc with a grey skin and elvish features, if what I'm seeing is correct. Ironically, she appears to be the calmest and most collected of the group, methodically and precisely handling her weapon despite choosing to wield the biggest and heaviest weapon of the group and swings around with a great stone hammer. As for her armor, she has opted for a light amount of stone plates for her training, preferring to move fast and strike hard at the expense of leaving herself open. It's been a few hours since I directly oversaw their training, much to Dread's delight, when he seemingly sensed me. I'd been so distracted that I didn't even notice I had a guest in my core chamber. Trisha's point of view. When she had decided to follow Little Red to slack off on her duties, she didn't expect to be climbing a mountain. However, the little cub seemed to be just so happy to have her tagging along, so she wasn't about to turn back now. Though nearly halfway up, the steep climb suddenly turned into a more manageable array of stairs and zigzagged up the mountainside. She passed by several neatly carved-out cave entrances, but Little Red didn't seem interested enough to stop at any of them until they approached a triangular entryway where the stairs had ended. "So, Little Red, where do you want to take me?" she asked the cub as he trots inside. Trisha glances back down the way they came before following after him. Before she knew it, a warm green glow had caught her attention. There in the center of the chamber, on a pedestal that was near her chest in height, was a glowing green gem the size of a Troshk melon.
Is that Vidmore? It's his.
Beautiful, she says under her breath while gradually approaching the core. Little Red meeps at her cheerfully as he sits on the steps to the pedestal, her hand outstretched to the core, something about the swirling glow inside just beckoning her to touch it. Suddenly, a voice emanates in her head, causing her to jolt in surprise as she pulls away. Well, thank you very much for that. It's not every day I get a compliment. Trisha can't help but take another step back, smiling sheepishly, while glancing at her hand as if wondering what came over her. She then looked up at Vidmore and smiled a little more.
You're welcome?
She could feel joy and kindness emanating from the core, though his voice called from within her again. Now then, what brings you here? Do you have something to ask of me? Trisha couldn't help but glance at Little Red, who was happily cleaning one of his paws. She then looked at Vidmore and cleared her throat. Actually, I do. You see, I'm a blacksmith, and the group has tasked me with making tools required to build up our community. However, with the lack of a forge or even a furnace, I can't exactly make much of anything beyond stone tools. Even then, I have next to no experience making stuff with stone, she explained, seeming more bashful with each passing moment as she rubbed the back of her neck. However, the core just oozed with excitement as it echoed in her head. A blacksmith, you say? Excellent! You're just what I was hoping for. Do you need tools, a forge, and a kiln? I'll make sure you have everything. I just need your help with my projects in return. Are you up for it? Trisha seemed to look stupefied by his response, glancing over at Little Red, who just chuffed cheerfully before licking his paw and rubbing it in the ear. With a hard swallow, she looked back at Vidmore and nodded confidently. Yes, anything to feel the heat of the forge. I'm happy to accept any commission that you put before me, she gushed with a grin. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Trisha Point of View. Alright, so she just accepted to work for Vidmore. But now what? She still needed tools immediately, and looking around, she wasn't sure where she would have to forge or anything like that. She cleared her throat before speaking up a little cautiously. So, Vidmore, where do we begin? She asked as she flashed a sheepish smile. It takes a few moments, but she can feel a voice in the core speak up. Well, you need tools. I can try and whip up some cast iron tools for the short term. I won't be an efficient use of my resources, but until you have a forge, I suppose things like that will have to do. Go on, take those axes for now, and I'll put together some tools to get your people started, I explained, and somehow she could feel his attention already shifting away. Trisha glanced over to the core and the axes before collecting one in each hand, bringing up an axe and resting it on her shoulder. I'm not sure what you mean by casting, but I have a feeling that what you're talking about is more along the lines of molding. She looked somewhat serious before smirking a bit. But who am I to question the phrasing of my new patron? See you soon, boss, she mused before making her way out of the chamber, glancing back once more before starting her descent. She is a little disappointed that the Little Red decided to stay behind, but she does have work to do and needs to focus. Vidmore Point of View. All right, so we're going to try casting this time. Honestly, why didn't I think of this sooner? Just shaping the metal freely in my storage space isn't stable enough, and I could save so much energy by heating the metal to the melting point instead of trying to shape everything and compressing it to try and retain its shape. I didn't consider it earlier, since the need wasn't so immediate. With all the materials I have now, I could also probably start experimenting with steel production, not to mention trying to produce a suitable quenching liquid for our future forge master. Though before I could really let the ball get going on my plans and ideas, I sensed two different sets of eyes burning holes in my core as I focused back on the here and now. The first thing I see is a red-furred cub sitting at the base of my steps, his fluffy head brimming with new experiences and ideas. The other set of eyes is Dread. At some point, he approaches the entrance to my chamber and is currently kneeling, waiting for my attention. I look between them curiously before addressing the cub. Give me a moment, little buddy. Let me speak to Dread, and then you'll have my full attention. The red cub's ears drop a little, but he morales a confirmation as he walks forward and lounges on the first step while looking at Dread as he waits. Rise, Dread. What's on your mind? With that, Dread rose to his feet and approached, a small smile on his face as he pressed the fist to his chest in salute, lowering his head respectfully, before standing tall. "Creator V.R.E, as per your wisdom, we 8 knights have trained ourselves with each other. We've all ignited our mana hearts, and we are desperate to test our mettle against the threat below your territory," he explained, though his eyes were glinted in enthusiasm despite his calm expression. That was surprising to hear for sure. "Wait, every last one of you? So soon? I was under the impression that it took a considerable amount of mana for something like that." Dread merely shrugged as he got down to his knees in a relatively relaxed kneeling position. "Sloth and Envy have considered that it is most likely due to your influence, Creator." "My influence? But I haven't given you more mana outside of when I initially created you all," I countered, not exactly sure what he was getting at. Dread tilted his head from side to side as he mulled over his thoughts for a moment, before speaking up. "Again, these are the suggestions of Envy and Sloth, but by merely being within your territory, your bubble, as you put it yourself, through meditation practice that seems to have been ingrained into these bodies you have placed us in, we are able to absorb the mana in the air. The concentration of said mana must be rather weak where they did this practice, because it was rather effective at absorbing every speck of mana around us," he explained dutifully, not entirely understanding things himself. "I see. Thanks for letting me know. I'll have to consider the implications later. Anyways, what do you want of me? I can't help but ask, my overall curiosity significantly sated for the time being." At that, Dread flashed a confident grin as he stood at attention. "Ah yes, Creator V.R.E, the 7 sinners and I wish to delve into the caves below your mountain, and work on further cleansing the rot and pestilence that dare abide there," he explained with a righteous vigor. I couldn't help but feel at least a little skeptical. Only fools rush headlong into battle for anything beyond the defense of themselves or the others in your care. But then again, Dread isn't an overly cautious survivalist in a dead world. His type would probably be common in a world like this, with all the heavy old-fashioned weaponry and magic. "Very well, you have my permission. However, you must bring along Frisbee, and I imagine she would be much more knowledgeable about that place than any of us." Dread looked rather thoughtful for a moment before lowering his head. "As you will, Creator V.R.E, we shall bring you glory." With that, he stands and turns to leave, ducking past the entryway and into the sunlight. With Dread off, I turn to check on the red cub, who's been patiently waiting for me. "All right, little buddy, you've got lots to share now, don't you? Go on, think about what you've experienced." The little firebolt, in turn, morales pleasantly, and he gets all fidgety with excitement, before closing his eyes and thinking nice and hard. Frisbee, point of view. She didn't expect to be back here so soon. They were standing before the entrance of her old home and living tomb. She shudders, but scampers forward on all fours, and she glances back at the warriors behind her as they look around curiously. Their heavy feet echo in her body with every step as they delve deeper and further into the underground cavern. Even as they pass through the second cavern, the threshold that used to be there could no longer be sensed as they kept walking and descending. As they moved on, it was Sloth that spoke up first. "The air here, stale, dead, empty," she said slowly in a relaxed tone. Envy followed up, their faintly glowing green eyes scanning the walls before looking at Sloth and nodding. "You're right, Sloth. Whatever manner of being that once claimed this place as their own has drained every speck of mana in this place. The Creator is going to have their work cut out restoring this place." There are murmurs and grunts of agreement as they pass ancient and ruined traps and chambers, though Frisbee came to a stop, her front paw outstretched before she'd brought back to her chest and sat on her back hind legs. Dread came over, looking at the rat curiously before getting down on one knee to be closer to her level. "Frisbee, what's the matter? Is something wrong?" Her nose couldn't help but twitch as she anxiously wrung her tail between her hands. "Sorry, it's just, this chamber was my home for centuries. My children, my brood, starved for so long here. The only thing that kept them alive was my mana reserve," she squeaked, a shuddering breath, as she looked back up at Dread and the sinners, who were listening intently. "Of course, I am grateful to Aruru and Vitmori for freeing me from this hell of starvation, but I still can't help but feel for my children who never got to develop minds of their own. I suppose I shall always be a wretched broodmother. She shakes herself, smacking her face slightly with her front paws as she sighs. Come, you can't stay forever. At that, Wrath speaks up as he reaches out and pats her back. Take your time, Frisbee. We're following you, she says in a gentle, rumbling voice before footing back. She smiled a little but shook her head again. No, I shouldn't. I can always come back later once it's safe, she reasoned, but mostly she was trying to convince herself as she reached out her front paw and entered the chamber, scurrying a little faster than before to try and get out of here sooner. So, Frisbee, we probably should have asked sooner, but what are we supposed to expect down here? Envy asked, following the rat's quick pace towards the end of this particular chamber. Dread holds up a fist suddenly, signaling for everyone to stop as he narrows his gaze. Hold on, I'm feeling something in front of us, he says quietly as he glances back at the others. Envy responds as he approaches, his glowing gaze studying the air. It's another bubble, but not of the creators. As far as we know from Basti and Aruru, the moment we cross here, we'll not be able to reach the creator, and we will be alone. He then looks over at Frisbee and quirks a brow. So again, what can we expect down here? Frisbee was silent, staring intently at the wall that she was wrung her tail and a pause before swallowing audibly and speaking up for another moment. I don't actually know. I hoped I'd remember as we went along, but it's been forever since I went deeper than my own chamber. There was a collective sigh from greed, envy, lust, and gluttony. However, Dread spoke up at that. No worries, Frisbee. We were planning on going blind anyways, so our goals haven't changed. He reminded the others before resting his hand on his blade grip and stepping forward. The next moments were uncomfortable, to say the least. It was like one of their senses was missing, and the world just felt less than it was before. It was like something around the back of their heads was just absent. Though they descended deeper, the path before them widened in a spiral before they finally came to another massive chamber. To the left of the chamber, there looked to be a natural spring that burbled audibly, yet softly, in what would otherwise be a totally lifeless room. The rest of the room was unnaturally smooth, the walls and floor looking properly carved as if to offer a semblance of civilization. Though, with all of that, moss and fungus seemed to overtake the entire chamber, save for the area directly around the spring. Envy spoke up as he looked around curiously, stepping in further than the rest of the others. Strange. We've seen signs of traps and other threats along the way, but why did the being choose to start making things look unnatural now? Frisbee scampered further into the chamber, her ears twitching thoughtfully as she looked around. There's supposed to be something in here. But where? Perhaps in the water. Dread wondered as he approached the natural spring, looking over the water's surface before grabbing a particularly chunky mushroom and tossing it into the water. The mushroom stayed on the surface. It didn't sink, and it's not just floating. All of a sudden, the water began to move while the mushroom started to melt into the surface of the thing. Everyone, get away from the water! End of chapter. Chapter 38. Vertisa, point of view. The lizardkin woman was currently in the privacy of her tent, working with the herbs and mushrooms for various medicines. While she certainly did have a place in the longhouse with the others, this tent, which was now made with the material of 2 tents, served as a workshop as she prepared various curatives. Today, however, her private workspace was not as private as usual, as she glanced over at the blue prowler cub lying on a workbench, which had been carved from half a log. The blue cub, for her part, was intently sniffing at a particularly large, curved leaf with herbal pills neatly stacked inside of it, before turning her attention over to the poultice sitting inside of a wooden mortar, a stained stone pestle still resting in a mortar itself. Vertisa looked over to the club once more, tilting her head as she gently thumbed the mushroom cap in her right hand. So, little cub, why are you prowling after me? She asked, flashing a small, banged smile as her simple little joke before setting the mushroom cap down and leaning forward on her elbows as she looked down over the feline and poked the top of the blue cub's head. The blue cub morelled with surprise, not having been interacted with in such a way, as she rolled onto her side and looked up into the lizardkin herbalist before sniffing at the woman's scaled hands and nuzzling it gently. Vertissa smiled some more, an authentic and genuine smile as she doted on the cub and massaged one of the ears before catching herself as she pulled away and touched her own face thoughtfully. "You're supposed to be a particularly intelligent breed of manibeast, right?" she pondered thoughtfully as she looked over the young prowler as she plucked up the mushroom cap. "Want to know how to use a crushed zarin crown with a roasted slasha berry to treat most plant-based skin rashes?" At that, the blue cub's ears perked and twitched attentively, sitting up on the workbench while scooting closer to the lizardkin woman as her tail flicked and swayed behind her. The next few hours went by. The duo worked somewhat quietly as Vertissa one-sidedly instructed and taught the cub many things about the local flora before they were suddenly interrupted. The cub's ears perked first as she looked at the tent entrance and mewed politely. Noticing the lack of her new pupil's attention, she turns to look over before jumping with surprise at being face-to-face with a massive adult prowler, though she caught herself, reminding herself that she was in no danger. "Basti, right? What brings you here?" she asked, a hand on her chest as she steadied her breathing. It was in that next moment that Jack swooped in, landing on Basti's head as he spoke. You're a herbalist. W.R.E needs you." He spoke with a certain edge, his wings fluttering with nerves. The lizardkin woman balks at that, glancing around at all the manor beasts surrounding her before speaking up. "Me? Yeah, that's me, but why me?" Jack let out a low whistle. "We got casualties, and W.R.E needs a second opinion from a local about treating their injuries." At a mere mention of wounded, Vertissa suddenly collected herself as she scooped up her canvas satchel and began grabbing various leaf wraps and wooden jars from around the tent. "Well, what are we waiting for? Come on," she said firmly, while stepping past Basti and Jack. Dread, point of view continued. "Everyone, get away from the water!" Dread called out as he drew his blade, quickly stepping back as the ooze lashed out. Dread narrowly dodged the ooze, slamming its tendril into the ground, the moss and mushrooms vanishing as the tendril retracted into a mass within the ooze spring. Dread couldn't help but hiss, the impact of the ooze splashing some substance onto him as it burned into his leg. The sinners take their positions, Sloth and Envy taking the back line, while Wrath, Pride, Gluttony, and the others form a half-circle around the foe spring, while Frisbee comes in beside Sloth. Dread comes up beside Pride, the two sporting similar swords and shield stances, as Dread calls out to the others. "Don't let her touch you, and be light on your feet," he instructed, tendrils raising and swiping the air while everyone moved about. Though, as soon as Dread called out, the ooze lashed out once more as it slammed against his shield, sending Dread stumbling back. He did his best to rest, channeling his mana from his body and into the shield to reinforce it, managing to keep himself from falling over. However, in doing this, the reactive nature of his shield reinforcement caused a bubble to form in the tendril as it suddenly burst. The ooze splashed out as it drenched Dread's entire shield and shoulder. In the next instant, Pride was at Dread's side, using a similar technique to what Dread used to charge her blade with mana to swipe the tendril. The ooze recoils and draws back into the mass, even as Dread's shield clatters to the ground with the rest of his arm. "Get off of him, scum!" she cries out, standing defensively before Dread, while Wrath comes over, scooping up the knight and sliding him along the ground with the least amount of grace. Dread crashed against the far wall with a heavy grunt as he seized through gritted teeth to process the fact that his skin was still burning from the residual ooze. Two more tendrils lashed out, striking first at Pride. The woman is quick to react, deciding to deflect instead of outright blocking as she angled her shield, letting the tendril slide along the surface of her stone shield as it crashes into the ground and wipes it clean. The second tendril slithers across the room, trailing after Dread as it goes for him. "No, you don't, you bastard!" Gluttony cries out as she slides in, bringing both her mana-charged stone axes down into the tendril, severing them before ripping the floor apart and swiping the tendrils back towards the mass of ooze. She didn't get away unscathed, though, the crude bluntness of her attack causing the ooze to splash up and splatter against her face, her skin audibly sizzling as she shrieks out while her axes clatter to the ground while she clutches her face with both hands. The ooze recoils at her, drawing back and recording the bulk of its mass, before rushing forward in a viscous geyser that polishes the stone between it and Gluttony, before crashing into her chest and putting her down as it quickly began dragging her towards its mass. All the while Gluttony is frantically grabbing at the slick slime stone to crawl free, her fingers burning and melting with each desperate flail.
Gluttony! Wrath bellows out as she rushes over, dropping her weapon as she closes the distance before grabbing Gluttony by her arms and pulling. Wrath's fleet slid across the stone floor from the sheer force of the ooze before suddenly the pressure gave out, and she was now holding a limp top half of Gluttony. The massive stoic woman now looked like a deer in the headlights as she slowly took a few steps back while cradling Gluttony's close. Lust was by Dread's side, lifting him up by his shoulder and remaining arm as Dread called out with all the force that he can muster, "Retreat!" He gets out both gritted teeth as Lust rushes him towards the way they came. But the ooze wasn't done yet. Another tendril lashed out, snaking across the floor towards Dread again as Envy gets in the way and holds out their hands. "Freeze!" The command with as much authority as they could muster, the tendril glazing over with frost, slowing to a stop as Wrath barrels over with Gluttony still in her arms. But the ooze was persistent, even as Envy backpedaled towards the way it came. "Freeze!" he cries out in desperation, exerting more of his mana as more tendrils branch out from the mass and the unaffected parts of the original ooze tendril, while his ices up more and more as they get close in on his group. That's when he slips up, the mix of ooze, blood, and guts in a trail behind him, while the others retreat, causing him to lose his footing as he screams out. The globs of ooze and blood burning into his flesh as he frantically attempts to collect himself, the tendrils of ooze shattering free from the ice as they rear back before lunging for Envy where they fell. The next moment, he heard another voice cry out, "Flame barrier!" A flash of crimson light blinded Envy for a moment as waves of heat pummeled him. The ooze not finding him, it recoiled from the roaring wall that appeared between it and Envy as Sloth came back for him, grabbing a thin-framed man and dragging him up the stairs. "Come on, Envy! I thought you said you could outpace me in every way. You can't go out until you make that a reality," she huffed, her concentration elsewhere as they began their ascent. Chapter 39. Veritissa Point of View. The last 15 minutes were a blur as she was rushed out of her workspace on the back of a prowler and taken halfway up a mountain before being brought to a sort of magically lit stone training room. The scene was grisly to say the least, and while she had seen worse, the acrid stench of actively dissolving flesh singed her nostrils in a way she'll never really get used to. "All right, so you're dealing with severe slime injuries now," she sniffed again, approaching a human man with a missing arm as she looked him over. "Who's? A particularly acidic one at that," she said more firmly, though she jumped with surprise as a voice that wasn't her own echoed in her head. "So, you've seen these injuries before. What do you need?" But Maury asked in a way that you could sense the genuine concern in his ethereal voice. She blinked a few times, refocusing herself as she examined the human man's shoulder. "Well, of course, I used to be a somewhat respected healer in the capital. I dealt with many adventurers, mercenaries, and even some more, She took another look at the face of the man before hurriedly looking over at the faces of all the others around her and suddenly getting to her feet. "Knights. What in all that is good are they doing here?" she said, whirling around on Basti and Jack. The prowler casually lay near the entrance as she catnapped after their jaunt up the mountain. Meanwhile, Jack didn't understand what was going on, flapping his wings as he looked around curiously. At that, but Maury spoke up once more, echoing in her mind. "I know what you're thinking, but look again. These aren't the same people who took you and the others. Not their souls, at least. I just reused their bodies." She freezes at that, taking a moment to process what was just told before looking back at the human man and sniffing at him some more. "Necromancy? No. There's no rot," she murmured to herself before moving around and checking the others and stopping in front of the dwarven woman that was ripped in half from just below the waist down. Her nostrils flinched at the stench of the acidic ooze, but she couldn't help but examine the injuries with a new appreciation. "Considerable healing factor, based on what you told me, and the severity of the wounds. This woman should be dead, and you should have eaten up her belly button by now. Her hands should have been reduced to stumps at the wrists, not to mention the burns of the ooze on her face would have eaten into her skull." She then reached out, placing a hand on the dwarf's stomach and closing her eyes thoughtfully. "She's burning through mana fast." "So, what do you need?" But Maury pressed more urgently within her skull,
the weight of his sheer presence almost distracting. Vertissa huffed before looking around quickly as she came up with an idea. I need water, lots of it, to dilute the film of ooze in the dwarf's eyes. The ooze around her leg stumps is too thick for just water, and I don't have the right ingredients to deactivate it. Looking around, she spotted the weapons, but realized that they were all made of stone. I need a metal blade, heated until it is glowing. Hurry, she ordered with a resolve as she went for her water skin, emptying the contents into the dwarven woman's eyes as she did her best to mitigate the damage until they could get her some more water. Jack whistled over to the blue cub as he flitted over to Gluttony. Come here, small one. Between the two of us, we should be able to do what the lady needs, he explained, his tone still even and grim as he looked over his wounded comrades. He watched the cub scamper hurriedly, the blue feline looking Gluttony over with concern before closing her eyes and focusing, conjuring a water ball. From there, Jack pitched in by adding more water to the cub's ball and then began swirling the contents of the ball around, lowering the ball down on Gluttony's face. The dwarf visibly tensed before relaxing with fake relief. Vertissa watched on with a curious surprise at the two mana beasts before jumping with surprise as the glowing red-hot axe clattered onto the stone beside her. She went to reach for the weapon when a large orcish woman approached, scooping up the axe by its wooden handle before looking down at Vertissa herself. What needs to be done? The large woman asked as she looked over the dwarf. Vertissa swallowed before refocusing as she looked over the dwarf, tracing a nail a couple of inches above the ooze-affected area around their wrists and thighs. Cut these places. We can't let the ooze eat any more of her, and the heated metal will stop the bleeding. Keep her from using what remains of the mana that is resisting the ooze. No sooner than Vertissa finished her instructions did Wrath bring down the axe, precisely slicing and cauterizing Gluttony's limbs as the dwarf cried out through gritted teeth, writhing uselessly before falling unconscious. Vertissa reached out, pressing her hand to the dwarf's stomach and closing her eyes before looking around at the others. She's still alive, stable, but only just, she explained, opening her eyes and pulling away as she moved to the next injured. Come here, you two. That should be enough for her. Many of these other injuries should be easy enough to dilute with your help, and I've got something to staunch any further bleeding without having to resort to burning the wound, she explained, as Jack and the cub made their way over. But Maury echoed within her mind once more, the pressure seemingly lessened from moments earlier. Thank you for your assistance, Vertissa. I am in your debt, and that is something I don't say lightly. If you need anything at all, ask. Vertissa blanched, glancing around the room for a moment before going back to spreading a poultice over the back of the thin elven man. Well, thank you, Vitmori. I'll certainly keep that in mind. Anyway, that dwarf may have a good healing ability, as well as the rest of these, people, she said with a bit of hesitancy before clearing her throat. Her body has too much damage. Any mana recovery that she can attempt in her state will be wasted, not to mention the lack of limbs. The same goes for the man over there, she mentioned as she pointed out the armless human man. It's going to take a lot of mana to repair himself, but I'll do my best to prevent any further damage from the ooze. It took a few moments, but after a bit of silence, Vitmori spoke up. I see. So we need a lot of mana then? Very well. Basti, go for a hunt, and try to keep the bodies intact, he instructed, the prowler rising to her paws as she trotted out. End of story. Chapter 40. Cinco Point of View. Cinco's ears twitched and flicked at each crunch of the grass and fallen leaves beneath their feet. The twilight of the setting sun cast long shadows before them as they made their way back towards the longhouse. He glances behind him, looking over the half-elf tween as they make their way along, offering him a small smile. So, Michelle, are you doing okay back there? Do you need a break? He asks kindly, knowing how hard the boy had worked today. The young half-elf looks over to Cinco, their gaze having been looked over to the surrounding tree line before shrugging as he adjusts his share of the load of the small animal Cinco straps its Ned. I'm fine, Hunter Cinco. He offered a small smile as his gaze wandered once more. I'm used to walking lots, but walking in the city is very different from walking in the woods. At least, that's what my legs say. He mused lightly before huffing softly as he picked up the pace a little more. Cinco chuckled softly at that, nodding with understanding. It's the other way around for me. The woods are like my home away from home. No matter where I am, I can find my way around. The city, however, the noise, the smell, the crowd, I never really found my place there. He glances back at Michel once again. You say you walked a lot. What were you up to? He asked, hoping to get Michel's mind off the walking and maybe pass through time. Michel tilted his head side to side thoughtfully. I hated the church orphanage. It was always too stuffy, too neat, and too strict, he said, and as he slowly shook his head. The way they talk is so weird, too. How cleanliness is next to godliness, and how we must not sully our hands with the taint of beasts. Cinco's ears twitched thoughtfully, not having heard that particular verse before, though it's not like he was overly zealous in his religious beliefs. Michel continued as he scratched the back of his pointed ear. We didn't even have animals at the church orphanage, so I don't get that one anyways. He looked around at the orange and purpling leaves of the brush. Most of the kids were raised to be servants of the church. Anyone with real smarts or talents gets to be acolytes, or maybe paladins if they're lucky, he said with a dismissive scoff, kicking at a stone he spotted in his path and watching it skip along the leaves before smacking against a tree. As for me, I wanted to be an adventurer like my parents, explore the land and help people wherever possible. Cinco nodded intently, his ears twitching some more as he caught the calls of some birds in the distance. That's pretty interesting, but he cast a glance back at the half-elf before smirking a bit. But that doesn't tell me why you walk a lot. The young elf flashed a charming little smile as he looked up at Cinco before looking around some more. I was a courier. I ran messages for the priests, merchants, barkeeps, innkeeps, anyone and everyone that wants things to be delivered fast and discreetly. Ask for Michel. He gushed, proud of his little advertisement, though he looked distracted. His shoulders sagged a little as he watched the back of Cinco's head. I saw something I shouldn't have. The bartender at the Honey Hill hut was sleeping with the matron of the public orphanage, so I was delivering a letter of some kind to her. Cinco's tail poofed as his ears stood tall at the little bit of gossip as he glanced back at the kid. Really? Those two? I would never have guessed. However, he dropped his amused smile after noticing Michel's expression as the boy continued. I saw something I shouldn't have, he said more softly, slowing to a stop as he looked at the ground before looking up at Cinco's face, his brows furrowed with apparent frustration. I saw these girls getting grabbed by these people in black clothes just a few streets away from the orphanage. It was a few of the Beast King girls that are back at the longhouse with the others, he explained, gesturing vaguely ahead of them, as if to gesture at the longhouse. I wanted to help. I tried to be the kind of hero my parents were, but, I couldn't do anything, he said quietly, before looking back up at Cinco. I couldn't stop them. I shouted, punched, kicked, and bit. But all it took was one of those adults to hit my head, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up in chains with the others. He sniffed a bit, his tiny fist clenched and trembling before he began rubbing his eyes with his arm before shaking his head when he started walking again. Cinco watched after the boy before following up behind him and patting their back. Hey, what do you think about me teaching you about how to use a bow? It'll be the first step in becoming an adventurer like you wanted. We can see if Woody can find us a good piece of wood for a bow, and then we can put together some training arrows for you. Michel couldn't help but offer a smile, looking back at Cinco before nodding. That sounds nice, Hunter Cinco. Thank you. Cinco smiled in response, though his expression dropped while his ears went haywire, flicking and twitching in various directions before looking down at Michel. Drop the meat. Run. Michel looked confused, his expression stuck between a smile and being stunned. What? Cinco shrugged off his share of game, grabbing Michel's arm before tossing away his meat. Run! As soon as they took off, Cinco could hear the howls in the distance. There were a lot of them, and they were close. Cinco, what is that? What's going on? Michel cried out, looking behind them and then looking back at Cinco. Cinco looked back at Michel, and he knew then that they would both die if they stayed at the place that they were going. Wolves! I don't know what kind, he said, breathily, before looking around and then looking up, before looking back down to Michel. I'll come back for you, I swear, no matter what. Don't come down. Come down? What are you... But before he could finish his question, Michel was hoisted by the waist. Cinco took a breath before using his powerful legs and launching himself up into the air, ascending past the lower branches and tossing the boy onto a sturdy limb of the tree as Cinco dropped down to the ground. Stay! Cinco demanded, before looking at the wolves, 3 launching out from the bush and coming into view. He waved his arms before whistling at them. Over here, you mangy mongrels! He taunted as he shrugged off his bow and notched an arrow, letting one sail as it found purchase in the first wolf, sending it crashing into the ground while 4 more came into view after the first group. Michel clung to the tree, watching uselessly as Cinco led the wolves away. Now freed from the burden of having to watch over the life of another and only fending for himself, Cinco does his best to put some distance between himself and the wolves. He knows for a fact that he won't lose to them. He's already taken one of their lives. Notching another bow, he aims and fires off another shot, but it goes wide, burying itself in the dirt as the wolves close in. Damn it! Damn it! He cursed, notching another one, sending it as he buried an arrow in its eye. With that, he turned and ran, booking it as he led the pack away from the longhouse. If he died, hopefully, the wolves would find another trail and go away from the others. 20 minutes later. The sun has already set, and Cinco's senses are in overdrive as the moons and stars barely illuminate his surroundings. He's back against a tree, his body sore and aching from how hard he'd pushed himself. He's already had too many close encounters, but he's lucky he's taken most of the wolves down already. The main problem now is that one of the remaining wolves is a pack alpha, bigger, deadlier, and thicker skinned than the rest. It also doesn't help that the damn things are splitter wolves, venomous bastards with their own ranged attacks. His arrows have been unable to pierce its hide, and he is down to his last 2. This is it, damn it! I don't want to go. The howls bellowed out again. They were close. They found him again. He forced himself to push away from the tree as he ran to the right. He shakily notched another arrow. If he was going to die, it would be with an empty quiver. He panted heavily. He could hear the breathing and snarling of the wolves over his breath as he ran harder and faster. He suddenly took a sharp left around the next tree in order to try and complicate his trail. He forced himself to pick up the pace, though his legs were shaking too much. Each step made him weaker, and the wolves closed in. Cinco glanced back, trying to gauge the distance between him and the wolves that he couldn't see. It was in that next moment that his legs betrayed him. He tripped over something, and he'll probably never know what it was. What he does know is that he feels much colder all of a sudden. Yet the fur around his stomach is suddenly hot as he grunts and groans before rolling on his back. Damn! He gasps heavily, clutching his stomach as his fingers blindly find the shaft. My own arrow! His heart pounds in his ears, the thumping lining up with the thuds of the wolves closing in on him. Not like this, he cried out, gritting his teeth as he could hear the snarling breaths so close to now. Help me! In the next moment, a thundering roar sounded out from afar, and he couldn't hear the howls and yelps of the wolves, the ripping and tearing of flesh as a fight between beasts echoed out. The wind whirls around him. He can vaguely make out the flaps of wings, but his vision is starting to blur. You did good holding out for so long as you did, Cinco. Boyo is fine, and Basti will take care of the remaining beasts. All you need to do is stay alive. The herbalist is on her way. The being tweeted out. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Vitmori point of view. There's always something happening, isn't there? Dread and the sinners ran off and they nearly killed themselves. I mean, what did they expect with just barely over 2 days of training? Luckily, their muscle memories and instincts managed to keep them alive long enough to escape. But it almost wasn't enough. I believe I had an idea about some strategies to combat the ooze, but between possible recovery times, spreading them with the proper equipment, and some more thorough team training, well, it may be a bit before I let them delve into the depths of the caves again. In other news, I got a rabbit resting in my impromptu medbay with dread and gluttony, though medbay is just a fancy word for a cave I carved out, filled with skins of some fluffy goat horse things and the white deer skins for bedding. I set it up as an absolute bottom of my bubble, mainly to make it easy for that lizard healer to get to them and back down to the longhouse area with the others. I considered posting my healer zombies in the medbay to treat the rabbit and maybe tend to gluttony and dread's wounds. However, I can't help but worry that in dread and gluttony's cases, stirring up the mana in their damaged bodies would be like trying to fill a papier-mâché cup. It may do the job for a while, but something is bound to fall apart. As for the rabbit, well, it would probably give the poor guy a heart attack to not only be in a room with zombies, but also alone with zombies with the faces of those who abducted him. So I'll leave him in the increasingly capable hands of the lizard herbalist. The other sins got off relatively light, even envy, despite the extensive acid burns along his back. After all their wounds were cleaned, I let the healer zombies loose amongst them and got all their wounds tended to. For the time being, I've got the sinners meditating in their training room. I want them to work out what they could have done better and see if they can come up with solutions and strategies on their own before I offer my 2 cents. Frisbee seems okay overall, perhaps a bit shaken up at how quickly things hit the fan. Ultimately, I've decided to keep her on the back line until she's settled in, so her focus is back on my greenhouse project. With that in mind, she started going on walks down the mountain and foraging for things on her own. Well, she hasn't gone very far into the woods, but considering the last few centuries in a limbo of nothingness that she'd gone through, even I would be taking my time to enjoy the sights and the warmth of daylight. I honestly don't expect her to have too much to show anytime soon, though gardening was always a maddeningly slow process, so it's bound to take some time until anything bears fruit, as it were. Now then, on to the clan of cats. Basti had been out and about doing some mass hunting. She stumbled across a massive pack of some kind of snake wolves who were in the middle of traveling north for warmer territory. It was only bad luck for them that I had set Basti out on the local fauna the other day, though the regrettable part was that when the pack scattered, half of them ended up in the path of the rabbit and some kid. Another failure of mine was that it took nearly half an hour before any of mine noticed what had happened and were even able to find the rabbit. For now, I'm just waiting to hear back from her. She was supposed to gather the wolves' corpses in one place, so I'll reach out through her and pull them into my storage all at once. I don't think the people of the Longhouse blame me. Hell, I don't even think they know to blame me. But I know what happened there was my fault, and I can't be so careless with those in my protection ever again. I'll have to find some way to make it up to them somehow. The cubs all seem to have made their way around the Longhouse and settled amongst its inhabitants. The blue cub has shown a clear and distinct interest in herbalism and perhaps the art of healing itself. And because of that, I've decided to name her Sekar. She seems to be particularly observant and intelligent for her age. I would say she is somewhat reserved and possibly even standoffish when interacting with the community's children, but she seems to tolerate the adults well enough. Though when compared to her runt brother, she could be seen as almost pleasant. I wonder if I could eventually teach her and the herbalist a thing or two about modern medical practices. I would love to see how they apply that knowledge to the seemingly boundless potential of magic and otherworldly medicines. As for the white furred cub, she's become quite the little chatterbox. In a few days she's picked up humming, some minor singing, and the words yes, no, hi, and bye. Honestly, I'm genuinely impressed. I might have been scared or even shocked about the idea of talking animals if I hadn't first met Jack or even Frisbee. I wonder why she isn't already fluent like Jack or Frisbee. Is there a reason that she's had to learn from scratch, or is it something else? Maybe she wants to learn the hard way, or is she trying to fulfill some kind of requirement? It's quite an excellent little mystery I hope to see resolved eventually. Beyond that, she's also proven to be handy as a kind of nightlight, keeping some of the children company at night who are afraid of the dark. Next is the runt and the overall youngest of the group. He is, prickly, to say the least. Not very friendly, skittish, and quick to stay out of sight whenever someone is close to spotting him. It's interesting to watch him manipulate shadows in the way that he does. He takes to it like a fish to water, and all instinct from what I can tell, since Basti hasn't taken the time to teach him anything in particular. I wonder how long he'll take to catch up with his mother or surpass her. With that in mind, he's currently the only cub contributing to my manor already. Sure, his contributions are relatively slight, since all he's hunted are some rodents and a few particularly crunchy little bugs. But it is something, and it's already helping him grow beyond his siblings. Finally, there is the most surprising of the bunch, the red cub, who I've decided to name Heftio. Considering that he was the biggest and rowdiest of the clubs, I would have put money on him being a little fireball of mischief and destruction. But contrary to my assumption, Heftio was enormous with the flames of creation and the desire to build and make all sorts of things. For now, he's been hanging around the two cooks in the community, watching, learning, and tasting as they prepare meals for the others. When he's not with them, he's following Trisha, my new blacksmith, and listening to her talk about her time around the forge. Speaking of which, I really ought to start dedicating resources to set up a smithy soon, but I have other pressing matters to attend to now because of dread and my mistakes. Jack has taken to his duties rather well. He's explained his array of crew birds to cover the forest on the other side of my mountain, the half that faces towards the hegemony. I haven't given too much thought or attention to that half of my territory now that I think about it, especially since everything so far has been happening on the side facing the theocracy. The bird is a natural leader and doesn't appear to have much issue when it comes to delegating scouting duties to his lieutenants, who, in turn, run their crews of birds in various sections of the forest around my mountain. Arururu is currently resting in his burrow within my chamber, the serpent having exhausted himself using his farsight ability from within my chamber to coordinate with Basti in hunting down the entire wolf pack. While I'm confident he got a lot of good practice when using his ability, I do not doubt that doing so for long would wear anyone out. He's been settling well into his new size, but since he returned from fighting Frisbee and her brood, he doesn't go out very often. I've tried asking about it once or twice, but he just tells me that he isn't that hungry. Well, that doesn't worry me. I can feel that he's at least being honest about it, so I've opted to let sleeping serpents lie. I'd been in the middle of looking over Dread and Gluttony's wound when I realized that it had been quite some time since I put Basti to the body-gathering task, and she had yet to notify me about it. But just before I can reach out to her, I'm suddenly all too aware that she's already waiting in my core chamber, sitting patiently before my pedestal. "Basti, what's going on? Why didn't you wait for me to collect the bodies?" In response, she gave me a very feline, mischievous smile before summoning her shadowy wings. Upon unfurling them, I couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment as many wolf corpses just spilled out into the stone sand beside her. After a few more moments, she gives her wings a little flap before recalling them to herself. Time and time again, my right hand never ceases to surprise me. It's always something new with her. "Since when did you get your own storage, Basti? You keep getting new tricks like this, and I might develop a complex." I'm used to her, and I couldn't be more proud. The fact that she can do this for me now means that I can save on mana putting things into my storage from outside my bubble of influence. I mean, now I've got a considerable chunk of mana I can use for something else, which is fantastic news. Looking over the wolf bodies, I spot something else that didn't fully belong as I look back over at her with surprise. "And when did you have time to hunt a bear?" I could feel the smug satisfaction just oozing from Basti, even as she nonchalantly grooms one of her paws. It is well deserved, for sure, but I appreciate how hard she tries to remain modest despite the utter carnage lying around her. Looking over the wolf bodies some more, I happen to notice one of the wolf's forelegs just lying limply in the sand, clearly having long been separated from its original owner when its inspiration struck. "You know what? I think I have an idea on how to speed along Dread and Gluttony's recovery." Though at that, Basti stopped mid-lick to tilt her head curiously as it began sifting through the wolf corpses. End of chapter. Ferocious point of view. The feline emperor's ears twitched with mild annoyance. Yet his face was calm and serene as he could be as he listened to another noble drone on about the pledges of allegiance to the Empire and the throne. This should have been, and was, a proud event for him when this all began, about 3 weeks ago. While he certainly appreciated the grand gestures, pompous performances, and ornate gifts to prove their loyalties, it all gets a bit annoying hearing the same things over and over again. Yet niceties must be observed, especially if he doesn't want a ring of nobles to form an order to overthrow him or something like that. Who is he kidding? A third of these nobles turned on their previous kingdoms and nations after his show of force in their homelands. Another third is probably loyal, coming from lineages and cultures that respect power and authority. All the rest are a mixed bag. Some from households he's had to eliminate and replace, others are merchants with good backgrounds that were rescinded, and the remaining nobility is, well, their necessary evil he hopes to be rid of eventually. It's all he can do to hope that a group hasn't already formed against him. When he focuses on the moment, he looks down upon the court, who is essentially parading himself back and forth before glancing over to Regan. The half-elf seemingly met Ferodius's gaze at this exact moment before looking over the crowd of courtiers when he spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen of the land, that'll be all for today. His Majesty Emperor Ferodius Lionheart will not be seeing anyone else today." At that, Regan glanced back over to Ferodius for a moment, who discreetly flicked his tail a couple times. "In fact, he shall not be available for the next 2 days." Ripples of murmuring echoed about, but nobody would dare to say anything against the word of the man who was a second to the throne. Slowly they all filed out, and before long it was just Regan, Ferodius, and 4 royal knights standing in key places along the throne room. Ferodius sighs softly, slumping back into his throne with a huff, resting his chin on one of his clawed hands, being propped up by the armrest, while his tail slowly flicks and sways behind him. "Just how many more of these nobles must I entertain before properly focusing on other things?" Regan suppresses a bit of a smirk as he walks over to pat Ferodius' shoulder, shaking him gently. "Thankfully, you seem to have finally passed through the worst of it, my lord. Only 17 more displays of loyalty, and you can finally have your afternoons back to yourself. Only then you'll need to begin plans to host a huge banquet, celebrating peace after the last 5 years of war." He mused mischievously as he pulled his hand away, clasping them both behind his back. "And then, and only then, you can start your plans to finish the unification of the continent." Ferodius only grew more exhausted as Regan listed out what he had coming. His ears blinked before shaking his head and sitting up somewhat reluctantly. "I suppose the work will never really be done," he said, before pushing off his throne and descending the steps leading up to it. "Anything new I should know about?" he asked curiously, as Regan followed closely to Ferodius's left. Regan hummed momentarily as he opened a folder with documents that he had pulled from the inside of his coat. "Well, contact with the isolated tribes and clans in your new territory is slow. Half of them are stonewalling, but not openly hostile. There's a clan of lizardkin in the Drizzen Hotlands who seem to be open to trade and relations. They have access to a unique mine of some kind of stones that put out heat. I don't know the specifics, but apparently it really helps in those cold nights." Regan shrugged a little. "Something to keep note of. Apparently the Saintess of Gaia received some sort of major revelation. Whatever it is, it's got a lot of money and supplies moving around all of a sudden. Our people are doing their best to ferret out the details, but they've only begun and haven't made any headway yet," he explained, closing the folder and tucking it away once more. Ferodius nodded intently as he scratched the back of his ear. "If only we could just get a handle on those religious fanatics. I mean, I know it's not everyone, but it doesn't take a lot to sway the nation. Peace is always an option, but I don't know how I feel about the way they treat Beaskin there. Again, I know there are probably many good, kind, and generous people that live there and love all life, no matter the race, but it only takes a few infected vica berries to ruin an orchard." Regan nodded sagely as they neared Ferodius's room, opening the door for the feline emperor and following him in as they settled upon the opposing couches in Ferodius's sitting area. A squirrelkin maid soon arrived just moments later with a tray of seasoned dried meats, wine, and bread. Dismissing herself with a pleasant bow of her head, she turns and leaves the room, her fluffy tail swaying in time with the hips with each step as Regan follows her with his eyes. Is it just me, or was that girl trying to show off? Ferodius was massaging his temples, in the middle of reaching out to snatch up a piece of meat with one of his claws. Showing off? I hadn't realized, he said, before taking a bite of the meat and tearing off the piece. It certainly wasn't for my benefit, he mused, focusing on the moment a little more before meeting Regan's gaze as he offered a very mischievous-looking feline grin. I do remember Tori mentioning that her ladies-in-waiting were asking about you. Ferodius finished the piece of meat that he was working on before sitting up and leaning back against his seat after taking up a chalice of wine. Who wouldn't be interested in the mysterious, aloof, right-hand man of the Emperor? You're still single, aren't you? Regan blanched at that before sighing as he took up his own chalice of wine and had a rather large swig before leaning back into the couch, keeping the chalice close to his lips as he nursed it. My lord, you're an ass, he said tiredly before smirking a bit as Ferodius snickered with amusement. It was only a few quiet moments between the two brothers in bonds before they were interrupted, their ears simultaneously twitching moments before there was a knock at the door. Enter, Ferodius sounded out before sipping at his chalice. Upon receiving permission, one of the royal knights made his way inside, saluting Ferodius while standing at the doorway. Your Highness the Mage Revire and her ward Reunum have returned. They request an audience with you. Regan and Ferodius exchanged another glance before the two of them stood. Bring them to my office, Ferodius instructed, before stepping past the knight. A few minutes later, Ferodius was seated at his desk, Regan standing dutifully to his left, while Tori sat in the armrest of Ferodius's chair to his right. A few moments later, the doors opened and Revire stepped into the office, with Rhiannon ducking through the doorway and standing behind Revire. Ferodius's ears flicked thoughtfully as he looked over the two of them. Well, you two certainly look, like the tattoos and, what did you do to your eyes? Revire looked a little bashful at that as she scratched her cheek. About that, Your Majesty, I have something to report. However, I request that you clear out this entire castle wing. I would request the utmost secrecy from you until after you hear what I have to say. Regan and Ferodius shared another glance, by which point Ferodius looked to the knight who was standing in the open doorway after escorting Revire. Do it! Not a soul in this wing! The knight saluted in response before breaking his rigid stance, shutting the double doors behind him and hurrying off. While they waited, Historietta was the one to break the silence. The human woman spoke gently as she broached the subject that she deemed sensitive. You died, didn't you? The both of you. Revire was somewhat taken aback, glancing back up to Rhiannon, who looked down in her in response. She cleared her throat before looking back at Historietta. Yes, we were slaughtered quickly, brutally. She gestured to her thigh before running her fingers along her throat, and, efficiently. Rhiannon pitched in at that, the massive warrior shuddering as he remembered that day. She was a powerful being. She laid me low before executing me like some defenseless animal. Ferodius glanced over at Historietta with a mild surprise, his whiskers twitching with curiosity, though he remained silent. Revire looked slightly offbeat as she touched her throat thoughtfully before looking back at Historietta. Your Majesty, if I might ask, how did you know we died? Historietta averted her gaze, clearing her throat a moment before running her fingers along one of her braids. Your eyes. I don't mean the color, but the look in your eyes. They're the eyes of someone who's gone through death. Revire blinked with mild surprise, meeting Historietta's gaze and seeing something for herself. She held her tongue, however, and looked over to Ferodius, feeling that enough time had passed. First things first, Your Majesty, Ferodius, I must state that I am no longer your servant. Ferodius looked vaguely taken aback but leaned forward on his elbows as he interlocked his fingers. I see. Well, I must assume that you have your reasons. Revire nodded as she reached into her satchel and procured a full-looking pouch, gently setting it down on Ferodius's desk. As you know, we died, but Vidmori dragged our souls from the aether and gave us another chance in life. He made us his vassals in this world, and he has expressed that he wishes to align himself with your efforts." Again, Regan and Ferodius shared a glance, Regan reaching out and taking up the pouch as he examined its contents. Ferodius was about to speak before Regan had a little outburst. "What the fu— Are these real? Look at the size of them and the purity." Ferodius's ears perked up with intrigue as he looked over, Historietta peeking around Ferodius as well. All the while, Revire and Rionum looked pleasantly amused, if not pleased, by their reactions, as Revire spoke up. "Diamonds, every single one of them. Vidmore created them himself." Regan goes on to carefully pour out the pouch's contents onto the table, the gems gleaming in the light of the evening sun. "Forget making any kind of basic, mundane jewelry. With gems like these, we can make any number of magical tools," he gushed, his mind racing with the possibilities as he started to pace and run with his thoughts. "We could actually get started on a number of projects the folks over at the tower have been contemplating. Gosh, artifact-grade tools, armor, or even weapons aren't outside the realm of possibility. Ferodius, we need to—" He suddenly caught himself mid-speech as he looked over the room to see everyone was staring at him. Sorry about that." Ferodius couldn't help but flash a smile at seeing his lifelong friend act in such a way. He glanced back over at Revire, unsure what part of her declaration he wanted to address. His ears flicked a couple of times before meeting Revire's multicolored eyes. "I accept Vidmore's offer. At this time, we will need all the allies we can get." Ferodius then glances at a nearby wall with the continent's map before returning to Revire. "Especially since he is situated in the middle of no man's land known as Lictran's Folly. Neither the theocracy nor the hegemony has any claims on that land, and it was previously deemed inhospitable and cursed land for over 600 years. Revire considered that the Emperor had stirred some memories of something that she was told a long time ago. "You're right. My mother told me stories of that place. It was before even her time, but there was supposedly another dungeon core way back when. It grew so powerful that it tainted the very land itself, infesting it with undead, aberrations, and constructions." She recounted slowly, gently touching her own throat. "It took the entire continent to unify in order to assemble and outfit a group of heroes to invade the forest, descend to its depths, and destroy the dungeon. However, those heroes never returned, and thus the continent fractured for another couple 100 years over the supposed failure," she said softly as she glanced over at Ferodius. "Of course, when the core's influence on the land finally waned, it was too late for your short-lived peoples to reconcile, and thus you remained fragmented." Ferodius looked fascinated, as he did the others to varying degrees. It was one thing to read about the vague details of events from centuries ago. It was something else entirely to hear its second-hand, or rather third-hand account of the events from a long-lived person. Revire was reminiscing over the memory of her mother, and it had been a good 50 years since she'd last seen her, though she very suddenly had another realization as she looked to Ferodius and cleared her throat. "I do want to mention, for clarity, that Mori is nothing like Lichtren. While he is indeed a brutal and perhaps vindictive being, he only reacts in such a way towards people like bandits and slavers. He considers them scum, and for good reason." Ferodius nodded intently, leaning back into his seat again, leaning in towards Historietta, as she began to absently run her fingers through his head fur. Revire swallowed in contemplation, continuing to speak as she looked over the Emperor and Empress. "Vidmore is a kind and generous soul. He has faced hardships I could never have imagined. The last several days I've dreamed of memories that were not my own, dreams I could recall so vividly only due to my ability as a mage to be able to dreamwalk. I have watched Vidmore grow up, watched as he witnessed the fall of his home, and saw him fight with everything he had to save the strangers around him in the face of apocalypse. He fought hordes of beings that could only be called demonic, yet he had a word for them, a simple word that meant the end of things. Zombies. He fought them for decades, cutting them down as if they were fields of wheat, yet as he marched into the abyss, those he loved could not follow. He became a wanderer, a hero who walked alone, and in the end, he died a hero, alone with no loved ones beside him." Revire was in tears by the end of her speech. These memories were so vivid for her, and her heart could not help but shed tears for him. Sniffling a bit, she gingerly wiped her eyes before looking at Ferodius. "I implore you to take Vidmore seriously, and do not consider betraying him. He needs people to trust, and for people to trust him. If you cannot have them, cannot say what might come next. Herodias was again taken aback, surprised by the usually cold and stoic elf-woman being so much more emotional than he had ever known. I see. I'll take this under serious consideration. I do have a question for you, he mentioned while sitting up and pulling away from Historietta's touch. You said you watched him grow up, and you mentioned an apocalypse I've never heard of. Who or what is Vidmore? Revire nodded slowly as she recollected what she knew from her dream walking and looked Herodias in the eyes. Vidmore he was a human. He lived in a world called Earth. It was a world populated by only humans. They had no magic, but had technology that could still make us seem like primitive savages despite our magic. Then his world fell. Yet he survived for many years before eventually, and finally, succumbing to the zombies that brought his world down. She glanced over at Historietta, though the woman was seemingly lost in thought, gazing into the middle distance where Revire turned to look back at Herodias. Herodias was rather deep in thought, his brows furrowed, while his tail lashed behind him. Stick around for a couple days, Revire. I need to come up with a suitable gift in response to Vidmore, and I want to make sure that I see him as equal in our alliance. Revire nodded, lowering her head in respect, before looking to Herodias again. Yes, your majesty, we'll wait. With that, Herodias dismissed the duo, Revire leading Rionum into the halls. They had only been walking for about a minute when they heard footsteps behind them, the sound of heels on carpet. Turning to look, Revire was surprised to see the Empress. Your majesty, what is it? Historietta looked somewhat hesitant, but gathered herself as she locked eyes with the elven woman. Revire, I'd like to speak with you about Vidmore, if it's not too much trouble. End of chapter. Chapter 43. Vidmore point of view. I don't have these thoughts very often, but they're always there in the back of my non-existent head. What am I? It's just been over a few weeks, and I've done things no human could possibly manage. At least none that I've ever known. I've carved the very stone and earth around me with only a thought. I'm almost sure I have consumed the souls of beings numbering in the double digits. I brought a world-ending virus from my world into this one, yet muted it to be under my control. I brought the dead back to life and created new life out of nothing but a name. In less than a month. So, what am I? Am I a god? A demigod even? If I am a god, what does that make the being that put me here? If I'm not a god, then what am I? What is a dungeon call, and why am I one now? What about the other dungeon call below my mountain? They've been around for 100 years at least, yet they've made no real attempt to contact me or anyone in that time. Were they another person of some kind? Someone like me? Or was it something primal and simple-minded like the other historical dungeon calls that were in Revire's mind during our first conversation? I don't like not knowing these things. Whenever I had questions, I would seek out answers. Hell, I would seek out answers to questions I didn't even have yet. But for all my curiosity, here I am, stuck at the top of a mountain of all things, bound to my little self-made pedestal, surrounded by the doodles of a lunatic rock. There are moments where I wonder if any of this is real. Maybe I'm dead and gone, and all this is a mad delusion of my still active mind in my ever-roaming corpse. But regardless, these are just thoughts. Nothing I can truly act on. What I can do right now is work on fixing one of my most loyal subordinates and his subordinate, so that they can get back into the thick of things and get me more answers from the guy in my basement. Anyways, looking Dread over again, I think he's somewhat stabilized compared to earlier, mostly thanks to the lizard woman. I'm not exactly sure how she does it, but from what I can tell, she places her hand against the stomachs or chests of someone and injects some of her own mana before swirling it around. Somehow, in doing so, she stimulates some sort of healing factor with her own mana. It's certainly a much slower process than what I've done before, but it also looks significantly less painful than my way. Gluttony is also marginally better, but that's not saying much since it's going to take longer for her to get stable. I wondered why the lizard woman hadn't done the same treatment for the rabbit, But now that I'm thinking about it, it probably has to do with the fact that he doesn't have a mana heart. His recovery is a little slower going, after all. A barbed arrow getting lodged into a small intestine is bound to cause issues. The removal of the arrowhead was clean enough, and the lizard woman was able to close the internal wound, at least using some kind of spiderweb mesh. She then covered the external damage with a herbal poultice before using some more of that web mesh. Now, it's all a matter of bed rest to recover from blood loss, as far as I can see. Back to Dread. I did consider simply rebuilding his arm, but based on my limited experience treating Zacitar's wounds, despite his reptilian healing factor, rebuilding his tail cost a lot more than repairing it and improving what he already had. While I'm not exactly flush with humanoid limbs, I do have a lot of animal parts. The bone structure isn't too extremely different. Maybe some extra joints that need fusing and some digits that need extending. What I'm worried about is that Dread's body might reject the limb if I simply snap it on. I need to make it a part of him somehow. Maybe I could blend the snake wolf DNA into Dread's DNA, combine the two until there's something entirely new and one. I think that's what I should do. But a single snake wolf leg probably won't be enough to do something like that. So I'll use a whole wolf instead. Definitely not the alpha though, since I've got plans for them. I go ahead and lay out the entirety of the wolf that had separated limbs across Dread. The poor guy grunted in pain with the added weight. Sorry. Now, I'm not exactly sure where to go from here, but I think if I just swirl my mana between the two of them, something neat should come out. It's slow. This new experimental process takes hours through the night. With that said, Dread doesn't seem to be in any more noticeable pain or distress. The snake wolf has all but disintegrated into nothing but a pile of bones and fur scraps. The rest, as far as I can tell, has been converted into energy and material, which were mixed into Dread. As for Dread, that's been interesting to see so far. He developed more animalistic features. His ears have seemingly melted into his head before sprouting out the top of his head and appearing more canine than earlier. He's also more hairy than before, not full-on fur coat, but he looks like he'll probably slightly warmer during the winter months. His jawline appears slightly more developed, not jutting out, but sharper with more defined muscles. Almost as if he's gained something significant in terms of bite strength. Focusing on his mouth, his canines are slightly more pronounced and sharpened, but the fascinating thing to see is the fact that the fangs are now hollowed. It seems Dread now has the capability to either spit or inject venom with a bite. Moving on along his body, I can see that his bones are more fortified, his skin is more resilient, and even his lungs and liver, of all things, have been fortified. While his new arm is undoubtedly strong, his legs are the real turnout. He didn't look like he skipped leg day before, but now he's got the legs of a sprinter, strong and able to carry him for long strides, great for running away or quickly closing in on a target. There was one odd little detail that really had no benefit, but Dread now has a tail, a somewhat fluffy one at that. Looking at him now, it might be a little on the nose to call him Dread Wolf, but he certainly has the intimidating air about him, even if he's certainly sleeping peacefully. I'm cleaning up the scraps of fur and parts that didn't blend into his Dread when I hear a clattering of wooden boxes and cups in the entrance. Redirecting my attention towards the entrance to the cave, I spot the lizard woman as she seems to stare at Dread. "Is there something wrong?" I asked her gently, wondering what could have possibly spooked her. Even then, she jumps as she looks around before clearing her throat and speaks up. "Sorry, Vitmoria, it's just, who's that? What happened to Dread?" she asked, approaching the wolfkin before her, and she looked him over. "Ah, sorry. You might not recognize him, but that's Dread right there. I combined him with one of those snake wolves to help him with his missing limb. One thing led to another, and I ended up using more of the wolf than I intended," I explained, though I couldn't help but feel a little accomplished in the discovery of mine. Despite her reptilian skin, I could see the color drain from her face as she swallowed before looking around. You mean, you just made a baby skin like that?" Yeah, I guess I did." End of chapter. Chapter 44. Tired Wolf Point of View. The hunt is over, and his time is done. He supposed this was for the best. The pack had gotten too big, and the lands they visited weren't enough to feed everyone. They had already lost a third of the pack's strongest and oldest, trying for the food of the people with little success. When that massive beast had attacked us, that was when the pack lost their sanity, rampaged, and chased anything that moved. The food was so close, the scent of fear so overwhelming, yet his body failed him, and he was too weak, hunger clouding his mind. When he clashed with the great beast, all he could do was let out a final howl as he went down. But finally, he was no longer hungry, no longer in pain. He could rest. Young wolf, point of view. He awoke with a start, his eyes greeted by a warm glow of a faintly pulsing green light. Looking around, he couldn't help but notice the intricate variety of scents having filled the air around him. The young wolf was so distracted that they didn't notice the source of the green light until a voice echoed within him. "Ah, you're finally awake. Good. I was hoping everything went well after I finished reattaching those limbs of yours. How do you feel?"
"My limbs? What?"
The young wolf looked startled, glancing around as they struggled in the stone sand to get to their feet. Though their stance was shaky, they stumbled down more than once. However, a realization hits him as they lick their teeth thoroughly. "Did I say that?" "No good, you can also talk, and with no training required. I wonder why. Well, that is a topic for another time. You're the remaining son of the previous leader of your roving pack. I'm almost positive you're the right one based on the memories I've gone through. I have an offer for you, since it's mostly my fault my executioner utterly demolished your entire pack. No offense." The wolf looked more perturbed than anything as its eyes darted around before finally landing on the glowing green jewel in the center of the room. Finally, he started to collect himself as he slowly padded off the stone sand, making his way to the more solid stone path before the jewel on its pedestal and taking a sit down. His tail curled around protectively over his paws as he watched the glowing green gem curiously.
Are you the one talking? What do you mean by an offer?"
he asked with an inquisitive tilt to his head, the wolf not entirely sure how it knows and understands these words at a fundamental level.
Wait, am I dead? Is this some kind of afterlife?"
the wolf asks in an increasingly distressed tone, despite his apparent confusion. Whoa, slow down there, Wolfie. One question at a time. Let's see here. No, this isn't the afterlife. Yes, you did die, but don't worry, you got better. I brought you back since it seems you had a strong desire to keep living despite your circumstances. The voice goes quiet momentarily before resuming with a sense of gentle confidence. My offer, if you're willing, is to come under my service, take a name from me and guard my land. If you accept, I'll help you bring back most of your pack, those who also have the same kind of desire that you do. You won't feel hunger under my influence, and I'll provide you a territory to keep and protect, so you no longer have to wander and ultimately provide your pack somewhere warm to stay in the winter. The wolf's ears drew back, anxiety and nerves getting the better of the young predator as it watched the glowing green gem.
And if I refuse, will you just kill me again?"
it asked, their newly discovered voice crackling and squeaking under the nerves as they muster up their spine. The voice was silent for a good while longer, much to the bane of the young wolf's growing anxiety, as its ears went further back on its head. Finally, it spoke up. As easy as that would be, no, I won't. I have a soft spot for canines like you, and, there's something about you. What are you? That makes me think of someone precious to me that I haven't seen in many years. No. If you refuse my offer, I'll still bring back those in your pack who wish to continue living, and I'll give you all a place to stay the winter. However, you'll ultimately still have to rely on yourselves for food, and you'll be prohibited from wandering the entirety of my territory. The young wolf fidgets in place, letting out the slightest of whines at the two options set before him. His ears flicked as he sat a little taller while looking into the warm, swirling light within the green gem.
"What about my father? You said that you would return most of my pack. What about the others?"
The voice echoed with a gentleness it didn't hold before, like it was trying to spare his feelings. Your father wished to rest, as well as the rest of the older wolves. He was silent for a time before continuing. I understand the feeling, if I'm being honest. The fight to survive and live grinds one down to the bones, especially when one bears the weight of the lives of others. It's rather impressive for an animal to have such a will and determination. Again, no offense. So I respected his wish and the wish of those like him and left them to their eternal rest. The young wolf seemed to sag, his ears drooping while his demeanor shrunk into himself.
I see. So, why me?
Why not you? You're kind, compassionate, and you put others before yourself. Those are excellent qualities in a man, let alone an animal that lacked sapient intelligence until just an hour ago. The voice seemed to study the wolf. He could feel an intense gaze almost measuring him up and peering into his very soul. You've got good genes, great potential. I watched your father shrug off the arrows of a skilled hunter and put up a big fight against my executioner, despite the advantages she had. I want you, and quite possibly need someone like you on my team. I'm willing to give you what you need and what you want to make it happen. And I'll not force you into anything you don't want. That's why I've already given you the boost in mental faculties, so that we can better talk about this. The young wolf sat up a little at the voice's words, considering what they entailed and meant for him and his pack.
I'll do it. Thank you for giving me and mine a second chance.
The voice spoke out within the wolf soon after. Excellent. Now then, I want you to go lay in the sand and close your eyes. I'm going to pour my mana into you and use that to bring back your pack, so they'll be linked to me through you instead of directly to me. The young wolf tilted his head curiously, but didn't know what to argue or question, so he did as asked, making his way back into the stone sand and lying there. Slowly, he breathed in before letting out a tired exhale. All right, let's get started, the voice said slowly, laying out the bodies of the wolves who wanted to live. I remember now the name of the character she liked in that story. I hope you live up to it. I name you Lugosi and title you Defender. Serve me well and protect those dear to you and me. With that, Lugosi felt a rush of mana coursing through his body, as it flowed through every vein he had. It was painful, yet invigorating. His pack scent filled his nostrils, yet he kept his eyes closed as he could feel the voice circulating the mana around him. Each tendril of vital energy reaching through his packmates, going from one to the next, as the room pulsed with life. Vertissa point of view. She didn't know how to feel or what to make of what she saw. She didn't even know how she made it down to the mountain and the others. It was late in the afternoon now, and she could smell the workings of dinner prep coming from the longhouse. The kids were playing under the watchful eye of the other adults, a couple of those young prowlers amongst them. Vertissa couldn't help but feel a sense of unease watching the little beasts. She knew in her heart that they meant her no harm, but she needed to confide in someone. Clutching her satchel to her chest, she soon spotted Zassita nearer the edge of the clearing, speaking with Woody as he and Twig were carving wood's pieces for Smoker. She crossed the distance with hurried, quick footsteps, almost tripping over herself, much to the concern of Zassita and the others as they noticed her approach. Vertissa, welcome back. How's Cinco? Zassita asked pleasantly, mildly concerned about how she was carrying herself, but letting her take her own pace. Vertissa swallowed as she glanced at Twig and Woody, offering a passing semblance of a smile as she stepped closer to Zassita, gingerly grabbing his sleeve as she stood on the tips of her claws, her other hand on his chest, all the while Zassita leaned in curiously.
I must speak with you, privately, please,
she said softly as she pulled back, gazing desperately into the copper and emerald gaze of the shepherd. Zassita looked confused and concerned, glancing over to Woody and gently placing a hand on Vertissa's shoulder. Of course, he replied gently, pulling back as he looked at Woody again. If you'll excuse us. The beaverkin man nodded intently as he whittled another cut of wood off the piece he was working on. Of course, shepherd. By all means, we'll talk later. Zassita nodded in return, Vertissa stepping away but staying close as she allowed Zassita freedom of movement. The two lizardkin stepping away from the beaverkin, the shepherd looked around for a few moments before heading deeper into the woods towards the river. They don't go all the way, of course. Zassita stopped, turning to look at Vertissa curiously. All right, I don't believe you'll have more privacy than this. What is this about? Vertissa pulled away anxiously, biting a nail, as she paced back and forth, looking back at Zassita. You mentioned that Mori was just a man, a human warrior, right? Zassiter looked vaguely surprised by the direction this conversation took, but he nodded intently and watched Vertisa. Yes, I've seen his memories in my dreams before Vitmori began being more mindful of them. I couldn't make much sense of all of them, but I know I got important details. Why do you ask? Vertisa stopped pacing and looked over to Zassiter. Well, I know that you asked me to keep quiet about the knights and acolytes, and I got it. I truly do, but... She stepped closer, making her way to Zassiter again as she gently grabbed his shirt sleeve. That knight, the one you said now goes by Dread, he's a wolfkin now. Not a fully furred one, but with enough traits to look like he had a non-kin mother and father. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that information? But Maury said he just made him into one, just like that. Is something like that possible? Of course it is. I just saw it happen. She rambled on, feeling and looking increasingly unhinged. Zassiter looked thoughtful, scratching the scales along the underside of his jaw. Well, I have no answers for you, he admitted rather bluntly after a minute or so. I know just as much about Vitmori's abilities as you at the end of the day. He went quiet for another moment before looking at Vertisa again. Quite frankly, I don't think even Vitmori knows the extent of his abilities. I'm certain we were all in for an even more surprises to come, he explained as he reached out and gently patted Vertisa's shoulder. I'm not going to ask you to remain calm, but let's take things slow and keep an open mind, he suggested with a cheerful smile. Vertisa looked exhausted at this point, but nodded slowly as she sighed. Okay, Zassiter, I'll follow you to lead in this. Though as she said this, a cacophony of distorting howling bellowed out unnaturally in the air around them. Despite this, both the lizardkin turned to look at the mountain, Zassiter letting out a hearty chuckle as Vertisa sighed a little more. Looks like he's done something else. Shall we go and see what? He enthused as Vertisa nodded. The two of them started to walk once more. End of chapter. Lugosi point of view. It had been a long few hours, but Vitmori had fulfilled his end of the deal. Lugosi had his pack back, and they had a place to stay. Vitmori had guided them into a cave at the base of his mountain. It was wide, an open cave with a single narrow entrance. The area was relatively spacious, with plenty of room for them to grow into. Lugosi had been warned, however, that there was a threat further down the cave, deep under the mountain. But for now, that was fine since the danger had shown no signs of leaving its space, as far as anyone can tell. He had been informed by Vitmori that there were already people on this land and that they were under his protection. This meant that they were also under the protection of Lugosi and his pack from now on. Looking himself over, Lugosi had grown considerably. He was longer, taller, and possibly even denser than before, if not a little lanky outright. It was more than a little discombobulating, if he was honest with himself. No longer being looked down upon by others, as he was now unquestionably bigger than the rest of the pack. The dynamics within the pack had also changed, Vitmori having gifted the rest of them a higher level of intelligence and understanding of the world around them, much to the confusion of the wolves themselves. With most of the previous leadership dying and wishing to stay dead, many of the younger generation had to rise and take their place. A lot of it was settled with simple discussion. Who would be guarding that new den now? Who would go out on patrols and things like that? Lugosi was obvious choice to lead the general day-to-day. Still, as She-Wolf had also stepped up from the rest, deciding to lead the group from the den while Lugosi more directly manages whatever happens beyond the den. With the den suitably organized and managed for the moment, Lugosi found himself sitting outside in the mouth of the cave, staring out at the setting sun on the horizon. He wasn't too sure how he felt. He was satisfied with the overall turn of events, knowing that his pack won't go hungry or freeze this winter. Though he couldn't help but be melancholic over the death of his father and the other elders. They were gone, and despite being offered the chance to come back, they chose to remain in their eternal rest. The young wolf remained lost in thought for some time, unknowingly ignoring the world until some cawing broke through the fugue. "Ahoy, Pop! You're a new recruit, aren't you?" The bird calls out, fluttering in close before landing on the dirt and gravel close to the wolf. "Call me Jack, Captain Jack Sparrow, and I'll be the one watching from the skies for Vitmori." Jack mused cheerfully enough before stepping closer as he looked Lugosi over. Have you gone and met the people yet? That's a rather important aspect of the new role, after all, especially after one of theirs got hurt while being chased by yours. Lugosi just, he stared at Jack, not exactly paying attention to the words coming out of the beak, much to the confusion of Jack as the wolf seemingly sniffed at the bird and stared some more absently. Hey, knock it off, you're freaking me out! Jack finally snapped after a few too many seconds of that, even lobbing a ball of water as he pelted Lugosi in the face, seemingly snapping the wolf out of the stupor. What was that for? Lugosi reacted in response, not exactly sure what was going on as he got to all fours and vigorously shook his fur. Though, after another moment or two, Lugosi finally collected himself as he looked back over at Jack thoughtfully. You're, like me, right? A leader under Vitmori. Jack eyed the wolf warily before responding slowly. Aye, nothing gets past you, I can tell. Lugosi simply tilted his head curiously at that before continuing. So, what brings you here? Jack just seemed to look tired of this exchange already, as he flapped his wings and hopped a little closer. I'm here to make sure you pay the people a visit. You're new and need to familiarize yourself with them. Vitmori likes these people, so we gotta make sure nothing happens to them, right? Oh, right, of course, sure, yeah. If you don't mind guiding me, that would be great, but would they even want to see me? We tried to kill some of them after all. Lugosi couldn't help but let his ears droop with concern, even if Vitmori put him in this role. It's not like those people have to accept him for it. Jack seemed to nod slightly in understanding before flitting over and landing on Lugosi's head. Well, you can sit here and wallow in anxiety over your bad feelings, or you can go over there and get introductions over with. Jack let out a low whistle before looking down into one of Lugosi's eyes. I can guarantee at least one little girlie will be happy to meet you. Don't worry all too much. Lugosi looked up with his eyes while making sure to keep his head steady. Are you sure? Well, all right then, if you say so, he replied hesitantly, before getting to all fours again, while Jack hopped down from Lugosi's head and rode along his back. Lugosi, in turn, looked back into the den and barked a couple times, calling for some others as the she-wolf emerged with a couple other wolves from the pack. Jack looked over the other wolves curiously before flapping his wings as he took to the air. Come along, newies, follow the birdie. Jack called out mischievously as he went ahead, the wolves soon taking off after him as they headed towards the people. Isak, point of view. Come on, where's that stamina you humans are so proud of? We only just started. Xanatul teased with a throaty chuckle as she watched the teen human lay flat on their back. Isak groaned in response, not even bothering with words as his chest rises and falls noticeably. They were around the clearing of the old campfire, sparring with two decently carved wooden training swords in order to keep their skills sharp. Well, it was more along the lines of Xanatul using Isak as a sparring dummy, whereas Isak did his level best to fend off her heavy strikes by parrying and dodging where he could. Eventually, he rolled over onto his side, the dirt clinging to his sweaty arms, forming a thin layer of mud as he pushed up to his feet. Oh, don't give me that. You're just sparring with me because you're bored, and I'm the only other one who actually knows how to wield a sword, he retorted as he rolled his shoulders and released a heavy sigh of exasperation. Are you going to teach me anything, or are we going to just keep doing this? Xanatul flicked her tongue with amusement as she stepped closer to Isak and poked him with the chest with a training sword before putting it back. Maybe tomorrow, novice. For now, let us first focus on stamina. With that, she tapped Isak on the head before taking a few steps back, readying herself while Isak reluctantly got into stance as well. Isak was about to take the first swing when the ecstatic cry of a usually quiet child sounded out, Puppies! Og, the adorable little dwarf, calls out, her little legs quickly carrying her across the clearing. Stopping short of the first swing, Isak pulls back to turn to look at the excited little dwarf, only to freeze up instinctively as the puppies turn out to be a group of splitter wolves, led by a massive wolf that could easily tower even over Shepherd Zassiter if it stood on its hind legs. Isak only felt the tension in his lower back release once he spotted Jack, the bird with the red bandana riding the larger splitter wolf's head. Geez, I don't think I'll ever get used to seeing docile monsters, he murmured over to Xanatul as he set the training sword down and dusted himself off, before approaching the forming crowd around Jack and the splitter wolves. The wolves, for their part, are more disturbed and confused by their reception, Og somehow managing to already get on the back of the biggest wolf while the kids and some adults crowd around the other 3 splitter wolves. Even the prowler cubs were getting mixed into the action, messing with the wolf tails and clamoring about with the other children. Isak once again decided to observe the situation from afar as he watched Shepherd Zassiter approach, the crowd mostly breaking apart to allow him to pass, even though Org remained on the big splitter wolf's back. A few of the other kids were still stroking the other wolves' fur coats, the wolves, in turn, being surprisingly patient in response to their antics. The shepherd greets the wolves and Jack warmly with a fanged smile before speaking up. "Welcome, Jack. I see we have newcomers. Are they also in Vidmori's service?" the shepherd asks, knowingly. It was apparent even to Isak, though the casual glance at the ring of green had distinctly formed around the largest wolf's right ear, in stark contrast to the earthy grey dappled coats the wolves currently had. Jack was the first to respond as he tweeted out loud, "That's right, shepherd. I bring you Lugosi, the defender," he presented dramatically. Though, at that, the wolf's large ears seemed to drop back anxiously when it surprisingly clears its throat. "Hello there, yes, I'm Lugosi. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I hope there are no hard feelings about earlier. We were just simple beasts before, starving and desperate at that," he explained as he looked around the crowd of people, before clearing his throat again. "Vidmori has given us another chance at life, and we shall take to it proudly. We hope to live alongside you all peacefully, and be there for you in any more danger were to come this way." There were some hesitant murmurs amongst the adults in the crowd. Still, the children seemed to pay that no mind as they go about petting the smaller wolves, the wolves seeming to enjoy the gentle touching as tails start to hesitantly wag under the attention. The shepherd seemed to smile warmly at that as he looked amongst the others. "If Vidmori saw fit to bring you into our community, then I, for one, wholly agree with his choice. After all, Vidmori is a powerful and experienced warrior. Through his wisdom we were brought into safety despite our circumstances, and through his mercy we have been protected. I personally welcome you, Defender Lugosi. May we have a fruitful and prosperous future together." He enthused, holding out his scaled hand for Lugosi. The wolf, in turn, took a moment before lifting a paw to Zassiter's hand, meeting it as the shepherd shook them. It was at this moment the children decided to pay attention again, as Org was the first one to cheer, "Yay! Welcome, puppies!" The other children followed suit in their cheering as the adults dispersed, and the shepherd walked off murmuring with Vitissa as she seemed to grab his attention again. Xanatol piped up from beside Isak as she flashed a toothy smirk. "Well, that was something. Anywho, you've rested long enough, back to it," she mused as she draped an arm around the teen and began dragging him off towards their training area again, while Isak responded with an exhausted sigh. End of chapter. Chapter 46. Vidmori Point of View. Well, those snake wolves turned out to be a great addition. So far, they've settled into the cavern at the entrance in the other core below my mountain. So, if anything does happen to come up, they'll be the first line of defense, whilst also preventing anything or anyone else from wandering down there. Not to mention how great they've been so far at patrolling the woods. While Jack and his birds can undoubtedly cover more ground, Lugosi and his wolves have been more impactful in a way. They are able to cover the ground much more thoroughly and hit stray beasts with dramatically more force and strength than the birds. That's not to say that the wolves are outshining the birds. No. The two teams mesh beautifully and coordinate extremely well. The birds act appropriately as scouts, calling out the threats, while the heavy-hitting wolves rush in to deal with the targets. Speaking of threats, the creatures I've observed are somewhat unique in nature, at least compared to the nature I know of. I've seen things like blue praying mantises the size of watermelons and bigger, spiders, or maybe tarantulas the size of German shepherds and nearly as fast. There's also seems to be some hyper-aggressive species of grey and black squirrels that formed a rivalry with Jack's scouts. Thankfully, there have been no casualties on Jack's side so far. But the squirrels have escalated the combat to the point where several have to be put down. I've left Jack to determine what will be done with them, but I'm considering trying to recruit a number of them to reduce how much fighting the scouts have to endure. On the other front, now that we have Lugosi's wolves doing more of the fighting, it has freed up Jack's birds to perform their duties as scouts and more thoroughly survey the woods around my mountain, mainly starting with those 2 anomalies that Ururu spotted several days ago. First is the webbed-up trees. There seems to be a considerable amount of activity going on there. Based on the mental imprints and other estimates I've gotten from the scouts, the trees seem to cover a substantial chunk of land. I'd say nearly 5 city blocks with slowly expanding borders. There were a considerable variety of species from the limited reports the birds could give me. Still, they could only see so many between the spiders weaving the webs and the thicker armored spiders protecting their bodies. Jack tells me there is something called an Everfree in the center of it all, whatever that is. Though, if it was important enough for Jack to remember from before his time with me, then it is something worth looking into. Thankfully, the spider infestation is on the opposite side of the mountain compared to where the longhouse is, so there is no immediate danger. However, the fact that we're even seeing spiders on the side of the mountain with the people is something to be worried about. Moving over to the next anomaly, it seemed to be some kind of pond that turned rancid or something. Whatever it is, it appeared to be alive. Based on reports between the wolves and birds, the pond gave off a sickly sweet smell. Those who gave the reports mentioned that they were even tempted to approach and drink from the pond itself. Thankfully, their heightened intelligence and instincts allowed them to keep their wits about themselves, and thus they were able to return back home safely. On the other hand, the scouts witnessed various other creatures approaching the pond and drinking from it. However, the moment they did, the pond reacted and ensnared the creatures with a viscous ooze before dragging them into the depths. The only thing I can compare it to was the ooze that nearly killed Dread and Gluttony. But from what I know of that thing it was supposed to be clear, almost like water, and not the gnarly purplish black like the pond on the surface. For the time being, the surface ooze seems to behave like some sort of fly trap. It wasn't actively searching for prey and only attacking those that touched it. That would be fine for now, since I don't think I have anything that can deal with such a large threat at this point. So I'll have to mark this area as a general quarantine zone to keep anyone important from stumbling in. Over the last few days, I had managed to flesh out and find a use for some of the other rooms I carved out before. The main one had been the forge I prepared for the blacksmith in my service. Mainly, I'd gone about thoroughly smoothing out the floors and walls, though I went back around and carved up the floors for the sake of footing and traction. I don't want her slipping after all. Afterward, I carved out the ceiling, shaping it like a pyramid, before digging a chimney out of the mountainside for the sake of ventilation. I essentially punched a hole through the mountain stone, connecting the once fully interior room to the outside. Then, it was just a matter of carving out and reinforcing some stairs along the outside of the mountain, connecting it to something of a hub of staircases at this point. I probably ought to make some kind of patio or landing, maybe a mountainside observation deck. Going back around to the room set aside for the forge itself, I ended up relying on specifications drawn up by Tricia, so very few creative decisions came from my end. Ultimately, I was glad for it, since the only forgers I had experience with were all too modern for something that I could easily try and make here in this world. I was able to prepare some tools with a bit of effort, refining the iron ore I pulled from the mountain. A few hammers of different sizes were made easily enough. I remembered something about the hammers needing different faces, so I made sure to prepare a couple hammers with flat and rounded faces. However, if anything needed to be corrected, I could always reshape them easily enough. Smithing tongs were simple enough, as well as casting the tools with iron, and a hinge was also prepared with ease to make the tongs properly functional. Finally came the anvil, a basic iron block being designed for most of the general smithing work. I felt a few things may have been missing for this to be a proper forge, though this is, unfortunately, one of the blind spots in my range of knowledge and experience. So I'll likely be informed about what's missing when she comes back and looks things over. The rooms across the hall from the smithy are turned into a storeroom for materials. After all, Tricia needed to have access to my collection of materials, and it would be better for her to access things freely if she were to be fulfilling my commissions. I built some stone shelving units, stocking them with refined iron, copper, and tin tiles for easy use. Though, since she had me make her a crucible, among other things, I figured she could also refine her own ores and make her own alloys, so I made stone boxes and filled them with raw ore. I knew what half of them were, but there were quite a few ores that I didn't recognize. at this point. I wasn't too sure whether or not I could chalk this up to simply lacking knowledge in this field, or if it was just due to being minerals or from another world that I would have never come across regardless. I even made sure to leave plenty of bones for the carbon. I do hope she knows how to properly combine them with the iron ore in order to make some crude steel, though I did also leave some decent cuts of wood, leather, skins, and feathers around the place. After all, I didn't have a good read on what use things had or the value of these materials, though I'm sure I'll learn enough with Trisha and the others around. In more personal news, I finally decided on some names for the remaining 2 cubs. I had to think long and hard to make sure that they suited the cubs. After all, I watched them come into this world, and they had their whole lives ahead of them. These names will be how they are known to the rest of the world, and I don't want them getting bullied over it. For the young white cub, I settled on the name Freyli. Her affinity for light and friendliness, I couldn't help but think of her as a literal ray of sunshine. She's already gotten up to the level of small phrases and small conversations on the level of the younger children with the community, which was an impressive feat outright between her age and the fact that she probably didn't initially have the means to speak naturally. Nonetheless, she was the first of her siblings to get to the point without any magical assistance, unlike many of my other beasts and birds. On the other hand, the black-furred runt was relatively antisocial, preferring to watch from the literal shadows and practice stalking the people of the community without them even knowing it had happened. All in all, he was a real mama's boy, keeping close to her over everyone else. What that meant is that he ended up getting the most direct training out of all his siblings. In fact, he had been the only one of his siblings to have actual kills in his book, having gone up from small rodents to tiny insects to rabbits to those colorful turkeys. The cub was really taking after his mother, the son of an executioner. I was actually a little embarrassed naming the cub, of course, having held private little ceremony between myself, the cub, and Basti, so she could observe the naming process. I named the cub Basmori, and I genuinely couldn't think of anything else that seemed more appropriate for the runt, though the cub seemed clearly delighted by the name. Basti, for her part, gave me a curious look, though she appeared to be pleased as well as she strolled closer to my pedestal and laid amongst my steps. Basmori hurried out of my chamber rather excitedly, seemingly eager to share his new name with his siblings. Basti seemed to smile warmly at me after we were alone, her thoughts swirling around on the idea that her son had a name that shared features of her name and my own. I didn't really have more of an explanation. It just seemed right. Basmori followed after her path and would no doubt be an agent of death once he matured, thus the name Basmori. Regardless, she still seemed extraordinarily pleased as her tail tip flicked side to side before slumping into a relaxed position on the steps and shutting her eyes. After a good 10 minutes or so, Jack flew in, interrupting the moment as he skidded to a stop, panting excitedly. "Basmori, we've got a captive. I think they have information that you're going to want to see," he gushed, letting his wings flutter with his excitement as the tippy tapped on his clawed feet. Oh. Well, all right then. Bring them in. Let's see what you got," I responded, glad for the interruption, as Basti was watching Jack curiously as well, her tail curling and flicking as her ears perked up high. I wonder who could have managed to let themselves be caught by birds. End of chapter. Chapter 47. Basmori Point of View. I wasn't sure what to expect when Jack told me they had a captive, but a blue and black hawk-looking bird wearing a leather harness was not what I was expecting. A sky-blue swan and a few other birds flew in, escorting the hawk in what appeared to be a swirling ball of water. The pathetic-looking bird spun around and disoriented as it screeched out in distress. All the while, Jack had approached the pedestal with what looked like to be a scroll, setting it down before stepping back proudly. "This master put up a big fight, but we prevailed in the end," he enthused as he fluttered his wings a bit. "Jack, while I certainly acknowledge the enthusiasm, I don't believe you had to go and attack a random messenger bird. However, I appreciate the vigilance, Jack. Let's see what you got." I go ahead and pull the scroll from my storage space, unraveling it before looking over the contents. The writing was neat-looking with flourishes, and an alphabet here was undoubtedly unique and flowy compared to what I knew. With the memories I'd absorbed, I at least knew what it said, but I would probably have had a hard time writing in this language, at least until I studied some more. The contents of the scroll were interesting, though. From what I can tell, it seems the sender has been staying at a frontier village of some sort, waiting for the promised delivery. The sender wondered if the deal was being reneged on, or if they could no longer produce the previously discussed goods. "Well, Jack, I'll take back what I said earlier. Wonderful work. This was an excellent catch." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was a significant find, and a great chance to sow some discord in a rather unique way. After all, the sinners had faces of the people the sender was waiting for. Now, the question is whether or not I should try and lure them out of that town, or if I needed to meet them on their turf. I also couldn't let this stand for too long, either. Focusing back on the others, I bring the scroll back out, setting it down where I had taken it before. "All right, Jack, stop messing with the poor bird. Set them down and translate for me." I could form a bond with this new bird, but at the same time, I don't know where its allegiances lie, and I'd rather not just kill them for their info I want. Jack still seemed to exude pride, almost preening as he basked in the praise of his accomplishments. He looked over to his crew birds and gave the nod, the swan and the other birds dispelling the orb of water as the soaked ball of feathers landed in a heap. Jack proceeded to hop over to the drenched bird, pressing his clawed foot against their back to keep them pinned down. "All right, mate, you're gonna listen hard and behave yourself, or else you'll get what's swirled again," he warned, seemingly enjoying himself a little too much. The hawk squawks indignantly as it looks at Jack but makes no effort to really resist all too much. With a nod of confirmation from Jack, I focus my attention on the hawk before speaking out. "All right, how far is this town you flew from, and how many people are in the group you came with?" The hawk seems to go quiet for some time before eventually squawking it out, letting out chirps and tweets in response. Jack nods intently as he appears to listen before looking over to me as his wings flick. "He doesn't know how long he's flown for since he doesn't understand time, but it did mention the sun was high in the sky when he left." With that, Jack looks outside momentarily before looking back at me. "It'll be evening soon, so maybe he flew around for 2 or 4 hours. He speculated before continuing with the report. "As long for how many people, he claims that his handler has been moving with a group of 5 others, so that means there are 6 of them." "I see. So that means it's another small group of people on the receiving end. It makes me wonder how big this operation is. I know people from the theocracy are getting taken, but it also seems to be on a small scale. Key cells of corrupt guards and a few high-ranking officials are making the moves and trades if the memories of these knights and acolytes are anything to go by. However, I know next to nothing about the hegemony and those who are coordinating with the people from the theocracy. I probably shouldn't kill them either. As convenient as simply absorbing their memories are, it takes a while to sift through all the information between their life history and anything actually of worth. I would definitely be better off with some advanced interrogation tactics in order to gather more concise information. And I suppose that means I'll need to make some holding cells or maybe even a prison. This is starting to feel familiar, though it has been some time since I've done something like this. I hope I'm not too rusty. All right, Jack, keep our guests under watch, and don't let him leave just yet. I'm going to send a message back with him to his handlers. Jack nodded as he saluted with a wing before taking his clawed foot off the hawk. The soaked bird fluttered their wings as water splashed off of him. The bird appears to remain behind, slowly walking with the bird's feet as Jack escorts them away. I look around my inventory before spotting an inkwell, quill, and parchment that I kept from Revire's things, though I stopped myself from writing up the letter myself in English as I mentally sigh. Right. This is another world's letter system. After a few moments, I call out to Shepherd Zassiter, needing his help with this particular task. He doesn't ask any questions, and it does take him some time, but the energetic lizard man enters my chamber soon enough. He doesn't look worse for wear, despite brushing up the mountainside at his quick pace. Approaching, he took a respectful knee and courteously bowed his head. Greetings, Whitmore. Executioner, did you call for me? What can I do? He asks almost eagerly as he gazed intently at the glow of my core. Ah, welcome, Shepherd. I have a favor to ask of you. Can you write a letter for me? It kind of feels a little bit embarrassing to ask for something so simple, but it can't be helped until I learn how to write for myself. Zassiter looks clearly perplexed, but he smiles after a moment and nods at the request. Oh, of course, Whitmore. Might I ask who you could be writing to? He asks as his curiosity seems to get the better of him. Well, that's the thing. I'm not exactly sure how to go about explaining the circumstances, but it is probably best to be straightforward with Zassiter, considering he'll be writing the letter. I'm writing to the people who are waiting to buy you from the theocracy. Zassiter seemed to freeze up at the realization, blinking slowly a few times before speaking up. I see. End of chapter. Chapter 48. Whitmore, point of view. Zassiter seemed to be relieved by my intentions after I explained the circumstances of the letter. In fact, he seemed to take to the task even more seriously than before. I dictated the letter to him, sounding firm but apologetic, as I explained the fake circumstances I'd thought up for the knights and acolytes, mixing it in truth with fantasy, as I told the story of being ambushed by bandits, with half of our forces being injured, how we're currently holed up in a cave with the product, as well as several bandits that were taken alive. Hopefully, the slavers will be impatient and come and meet us on my turf, between the chance to get even more merchandise than initially planned, and attempt to extort their prospective business partners, considering the piss-poor situation they expect to come in on. After I said it all to say, Zassiter couldn't help but flash a vindictive smile as he looked over his handiwork. Gingerly, he rolled up the scroll and looked to my core before lowering his head. Whitmore, your wisdom and intelligence know no bounds. I dare say I have never participated in an act of roguery and deception quite like this. I await to see the fruit of our efforts, he enthused, soon chuckling heartily and mischievously before laying the scroll before my pedestal. If you'll excuse me, I must at least inform the others of what shall transpire soon, he said, still rather cheerful, before bowing again and heading out of the cavern. All right, now then. Let's get this message out and the ball rolling. I look around for a moment and soon track down where Jack had gone off to, and from what I can tell, he's managed to make fast friends with the hawk, the messenger bird chowing down on some squirrel meat as it squawks happily in delight. It appears Jack has an excellent handle on the stick and carrot method, managing to make friends out of enemies. Jack, bring our guest back over here. It's time to get going. Jack perks up at my call and tweets out eagerly before looking at the hawk. Come along, you. Mealtime is over. He mused as he began making his way towards my chamber. The messenger squawks with dismay, taking a few more scoops of squirrel meat in his beak before hurrying after Jack. Before long, they're in my chamber once more, the hawk looking in better shape than before and decidedly drier than the last time I saw it. All right, Jack, I want you to follow after this messenger with a squadron of birds. Your task is to personally get eyes on the handlers before returning to me. You must also leave a daisy chain of birds between here and there to monitor the road so that we can plan for their arrival, I explained before looking over to the messenger. You'll be returning soon enough, so don't do anything stupid, and I think we'll get along just fine. Got it? The messenger hawk appeared to flutter his wings almost anxiously before splaying his wings out and bowing lowly before sitting upright again. Jack nodded intently as well, and I could feel the thoughts in his mind start going through which his birds to call for this expedition. Aye, Whitmore, will do, he stated in a surprisingly dutiful tone before collecting the scroll Zassiter left behind and tucking it away in the messenger's harness. The hawk stood stiffly, almost on instinct, as it took on its new package and relaxed once Jack had finished stowing the scroll. I look forward to hearing your report. Stay safe out there. For some reason, I feel the tingling of memories of my past, watching the youths and young adults who knew nothing of life before the fall of society, watching them getting geared up for the first time. The twisting gut feeling of watching them go off and leave the safety of the havens to face the unflinching cruelty of the undead. just knowing that I probably wouldn't see most of them again. I've sent Jack out far from my territory before, but it feels different this time. He's more of a person to me now rather than an animal I just brought back. For some reason, Jack seems to tilt his head thoughtfully before offering a small beaky smile. "Will do, Vidmore, I'll be careful." With that, he nudges the messenger hawk and turns towards the entrance of my chamber, as they both take to the wing and head out to do as I instructed. I couldn't help but stare after them for a moment before I noticed Basti staring up at me, her ears flicking a little. "Oh, don't give me that. I'm not sad, maybe anxious, though it's only old memories for me now. Anyways, there is much work to be done, and my focus will be elsewhere, so feel free to roam as you like for now." Basti rumbled her low murr in response, slowly getting to a pause before slinking out of my chamber and making her way down the mountain to find something to do to pass the time. Now, I've yet another checklist to tend to before our new friends arrive. I decide to go ahead and dip into my iron reserves, forming and shaping simple yet thick iron bars for my future jail cells. I don't bother with trying to make any sort of gate for the doorway, since I figured I could just pull the bars into my storage if I needed to move them for any sort of reason. I don't think I'll need to go out of my way to make separate or isolated my future guests, at least not right away. So maybe 1 or 2 big cells should suffice for now. It doesn't take much to install the bars, opting to take one of my pre-carved rooms and block the narrow entryway with iron bars. This would mean that they would have plenty of room to move around and stretch their legs. But if I were to fill the room with all 6 of them, it would no doubt help with making the room feel at least cramped and get tensions to rise all on their own. Ultimately, it didn't take too long to set up the prison cell. I'll probably have to have the wolves or someone hunt some game for me. Maybe even have the rat cook to prepare some food for me so that I'll at least have something to feed my future guests, since it wouldn't be right to let them starve, even if they are slavers. Next, I ought to give the heads up to the sinners, maybe even dole out some armor their bodies came with in order to complete the act I intend to have them perform. I first look for them in their training room. The sinners having isolated themselves there for some rather intense training for the last several days. From what I could tell, their expectations about their own strength had been shattered after their encounter with the ooze. They took the loss hard and appeared appropriately humbled after charging in the way they did. It wasn't really their fault. It was a lousy matchup outright, and from what I could tell, only Envy and Sloth even had a chance to do anything against that ooze. Regardless, they weren't in their training room, surprisingly enough. Instead, I ended up finding them in the med bay, sitting around a still wounded Gluttony. From what I could tell, all 6 of the sins, including the recently awoken Dread, were meditating around Gluttony. Taking a closer look, I realized all of them were mimicking the technique I had learned from that lizard healer, slowly reaching out their mana and swirling it around within Gluttony. It was truly impressive display of synchronicity as they did their level best to stabilize her. From what I could tell, it was working. In fact, I decided to hijack this meditation session and brought out the bear corpse, laying it beside Gluttony as I threw in my mana into the mix and began to fuse the 2 bodies together. The bear shrinks and disintegrates as Gluttony begins to be fused with the parts and materials coming from the bear. Once more, the process took quite some time, but not nearly as long as it had with Dread, despite Gluttony needing much more extensive repairs. Before long, the bear is nothing but a pile of fur and bone scraps, and in its place is a petite yet beefy-looking bearkin woman. She looks more like a bear than a human, or rather a dwarf. They were looking more along the lines of a beastkin like a majority of the other beastkin in the haven. She admittedly looked rather cute at a glance, looking like some sort of oversized bear cub, but I have no doubt that the image will change once she wakes up. The sinners in Dread finally stirred out of their deep meditation states and collectively looked surprised by the new state Gluttony was in, though I could feel their minds collectively realize what happened as they stood.
"Creator Vidmore, thank you for your aid in repairing Gluttony. We truly appreciate your generosity and care,"
Dread stated for the group, lowering his head and bowing in the direction of my core.
"No need to thank me, guys. You're my people. Of course I'm gonna help. But in any case, I have a task for you all. Specifically, I'm calling upon envy, wrath, and greed. I've got a job for you 3 in particular.
I explained gently, before calling on those three, the sinners and Dread exchanging glances before the trio steps forward. Come to my chamber, and I'll explain there. With that, the trio saluted before making their way out and up the mountain, the rest sitting back around Gluttony to meditate some more and gather mana from the air. End of chapter. Chapter 49. The flight was relatively uneventful, with only brief breaks over the course of a few hours to make sure that the entire flock of scouts was still together. Though, before long, the destination came into view along the horizon. Jack had been here before, and it was one of the many people places that were on the far fringes of Whitmore's territory. Since Whitmore originally sent him off to find food and seeds, he made it a personal task of his to at least visit a few of these places in all directions. While he hadn't found any people places to the far south, he did find a very large lake that stretched out far in all directions in front of him. To the north, he found a few people places that had something like Whitmore's garden room, much bigger and outside, unlike Whitmore's. Each people place had walls of stone surrounding most of the buildings, though some of the buildings were outside the stone walls and were accompanied by open-air garden rooms. Each of the northern people places had the same kind of symbols on the stone walls and seemed to encompass the longest stretch of Whitmore's fringed territory. Between the people places were small stone towers with armored people patrolling the land, much like Lugosi and his wolves. So whoever runs these people places had a much larger territory than Whitmore currently had. Still, they didn't seem to approach Whitmore's land, so he had nothing to report. The far east and west fringe territories had similar styles of stone-walled people places, though the symbols on the walls were distinctly different, so Jack could guess that other masters ran them than the northern people places. Regardless, this people place looked much like the others from a distance, Jack following along after the messenger hawk as they soon flew over the stone walls without fuss. Jack mentally orders his birds to disperse and take positions around the people place while he personally follows after the messenger, stopping short as he finds a perch on a tree between a few of the buildings. The messenger swoops down to an open seated area. From what Jack could gather, the bird touches down at a table with a black-furred catkin woman in black leather armor and a nicely dressed young human woman with vibrant pink hair. The human woman seemed to smile brightly at the bird as she clapped her hands together. "Aha! Mishy is back!" she gushed as she reached out and tickled the bird under its beak, Mishy cawing out cheerfully enough with the flutter of the wings. The young woman continued to dote on the bird for a few moments before the catkin woman cleared her throat. "Ma'am, there's a letter in the harness." The young woman perked up again as she peered around the back of her dear bird and scratched its beak again. "Ah, good work, Mishy. You found them already. Good bird, such a good bird," she mused affectionately, getting distracted momentarily, before the catkin woman cleared her throat again. Right, she murmured, half apologetically, as she reached around behind the bird, Mishy standing perfect as still as the young woman pulled the scroll out of the harness. Unfurling it, she began looking it over. "Oh my, looks like father's business partners had some trouble. Poor things," she said, seemingly sincere as she passed the scroll over to the catkin woman. The catkin woman's green eyes scanned the scroll thoughtfully as she nodded intently. "I see," is all she really says before handing the scroll back to her ward. "What are your orders, ma'am?" The young woman smiles brightly as she affectionately massages Mishy's head with a finger. "We ought to help them, of course. We can't just leave the poor things out there in the ghastly forest. Perhaps we can also bring them back," she pondered aloud as she now flashed a toothy grin. "Wouldn't father be proud if we brought them all along for a visit?" The catkin woman flicked her tail thoughtfully before giving the young woman a nod. "I believe that we can manage that, ma'am. We can head out after breakfast." The young woman let out a sweet little laugh, catching the attention of some young men nearby who watch her curiously for a moment. That is, until the sharp glare from the catkin woman makes them turn away. "This is going to be just brilliant, Dahlia. I can't wait to go back home after all of this in this sad little backwood. Oh, I wonder if they'll have any pretty toys with them. I just can't wait for tomorrow now," she gushed enthusiastically before sipping on a tea and continuing to dote upon Mishy. Having seen enough, Jack takes to wing, leaving one of his crew birds behind to maintain watch as the flock begins to leave a chain of scouts as per Whitmore's instructions. Ferodius' point of view. So you're really from another world? I mean, you always seemed odd, and I truly mean that in the most loving way, but another world, he added quickly, his tail curling thoughtfully. Historietta appeared rather bashful. She had thought about this conversation for years now, but she honestly never thought that she would be having it, nor that it would be this way. Yes, I come from a world called Earth, just like Whitmore, she explained as she scratched the back of her neck, not too sure what else to say. I need to know what happened on my homeworld. We as a people were aware of things called zombies, but at least in my time, they were just stories. Imaginary monsters that were great material for survival fantasies. She bit her lip, her nerves getting to her as she began messing with a strand of hair around the base of her neck. Anyways, I want to know. I need to visit him and hear his story directly. Please, darling, I swear I'll be careful. Ferodius's ears twitched and flicked thoughtfully, glancing over at Historietta and looking away. He deeply considers the revelation before him. In the end, there was one thing he needed to say to her as he looked to Historietta once more and stood from his seat at the desk. He walks around his desk, coming up beside Historietta, who averts her gaze anxiously. He reaches out, his soft, fluffy hand tenderly taking up her chin as he coaxed her to look up at him as he gazed intently into her eyes. Tori, I just want you to know that I don't care where you came from or whoever you used to be. You're my empress and the love of my life, he said as he leaned in and lovingly touched her forehead to hers, gently nuzzling as a murr rumbled in his throat. If you want, we can talk about this more once you get back. Historietta couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush, even if they had been more than intimate for many years. Oh, Farah, you're too good for me, she whispered haughtily back to Ferodius as she gazed into his eyes in return. I promise I'll tell you about everything when I get back, she murmured back as she affectionately kissed Ferodius's furry chin. Pulling back, she smiled some more as she fiddled with a strand of hair. I suppose I ought to start packing. I've got a long walk ahead of me, she said, offering a sheepish smile. Ferodius's tail flicked as he flashed a toothy grin and stood tall again before taking a couple of steps back and sitting on his desk. A walk? Do you think I'm going to let my darling Empress walk? Of course not. This is now an imperial visit we're dealing with. No, I'll be making some arrangements. You'll be taking an escort of Drake Wardens instead of the carriage that Revire and Rionim were originally going to take. I'll, of course, inform the two of them about the change in plans. I want you safe, after all, and I'll spare no expense in that endeavor. They then smiled thoughtfully as he scratched his furry chin thoughtfully. And that gives me an idea for yet another gift for Whitmore, he considered as his ears waggled with delight. The very idea that we can form an alliance with a person with the influence and power of a dungeon core. The idea is ridiculous as the idea that there could be other worlds, but there we are, with both truths as real as you or me. He chuckled softly as he rubbed the back of his neck. I do think this alliance is already a done deal, darling, but do please keep an ear out to see if there's anything else we can do. As Revire said, he wants to trust and needs to be trusted. His tail curled as he tilted his head a bit. I'm sure as kin of the same world, he'll be more willing to connect with you. If Revire is anything to go by, I'm certain he'll be as eager to meet you as you are to meet him, he considered as he flashed his confident smile. Historietta smiled as she nodded, standing as she stepped closer to Ferodius before draping her arms around him. You're the best, Farah, my love. I'll be missing you every day, she mused affectionately before pulling away and heading towards the door, casting one more look at Ferodius and stepping out. Ferodius sighed wistfully, already missing her, as he scratched his throat absently. He then stood as he walked around and settled back into his seat, leaning back and closing his eyes after staring at the ceiling for a moment. Another world, huh? What a woman, he mused with a warm smile as his tail curled and flicked. End of story. Chapter 50. Uraru Point of View. The serpent wakes to an early afternoon, a little ball of warmth in the center of his coil as he can taste the scent of Frisbee, the large rodent relaxing with the serpent after her own busy day. He leans in, gently nosing her silky fur, before slowly pulling away from the whining rodent. leaving her within the den as he coasts through the stony sand. He moves in towards the entrance of Whitmore's chamber, holding up his considerable length on the warm stone path before basking in the sun's glow and Whitmore's radiance. Ururu couldn't help but let his mind wander as he brought the end of his tail to his mouth and bit down, slowly circulating his mana through his coils as his sight went beyond him. He's more relaxed in general these days, having adjusted to his size and strength. He no longer feels as vulnerable or weak as he did before. His desire to feed is almost non-existent. Yet his hunger to be more pangs in the back of his mind. He needed to do more than observe and protect Whitmore's chamber. No. Being honest with himself, he only wanted to do more, but that desire gnawed at him even more. Before he knew it, he realized his physical body had moved to stare completely down at the cave entrance, which led to the other dungeon. Snapping from his stupor, his body jolts and shudders as if a sight returns to his own eyes. Flicking his tongue out, he realizes that Frisbee has come out to join him. The rat nuzzled into his coils once more, staring into the sunset until Ururu jolted, smiling as she looked up at the serpent. "A lot in your mind," she squeaked out pleasantly as she shifted around the nest more comfortably after Ururu's brief amount of movement. Ururu hissed thoughtfully, flicking his tongue a couple more times as he turned his head to look at Whitmore's core. It seemed his attention was elsewhere for the time being, so Ururu looked back down at Frisbee again and then hissed some more. Frisbee's round, ratty ears flicked as she listened to Ururu's hiss, seemingly reverberated throughout her entire body, before looking up at him again. "I see. Well, I certainly don't mind accompanying you down there, but I do ask that you at least bring a few others. Maybe not the sinners, since they're rather noisy with all that metal and stone." Ururu slowly tilted his head from side to side, considering that as he reflected upon the experience the sinners recounted after they returned from the depths of Whitmore's mountain. The ooze only seemed to move and attack after dread disturbed it. From there, it only actively chased and attacked the sinners who were crying out, either in attack or from pain. Based on this, and from observing the behavior of the rents at Ooze Pond, Ururu couldn't help but consider that they probably don't even have to defeat the ooze to get through its room, and they could sneak through to progress further below into the depths. Looking back to Frisbee, he shared his considerations with a few low hisses. Frisbee's ears flicked some more at Ururu's soothing hissing. However, she perked up as she listened to what he had to say. Yes, I think that might actually work," she considered while absently nodding her head. "I'm sorry that I can't offer any information about what to expect in the rest of the dungeon, but I am willing to be an extra set of eyes still. I would feel much more comfortable if you enlisted others to join us." Ururu gave a nod of his head in response, turning to look at Frisbee as he flicked his tongue cheerfully enough. He uncoils his considerable body, Frisbee crawling around carefully to rest and sit upon his back as Ururu begins his descent down the mountain. Isuk point of view. "Are you serious? The shepherd really said that?" he asked, positively bewildered yet intrigued as he turned to look at Sylvia, the dwarven woman jabbing a knuckle into his side, which caused him to jolt and resume his previous position as he looked straight ahead while staying still. "Yes, he did," she responded simply enough as she went back to taking Isuk's measurements. "It's only a matter of time until Whitmore has the ones that tried to buy us in custody. I do wonder what he intends to do with them. And it's not like the law of the theocracy, or any laws at that, are applicable here." She wondered aloud as she dragged a log stool around Isuk's side, lopping onto it as she measured his shoulders and the range of movement of his arms. Isuk hummed thoughtfully as the dwarven woman moved his limbs however she needed to. "I personally wouldn't mind seeing them hanging from a rope, if it were up to me, that is," he considered, his brow furrowing at the thought of people who could just buy other people like a piece of bread. He shook his head at the idea, which earned him another knuckle jab to his side as he winced and stood still again. Sylvia huffed as she went back to taking measurements, getting off a stool after measuring Isuk's chest and measuring his waist now. "I get what you mean, but who knows what nefarious things they could have done with us. To Og and the other children, it makes my blood boil hot at the thought. as well as what probably already has happened to any others that were already taken. I don't dare hope that justice could be served for everyone involved, but I'd probably be satisfied if those that orchestrated this got what was coming to them. She confided as she finally stepped away, committing Isaac's measurements to memory. You can lower your arms now, she mentioned, glancing back at the young guard while she rolled up her measuring string. Isaac sighed with tired relief as he let his arms fall before rolling his shoulders and neck, soon stretching and letting out a grunt of delight. Relaxing, he looked over at Sylvia curiously. What are we making this armor out of anyways? He asked as he sat down along the bench of the old fireplace clearing. She flashed a smile as she sat down on a stool and looked up at the tea as she held her fingers to the list out of her materials. I'll be using cloudstag hide, drive mantis chitin, Terran tracker silk, and some bones for various fasteners and buttons, she explained with a smile as she could visualize the equipment now. You look rather wild, but it'll have to do since you humans are so squishy, she teased kindly as she rested her hands on her lap. Isaac couldn't help but roll his eyes at the comment, but he flashed a rare smile nonetheless. Oh, excuse me for not having natural scales like the lizardkin, he retorted as he nodded in acceptance of her description. I suppose it'll have to do. Thanks. Sylvia scoffed with mock offense as she looked back over at him. You suppose it'll do then? Well, if you want better materials, how about you bring down a bear or even a dragon at that? She mused kindly before going about cracking her fingers joints. In any case, I'll see about improving it once Trisha gets metal production going in that forge that Maury's making for her. Isaac nodded as he looked up at the mountain in the near distance thoughtfully. I wonder what it's like to serve a dungeon core. Do you still have free will to do as you want when you want to, or is it another form of slavery? She considers this, glancing over at Zassiter as he chats with Woody while they dig out a spot for a smoker. Well, I haven't had the opportunity to meet many dungeon calls, let alone meet anyone who actually serves them. But at the very least, Zassiter seems to be in good spirits and behaves like any of us. So perhaps it really is all just depends, she offered with a shrug. He sighed a little, not really up for thinking too deeply, as he glanced towards the longhouse, spotting a giant snake with a rat on its back as they approached Basti, who had been lounging in the shadow of the longhouse. He wasn't really sure how to feel about that, but after a moment he mustered some words. Damn, that's one big rat. Sylvia seemed to look over and appraise the mentioned rat. I've seen bigger, she replied plainly, though as they watched, Basti went ahead and stood as she followed after the snake and rat. Ururu point of view. Ururu soon makes his way up to the cave entrance. It feels smaller than last time and less intimidating for sure, though it may be that Ururu was much bigger serpent than his last time here. Slithering closer, the wolf standing guard for their den seems to stiffen with surprise before laying down with submission towards their superior, allowing Ururu, Frisbee, and Basti to enter without a fuss. Entering the first chamber, the musk of wolves was rather apparent, but so was the manner of Vidmori's influence on the wolves, so overall, it wasn't a wholly unpleasant scent. A couple of wolves seemed to rest in the first room, but he could sense the rest of them in the next room over. The wolves in question seemed surprised to see the trio of beasts enter, but as they were part of Vidmori's pack, they were, of course, allowed to pass through unopposed. In the next room, Ururu looked about curiously as he spotted about a dozen wolves milling about, a few of them eating kills from their hunts, while others brought grasses from the forest, binding them together for bedding. Before long, they spotted Lugosi quietly chatting with the she-wolf, though it wasn't much longer until he spotted the trio and quickly hopped to his feet, surprising the she-wolf. Quickly approaching, Lugosi laid before the imposing beast submissively as he looked up at them. How can I help you? Did you need something? He asked worriedly, unsure what invited the surprise visit from Vidmori's best. Ururu looked vaguely surprised by his behavior, looking between Basti and Frisbee as he hissed before looking down to Lugosi and hissing reassuredly. That's right, you're one of us. There's no need to act like that for anyone else save for Vidmori himself. Frisbee mentioned cheerfully as she hopped off of Ururu, coming over to pat Lugosi's side to reassure him. Lugosi's tail seemed to wag slowly as he watched Frisbee curiously, before nodding intently. Okay, sorry, he replied as he slowly sat up again. Vasti murs with a vague amusement as she flicked her tail while watching the young wolf before mouthing a gentle admonishment. So sorry again, right. No more apologizing for that, he said, bobbing his head more confidently before looking amongst the trio. Regardless, how can I help you? Did you need anything at all? He asked again, a little more collected as he got used to their presence. Ururu pitched in at that, a lowly hiss as he explained what was going on, at which point he invited Lugosi to join them, wanting as many capable members to pitch in on this endeavor. Lugosi's tail wagged more noticeably as he looked flustered once again, averting his gaze as he smiled at Ururu's words. Me? Capable? I'm humbled by your words, Ururu. Very well. If you'll have me, I'll gladly contribute my presence. He enthused with a bob of his head before getting to all fours. He glanced back at the she-wolf in charge of the den affairs, and she bobbed her head. With that, Lugosi looked back to Ururu and the others, his tail still wagging slowly. Lead the way. Ururu hissed his approval before slithering further into the cave, passing another wolf who guarded the path which led further into the old dungeon. The wolf lying in submission as they acknowledged all the much more powerful beasts. They make their way into the depths, time seeming to drag on as they go deeper into the darkness, their animalistic senses making up for the lack of light. After what seemed like forever, the four beasts came into the room with a spring-sized ooze. Ururu hissed almost silently, signaling to the others to wait for him to go first, even as Basti murs with disapproval. Ignoring her protest, Ururu slithers forth, going as quietly as he could manage over the moss and fungus-coated floor. He stopped just over halfway across the room before looking back at the others, waving his tail to signal them. One by one, the beasts silently sneak across under Ururu's watchful eyes, and once Lugosi cleared the expanse, Ururu slithers the rest of the way, entering the path on the other side of the room as he released a hiss of relief he didn't realize he was holding. At that, they pressed forward, encountering yet another trap-filled hallway and staircase. Yet, even as they intentionally triggered each one, nothing of note happened. Finally, they came across one more chamber. Rounding the corner, they saw a faint, dwindling purple glow beyond the rubble. Though, as they crossed the threshold to the room, a playful laugh is heard as the voice of a young boy tenderly calls out, Someone new. Have you come to play? End of chapter. Chapter 51. Basti Point of View. Surprised by the voice down here, the four beasts perk up and look around at the dimly lit room. Ancient, desiccated corpses litter the place, strewn about in ruined armor and dry, rotted robes. Signs of a vicious battle are readily apparent between the cracks and scorch marks that littered the walls to the ruined stone pillars and murals. This place was indeed the site of a last stand of some kind. Basti crossed further into the room, stepping over a significant amount of rubble. Before them, on the opposite side of the room, was the remains of a massive purple sphere that was cracked down the middle. In comparison, it would easily fill half of the Vitmorish chamber all on its own. However, the real thing to pay attention to was the little dog-king boy sitting politely on the lap of an ancient skeleton in robes that was wearing an ornate jeweled amulet that had a glowing purple jewel embedded in its center. The skeleton itself sitting on what was once no doubt a rather ornate throne. The dogkin seemed happy, if not overly curious about seeing the intruders in this ancient dungeon court chamber. His little tail swishing cheerfully as it watched them with the gleaming purple eyes. He wore what looked like a black tattered robe with a small hood, though it was cut to seem more like a poncho than anything. He flashed a little smile under the attention of the other beasts. My name is Grim. Nice to meet you. Do you want to play? He enthused brightly as he waved with one of his hands, his fur looking like a somewhat glossy ash grey, if not a dirty silver. Motherly instincts aside, Frisbee and Basti drew closer to Grim while Lugosi and Ururu explored the chamber itself. Brisby is the first to speak up as she scampered up to the armrest of the ruined throne. "Are you alone here? Where did you come from?" she asked curiously, though as she spoke she looked up at the skeleton with the amulet, something about it stirring forgotten memories. He cutely tilted his head at her question, his fluffy, floppy ears swishing slightly as he considers her words. "I'm not alone. I have my friend here," he says as he points behind him at the skeleton. "She told me that all sorts of stories and fairy tales and played all kinds of games," he explained enthusiastically. "I think I just woke up here. I don't know how long ago, but my friend gave me clothes and kept me company," he explained as his tail continued to wag happily, though, after a few moments of thinking, his tail came to a stop and his ears drooped. "Well, she did keep me company. I think she was tired after playing with me so much," he said as he looked back at the skeleton and gently brought up his bony hand to his head, making it pet him for a moment. He whined softly as he gently set the bony hand back on the armrest before looking to Basti and Neb Frisbee. "I was told to go play with whomever comes down here and to say thank you to Mr. Green for helping her and her other friends," he explained, now fiddling with the edge of his robes. Basti couldn't help but feel for the young dogkin, reaching out her heavy paw and gingerly stroking Grimm's back, which caused the dogkin boy's tail to wag again. Though she looked over at the amulet in question, the sensation it gave off was identical to the presence she sensed a few weeks ago when crossing the threshold of the skeleton swarm room. After a moment of thought, she returned to comforting the little dogkin, studying him, as she sensed that he was, like her, a being on service of a core, however young he may be. Meanwhile, Ururu slithered around the chamber, coming across a bisected corpse in what used to be rather ornate black and purple robes. Upon closer inspection, this particular skeleton had the remains of a tail on his lower half, whereas its skull was rather canine in nature. With a flick of his tongue, he rose up a little taller to look back at the dogkin before going back to his slithering. Brisby offered a kind, ratty little smile as she spoke up again. "Well, Grim, we can play together if you want after we leave here, but, was there anything else your friend told you?" she asked gently, doing her best not to upset the young dogkin. He hummed thoughtfully before remembering something as he looked behind him, reaching out and carefully taking the amulet off the skeleton before holding it towards Basti and Frisbee. "She said that whoever comes down here to play with me needs to break it. It's a present for Mr. Green," he explained, appearing a little hesitant about fully giving it up, but committed as he held it out to Basti and Frisbee again. Lugosi had been sniffing around the chamber as he explored, eventually finding himself climbing the purple sphere, having heard a faint sound humming from up there. Maneuvering over the rubble and perfectly placed fallen columns, he hopped about until he was atop the cracked sphere, looking down upon the others from this position, before carefully padding about as he listened for more of the faint humming until he finally spotted what looked like a stick poking out from the cracked sphere. As he drew closer, he could feel the humming vibrating the surface of the crystal in his paw pads, eliciting a sensitive shudder from the sensation. Lugosi pressed forward, biting down on the stick and pulling it from the crack as the metal of the stick hummed beautifully from rubbing against the crystal. His ears twitched pleasantly as he shook his head around, the stick humming and singing with each swish. Excitedly, he looked over at the others and held up the stick with his mouth. "Hey, me! Hey, check this out, cool stick out I found. It makes a really nice noise," he enthused cheerfully. While everyone turned to look over at Lugosi and his new stick, Basti gently swiped the amulet down to the ground, surprising Grim for a moment as he watched on curiously. Without another moment of hesitation, she struck down with a claw, punching a hole in the glowing jewel as it cracked. Her dense manner, with like Basti had never experienced, coursed through her as a purple light flashed out from the cracks of the jewel. The amulet flickers once more before going dark. A shuddering sensation came through Basti as the feeling of the threshold this room was occupied with suddenly vanished. Grim didn't say anything at first, just watching the amulet quietly while his ears drooped low again. After a few more moments, he speaks out, his voice cracking with sadness as he sniffles, tears in his eyes without him realizing it. May I keep the amulet?" he asks Basti quietly. Basti was zoned out momentarily, but she snapped into focus as Grim spoke to her. Looking between her paw and the amulet, Basti bobbed her head as she scooped up the amulet with a claw and held it out to Grim, the little dogkin gingerly taking it from her as she went about pulling it on, clutching the amulet itself in both hands as he sniffled a little more. In the next moment, the room is flooded with a familiar presence. All four of the beasts looked around curiously at Vidmori's bubble enveloped all the way down here. After another few quiet moments, they felt his voice echo within them with a sense of great confusion. What just happened?" he asked simply. Looking at each other, Lugosi was the first to speak up as his tail wagged excitedly. "I found this cool stick." "I see," was his only response. End of chapter. Vidmori point of view. I'd been watching over my sinners as they physically sparred and tumbled in the dirt while wearing an armor their bodies originally had. The idea was to make them appear more rugged and dirty to help sell the story that they'd been surviving out for some time. With them looking in a generally poor state, it would hopefully boost the confidence of whoever would come out to make a Dubois for the people who ended up in my care. Well, that's what I had been doing. Before I knew it, there was some eruption of mana from deep below my mountain, which caused my bubble to dramatically balloon out before being stretched down around the mountain as it then processed to go down deep into the depths below it. When I came back into focus, my bubble had more than quadrupled in size, and my core doubled from being cantaloupe-sized to looking like a Texas-grade watermelon. My metaphorical back tightened as I saw my pedestal starting to crack under the weight of the now much bigger core. So I quickly slapped on some stone supports to the top of the pedestal and all around the base until it finally looked stable. It still seemed rather precarious, so I think I ought to do some renovations later. Maybe make a pedestal lower but thicker in order to better support my core's current weight as well as future growth. But that was for another time. For now, I gotta figure out what the hell happened just now. My gaze turns down as I start to descend the mountain. It was interesting, to say the least, finally being able to access my entire mountain, and even the outside. Just eyeballing it, I would say I have 20 feet radius from any of my mountain all around. This means that I can now mess with dirt, gravel, grass, and one shrub. The first actual plot that I don't need to grow or look at through the eyes of others directly. Sure, I've had trees and shrubs in my storage for a short while before, but it's an entirely different experience just getting to look at it in its natural habitat. I actually missed this. I hadn't properly considered it before, but I missed looking at nature. Even now that I'm actually ground level, looking at the forest through my cloudy bubble is much more enjoyable experience than just looking at the tree line from high up. I'm half tempted to replant the shrub somewhere closer to my core to commemorate the occasion, but I would much rather look at it from where I found it than disturb it by moving it over my own convenience. Anyways, I'm getting distracted again. I move back towards the mountain, soon finding the cave entrance and moving beyond the wolf den. I followed the path down into the depths of the other core's old territory, passing the skeleton storm room, the rat swarm room, the spiral corridors of traps, and the ooze room. There was just one thing that bothered me as quickly I glanced around, and that is that there were so many more rooms down here, but they were all sealed off with stone and hidden, made to look like seamless and unassuming stone walls. Again, that was something for me to check on later as I crossed the ooze room and entered the bottommost room. The scene before my eyes was not precisely what I was expecting. "What just happened?" I asked simply, hoping for a clear answer. Lugosi is the first to speak up, holding a beautiful made humming saw by its handle as his tail seems to wag excitedly. "Yeah, I found this cool stick," he gushed cheerfully. "Well, that was decently unhelpful." "I see." Looking amongst the rest, I am interrupted by what appears to be an anthropomorphic silver-furred golden retriever puppy boy. Hi, I'm Grim," he calls out eagerly, his little tail starting to wag with excitement. He seems to be clutching some kind of broken amulet close to his chest, but that wasn't something to focus on right now. "Are you Mr. Green? My friend told me to listen to you from now on. Are you okay with that?" he asked, his tail slowing to a stop, as he appeared to be suddenly hesitant. "Well, I'm not about to turn away a child, even if I'm not exactly sure what a child is doing in the very deepest depths of a mountain. While this does sound like the makings of a potential horror movie, my heart is compelling me to ignore these warnings, at least for now. Yeah, I suppose I am, Mr. Green, but you can call me Vitmori, if you like. Say, Grim, how about you come up and meet me in my chamber? I think we have a few things to talk about, okay? Grim's tail slowly starts to wag again as he nods. Okay, yeah, sure, he enthused cheerfully as he got off the skeleton's lap and to his feet. Though before he could take 2 steps, Basti offered to give him a ride, which he accepted. Actually, I want to see all of you in my chamber. I want a report on what went down and some help with something else, I explained. The rest of my beasts nodded intently as they started filing out the room. I suddenly remembered about the giant murderous ooze sitting in the next room as I turned my perspective over to it. I'm briefly unsure of what to expect, but I go ahead and send some more of my mana into it to try and make it mine. It takes a few moments, though I sense something about it shifts, and now it seems willing to follow my commands. I don't see any green markings appear on it, though. I do detect some sort of concentration of mana somewhere deeper within its body. Once again, that'll be something else I'll look into later as I turn my attention over to my beasts and Grim as they enter the ooze chamber. Despite Grim's cheerful chatter as he talks to Basti and the others, and the distinct humming sound coming from Ragosi's new sword as it sways with each of his steps, the ooze doesn't bother to react and lets them pass without issue. Now, with that concern of safety off my mind, I return to the old cause chamber and poke around curiously. The room appeared to be at a level of brutal carnage that I only saw on very few occasions back home. Now, while I do pride myself on being able to break down rooms with my unique study of the Apocalypse CSI, there were a few things that were beyond my grasp since I have, of course, never actually even seen some of these methods of killing before. The first thing I noticed was a scorch mark in the shape of a person on the ceiling. A spear lodged deep in the stone and had apparently stayed there for quite a long time. Following the trajectory of the spear, it seemed to have been thrown up from ground level at someone who was possibly standing on the frankly giant purple core in the center of the room. On another side of the room, I make out what appears to be some kind of archer with strange-looking bow that happens to be in good shape. They seem to have taken a position away from the brunt of the action, standing near the entrance and shooting at various targets around the room. That is, until they were subjected to some kind of lightning strike or blast of plasma. Now, I'm not too sure about the specifics, but based on how what looks like a circlet of some kind was melted and fused to the archer's skull, and how the rest of the body looks admittedly unsinged and unzapped. The equipment it was a she, based on the state of the equipment she wore, it somehow protected her from the plasma or lightning. But considering there seemed to be a cloth half-mask around her neck and a hood that was pulled back, she allowed herself a fatal weakness by opting to wear and show off what used to be a nice piece of jewelry instead of fully covering up with her special armor. Moving around to the last section of room, I came across what appeared to be a mutual kill. A beastkin of some kind, possibly either wolf or dog wearing ornate black robes and being bisected cleanly in half. Yet, by the way of lower half of their body was laying forward, whereas the top half was laying on its back with its arms outstretched. The beastkin didn't die right away and launched some sort of blast at the column, which fell and crushed what I can guess is a dwarf of some kind, based on its stout skeletal structure. The falling column didn't kill the dwarf, however. That is, if I'm correctly reading the desperate claw marks on the stone floor and the rubble of the column. What a rough way to go. There were a few more bestial and frankly monstrous-looking corpses strewn about, but they looked to have been cut down or shot with what seemed to have been electrically charged arrows. The burns for something like that, even on ancient bones, are something that I readily recognized. The one thing in the room that distinctly sticks out to me as odd is perhaps the skeleton of the woman sitting on the throne. It looked like it was placed there recently, or rather, it was posed too perfectly for it to have been where she had died back whenever this battle took place. She looks almost serene. I know it's odd to say that about an ancient skeleton, but I've come across many similar types of bodies over the years, most of them were from before the apocalypse really descended into the first couple of years of brutal chaos. But most people who came across scenes of the long dead tended not to disturb those who managed to find their end peacefully. Looking around, I tuck away my survivor instincts when it comes to scavenging premium-looking equipment and decide to leave the scene untouched for now. Going back to my core chamber, I go about shaping a nice little bench for Grim, laying out a skin over it for some padding. I'm still not sure what to do with the kid. I've cared for more than a few stray souls in the end, so it's not wholly unfamiliar experience to me. But in the state I'm in, I have nowhere to take him, nothing to really teach him, and no means to possibly care for him directly. My best bet is probably dropping him off with Shepherd, and have his people watch over the kid for the time being. He seems bright and gentle enough, so I don't think I need to acclimate him to people. But who knows what morals and ideas he holds, if he has any at all. I'll have to check up on him often too. If his friend told him to listen to me, he's bound to have certain expectations that I don't want to betray his trust by neglecting him. Maybe I'll actually make a room for him off my chamber. I don't think he's a danger, but it's probably better to actually keep him close until I get to know him better. I better call Zassiter over while I'm at it. I have no doubt he also felt the shift in my bubble, as well as the burst of mana since he's linked to me. If I didn't know better, he was probably waiting to be called upon, wanting to hear the news. After reaching out, though, I couldn't help but notice that there was some sort of screen panel waiting to be acknowledged. Oh, one of these things again. The words soon began to scroll out after another. Aspect of creation obtained, the feminine voice from the last time sounded out in my mind. Her very being, feeling very present like last time. Thank you for helping my last candidate. She was a promising candidate, who was successful for quite some time before everything that happened, but there was no accounting for the choices of the world. You're welcome, I replied, not entirely sure what to make of this. I had questions, of course, but I'd rather not be rude with the being capable of making me into what I was now. You're making good progress, and now you have access to just about all of her resources. Good luck, candidate. Keep true to your heart, and I'm certain you'll prosper. With that, the panel blinked out of existence, and I felt alone once more. All right. Well, that was something. Now I have to wait for everyone else to get up here. End of chapter. Vitmori point of view. Before long, everyone that was supposed to be here had gathered. Looking among them more closely, I happened to notice that Basti seemed more powerful than before. While she hadn't developed another ring, her mana heart seemed more dense compared to when I'd seen her earlier today. I'll have to touch on that later. But now, I look amongst them curiously before speaking out. All right, everyone, explain to me what happened down there. The beasts seemed to glance at each other, Ururu starting to slither forward as Lugosi spoke up first. I was invited to join the others because they thought I was capable. Then we went down into the deep, deep hole. We then met Grim, and then I found this cool stick, he explained, pawing at the gently vibrating sword that was lying in the stony sand. Again, not particularly helpful, but I suppose it was mildly informative. Ururu hissed, speaking up as he explained that it was his idea to go down into the other dungeon's territory, despite my orders to stay out of there for now after what happened to the sinners. He shows that he's apologetic and wishes for any punishment to fall on him. Basti pitches in at that, claiming to have volunteered for the trip after Ururu posed his solution for the ooze room. Frisbee also spoke up, peeking from her perch on Ururu's back and addressing my core. I encouraged him. It was a good idea, and I felt that it would have been able to handle the situation if anything did go wrong. Lugosi looked lost, his ears drooping as he glanced around at everyone. Wait, weren't we supposed to go down there? Zassiter looked about curiously, though he stood over by the bench that Grim had settled down on, wondering where the little dogkin boy had come from. Grim had been humming softly to himself as he waited, all the while gently polishing the cracked gem of the amulet with his fur. All right, everyone. No need to jump to his defense. I'm not mad. Not at all. I explained outright, much to the relief of my beasts, as they seemed to unwind just a bit. I turned my focus over to Ururu, looking him over once more. In fact, I'm sorry you felt you had to go behind my back to put your plan into motion. As thoughtful as you are, you should know that you can bring up anything you want to discuss with me, and I'd be happy to hear your opinion on it. Ururu appeared to perk up at that, a weight coming off his metaphorical shoulders as he stared gratefully at my core. Don't think that I haven't noticed your efforts, especially since Lugosi and his pack started patrolling the forest. The response time and coordination between the wolves and the birds have been more than sufficient to especially thorough. So, even though you ignored my orders today, you presented a better plan of action than I could have considered, and executed it flawlessly without any casualties. Not to mention that your actions today have considerably improved our situation as a whole. As I'm sure you have no doubt noticed by now, I mentioned as Ururu seemingly glanced at the haphazard stone braces and supports to my pedestal before looking back at me. Ururu, I grant you the title of tactician. As my second partner in this world, you are my left hand. Continue to use that clever mind of yours and watch over my territory with me. With the title granted, I felt a measure of my mana flowing from my core and into him, the serpent shuddering from the sensation as he looked up at me once more, beaming with pride before bowing his head for a moment in gratitude. Though, with that rush of mana, he looks tired, swaying on the spot. It's fine, go ahead and get some rest, I mentioned, Ururu bobbing his head as he slithered off towards his private den. Frisbee looked up at me as Ururu turned to leave. Yes, you can go too, I offered, without her having to say anything as her ears twitched happily, turning to scamper off after the serpent. Before I could continue, Lugosi piped up as he looked at my core, his tail wagging slowly in uncertainty. So we're not in trouble. Can I keep my stick? He asked, hopefully, with drooping ears. Right, I nearly forgot about the sword he found. Yeah, sure, go for it. That's a sword, just so you know. See about asking Trisha if she can make you a sheath so that you can carry it around more easily. After that, Lugosi's tail, about ready to take flight as he hops to all fours. Yes, all right, I'll do that right now, he gushed, biting the grip of the hand, hurried off with it. The sword itself humming with each swish from Lugosi's stride as he hurried out. Zassida looked after the wolf curiously as he considered the blade he had. Basti goes off to the side of my chamber, opting to lie down in the stony sand for a while since she also felt exhausted after she went through today. Looking over at Zassida, his face seemed to light up as he sensed my attention. All right, Shepherd, if you don't mind, I need a favor from you, I mentioned, just taking a moment to gauge him some more. Zassida bows his head respectfully before offering a smile. Of course, Vidmori. Whatever you need, he replied with a measured amount of cheer. Apparently, he was still in an excellent mood from our hourly conversation. Perfect. I need you to pick my core off my pedestal. I seem to have gotten too big for what I made before, and now I need to make a quick redesign. With his body, he should be able to lift my core with no problem, even if I'm a solid gem the size of a Texas watermelon. Zassida looks surprised, to say the least, or perhaps taken aback as he looks to my core before looking around. You want me to touch your core? Are you certain? He asked, seemingly hesitant all of a sudden, but not looking like he was particularly against it. Yes, I replied, not exactly sure what the hang-up is. I trust you, and I'm pretty positive you wouldn't drop me. If you don't want to carry me, you could at least set me down in the sand in the meantime. I offered to try be polite now, since maybe he thought it would be too heavy to hold for too long. No, it is a great honor, Vidmori. Your trust humbles me, and I shall do my utmost to ensure your core is safe in my arms. He enthused excitedly, even going so far as to flex his scaly arms to show off the muscles of his enhanced body. He collects himself soon enough, going onto the stone steps around my pedestal, before gingerly reaching out as he goes to pick up my core, stopping short as he seems to think about how to go about it. Well, all right, Shepherd, just don't make it weird. I couldn't help but feel mildly amused as I watched him adjust and readjust his position of his hands before he even touched me. Though he finally committed, His copper palms finally scooped up my core as he held me to his chest. I couldn't help but watch him for a moment, the tender care he displayed being somewhat surprising to me. Though I suppose he is very literally holding my heart, the entirety of me. I go ahead and get to work, quickly wiping away my old pedestal. I'll probably take it apart later for recycling. I go ahead and get to work, meticulously laying out and shaping some bricks of my shorter, wider pedestal. Even though Zassiter was entirely focused on holding my core, he couldn't help but glance over at Grim, the puppy boy, who in return was cheerfully watching Zassiter and seemingly admiring my core from where he sat ever so patiently.
Maury, where did that child come from, if you don't mind me asking?
He asked gently, speaking softly as he seemed to address my core directly. I had to consider what I knew and decided to be direct as I spoke privately with Zassiter.
I found him in the very bottom of one of the other core's territory. Apparently, he woke up not too long ago, and he had a friend who had been talking to him for a short while before seemingly going quiet for one last time. And that was all I knew about the kid. I probably should try to get to know him better before really letting him stay with the others for an extended period of time. Zassiter's eyes widened upon hearing the details of the child's existence and lack thereof. I see. That's actually the other reason I asked for you. I hoped that you could watch over him and see how he behaves around others. He's so far been bright, gentle, and charismatic, but that's been around my beasts and myself and not around people like yourself. Would you be able to do that for me? I knew I was asking a lot, but a child needs to bond with people rather than some talking rock like me. Zassiter considered this, looking over at Grim, who had since approached Zassiter and my core, looking it over with his wide and curious purple eyes before smiling up at Zassiter, with the green glow of my core reflecting in his eyes. Zassiter couldn't help but smile kindly. I don't see why not, Maury. I'll do my best to look after him. I'm sure the other kids will love to meet him.
Grim glanced between Zassiter and my core and perked up at Zassiter's words.
I can meet even more new people today. Really? Is that okay?
He asked excitedly, his little tail wagging with audible little swishes behind him, as he tilted his head ever so slightly with curiosity. I decided to go ahead and answer as I start shaping out the wide, shallow bowl that my core will set into once I'm done.
Yeah, go and meet everyone in Shepard's home, and then tell me all about them before you go to bed tonight. I'll be up here making a room so that you can stay here with me.
Really? That's great. Can we go now?
He begged Zassiter as he gently tugged at Zassiter's hide vest. Zassiter couldn't help but chuckle, but as he shook his head kindly.
Not quite yet, young Grim. Once Maury is ready for me to put him down, we can go.
No, as he said that, I finished smoothing out the stone to what I deemed suitable for now. I'll definitely make it nicer later, but it'll do to hold me at this point.
All right, Shepard, go ahead and set me down. Thanks again for your help.
A flash of disappointment seemed to cross his face as he nodded solemnly, gingerly setting my core on my new pedestal before stepping back, kind of watching me and my pedestal closely for a few seconds in case something went horribly wrong. When nothing happens, he smiles and looks over to Grim as he holds out his hand.
All right, now we can be off, Grim.
The dogkin pup smiled enthusiastically as he hurried over and took up Zassiter's hands before looking back over to me and waving his hand.
See you later, Mr. Green,
he enthused cheerfully as they both made their way down my mountain. At that, Basti chuffs with amusement as she watches me, soon standing from a stone sad as she padded over and laid upon my new, wider steps. She flashes a feline smile, reaching up with her tail as she polishes the side of my core relatively easily, since it was much closer to the ground than before.
Yeah, well, I've got plenty of experience watching over kids. Shame I've never really got a chance to be a real father. It's been forever since I lost her, and I just didn't have the heart to find anyone else. My original world just wasn't the place where you could easily have kids. In the end, I just missed out on the chance to have my own.
If I still had shoulders, I probably shrugged them at this point. Though Basti seemed to watch me for a while, her thoughts swirled around all sorts of things as she sat up and rubbed her forehead against my core, before laying back down on the step with his tail curled and flicked. There was another few moments of quiet solitude as I worked on cleaning up my new pedestal when Jack flew in, landing carefully with a flutter with his wings as he whistled a proud little chirp. "I'm back, boss, safe and sound, of course," he preened charmingly, before stretching his wings and hopping up a little closer. "I also got eyes on those spires, and they definitely sound like they're making a trip to pay us a little visit," he's mentioned with a whistle of delight. "Good work, Jack. Outstanding work. Go on, tell me everything." I encourage him as I bring my focus down on him. He tweeted out with delight, seeming very proud of himself as he hopped back and forth as if to pace. Of course, let me see, where to begin?" End of story. Chapter 54. Sylvia, Point of View. The dwarven woman sat at the original campfire circle, having borrowed a large pot from the cooks as she watched some water warm up to a boil. She was in the middle of carefully carving some of the mantis chitin, shaping it the material to serve as vambraces for Isaac's armor. Miriam sat close by as she shaped and sewed on her hide shirt and half skirt while following Sylvia's measurements. The duo focused intently on their labor for some time. That was until Sylvia's attention was grabbed by Zassiter's return, more surprising by the fact that he was accompanied by an unfamiliar child that clung to his side. "Shepherd," she said, almost hesitantly, as she considered her words. Where did you find the pantless child?" she asked, worried plainly in her voice. Zassiter seemed to smile with relief upon seeing her as he approached with the rather cheerful Dog King boy at his side. She could hear the boy's tail wagging with excitement as they walked up. "Aye, Sylvia, just the dwarf I wanted to see," he enthused kindly as he looked at the Dog King boy. "Grim, this is Sylvia and Miriam. Go and say hello," he encouraged as he let the boy's hand go. Grim eagerly rushed, waving his hand after getting closer.
"New person. It's very, very nice to meet you. I'm Grim,"
he exclaimed excitedly to Sylvia before going over to introduce himself to Miriam before Sylvia could respond. However, he seemed to become sufficiently distracted by what Miriam was doing and stayed after introducing himself. Sylvia had a bit of warm smile on her face after such a cheerful greeting, though she resumed her worried expression as she stood and walked off a few steps away with Zassiter, quirking a brow at him curiously. "Explain," she said rather sternly, not wanting any complicated answers as she crossed her arms and glared up at the lizard-kin man. Zassiter swallowed as he took a moment to gather his words, though, after a few moments of withstanding Sylvia's glare, he spoke up, being as honest as he could. "That Maury entrusted me with the care of this boy for the evening. His name is Grim, and apparently he is wholly the creation of the dungeon that attacked Isaac and Trisha. He supposedly woke up a short while ago and was told to serve at Maury," he explained in a hushed voice, almost entirely in a single breath. As Sylvia continued to watch, with what could only be described as some kind of incredulity, he continued, "But Maury would like me to integrate him with the children his age and see how he behaves." "What children his age? He sounds like he's less than a few days old," she replied, with an equally hushed voice, as she considered everything Zassiter has just jumped on her before sighing as she pinched the bridge of her nose, before glancing at the boy again, watching as Miriam began taking his measurements. At the same time, he, in return, asks about what she's doing and what those measurements mean. Sylvia looks back at Zassiter, her expression softening as she uncrosses her arms. "Did you mean that? An entire beast-kin child was found at the bottom of that terrible place. A child born only a couple days ago, who is now walking around and talking like any other child. How can that be?" Zassiter looked uncertain for a moment, being confronted by a more grounded view with someone who had not interacted or experienced any sort of dungeon magic beyond watching the longhouse get built. "I don't know. This sort of knowledge is beyond me. What I do know is that Maury has not led me or us as a community astray. He has done quite a lot for us in so little in return, and I can feel the intention behind his actions through my bond with him. I've had no reason to doubt him," he explained, taking a slow breath before continuing. "All I really know is that Grim has been a very polite and enthusiastic child, being unrelentingly curious and cheerful. I would rather embrace that than rebuke him with suspicion and doubt, he stated. Sylvia considers that, glancing back over at Grim as he attempts to thread a needle while under Miriam's watchful eye. Looking back to Zassita, she crosses her arms again, more uncertain rather than standoffish with the man. I don't like it, but I also don't feel comfortable judging a child by his origins like this. I expect you to inform the others, but I'll support you if they push back, she explains before looking at Miriam and speaking up. Miriam, could you take Grim over to where we keep the extra clothes and get the boy some pants? Miriam smiled pleasantly as she gave a nod. Yes, ma'am. She then stood as she offered her hand to Grim. Come along. Let's put those measurements to good use. Grim, ever eager for new experience, practically bounced with exhilaration.
Oh, okay,
he gushed happily before taking Miriam's hand as they headed for the log house. Zassita smiled a bit as he glanced over at Sylvia. Thank you. I'll start speaking with the others, he said as he dismissed himself. Sylvia responded with a simple nod. You do that. As soon as Zassita left, Sylvia just sighed heavily as she reflected on Zassita's words before looking at the now boiling pot of water, dropping the chitin shells that she had been working on in order to clean them of any remaining bug flesh. Revire point of view. Revire was the slightest bit flustered, mainly due to the fact that in a single day on the back of an imperially trained drake on its rider, they closed the distance that took her and Rhiannon 4 to 5 days of travel on foot and cart. For now, they've landed before the sunset and begun setting up camp. The Drake Wardens were hearty enough that they were down to business in no time, setting up tents, getting a fire going, and securing the perimeter. All the while, a team of 2 Drake Wardens headed off to hunt some fresh game for both the people and the mounts. She was mildly amused, however, turning her attention to the ladies-in-waiting who forced their way onto this trip, intending on looking after the Empress as she joined us on this journey. Most of the noble ladies were out of their depth. While not overly indignant or spoiled, they were comparatively useless when it came to setting up the royal tents or contributing towards the campsite. They did somehow manage to get some tea going, which was refreshing in itself. There was one lady in waiting who managed to hold her own. She was the daughter of one of the Imperial Knight commanders, and instead of following her father's footsteps, she was pushed to test as one of the Empress's ladies-in-waiting. She was selected, much to her surprise. The Empress mentioned that this particular lady was something known as a tomboy, whatever that means. Regardless, the boyish woman took the lead in the woman's half of the camp, working alongside some of the female Drake Wardens in putting up the tents. At the same time, the other ladies did their very best to prepare a comfortable dining area for the Empress and helped where they could in preparing a meal with what the Drake Wardens brought back. Eventually, things settled down, and the Empress was seated at a small fold-out table with 2 chairs. While the Empress sat at one, she invited Revire to join her, much to the elf's surprise, as she joined after some hesitation. The food was served, which ended up being a hearty stew of wild game, wild tubers and mushrooms, and some cream that was brought with them, all accompanied by a black tea of the Empress's choice. The duo quietly ate before the Empress spoke up. "So, Revire," she started, seemingly searching for her words. "Yes, Empress," Revire replied politely, taking up a cloth napkin and gently wiping some spilled soup off her chin, having been slightly startled to be suddenly addressed with a spoonful of stew. She took a few moments before speaking up properly. "Can you tell me what the apocalypse was like? What have you seen of it, at least?" Revire blanched at that, a bit nervous about revisiting such brutal memories that weren't even hers. She slowly nodded, taking a sip of her tea before speaking up again. "Very well. What would you like to know?" The Empress seemed to hesitate, taking a sip on her own tea quietly before speaking up. "Was there any good in the apocalypse, or was it all bleak?" she asked with desperate curiosity. Revire was at least pleasantly surprised by the direction as she leaned back, setting her tea down before closing her eyes thoughtfully. After a few more moments, she opened her eyes and spoke up. "I'd say I really liked the PDAs. They were extremely beneficial to state of living late in the apocalypse." The Empress looked utterly confused by that statement, poking her brow. "PDAs? Really? Personal digital assistants saved the day. An old device even in my days." Revire couldn't help but tilt her head curiously at that. "No. PDA stands for Phoenix Down Agents. They were apparently some kind of special soldiers or knights that were secretly trained and lived amongst the common people. They rose when the world fell and gathered people to various power stations, mega farms, and server farms to keep information and supplies up. When those PDAs would train the ordinary people to be soldiers and knights to defend those places before becoming wandering warriors once the people could survive without them. Revaya couldn't help but smile as she reminisced over the memories of those noble heroes. The Empress couldn't help but be entranced by what she heard, forgetting about the stew, and she sipped her tea, gesturing for Revaya to continue. Revaya smiled and continued going over the memories that she had seen. They had these magical devices on their wrists that projected illusions of pages that showed living maps, information about their own health and conditions of their bodies, kept track of their missions and objectives, and even how many of those bullets they had in their gun things. It was a magic tool on a level that I couldn't even imagine before, though perhaps I'll try my hand at creating something like that with those diamonds that V.R.E produces. She couldn't help but explain excitedly, getting herself somewhat riled up for the future. Wow, the Empress said, feeling rather starstruck as she considered the things Revaya explained to her, having a good feeling that the elf couldn't have made something like that up. Gosh, all of that reminds me of a few video games I used to play. How interesting, she exclaimed, though she quickly sobered after remembering the details were coming from a very real apocalypse where many people died. Revaya was not off put too much, more curious about the Empress mentioned. What is a video game? She asked curiously. The Empress smiled kindly. Well, that's a big question. Let's see. Where to begin? End of chapter. Chapter 55. V.R.E Point of View. So they're going to meet us in a Maitef. I didn't think that it would be that easy, but it is vaguely unnerving how simple things turned out. I didn't think the buyers would bite at the bait so quickly. It was almost as if they were impatient to get the exchange done. I can't help but wonder what they intend to use the slaves for. There had been 3 other deals before, with 20 to 30 people on average being sent over, ranging from children to elders. I can't help but hope against hope that nothing like the nightmare that was in Casino Royale had been created in this world. But up until now, I had no actual frame of reference for the rest of the world, save for the memories of the worst kinds of people so far. Though, I suppose I'll get my answers soon enough. Well, I don't plan on killing these people to get them to talk. I could try perhaps looking at their memories directly. How hard could that be? Otherwise, I'll have to use the sinners to interrogate them, and maybe I could get them to think that the church betrayed them and reveal what they may know on the theocracy side of things. Beyond that, I'm still ultimately considering the endgame, even though I'm putting a considerable amount of effort into actually keeping these slavers alive. I don't think I have any hard feelings towards actually killing these people. If anything, the only reason I wouldn't want to kill them is so that I don't have to deal with whatever memories are in their heads. In reality, I'll have to deal with them for quite some time if I keep them alive, and I definitely don't have the infrastructure for an actual prison. Or do I? There is an entire complex of ancient sealed rooms in the lower half of my mountain that I still need to examine, and I have a feeling that this other dungeon was playing with more things than dirt and stone down there. Starting off from the bottom, I checked out the ooze that seemed to be content with his imitation of an underground spring, studying it and looking it over closely now that I'd got some time. From what I could tell, it seemed to be some kind of very acidic jello, though ooze is still a rather appropriate description. I tried looking through its eyes and sharing its senses, but I got nothing. No thoughts and nothing to react to, almost as if its head was just empty. Wow. It's not like it even had a head, though my eyes fell down on the concentration of matter within this blob. Descending into its jelly with my perception was a rather odd experience. Every single moment I expected just to feel wet, or rather just glazed in the goo. But it was more like watching a surgery camera pushing into someone, except you're the camera. Eventually, I came across a dense piece of matter, but as I focused on it, it appeared to be some kind of gem. Looking it over, it seemed to have a mess of writing and an intent within it. I can tell it did serve some sort of function, but it now appears only to be some kind of battery or source of energy for the ooze. Now, I don't know exactly what this gem used to do, but I have a sinking feeling that I might have ruined whatever delicate writings were on this thing when I dumped a burst of mana on it to keep it from attacking Grim and my beasts. Well, I'll see about fixing it later. After leaving the confines of the ooze behind, I looked around this ooze spring room before making my way over to what looked like a room that was sealed away behind a wall of stone. In fact, it was along the wall behind the ooze's spring, making it near impossible to access or even look for. Well, that is, if I was an intruder. For me, it was just as easy as bringing my perspective up to the wall before pushing forward, as if the wall was just a thin curtain. Upon passing through the wall, I came across what appears to be a room, a woman's room at that. It was an ornate place with a number of creature comforts that were remarkably well preserved. Between being completely sealed off from the outside and the magic in the air, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by the state of things. There was a rather cozy-looking bed with a mattress and pillow stuffed with what appears to be wool, sheets of cotton laid neatly over them as the bed was made one last time before being preserved. Looking about the rest of the room, there were bookshelves filled with dusty tomes, a desk with all sorts of notes and sketches of humanoid figures with precise numbers of joints and other measurements. Though the more things I looked over, the more quickly I came to realize that I can't actually read anything. In fact, I'm almost certain that the language I'm seeing here is written entirely in German. Well, I don't directly know the language. I know just enough thanks to a certain chemist I used to know. This is, rather annoying, if I'm being honest. I don't think I'll ever get to know what any of this says, and I highly doubt I'll find a German to English dictionary in this world either. Damn, I'm having a hard enough time with this world's alphabet, so I would most likely do the same and write all my own notes in English. At the very least, I can study the numbers and dimensions of the statues she drew up, though the more I look at them, the more they remind me of some kind of modeling figurine scaled up with many more joints and features. There were even some kind of slot in the chest for a shaped gem or crystal. Maybe it was some kind of living puppet, considering I saw a similar-looking gem within the ooze in the other room. Pulling away from the desk or possible workstation, I happened to spot what looks like a Polaroid camera on a dresser, but also not a Polaroid camera. It had a slot that took another kind of carved gem, as well as an opening below the lens that should be where it dispensed the pictures. I can't help but smile at seeing the familiar object. Something about seeing it really solidifies that the person who used to live here came from a world similar to mine. Of course, her world was only similar, not the same. I'm about to move on before I spot a small picture tucked away on the desk. Coming over to the small frame, I take it into my storage space and clear it of dust that had settled over it. It was a small group of people. There was a black-furred dogkin man in some ornate robes with skull pattern embroidered along the edges of the hood, a birdkin woman with brilliant red feathers wearing some kind of leather armor, and what looked like a lizardkin at first. Still, the neck was too long, and the shape of her head looked more like a snake. So it was probably a snakekin woman with pure white scales, wearing what appeared to be a lab coat of some kind. In the middle of them was a woman with sun-kissed white skin, curly shoulder-length brown hair, and vibrant purple eyes, wearing a simple grey tunic top and a familiar-looking amulet with a purple gem in the middle. So, that must be the last candidate the voice talked about. Judging by the fact that there is a core in the other room, it means that she somehow managed to make a body for herself somehow. The method might be in her notes, though if that's the case, then I suppose I'll never learn the particular secret. I carefully set the photo back where I found it, not wanting to disturb this room outright more than I need to right now, especially since I can't make use of anything in particular just yet. I do take the camera, though. That's something I can probably find a use for already, if not having it for the mere novelty of the device. Upon leaving the room through the wall again, I start making my way back up towards the surface while looking for more rooms. It's an odd sensation, detecting the barest, faintest whiffs of magical influence within the stone that wasn't mine. I could tell that they were there, in fact, many, many rooms that were carved out in the lower half of the mountain, but at some point they were totally filled in, not just sealed up, but filled to the brim with stone that was then blended by some magic to appear seamless and natural. I think I vastly overestimated just how many rooms there were still rooms. Eventually, I made my way back up to the rooms where Ururu found Frisbee. From here, I could detect 2 more rooms, each on opposite sides of the room. After taking a moment to look between them, I chose one and crossed the stone wall into the room on the other side. What I was greeted with appeared to be a workshop. It's not just any kind of simple workshop, but I could say that this was a workshop of innovators, or at least a couple dozen people could work out of it comfortably while maintaining a steady production line. Workstations here and there with woodworking tools, leatherworking tools, stoneworking tools, and masonry tools, a rather intricate-looking loom and machines for processing and winding spools of thread, and perhaps even metal. There were other kinds of finer equipment, likely for cutting gems and shaping jewelry. There was even a disassembled watch on a workstation. The design seemed rather old-fashioned, but the make was extraordinarily fine, even to my untrained eye. Looking back around for a second pass, I even noticed what appeared to be an old-style machining equipment and power tools, things like belt sanders, table saws, drill presses, and a number of other machines. With all of this, I could jumpstart production in any safe haven back in my old world, turning it into a viable manufacturing hub with little effort. It is a real shame that I don't currently have the means to put all of this into use, but maybe I could pass over some of these things to the folks in the Longhouse so they can better be equipped to prepare for the upcoming winter. As I start making my way out of the room, I spot one of the wooden figurines from the diagrams on the other core's bedroom. I must have seriously misunderstood their scale, since the one I'm looking at is practically the size of a person. There were gems embedded in the wood where the eyes would be, and, looking within it, there was another gem within its head. Finally, towards its chest was a slot for a cut gem of some kind, the gem in question lying nearby, but the work was interrupted and never resumed since the workshop was sealed at some point before the craftsmen working on it could finish. In fact, there were a lot of unfinished projects, as if everybody rushed out of this place at once and just never returned. Finally, making my way out of the workshop, I looked towards the other sealed room and go to cross the stone threshold once more. Suffice it to say, I'm both impressed at what I find and utterly annoyed with myself. Inside was another type of workshop. Indeed, it was a forge to make other forgers jealous. The facilities easily accommodated at least a dozen different craftsmen and whatever assistants they had. It makes the forge I spend my time building feel like a child's discount playplace on how to pretend to be a blacksmith. I could make out facilities for glassblowing, smelting, smithing for armor, and smithing for weapons, and even more modern-looking equipment for machining parts and in pieces for any number of weapons or tools. Quite frankly, I'd rather show this place to my blacksmith than even dare to let her look at what I attempted to cobble together with my complete lack of experience and knowledge. There was an impressive array of weaponry and armor here, quite a few completed pieces and a lot more unfinished ones. What's more interesting is that some of the equipment had some etchings on them. They reminded me of the runes or lettering of some kind. Not to mention, there are slots to fit gems or crystals into the few different sets of armor, and quite a few sword guards. There's some sort of pattern here. I'm putting crystals or gems into equipment and items, and considering what I found in that ooze and the Polaroid camera, I bet these gems and crystals aren't just a power source or battery, but some kind of command key with instructions for specific functions or effects to occur. Now, how it's actually done or implemented, I still don't know. But now I can't wait for Revive to return, since it was apparent she was knowledgeable about magic, and she could surely know a thing or two about this. I was about to check what seemed to be the final hidden room in what is now the Snake's Wolf's Den, but I suddenly became very aware of someone entering my core chamber. Bringing my focus straight up, I happen to notice that the sun has long since set. Damn, I must have completely lost track of time while I was looking things over. Going back into my chamber, I spot Grim sitting cheerfully beside Basti on my steps as he talks to her about various things he's experienced today. He looked happy, which is a good sign, and he even seemed to be sporting a new pair of canvas pants, surprisingly enough. "Hello, Grim. Did you have a good afternoon?" I called out to him. I couldn't help but metaphorically smile as I watched his ears perk when he heard my voice.
"Yes, I did. I was just telling Basti all about it,"
he gushed to me cheerfully as he got up from his step before turning around to address my call. "That sounds great. Say, before we go any further, we should form a bond. Your friend said she wanted you to listen to me, right?" I mentioned, deciding that I should at least connect myself to him now that he's had some time to settle. Grim tilted his head a bit before having some kind of realization as he smiled and nodded.
"Okay, I'm ready,"
he exclaimed, seeming somewhat aware of what was about to happen. "Oh, okay. Well, all right, then. Grim, I welcome you into my service. From now on, you shall continue to be known as Grim." With that, even though I didn't give him a new name, it seemed to be enough to form a bond as a measure of mana flowed from my core and into the young dogkin. However, as the mana flowed through him, his mana heart, which was barely noticeable before, suddenly flashed and glowed as it pulsed brightly, a ring quickly spiraling around it despite the small amount of mana I gave him. One of his eyes shifted from purple to emerald green, and a ring formed from the fur on his shoulder. "Well, there you go. We're connected now, Grim. Your first duty is to tell me about your day." Grim yawns noticeably, but smiles brightly as he nods before going to sit on the steps again.
"So, I met some very nice people, and they helped me get these things called pants, and,
End of chapter. Chapter 56. Jack, Point of View. It was now close to midday, and the buyers were finally getting close, traveling a barely visible and overgrown road with their carts. In the front cart, you could see that black catkin woman, Dahlia, was accompanied by the pink-haired woman who was riding in the shade inside of the cart. She seemed to be chatting about some incomprehensible nonsense about pets that Jack didn't really understand, all the while doting on Rishi, the messenger bird. Behind them was another cart, this one being driven by some kind of olive-skinned man, though he looked more built than the average human, a half-orc of some sort, perhaps like Wrath. Besides him was a dwarven man, tan-skinned with a fiery red beard that was at least decently braided and neat, short cut of hair on his head. Finally, on the last cart there was a teen ratkin girl dressed up in a reasonably nice clothes, though there was an odd gold tattoo on her fur that seemed to glint from under the scarf. Beside her, the last of their entourage was some kind of birdkin woman that had exposed humanoid skin under her face and pointed ears. She wore very light clothes that exposed a lot of skin, but she also sported an odd tattoo on her shoulder, a red circle that looked like a fire in stark contrast to her yellow feathers. Jack had to really think about the possible combination of beings she was, but that wasn't his job right now. Jack could feel Vitmori's presence within him as his boss peeked through his eyes, though after getting a good look, Vitmori's presence had vanished, and Jack could see one of the several plans starting to unfold. Dahlia, Point of View. The ride had been long and tedious, especially with the madame chatting away at her and her bird. Her eyes scanned the tree line, and she sniffed, not seeing anything out of the ordinary and only smelling nature. She did spy what looked like a spider wolf watching them from the brush, but it scurried off, so she paid it no mind. Exhaling quietly through her nose, she allowed her mind to wander back to her room, her own private domicile where she could not be harassed. At least, not often, as she considered the madame, the young woman doting on her bird as she seemingly ignored the world around her until something interesting happened. She took a quiet breath after some time, deciding to focus on the moment as she spotted some more movement. This time, it appeared to be a paladin in full plate, though what a miserable-looking paladin it was. Their armor was beat to shit, and not even shining as it seemed coated in dirt and dust. He waved at her from the side of the road, not even considering her and her caravan to be a threat. So this must be who she was here to meet with. She raises a fist, signaling for the other carts to come to a stop. Dahlia flashed her teeth in a sneer as she looked over to the pathetic paladin.
"Hail, friend. You look to be in poor sorts," she said as she poked at the man.
The paladin seemed to huff with exhaustion as he watched the caravan. "Hail, I take it you're the buyer. Follow me so we get this business finally settled," he stated rather bluntly, apparently dropping all pretenses. "You're better off coming on foot. The woods aren't dense, but we broke our carts maneuvering through here when dealing with the bandits," he explained, gesturing a thumb over towards the forest. Dahlia glanced in the direction the paladin gestured to before nodding intently, as she dropped the reins of the chiver steeds, pulling the cart, and hopping off and looking over to the other carts as she snapped her fingers.
"Lanzik, Jazz, and Rita follow me. Mina, stay with Madame Diarosa."
She ordered the half-orc, dwarf, and half-birdkin, the trio stiffening at the order, before they also disembarked from the carts and made their way over to beside Dahlia. Meanwhile, the ratkin girl made her way over to the madame while looking rather wary. The pathetic girl looking distinctly miserable, while Diarosa appeared more than pleased with the arrangement. She then looked over to the paladin and rested a hand on her hip.
"Lead on,"
she demanded more than she requested. The paladin nodded as he turned and began making his way through the woods, resting his hand on his blade. Though, after about 15 minutes of near-silent walking, the paladin spoke up. "Keep an eye out while you're at it. They aren't too active during the day, but we've been combating massive spiders and mantises for the last few days," he explained as he seemingly watched the tree line. Dahlia couldn't help but narrow her gaze before glancing back at her entourage.
"Lanzik, go return and stand guard with the madame," she ordered, the dwarf stiffening mid-stride before nodding and returning the way they came.
The walk continued for a while longer, though something had been clawing at the back of Dahlia's mind. Something in her more primal senses ringing alarms as the fur along the back of her neck began to rise as she sniffed at the air. She soon began to notice all the birds around them, gliding between the trees and watching them as they went along. Yet they weren't singing or calling out. They just watched. That's when she heard a twig snap in the distance. Her ears perked as she barely caught a glimpse of a dappled coat of the Spitterwolf stepping out of view. Again, something about all of this was sending her senses into overdrive as she could hear her heart drumming in her ears. When she approached the paladin to warn him, she caught a whiff of something else. Rot. Coming from the paladin, of all people. Her tail lashed as her mind raced with the possibilities, but she couldn't keep track of her thoughts as she decided to act. Without a word of any sort of warning, she casually closed the distance between herself and the paladin before grabbing his shoulder and plunging her blade right through his throat and twisting the blade. The paladin dropped surprisingly quickly as the dagger slipped her grasp. Though the moment she had done so, the air began to shift as the birds all cried out and began swarming the air. "Feck, Jazz, Rita, cover my escape," she ordered, as she drew her whip and shortsword from her hip, swiping at the air with the whip as she drove off the birds and began running back the way she came. Dahlia not bothering to stay and watch as she could hear the familiar crack of thunder from Rita's magic. She broke into a hard sprint, tapping into her natural feline agility as she ducked and weaved through the trees, not daring to go in a straight line. As she ran, she spotted Lanzik in the grass, being dragged off by a massive Spitterwolf, with a sword of all things strapped to it. Dahlia considered for a brief moment grabbing him for backup, but decided to leave him to the beasts. Madame Diarosa was the priority. Though Dahlia fled from the wolves, her fur fluffed out, prickling her as senses overloaded with an unmistakable feeling of danger she couldn't quite place. Her feet forced her to skid to a stop, though, as she looked around, her stomach began to twist with unease when she caught a glance of a shadow with eyes staring her down. As soon as the shadow was spotted, it began to take shape, growing into what she could recognize as a prowler. It kept growing, getting bigger and bigger, until it unfurled a pair of dripping, shadowy wings. Dahlia felt a cold chill traveling down her spine and tail, though she couldn't back down, not with the madame unguarded. She bared her fangs at the prowler, trying to trick herself into a sense of false bravado. She cracked her whip
slowly walking in a sidestep, still attempting to work out a retreat. The mutant prowler looked unimpressed, starting to stalk forward towards Dahlia, not caring about her little display. "Feck off," she cried out as she cracked the whip towards the prowler before turning tail. She ran away rather frantically, her senses overwhelmed beyond reason as she ran back for the carts. Though, even as she ran, she could even hear the steps of the massive beast, but she couldn't dare risk looking back. She finally cleared the trees, though nowhere near the carts after all her running. Her chest heaved heavily, but she couldn't stop, forcing herself to keep putting one foot after the other, running up the road and following the fresh tracks of a cart. And within moments she finally came to see the carts in the distance. But her heart sank as she watched an absolutely massive serpent wrap around Madame Diarosa and Mina. She ran even harder, though. After all her exertion, she lost her footing and was sent sprawling through the brush of the overgrown road. Though, as she pushed herself up, she found herself face to face with the mutant prowler when everything went black. End of chapter. Chapter 57. Vitmori Point of View. Well, that's that then. Between all my beasts, we managed to subdue all 6 spires who had shown up. We were able to knock all of them out in one way or another. Still, the snake wolves were extremely useful after the matter was resolved, using their venom rather liberally amongst the 6 of them as it acted as a kind of paralytic, preventing further resistance while the buyers were tracked off. While that was being handled, Greed had been escorted to the training room with their other sinners. The med bay was no longer officially being used for now since Cinco had made a full recovery, and Vitissa went back to work in her place at the haven with the others. I pulled the healer zombies from my storage and deployed them to work on Greed, the dagger in his throat having made a mess of damage. Thankfully, it wasn't particularly fatal for someone like him. I didn't let him keep the dagger since he asked. It was a rather nice piece, if I'm being honest, but he was stabbed with it, so I saw no problem with letting him claim it. The rest of the sinners got to work bringing the carts up to my mountain, giving me a chance to thoroughly examine things within that 20 feet of open space I managed to gain. The things I found were odd, to say the least. There were many creature comforts, things like blankets, rugs, bolts of cloth of various colors and blends, bags of some kind of wool, bundles of treated leather, bags of sea salt, rice and other grains, and a wide selection of herbs, roots and fluids. Not to mention a large variety of candles, incense, and a varied selection of wine and what appeared to be a rum and kind of whiskey. All in all, they looked like quality goods, but not nearly enough for what seemed to be a consistent slave trade. Though, that's assuming they actually placed a higher value on lives than what I remembered during a literal apocalypse. The whole thing made no sense to me, and things just weren't adding up whatsoever, that is, until I noticed a false panel in the lead cart under the driver's seat. Peeking inside, I spotted a metal lockbox. It wasn't even all that big, but the problem I immediately encountered was that I couldn't look inside the box. It was as if there was another kind of bubble lining the metal chest. The magic itself was rather intense, as if whoever placed the enchantment on it really didn't want any prying eyes on this thing. I even had Ururu give it a look, and he couldn't peer inside, much to his dismay. I could find no memory of similar-looking lockboxes in any of the paladins or acolytes' memories, so it was likely even they didn't know about it. None of the slavers had any sort of key that would fit the lockbox either, so I suppose it'll have to remain a mystery for now. Since I don't have any particular use for any of the materials or supplies in these carts, I go ahead and call Zazzita over, telling him to bring a few others to collect the carts. No doubt, they'll put these things to very good use. I turn my attention away, looking over at my impromptu jail cell. I am making other, smaller cells just in case I actually need to separate them, but for now, I just watch and wait to see what comes next. Dahlia, point of view. She wakes with a start, her gaze unfocused and blurred as she tries to sit up, though fainting at first as she does soon realizes how sluggish and heavy her body feels. Where am I?" she murmured, looking up at the ceiling as she spotted a dimly glowing red orb of light suspended in the air, only just barely illuminating her surroundings. Suddenly, she hears a voice, and her ears perk and twitch to the sound. "You're finally awake," the madame says softly. Yet her tone carries intense venom as she watches Dahlia, the young woman sitting curled up in the corner with her knees to her chest. "I don't want to be in here anymore. Get me out of here," she ordered coldly. Yet Dahlia could hear the quiver in her voice as she spoke. "Yes, ma'am," Dahlia responded simply, struggling on the ground as she willed herself to sit up, eventually rolling onto her stomach. She looked around before spotting Rita as she sneered, kicking out her foot before plunging it into the bird girl's stomach. "Get up, make yourself useful, and get us out of here," she ordered before focusing on pushing herself up into a seated position. The half-birdkin croaked out a pained, breathless grunt as she tried to breathe properly after that kick. However, her shoulder mark burned brightly when she didn't immediately follow orders. Suddenly, as if she were on strings, her body began limply rising as she forced herself to move by manipulating her own body with a form of telekinetic magic. Her whole body shuddered as she breathed hard and shakily, still trying to gather her strength despite her body being already bruised and battered from fending off the birds earlier. She moved painfully slow as her mark continued to glow, her skin faintly emitting a sizzling sound as she whimpered miserably. "You're taking too long," Diarosa warned coolly, her head in her knees as she barely decided to peek at the half-birdkin woman. Rita squealed pathetically as her mark flashed brighter momentarily, before resuming its consistent glow. Panting heavily, she managed to fix her stance some more as she brought up her shuddering palms together, focusing as much as she could manage after redirecting her mana from moving her body, conjuring a ball of electricity before blasting the iron bars. A steady, vibrant arc of blue shot out as the bars began to crackle with electricity that bounced between them. This goes on for seconds, and then a minute as the birdkin woman sobs, the stream of electricity weakening as she fell to her knees at some point, her very flesh crackling from the burning heat of her mark, the damage having now spread to her neck and shoulder blades as her mana sputters out. "Pathetic! You couldn't even manage that!" Dahlia scowled, having shrugged off the effects of the venom by now, as she crossed her arms and watched what was about to happen next, as what usually happens to those who don't obey their betters is about to take place. Rita shook her head as she looked up at Dahlia, totally spent and unable to move any further. "Please, mercy, I have always been loyal," she cried out in a final burst of desperation. "Give me another chance, I just need to rest." Although her words did not reach their ears as her mark flared up, the fires contained within it erupting as she suddenly immolated, the flames spreading across her body as she screeched out and fell to the ground, rolling and slamming her body into the stone to try and put herself out. The others watched impassively, unable to muster the drive to react, as they knew they were next soon enough. Diarosa watched, her smile creeping to her lips as the flames danced in her gaze, finding beauty in Rita's final dance. Suddenly, a thin spear of stone launched out the wall, skewering the roasted bird in her head as she goes limp. Dahlia flinches out of reflex as she looks for where the spear came from, while moving to defend Madame. As she looks around, she almost doesn't notice at first when Rita's smoldering body gets sucked into the ground, vanishing from sight. Dahlia tisked as she looked around. "Damn! They must have a druid or some other kind of mage of their own. That'll make things difficult," she contemplated aloud, now pacing back and forth in the large cell, her nose wrinkling at the sickly sweet scent of burnt flesh. Though as she paced, the bars suddenly vanished before their very eyes. Before they could even think of stepping out, a trio of spitter wolves rushed in as they began to spit out their venom, spraying the already weakened prisoners with another concentrated dose of paralytics, as Dahlia was sent sprawling to the ground. Vitmori point of view. What the fuck? I've seen human cruelty before, and I've certainly seen worse than this, but to see such a thing outside the confines of an apocalypse sends my blood boiling. From now, I'm going to separate everyone into their own cells, keeping that cat, Dahlia, and the pink-haired woman, I believe her name is Diarosa. Anyways, I'll keep them between two entirely different floors in order to make sure that the other marked individuals are completely out of earshot. Hopefully, that'll be enough to keep them out of those two slavers' influence. For now, I ring up the corpse of the young half-elf, half-birdkin woman. Her name was Rita Milena. Her mother was an elf, and her father was a birdkin. I'm getting sidetracked. Her life was flashed before my eyes, and those memories were the furthest on her mind as I worked on unconsciously processing her memories within me. Her soul was strong, and I ended up getting a massive amount of mana after absorbing it. I'm not sure if I need to be the one to directly or even indirectly cause the kill to absorb the soul, or if that simply dying within my bubble would have been enough. Still, I didn't want to risk it after letting it get that far for the sake of maintaining the act of paladins being the ones to betray them. It's my fault that she had to die in such a gruesome way, and I'm going to make up for it if it's the last thing I do. I summon my healer zombies once more, the duo blankly staring at the charred corpse before them as they get down to their knees and extend their hands to start repairing the corpse. All the while, I begin circulating my mana between all three of them as the corpse slowly begins to be restored to its original state. End of story. Chapter 58. Rita Point of View. She woke with a start, her chest heaving as she desperately filled her lungs with air. Looking around, she couldn't help but wonder where she was as she sat up. And when she did, she suddenly felt a chill hit her. It was at that moment she realized that she was wearing nothing but a blanket, which she quickly tried to pull back up after it fell to her lap. However, to her surprise, her wings flared out instinctively as they hit the rather sturdy pedestal beside her, which sent her tumbling onto the stone. "Oof," she murmured to herself, her side now aching from the sudden but not particularly painful fall. Though, as she began to consider where she was, she couldn't help but realize something that she had nearly overlooked. Glancing behind her, she noticed her beautiful, bright yellow wings were back, tears welling up as she spread them out before bringing them around her as she hugged herself and quietly sobbed. She never thought that she would see her wings again, since they were chopped off to keep her from running several years ago. This went on for a few quiet minutes. That is, until a voice echoed from her mind, a voice that was definitely not her own. "Hey, glad to see that you're awake. I didn't want to interrupt your moment, but we do need to talk. It took some time to bring you back, but it looks like you're in pristine condition now. Sorry about the no-clothes thing. Yours were burnt to ashes, and I'm afraid I don't have anything that fits you. What with those wings of yours that suddenly sprouted out while I was fixing your body?" The voice was warm, gentle, and apologetic, despite claiming to have already done so much for her. Rita was stunned. Curiously glancing around the room she found herself in before looking behind her and considering the giant green crystal on the pedestal that illuminated the space around her. Her mind raced with questions and doubts as she considered her last memories and where she woke up after that horrible experience. "Am I dead?" was the first question she managed to put voice to, while she absently tied the blanket around her, having it cover most of her front and back. Her feathery left hip and left wing remained exposed as she slowly got to her clawed feet. The voice was quiet for a moment, and she could feel him mulling over the answer before it spoke up again. "Well, you died, but don't worry, you got better," he explained with kindness in a way he conveyed his thoughts. "I want to apologize, but due to the circumstances after bringing you back, my mark replaced the mark that you originally had. All it represents is your bond to me and my mana's influence on you. Oh, and one of your eyes is also green, just so you know." She looked taken aback as she examined herself. Sure enough, a green circle was on her shoulder feathers. However, she didn't feel the same compulsion as before, nor did it have the flames that were sealed in her old mark. In fact, she felt better than ever before, healthier and more robust than she could remember. As she continued to examine herself, she noticed the complete absence of scars and marks that marred her skin ever since she was forced into servitude several years ago. "I see. Do you expect me to serve you then, whoever you are?" While she did feel directly opposed to being in someone's servitude again, it was a little hard to argue with a being that could resurrect her like that, and even give her back her wings, amongst other things. Oh, no. I don't expect anything from you. It was my fault for letting things get as far as they did and allowing you to die so brutally. I just wanted to make up for that by repairing as much as I could. If you have anywhere to go home to, I'll make sure that you have all the money, equipment, and an escort to take you where you need to go," he explained, and she could feel the sincerity in his voice, which confused her already racing mind. She gingerly clutched one of her wings, bringing her closer to her chest, before looking at the giant green gem on the pedestal, having long since sensed that to be the source of the voice in her head. I don't have anywhere to go, now that I think about it. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stick around, if you'll have me," she said, lowering her head thankfully, before remembering something as she looked back at the gem. "What about Mina, Landsec, and Jazz? Are they still alive?" she asked, cursing herself for allowing herself to feel happy and relaxed, while they were still probably suffering. Oh yes, the others. They're fine, and I put them in separate cells away from Dahlia and Diarosa. My primary focus until now has been you, though, since you were the only one to have died. They're as comfortable as I could manage, with food, drink, and some skins for padding on the floor, but I didn't want to let them roam around, just in case anything triggers those foul marks on them," he explained apologetically, and he sounded uncomfortable about seemingly locking up people that didn't deserve such treatment. Rita sighed before smiling with relief as she sensed these intentions. "Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't quite know what to call you." She felt him feel annoyed, though it seemed more at himself than anyone else. Sorry about that. I am but Mori, and this is my territory. I'm a dungeon core, if that means anything to you," he explained simply. Her eyes widened with surprise, the missing piece of information finally snapping into place as she staggered back before catching herself in a panic. "Sorry about that. I just wasn't expecting you to be a dungeon core. I've certainly never heard of you before, nor have I heard of any resurrecting anyone beyond their own mana beasts." She then looked around, admiring the murals and carvings and what appeared to be a sleeping area of sorts, though her eyes then landed on what she now knew as the dungeon core, having never seen one in person. She took a moment to compose herself, considering everything now before speaking up. I know how to disassemble the sleep brands. At least, I've seen how they were made, and I should be able to disassemble it in theory," she explained, feeling less confident now that she made the offer, rather than feeling more confident by saying it out loud. She could sense Bitmori's impressive mind whirling about with ideas and considerations, before eventually speaking up again. "That's more than I know, so let's get to it. I want to see the idea, and we'll figure out how to implement it," he offered. She could sense the confidence that he had in her, the feeling almost infectious, as she couldn't help but smile in response. After a time, all three of the remaining slaves were led by an absolutely massive splitter wolf with blade strapped to its back. She couldn't help but watch in awe the majestic beast sitting beside the core pedestal, though, as she watched, she was suddenly very aware of even a larger beast emerging from the shadows. The Shadow Prowler, moving over as it preferred to lay on the steps to the pedestal, with the core rather than next to it. The two of them seemed to regard her. She could feel their thoughts too, and they appeared to recognize her as one of their own now. The other remained quiet, though she could see Landsec was particularly nervous as he watched the Spitter Wolf. "Why are they all silent?" the voice of Bitmori asked, the genuine curiosity and concern plain for her to sense, and she smiled to herself at the innocence in this. "It is because they haven't been given permission to speak, and if they do so without permission, their marks will start to inflict various kinds of pain on them," she explained before looking over at his core again. "You have no idea how relieved I am that you don't know that," she mentioned while smiling properly before looking amongst others and approaching Jazz. "Jazz, could you please lay down and lift your shirt?" The half-orc looked up at her, a new sense of hope glimmering in his gaze before silently nodding, slowly shifting around and laying on his back before lifting his shirt under his own power as he revealed a circular pattern on his stomach that was grey and lined with curses involving stone and petrification. Now these runes I can read," Bitmori mentioned offhandedly. Rita looked over at the core curiously before focusing back on the task as she closed her eyes for a moment and channeled her mana freely for the first time in years. Upon focusing on herself, she was shocked to find that her body seemed not only restored, but even enhanced. Before today, she had only one ring of mana around her mana heart, and the overall control of her own mana had been poor and wasteful. But she now had a second ring form, as well as such fine control over her manner that she was dramatically more confident in what she was about to do. Her feathers poofed momentarily from the sensation of the manner coursing in a way that she hadn't experienced before, though she'd quietly got a handle on herself as she conjured a needle made of concentrated mana and leaned into Jazz, examining his stomach. Focusing more closely, her eyes began to glimmer as she studied the mana itself within the brand. Slowly, but precisely, she began needling at the endpoint of the string of curses and started gradually undoing them. Jazz shifted at first, the sensation deeply uncomfortable, of course, but not overtly painful. Thankfully, he remained still as the next 15 minutes were whittled away. Finally, once the final curse which formed the outline of the brand was undone, the mark vanished while chunks of stone and earth spilled from his gut. The neutralized mana harmlessly manifesting in a solid form once it was all done. As Rita pulled away, Jazz couldn't help but take a deep, shuddering breath before clearing his throat. "It's gone, isn't it? The mark is finally gone," he asked, speaking freely for the first time in forever, tears welling up in the big man's eyes as he let out another shaky breath and began sitting up while wiping out his eyes. Mina and LanScaper flashed broad smiles as they cheerfully patted the half-orc's back. "I see, you did very well. Glad the idea worked," W.R.E praised almost absently. She could feel his mind was elsewhere for whatever reason. At least, he was not entirely focused on her in that moment. She smiled at the praise, even if he wasn't particularly focused on her in that moment, though as they waited in silence, LanScaper shuddered and jumped with surprise. "Whoa, that's cold!" he cried out before clasping his hands over his mouth and looking at the others. He quickly stood as he lifted his shirt and showed them his back as chunks of ice clattered down on the stone. Your mark is gone," Jazz declared excitedly, though jumping up to his feet as he takes the dwarven man by the arms and hopping around excitedly as the women watch. LanScaper whooped with delight, though they stopped soon after as they all turned to look at Mina, who silently smiled politely at their good fortune. That is, until she winces, reaching up to clutch her neck and pulling something away. Her eyes light up with delight as she saw the gold barbed wire that was inscribed into her brand, and smiling as she choked on her words, her furry face getting quickly moist with tears. It's over," she said softly as the four of them collided, hugging each other and holding each other close as they celebrated their newfound collective freedom. "Well, that was easier than I thought, though I suppose I have you to thank for providing me an excellent example." W.R.E spoke up once more after the group's celebration dialed back. The group suddenly remembered that they weren't alone and turned to look at W.R.E's core. Rita stepped forward as she bowed her head to the core, the others bowing as well when Rita stood tall again. "W.R.E, thank you for helping us truly be free once again. Tell me, what can we do for you in return?" The core was silent for a moment, but spoke out soon enough. "Tell me about the hegemony, and what you know about the trafficking between the theocracy and the hegemony." The four of them looked at each other, nodding one after the other, as Rita smiled politely. "Of course, W.R.E. We'll tell you everything we can." End of chapter. Chapter 59. Revire Point of View. Riding Drake back was certainly quite the experience. The wind coursing through her hair was unlike anything else that she had ever felt. Though despite that, the feeling that rushed through Revire's mind as W.R.E's mountain was now on the horizon gave her an almost nostalgic sensation, like coming home, strangely enough. She chalked that up to the influence W.R.E's memories had on her, as well as the bond she shared with him. She would be lying to herself if she said that she wasn't excited to see W.R.E again, if not to discuss his old world and the many devices and inventions she saw before and after the apocalypse got started, and the academic in her simply eager to tap into a wholly unknown source of knowledge. Well, not entirely unknown. She glanced back at the Empress Historietta. She knew many things about the world W.R.E came from, but also seemingly came from a time before the apocalypse. It makes Revire wonder how much of the Emperor's changes and improvements came from the Empress herself. She knew Ferodius to be a good man with a good character. Well, he was growing up, so she supposed it was a combination of good morals and new ideas that led to the current state of the Empire. Her musings were interrupted as she felt the Drake Warden she was riding with suddenly stiffen and pull on the reins of a drake as it halted the flight. Looking around, Revaya noticed that a swarm of birds had risen from the forest below them, forcing the Drake Wardens to stop unless they flew right through them. In the next moment, a rather grand-looking sparrow with green eyes broke from the flock, wearing a distinct red bandana around its neck. Flying in front of the flight of Drake Wardens and speaking out, his voice no doubt enhanced by some kind of magic. "Well, where do you think you're all going? This land and air is protected place. It is only fair that I'll have to warn you. All that, if you think you're about flying any further, you'll have to face the might of me, Jack the Sparrow," he declared with a considerable amount of bravado, even though Revaya could recognize the bird, Jack, as a vassal of Edmori. She hadn't met him before. The moment felt tense as a couple of seconds dragged on, that is, until the Empress broke into a fit of laughter, almost uncontrollably, as she covered her mouth but couldn't stop. The bird seemingly looked rather offended as he lifted past the drakes and up to the Empress, her Drake Warden rearing up and attempting to defend her. However, Jake stopped short as he hovered in front of the Empress. "Is there something funny about my name?" he asked seriously. The Empress still laughing a little more as she seemed to note the red bandana on the bird. "Of course not. In fact, I know of you. You're quite possibly the finest bird I've ever heard of," she explained, still smiling widely. This seemed to appease the bird as he flitted back to give the woman a little space. "Oh, so you've heard of me," he gushed, immensely enjoying the stroke to his ego. He looked around some more, first spotting Rionum and then Revaya. "Oh, it's you and you. I have no idea who you are, but you're marked by Vidmori. Yeah, so you must be one of us," he mentioned, closing his eyes and going quiet for a moment as everyone seemed to relax. "All right. If you all will follow me, you may land at the haven. There is a clearing there that should be able to accommodate all your beasties," he explained as the swarm of birds dispersed. All the while Jack made his way to the front of the flight of drakes and began leading everyone down. As they began making their descent, Revaya suddenly felt a presence in her mind as a voice called out to her. "So, I take it your meeting with the Emperor went well?" Vidmori asks, a pleasant feeling in his thoughts showing her that it seems he was in a good mood. Smiling to herself, Revaya focuses her mind before thinking back to him. "It went exceedingly well, Vidmori. The Emperor wishes to forge an alliance of equals with you. However, the biggest news I have is that I found someone from your world who would like to meet you. The Empress Historietta lived on Earth before dying and being reborn in our world," she thought excitedly, feeling rather proud to have helped facilitate the meeting between the two powerful people. Much to her confusion, though, Vidmori doesn't respond right away, and she could feel the thoughts of uncertainty and confusion swirling around before a response finally came through. "Impossible. I'm the only one from my world. The being responsible for bringing me here explained as much." Revaya blanched at that piece of information. The idea that there are beings able to place someone as powerful as Vidmori into this world, and the realization that there is not only one other world aside from her own, but more worlds than she likely ever knew about. She cast a curious glance back at the Empress, but before she could say anything in response, Vidmori continued, "Don't say anything to her about it. She either knows this information and is lying about it, or she doesn't know and is not as informed about our circumstances as strangers to this world. I want to get a better read of her before revealing anything like that." Revaya nodded to herself, suddenly feeling more than a little anxious about what she had done as she avoided glancing back at the Empress again. Soon enough, they touched down in a clearing with a strange-looking but impressive building. She quickly recognizes the people to be the imprisoned people from the carts all those weeks ago. They seem to be doing rather well for themselves, despite living in the desolate woods. However, she considers that the land is perhaps not as desolate as it was anymore, considering Vidmori's influence. She hopped off the drake once they landed, stretching her legs as she watched the copper-scaled lizardkin approach, soon walking up to her as she flashed a toothy smile. "Welcome back, Maid Revaya. It is a great pleasure to see you again," he enthused, bowing his head respectfully. The confusion must have been evident on her face as the copper scale began chuckling with amusement as he gestured to himself. "Oh, come now. You surely recognize me. I'm Zassiter. Have I changed that much?" he teased knowingly as he chuckled some more.
You're the young elder. I suppose the description certainly suits you now, she exclaimed with a surprise as she looked over the man, remembering the brown-scaled, battered lizardkin in rags. He still looked pleased by surprising her, his voice filled with mirth as she continued. Yes, but W.R.E has done quite a lot for me, and the community as a whole. I'll say, Ravaya replied simply, as she looked over the shepherd with a new appreciation, as well as the rest of the area, as she remembered the last time she saw him in this place. However, her pointed ears twitched as she sensed the Empress approaching from behind, stepping to the side as she glanced at Zassita before looking at the Empress. Shepherd, Zassita, this is Empress Historia. She has come as a representative of the Empire to form an alliance of equals with W.R.E. The shepherd bows his head respectfully to the woman. W.R.E has made me aware of your arrival after Jack encountered your group, he mentioned before looking over to the group of people in Drake's. You may use our cooking facilities, which are inside, though I am afraid that we simply don't have the room to keep everyone in the longhouse. But you are free to set up camp in the rest of the clearing for the duration of your stay, Zassita explained outright before the Empress got to make her introduction. The Empress smiled politely as she looked up at the lizardkin. Thank you for allowing us to set up so close. I promise that my people shall not trouble you during our stay. I'll actually advise them to help out where they can if you allow them to, since we're the ones that have arrived without advanced notice, she offered before glancing over to Ravaya. If it's all right, might we visit W.R.E right now? We can do the official stuff later, but I'd like to meet him, you know. Earthling to earthling, she mused almost conspiratorially to Ravaya, placing her hand on the elf's shoulder encouragingly. Zassita watches curiously, having obviously overheard the whole exchange, but doesn't say anything. Ravaya wasn't sure what to say, though thankfully W.R.E spoke out within her mind. Go ahead! It's better to get this over with sooner rather than later. With that, Ravaya relaxed before flashing a smile in response. Sure, let us go, she offered, turning to look back at the Empress before gesturing for her to follow. Though, as they moved to leave, some of the Drake Wardens moved to follow. Rionum takes his place beside Ravaya. Ravaya sounds out hesitantly. Historietta seemed to pick up on the hint, and she looked to the Drake Wardens as well as the ladies-in-waiting who noticed her starting to walk off. Don't worry. Start setting up camp for my return. The head of the settlement has granted us permission to stay on the land, and we also have permission to use their cooking facilities. So let's get dinner going, she said with a measured amount of enthusiasm, though she then had an idea as she clapped her hands together. Actually, let's make it more of a feast. Some of you go out and bring in some more meat for the meal and break into some of the goods that we brought for more variety, she exclaimed. While they do look hesitant for a moment, they know they had their orders as a group and broke off, going about setting up camp and preparing for tonight's dinner. With that, Historietta looked back to Ravaya and smiled. There we go, now we'll have privacy, she mentioned with a mischievous smile before allowing eyes to wander to safe haven. Oh, that looks a lot like one of those Viking longhouses, minus the obvious ship being on the roof, she commented thoughtfully as they walked. Ravaya gives a little nod, though she starts walking, heading towards the mountain, though she does catch sight of some of the prowler cubs amongst the camp, smiling to herself at how much they've grown. They walk through the woods for a time, Ravaya actively sensing birds here and there as they seemingly watch over them. Honestly, she was rather impressed by the massive network of mana beasts patrolling the land, though, even with that, she was surprised by the spitter wolf casually crossing their path, the wolf taking a moment to silently acknowledge the trio before continuing on its way. However, what really shocked her was when she entered W.R.E's territory, not expecting to cross the threshold so soon as she took a step back with wide eyes. What is the matter? Historietta asked, glancing over to her and at Rionum, who also seemed to be somewhat surprised, but remained rather stoic about it. Ravaya looked on in awe before clearing her throat, as she looked over the Empress. Nothing, it's just, the last time I was here, but W.R.E's influence only properly extended out to less than half the mountain. Now he can influence the area from around here and further below the ground, she explained honestly, as she gestured to the ground, drawing an imaginary line with a finger. Historia let out a low whistle.
impressed, but not fully understanding the implications. Well, that is a big jump, she mentioned with a nod. Ravaya didn't say much else, though she soon found the staircase which led to the mountain. Once again, vaguely surprised to see it all the way down here, now as they began their ascent. Before long, they were at the triangular entrance which led into Vidmori's chamber, the entrance growing and opening wider for Rionim as the trio entered. Before them was Vidmori himself, and once more Ravaya was surprised to see the development, the core before her being 3 or 4 times bigger than when she last saw it. Not only that, a massive spitterwolf was now resting beside the new lower pedestal. In front of the pedestal and on the steps was Basti, looking even more ferocious and majestic than before. And finally, on the other side of the core was a birdkin woman, another mage at that. Their eyes met simultaneously, the birdkin looking just as surprised to see Ravaya as Ravaya was to see her, the two of them recognizing each other as beings in service to Vidmori. Before anyone could say anything, Historiette approached, looking over the big splitter wolf and smiling with delight. "What a handsome-looking wolf!" she exclaimed as she clapped her hands together. "Don't tell me, is his name Sif?" she asked, looking over to Vidmori's core. Vidmori was silent for a moment before responding. No, his name is Lugosi." He spoke out just so the whole group could hear him. The Empress seemed to smile some more. "Ah, more of a manga fan than video games, she mentioned, approaching the Spitterwolf, who seemed somewhat confused. "I am neither. My beloved really liked manga, and he reminded me of one of the stories she told me about," Vidmori explained, once again feeling confused about the woman's reaction. It seemed the Empress caught herself, having stopped halfway from reaching out to Doton Lugosi, who looked anxious, but in no ways hostile. She pulled back, making her way back beside Ravaya once more. "Forgive me. I suppose I was just so excited to meet someone from Earth like me. It's been decades since I could properly talk to anyone about anything," she explained, sounding and looking rather sincere as she lowered her head. "I've been wanting to chat with you so much that I, completely forgot myself." Her demeanor almost entirely shifted from careful and poised, yet mischievous and charming Empress that Ravaya had watched grow up and live around Ferodius in the last decade. She almost seemed like a completely average woman. But Maury seemed to process this for a moment before replying, "I know how you feel, though I am afraid an old man like me won't make for a great conversation about the things you might be familiar with," he explained, feeling genuinely apologetic about it. Historietta seemed to realize another faux pas that she just made before nodding her head. "Right, of course. You went through quite a lot, didn't you? I'd say I'm rather lucky to have died young before the apocalypse happened. I don't think I would have ever made it in that kind of life. I died as a college student in my 20s. How old were you?" she asked, her mood now entirely somber as she looked to the call curiously. But Maury took some time to think about it, but after a little while longer he responded. I lost track of the first couple decades. I was probably in my late 40s, early 50s, though I was 19 when it all went down," he explained. Historietta nodded intently as she listened, though it seemed her gaze was directed at something else when she suddenly looked rather surprised. "Whoa! What's with all those titles? There's so many. I've only got 3. Holy crap, you've got a kill count of over 3,000. That's amazing," she said, seemingly reading off something else. "What are you doing? How do you know all of that?" But Maury asked. Everyone seemed to watch Historia with confusion. However, it was now Historietta's turn to be confused, though she did look apologetic. "Sorry, I should have asked, but I figured that you were already examining my profile in the status window anyhow." But Maury was silent for a time, though the confusion was plain in his thoughts. "Status window? What are you talking about?" Historietta silently tilted her head to the side. "You know, the status window you can access through the system. It allows you to manage your growth, track your abilities, and study others in numerical details, amongst other things. You do have a system, right?" she asked, suddenly feeling a little hesitant. End of chapter. Chapter 60. Vidmori Point of View. Meeting the Empress was undoubtedly something. She was definitely charismatic and friendly, and as far as I could tell, it wasn't an act of any kind. She was genuinely good-natured. It took me a moment to think about what Historietta was trying to say, but it clicked soon enough. No. I don't think I've ever used a system. At least, I don't think I've actively used anything as you've described. Historietta, for her part, just looked utterly confused as she opened and closed her mouth a few times, considering what to say as she tapped her chin. After a few moments, she shook her head. I suppose it could be set up differently for different people, but how do you develop your skills and abilities? Like, I've managed to develop moderate poison/venom resistance after being nearly killed a few years ago by a bad mushroom, and then going on to expose myself to weak poisons and venoms ever since. Or how about my insight skill that allows me to read the intentions of those around me in exchange for a very slow drain to my MP? I learned to actually read body language and behaviors, and the system rewarded my efforts with a skill that helped me improve it on it further, she explained very matter-of-factly, as she freely explained what she knew. She then averted her gaze, seemingly to look at something as she made gestures with her fingers, seemingly swiping at something, not to mention using my appraisal ability. Now I can see some of your information for a set chunk of MP. She squinted a bit and shrugged as she sighed. Not all of it, though. A lot of your information is undoubtedly hidden by one of the buffs your many titles probably granted you, she mentioned, as she scrolled some more, apparently searching for something. What about this? Your builder title grants you access to a set of skills that allows you to shape and form materials without sacrificing the overall mass of the object. Tell me, how did you manage to do that without using a system? She pressed, trying to at least figure things out for herself. I have to think about that for a moment before deciding just to provide an example, as I set a lump of stone I have left over from all of my excavations. It seemed all eyes were on the rock as everyone decided to watch what I was about to do. I don't actively use any sort of menu or skill or whatever it is that you do. I just think about it and will it to be done with my mana. Like this, I state, before starting to shape the lump into a mostly smooth sphere. If I wanted to be even finer, I put in just a little bit more effort and, I explained, leadingly, before smoothing out the stone, giving it a decent finish. Well, as decent as I can make without actually polishing it or using any kind of lacquer or oil. Voila! Rivia seemed rather intrigued as she listened throughout, her mind swirling with observations and ideas. She listened in on the conversation between two humans. She walked over, picking up the grey stone sphere, with a tiny bit of wonder in her gaze. Amazing! And is that how you made those diamonds? She asked curiously, before passing the stone over to Rionum, the Bulkin not really following the conversation, but appreciating the smooth stone for what it was. I take a moment to consider the question, not sure how I want to answer this. If Historietta has some kind of ability that lets her understand the property of things, she may know exactly how I got my diamonds, yet she doesn't appear to be fazed by the topic when it is brought up. This either means she didn't examine the diamonds, she examined them, and the information about what they used to be didn't come up, or she examined them and didn't care. Something similar, but not exactly. Diamonds are essentially just carbon that has been compressed and superheated. The process takes a long time in nature, though because I know how they are made, I was somehow able to expedite the process and maintain the purity of the gem, despite the material I used. I explained as thoroughly and yet vaguely as I could manage. I looked over to Historietta as she seems to nod at my explanation. Right, and you probably used your combined abilities and buffs from your arsonist, chemist, and purify titles to achieve all of that. Amazing, she explained to herself, as she seemed to continue to look at some kind of invisible screen. I'm feeling more than a little unnerved that my information is just laid bare like that for a stranger of all things. She did mention that she couldn't see everything, but what does that mean? How much can she see? Well, I don't exactly know what she means by skills and the like. What I do get is I probably have the means to hide even more information from her. If that's the case, I probably only have to will for that to happen. With that in mind, I do my best to do just that, as I pull up a mental picture of forming some sort of shroud around my core. Well, I don't see a physical shroud around me. Whatever I did caused something to happen on Historietta's gaze, darted around with confusion, looking somewhat surprised before looking around and then looking over to me, appearing rather apologetic. Sorry about that, sir. I was probably being extremely rude just now, she said, lowering her head apologetically as she anxiously scratched the back of her head. She then cleared her throat a bit.
If it's okay with you, we would like to stay in this area for the next couple of days. We have a few things to discuss about the future going forward as allies, and personally, I would like to speak to you some more before we leave, she explained, having quickly collected herself as she snapped into a much more professional attitude. I was only taken a little by surprise when it came to her tonal shift. Still, after thinking about it for a moment, I didn't really see anything wrong with her request, especially if we were going to be allies for the foreseeable future.
Sure, I don't mind, but just confirm this with Zassiter. It'll be his people and home that you'll be intruding on after all, I reminded her. They may be in my care, but at this rate, I'm just a landlord, and they're my tenants, minus the rent. She bowed her head again before smiling as she clasped her hands together. I also brought some gifts as thanks in response to those diamonds you gave us, she mentioned, letting her professional attitude drop again. Regan, my hubby's right-hand man, was really excited about what they could do with those gems, so it was only right that we return the favor as best we can, she explained pleasantly. Revia seemed to have an internal stroke upon hearing the Emperor being talked about in such a casual fashion. However, I could sense that she couldn't say anything, considering that it was his wife talking about him in such a way. Well, I wasn't expecting anything in return, since those were meant as an apology for interfering with the sting operation that you all had set up here and for getting 2 of the Emperor's servants. I made sure to clarify. After all, I killed 2 people who didn't deserve it, and even if I was able to bring them back, this sort of experience isn't something that's brushed off. Historietta nodded intently. And we know you didn't do it maliciously. She then tilted her head side to side a bit. Well, at least not maliciously towards the Empire. So we just want to make sure that you understand that we intend to back up our word in seeing you as an equal with more than just paper and pretty words. She offered a kind smile. Revia was rather vocal about all of this, if I'm being honest, dutifully acting as your representative and making your case. So you have her to thank for how things turned out. This was fairly surprising. I know I had sent her out with that in mind, but for her to go so far despite what happened was unexpected. I turned my focus onto her, wondering what her reaction to this reveal would be. While she remained mostly stoic about it, I could sense that she was a little embarrassed to be outed like that. I'll leave it alone for now as I look back towards Historietta. In that case, I'll accept these gifts you brought me in the hopes that we'll be able to continue this alliance. Let's talk later. You all must be tired after your trip, I leadingly suggest. I needed some time to reflect on the things after all, and I don't quite let my guard down until Historietta was on her way. She looked a little disappointed, but bowed her head with respect. Of course, Vitmori, we shall be on our way. With that, she turned to leave. Revia and Rhiannon stayed where they were, though Rhiannon still rolling a stone ball in his palm as he passed the time. You two go on as well. I'm pretty sure I overheard something about a feast of sorts. I wouldn't want you to miss out. They looked a little hesitant, Revia in particular, but they both nodded as they made their way out to follow after Historietta. I could feel Rita watching me curiously, a number of questions on her mind. Bringing my focus over to her, I speak out as well. You should go and join them as well. Your friends are already down there anyways, and you should celebrate your newfound freedom. I think of something else while looking at her and continue. You should probably also get some new clothes, and I believe there's some kind of tailor or seamstress in the safe haven who can help you get some proper clothes instead of just a blanket. She seemed to snap out of an internal train of thought before looking herself over, a twinge of embarrassment seeping out from her thoughts at the idea that she was in front of the Empress in nothing but a blanket. All right, Vitmori, I'll do that, she agreed, as she bowed before my call and made her way out. An alliance, huh? I wonder what they're going to expect of me and what I can expect from them. Isak point of view. Things certainly got busy, and Isak was not entirely sure how to feel about it. There was an entire fleet of Drake Wardens and their mounts just sitting there, skinning fresh game and setting up camp. Not to mention that besides there was an imperial entourage of noble ladies here with a full-blown empress of all things. It just didn't sit right with him, but they were accompanied by a mage and warrior that helped liberate them all the time ago. Not to mention, Jack is the one who ended up leading this group over here, so, in the end, they must have had the approval of Vitmori at least. He huffed before looking at the black cub that seemed to be sitting halfway inside of Isak's shadow, also watching the group from afar. What do you think about all of this, He knew the cub had a name now, but for the life of him, he couldn't remember it at that moment. The cub in question just lets out a short meet sound before going back to watching all the strangers. Some of the others seemed to have warmed up to the new people, at least. Trisha, walking around the Drake Wardens, commenting on their arms and armor along with Sylvia. The red cub seemed to be playing some kind of game with a couple of red drakes, shooting out controlled spurts of fire into the air or something. Whatever it was, it seemed to get most of the kids' attention. The whole event was supervised by some of the Drake Wardens and a few of the parents. A couple of the Drake Wardens, a few of the ladies, Remy and Luna, are working hard to prepare a feast. However, the new ratkin Mina seems to have taken a shine to Remy, helping out where she can in the longhouse cooking area. Speaking of new faces, the new dwarf, Lansik, is something of a woodsman of all things and has gotten really chummy with Woody and Twig, talking shop, or something along those lines. It seems that they intend of staying for a long haul and are happy to help pick up the slack, thankfully enough. There's a couple more of the new group now that he thinks about it. A half-orc who lived as a mercenary who fell into some kind of horrible debt with the wrong sorts in the hegemony, and a birdkin mage who apparently swore herself into Vidmori's service. She didn't really talk about herself or much at all while she was amongst others. That again worried Isaac. But again, if she was connected with Vidmori and he's letting her roam freely around, then he can't argue too much. Finally, there's the last new face, a relatively young dogkin named Grim. He's a delight. He's just a friendly kid as far as you can tell, though something about him seems oddly nice. That might just be the fact that the kid was almost literally born yesterday, or at least within a week, as far as the shepherd was able to explain. He's rather warmed up to Org, the two around the same level of apparent maturity and naivety, even if they make an odd pair. One is a rather talkative bundle of curiosity and joy, and the other is an exceptionally silent bundle of enthusiasm and surprising forcefulness. Isak figures he should probably stop watching and soon start enjoying the festivities with the others, but for now, he's comfortable being alone with just him and his shadow, even if the shadow has an occupant. End of chapter. Chapter 61. Zasada Point of View. The evening was getting well on its way as the Drake Wardens and Imperial woman had gotten properly settled in. Zasada walked among everyone, quietly checking in as two groups gradually intermingled more and more. The idea that they would probably be spending more than a night seemingly helped encourage the idea that everyone should try and make friends rather than keep to themselves wordlessly permeated around, leading to the pleasant ambience after a fancy-looking tents were set up. It was when the food started being brought out in a mixture of metal and wooden trays that things got really started, as people enjoyed themselves to various styles of fresh, fire-grilled meats that were seasoned to perfection. Steamed tubers and mushrooms sprinkled with salt and drizzled with butter, not to mention soft loaves of bread and wonderful collection of imperial cheeses. Zasada particularly enjoyed some of the fire-grilled meat kebabs, venison, and some gooey cheese when a man approached where he sat, sitting beside the shepherd as he held up a pair of metal cups and a bottle of amber liquid. "Hope you don't mind the company. I was told that you are the community elder. Is that right?" the man asked, looking vaguely skeptical but smiling as he set the cups on the table before pouring the glasses out. Zasada smiles pleasantly, casually licking his teeth clean of some of the melted cheese before looking the man over. He was a tan-skinned human with a gnarly, if not impressive, claw scar across his cheek and jaw. The man looked to be in his 50s, possibly in his 60s, though he wore his age well and still seemed relatively strong and active. Zasada could understand the man's skepticism. After all, even he couldn't believe it sometimes, expecting to wake up and be a feeble old man all over again. "I am much older than I appear," Zasada mentioned cheerfully, as he took up the metal cup and gestured to the man with it. "And I certainly don't mind comfrey, as long as it's good." The lizard jests as he takes a sip of the amber liquid. It proves to be a rather delicious whiskey. This seemed to confuse the man moments before he simply accepted the information and took a swig from his own cup. Well, I've seen many things over my years. I suppose a young-looking old lizardkin is one of my life's many oddities. The man agreed quickly enough, as he looked at his plate with bread, wild bird meat, and buttered tubers. Oddities like your man in the mountain. The man continued, not even glancing at Zasada as he began to eat, taking a mouthful of bread and chewing casually. Zasada didn't flinch, but he sipped on his drink before setting the metal cup down with a thunk. I suppose so. What are you getting at? The lizardkin asked, tossing some side-eye over at the man as he took a bite from his kebab. The man nodded intently. A man from another world, a man with no ties or affiliations to anything of this world beyond peaceful, mutual alliance with the continent's superpower. The man continued to speak, not making his point as he took up a fire-grilled drumstick, biting into it as he tore off some meat. Zasada felt uncertain about all of this, glancing away as he spotted Isuk standing off in the distance. Their eyes met, thankfully enough, and with a subtle head tilt, Zasada looked back towards the man and watched him more poignantly. A man with a lot of power and many abilities, someone who doesn't suffer fools and those who stand against him, and those in his care, Zasada states, taking a slightly more challenging tone. Isuk caught the look from Zasada and began making his approach casually. At that, 3 other Drake Wardens from around the camp started moving closer. The 4 of them are not outright acknowledging each other quite yet. The man chuckles softly, sipping at his own whiskey before bringing the drumstick to his lips again. Sounds like a man after my own heart, he mused, taking another bite and slowly chewing as the 4 others soon arrived. Nobody else seems to notice anything amiss. The party going on strong as Luna broke out the bottles of wine and other alcohol that they got from the carts. One of the Drake Wardens pulls out a stringed instrument as the people from the haven, the Imperial ladies, and Fraley starts a song around the old fire pit outside. To keep the moment from escalating, for now, Isuk takes a seat across from the older men. The trio of Drake Wardens also take a seat, a young brown-skinned half-elf woman procuring some more metal cups as she pours out drinks, though she otherwise remains silent. Zasada was about to speak again, feeling only slightly uncomfortable considering the circumstances. However, he remained confident, remembering what V.R.E promised, that if he needed help, just to call for him, and help would come. Though before Zasada could say a word, the older man continued, as he wiped his lips on his armored sleeve before sipping his whiskey. How are the winters down here? He asked suddenly before taking up the loaf of bread. Sufficiently blindsided by that tangent, Zasada holds his tongue for a moment before continuing. Harsh, but manageable. At least in the comfort of the capital, which many of us used to call home, he stated, glancing over at Isuk, who was swirling his cup of whiskey before taking a swig, just listening and watching intently. The older man nodded some more, glancing back as a burst of fire came from a Drake Warden performing a party trick amongst the others using some alcohol, only to be outshone by Trisha as she performed a similar act without the aid of alcohol. He then looked back to Zasada and continued as he picked up the tuber with his fingers. Are there many dangers and threats down here? He asked before taking about half of the tuber in his mouth and taking a bite, now chewing with a full mouth as he set it down and wiped his lips once again. I suspect so. This land is feared for a good reason, be it beast or man. Likely most of the threats have migrated north for warmer lands due to the incoming winter. Otherwise, we stand protected by V.R.E, Zasada explains thoughtfully, as there weren't many overt threats that V.R.E hadn't handled. The winter is the very likely explanation for it. The man nods, looking at the other Drake Wardens while nodding. About 2 months until winter, and 3 months of winter, give or take, no? He considered aloud, the other Drake Wardens looking rather thoughtful. Isuk was getting annoyed as he listened to the back and forth, setting down the metal mug harder than necessary as he looked around at the surrounding Drake Wardens. His impatience more than visible on his face, yet he held off for now as Zasada continued to handle the situation. Zasada shoots a glance over at Isuk before looking at the man again. What is your point? He asked with a harder edge than earlier, shifting to face his body at the man beside him as a more pointedly stared at him down. The man flashed a relatively wide grin as he turns to look over at Zasada and holds up his mug, How do you feel about being neighbors? He asked finally. The other Drake Wardens relaxed as they seemed to understand that the man was now getting at fully. At that, Isaac and Zassiter glanced at each other, confused by the response. Zassiter managed to find his words for the first time as he spoke. Excuse me, what? But Maury, point of view. So much for getting time alone with my thoughts. Well, not entirely alone. Basti did remain in my chamber to keep her vigil over my core chamber. Regardless, I've got more visitors incoming, according to Zassiter, as I'm not too sure what to make of these groups. I decide that flaunting some of my own power might be necessary. With that in mind, I have all of the sinners in dread make their way up to my chamber. The 8 of them spread out along my chamber, wearing various sets of armor and brandishing weapons of their choice. Sure, their weapons might be stone, but it's meant to just be a display, and hopefully no fighting will come to pass. Of course, Vashti is a powerful centerpiece of the whole show, my trusted executioner resting on my steps as the minutes trickle by until my visitors arrive. Before long, Zassiter enters my chamber, followed by a grizzled older man who looks around curiously in my chamber, his eyes examining each of my sinners in dread, though stopping short as he spots Basti, looking somewhat surprised as if he didn't see her at first. He is soon followed by 3 other Drake Wardens, each carrying a cloth-wrapped bundle. Zassiter steps forward as he gestures to the group. But Maury, I bring you the Drake Wardens who escorted the Empress Historietta and the others to us. They wish to make a request of you. The older man approached first, getting down to one knee and lowering his head, all the while bringing his fist to his chest in some kind of salute. Tobias Lockhart, Senior Drake Warden representing the Southern Order of Drake Wardens on the continent of Yggdrasil. The other Drake Wardens got down to one knee as well, lowering their head, but they continued to carry the cloth bundles they had brought in protectively. I'm not exactly sure what to make of all of this, though he seems respectful for some reason. At ease, Tobias. What brings you to me? Is there something you want? I ask straight out, hoping for a clear answer. The Drake Wardens stand in near unison, though Tobias is the one to speak. Speaking directly, we wish to settle our southern branch in your territory, he stated simply, being somewhat professional compared to what Zassiter had told me. Well, that indeed came out of nowhere. All right, go ahead with the long answer. The man smiles as he stands a little taller. With peace times coming to the land, our services will no longer be needed with the Empire. With that in mind, we'll be needing a new home since our last keep was destroyed in battle. Rather, we destroyed it rather than letting a foolish nation that no longer exists try to take it from us. We are an independent order of warriors that was founded just over 400 years ago. We serve those who need it and those who have done right by us, and we stand vigilant for dangers that threaten all life, ready to act when such a time comes to prevent such calamities from coming to pass. We serve on many continents and have treaties with many nations that allow us to act freely within reason. Our standard operations are to maintain 2 or 3 keeps per continent to allow us to spread out enough to respond to any number of threats and to prevent all of us from being wiped out in one fell swoop. At least they were being straightforward with all of this, and I can't see any signs that they are lying to me. This only makes me wonder why they came to me about all of this. Never mind the fascinating sounding history. I see. But what brought you to me? I asked again, starting to understand what Zassiter was talking about when he described him to me. The man nodded again, looking straight into my core as he spoke, the green light reflecting in his eyes. Our founder was a man named Davy McDougal, and he was someone from the world of Earth, he stated, seemingly pausing for dramatic effect before continuing. He wasn't a particularly knowledgeable or intelligent man, but he stood against the calamity that had arisen in his era, wandering the land, gathering companions, and convincing nations to properly unite against the threat at the time. It is recorded he merely followed the legacy of an order of warriors from his world called the Grey Wardens. Thus, we were designed in that image, he explained thoughtfully as he recalled the order history. The other Drake Wardens are standing at attention, not particularly reacting to this information as they've heard it all before. Something kind of sticks out to me during his explanation, aside from the fact that he still hasn't answered my question. Hold on. If you were aware of the idea of people coming from other worlds, why don't more people know about that information? Why isn't it common knowledge? Dubois nodded intently. We are a particularly secretive order, as per the instructions of the first Drake Warden, Davy McDougal. He also told us about what sort of signs to keep track of when other worlders rise up in this world. Things like rapidly advancing technology, advancements in social science, drastic improvements in crops, as well as the dramatic changes in political power. He went on to explain as he listed the signs on his fingers. There are many more, but those signs are what led us to the Empress and motivated us to align with the Empire during their rush to unify the continent. From there, we realized that you, W.R.E, must also be an otherworlder based on the Empress's talk with the Mage Revire, and thus we planned accordingly on our way here, he said as he gestured to the other Drake Wardens who stepped forward and presented their cloth bundles, unwrapping them as they revealed a good-sized egg. You see, with the appearance of so many otherworlders, it has led our order to believe that another calamity is coming. Considering our business is done with the Empire, we offer you these Drake eggs for permission to settle in your land, so that we may be close by for the inevitable, he explained, sounding somewhat official near the end of all of that, and finally answering why he came to me. Well, you're not wrong about the calamity. I was informed by a being that placed me here that we only have about 4 years left until some kind of calamity occurs, give or take. I mention as I recall the countdown that I got to look at for a moment. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised by the intuitiveness, though if I had to at least 400 years of prep time and experience, I'm sure that I could be as on top of it as these folks. Though, as I mentioned that little bit of information regarding the current timeline to the next calamity, the Drake Warden seemed to pale with surprise, one of the trio nearly dropping and catching the egg that they were holding. 4 years? Tobias asked with uncertainty. Yeah, give or take, I replied. I had no reason to lie to them about that, after all. End of chapter. Chapter 62. W.R.E Point of View. The Drake Warden seemed lost in thought. The three behind Tobias, in particular, were talking in hushed tones, whereas Tobias had thoughtfully scratched his chin. If I'm being honest, W.R.E, I was hoping to retire soon after taking part in a war for the last few years. But if there is indeed a calamity in the next 4 years, then I suppose I'll have to hold off on that, he said with a sigh before smiling a bit. One of the other Drake Wardens piped up, a brown-skinned half-elf woman stepping forward while looking over at Tobias. I'm sure we'll get through this just fine, sir. If McDougal could prevent a calamity with only 2 years of prep time and without the backing of the Drake Wardens as we are now, I'm sure we'll be able to handle it with all the resources of the Order, she said encouragingly, raising a confident, clenched fist before bringing her hand back around the egg she so tenderly cradled. Tobias gained a little more confident as he smiled at his subordinate before again looking at my core. You wouldn't happen to have any information about said calamity, would you? He asked, a little hopefully. I'm afraid not. All I saw was a countdown timer that was around 4 years long. Whether or not that's how long we specifically have until calamity starts, or if that's when the world ends, I don't know. And I really didn't. It seemed like such a vague ultimatum back then, and I'm not entirely sure what to expect of it. Besides, what is a calamity after all? By definition, it is just a great disaster, not even a catastrophe or even an apocalypse. I'm not too worried that this world will suddenly stop at the end of the countdown, since the worlds will keep turning even if it is on fire. As for me, well, this is my second life. I don't think I have much to worry about. After all, I've already lived through one apocalypse, so what's another? Tobias sighed a bit before nodding once more as he looked back at his subordinates before looking back at my core once more. We've worked with less before, and we'll continue to do our work regardless. Sounds good to me. Where did you plan on settling down anyway? You still want to move on to my land, right? I asked, bringing the topic back to the matter that they were originally here for, though I looked over at Zaster, who stood patiently by Dread and the others. He seemed much more relaxed about the general state of things regarding the Drake Wardens, though I do sense some mild worry about all the talk of a calamity. And how do you feel about this? Your people are the ones actually living on the land. Zassiter perks up at being addressed before considering the situation. I do believe the supplies and potential labor force will bring us is worth hearing out the request. We are, of course, preparing as best we can for the winter, but there isn't much that can be done with how few of us there are. I am willing to hear what they intend on doing and where they plan on settling, Zassiter explains, sounding somewhat professional and pragmatic about it all. Tobias blinked a couple times before his eyes widened. Right. Of course. Where indeed, he murmured to himself before looking back over to my call. For now, we hope to build a wooden fort accompanied by living spaces, perhaps close to your current settlement of people. We intend on bringing at least 50 people to settle in, and perhaps some workers that are trusted by our order to aid in construction of it all, he explained, having at least thought about this much apparently, though he wasn't entirely done yet, as he was slowly paced back and forth. Though this is only for the short term. We do intend on building a proper keep, though that endeavor will take years at least, so I don't have an answer for you quite yet, he explained, sounding a little unsure and a bit apologetic at the end, as he absently stroked his chin, his fingers tracing the edges of his old scars. Wait, you're bringing 50 people. Does that mean there are going to be 50 of those drakes roaming around? As much as I started to like these people, that many large predators in one place would no doubt be very detrimental to the local ecosystem, even if a lot of the local ecosystem happens to be very hostile in the warmer months, apparently. Dubois seemed to repress a smile, apparently amused by my comment, as he shook his head at the time. Not every Drake Warden is a Drake Rider. Between the lack of abundance when it comes to domesticated drakes and the danger of wild drakes, only a select few Drake Wardens hold the distinction. Even then, not everyone has the talent or even the ability to be a Drake Rider. But that doesn't mean that they can't serve the Order elsewhere, he explained dutifully, but then relaxed a little more before continuing. Beyond that, only 15 of those incoming are actually fully fledged Drake Wardens. 7 of them are apprentices that were picked up and trained into our order, and the rest are our families. He started with a bit of a smile. It is recorded that the Grey Wardens that we were modeled after had to abandon their families in order to serve in the order, as well as another noted brutal practice that would actually end the lives of prospective recruits and apprentices. First Drake Warden Dave McDougall seemed to dislike that particular practice in his retelling of the order, and thus that practice was not adopted by our order. So, if the apprentices has a family that is willing to move with them, we take them in and allow them to stay and even find paid work within the order. The same goes for any Drake Wardens that take partners and have children, he explained, sounding somewhat reverent as he contemplated the very apparent compassion of Davy. That doesn't sound as bad, but still, 50 people. Do I even have the infrastructure to support that many people, especially during the winter? How do you plan on supporting that many people, even accounting for those already in my care? I'm not exactly flush with edible resources that can last long term. That's not even considering hygiene risks and the need for a proper semblance of plumbing for the population at large. The idea of trade goods and merchant contacts does pass my mind, though at this time I'm personally lacking in such connections. Tobias nods intently at that. I expect the Empire has a plan for that, he stated directly, before continuing as he scratched his chin, apparently trying to recall the details. I don't currently know the details for that, despite her somewhat loose lips when chatting with your representative, Major Revire. She and the Emperor have been exceedingly secretive about your existence. So far, your existence in itself is unique in the line of dungeon calls as we know it, as you are more man than semi-sentient labyrinth maker filled with both dangers and treasures. I dare say you're nothing but danger to the wrong sorts, he mused with a bit of mischievous grin. So while I don't know the specifics, the idea that they plan on treating you as an equal is astounding. So this could be anything from declaring you as some sort of independent city-state, or describing you and yours as some sort of frontier settlers attempting to tame these forsaken lands. Who knows? For now, it is only a matter of waiting for the Empress to do her official business tomorrow. Well, I was certainly looking forward to tomorrow now. Something about what they said caught my metaphorical ear, as I just had to ask about it. I was supposed to make some labyrinth and fill it with treasures. That sounds incredibly wasteful. Who would give things away like that? Dubois chuckled softly as he nodded. Davy had some writings on that as well, he started to say, though the other Drake Wardens seemed to start getting tired of just standing around and opted to sit in the stone sand, resting the drake eggs on their laps while they waited for the talking to be done. He explained that in many writings from his world, dungeons were most often tests from the world and perhaps even the gods, a game of sorts for them to observe while the players ran around to test their abilities and be incrementally rewarded for their efforts. If that is the case for our world, we don't know. What we know is that most of our world's major cities are formed around the most fruitful of dungeons, the materials, wealth, and overall trading provided by such places being invaluable to the people there. Often such nations with those cities tend to become superpowers of the respective continents. Still, it is not always the case, as far too many dungeons end up being malevolent meat grinders that threaten society. The Order of Drake Wardens has historically put down 7 of such dungeons in the last couple hundred years, which certainly helped in establishing our global influence.
I see. That sounds rather annoying. I don't need some trespassers uprooting my greenhouse or knocking about the training room looking for treasure that isn't there.
That really sounded annoying, yet I couldn't help but wonder about something. Tobias said, if cities tend to form around prosperous dungeons, did the previous dungeon of this mountain have such a city all those years ago? If so, where did it go? Tobias couldn't help but chuckle at that.
Exactly. This place feels more like a home rather than a dungeon, and again,
you're definitely more of a man than a trial sent by the world. He glanced back at his subordinates once more before looking back at me. I'll be making my announcement to the Emperor himself regarding my movement of my order. We still wish to be on good terms with the Empire after all, and I am certain he'll have little to say against the Order moving into your territory. We shall leave with the Empress when her business is done here, though I'll leave 2 of my Drake Wardens behind to ensure the eggs we have gifted you are well maintained until they hatch. At that, the other Drake Wardens look up, only vaguely surprised but nodding rather resolutely, even if they don't know which of them will be staying behind.
I see. Is that okay with you, Zassada?
I asked as I looked at the shepherd again, the older man seemingly lost in thought after listening to the conversation play out.
Yes, that's fine. These are our soon-to-be allies and neighbors, after all, he mused with a warm smile. They are welcome among us, as long as they pull their weight in the meantime.
With that, I bring my focus back over to the Drake Wardens.
And there you have it. For the time being, you should head back and enjoy the party you all have got going, before you all are too missed.
Though I then focus on Tobias as I continue.
Also, wait until you're back at the Empire with Historietta and the Emperor before you tell them about the upcoming calamity. It wouldn't do to make her anxious so far from home.
Tobias looked vaguely surprised by that, but nodded. I understand. It will be done, he stated firmly, before glancing back at the Drake Wardens with the eggs. Before we go, would you grant these eggs a measure of your mana? I do not doubt that it would be beneficial to their development if they are under your influence before they hatch, he offered as the trio approached. I suppose that's reasonable train of thought, though I'm not really sure what to name them. Maybe I can do some sort of other ritual since I didn't need to name Grim to make him mine.
Grow, and become strong, little ones. I await the day you emerge into this world to come to my side. Stay in my care and become all that you can under my protection until you are ready to protect me.
With that, I feel some portion of mana come from me and pour into the 3 eggs. In the next moment, I can feel the connection has been made, and while they don't have real thoughts, I can feel their minds swirling with anticipation. It is a rather odd and wonderfully surreal experience, almost like watching an infant in an ultrasound, but much more intense. Tobias smiles somewhat, sensing the shift in manner, as he and the other Drake Wardens bow their heads. We'll be on our way now. Thank you, V.R.E. With that, they turn to make their leave, Zassada following after them as he asks Tobias about sharing another cup of whiskey as neighbors. That is one thing I miss, now that I think about it, being able to sit down with an ally or even a rare friend and just share a drink in good spirits. It's been years already. Who knows and the next time will come. End of chapter.